Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Thinking back to his first meeting with Chen Yang, Song Qing felt that accompanying him today suited her personality quite well. In that case, let me come with you, she offered with a soft smile. Chen Yang looked at her in surprise. Wouldn't that interfere with your responsibilities at the hotel? Song Qing waved off his concern. Not at all. I'm usually pretty free. Apart from cultivation, I spend most of my time here. This is the Capitaland Hotel's Yongcheng headquarters. I may be in charge, but there's rarely anything that needs my personal attention. Well, in that case, Chen Yang nodded, let's go check out the cars. An hour later, they arrived at one of the largest car dealerships in Yongcheng, led by Song Qing herself. Miss Song. What a surprise. You gracing our store today. The store manager, Zhang Chuanqiu, greeted them with an enthusiastic, almost flattering smile. It's been a while, Song Qing responded calmly. She turned to Chen Yang. This is the biggest dealership in the city. If a car exists in Yongcheng, you'll find it here. Just let Zhang Chuanqiu know if anything catches your eye. Nice to meet you, Zhang Chuanqiu said with a polite handshake. Likewise. Chen Yang shook his hand briefly. Chen Yang then looked at Zhang Jing. Brother Jing, since you'll be staying in Yongcheng, you should pick your own car. Zhang Jing nodded without hesitation. He knew Chen Yang was generous, so he didn't stand on ceremony. What about us, President Chen? Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she scanned the luxury vehicles around them. Chen Yang chuckled at her eager expression. Go ahead and pick one. I can't always ride with Brother Jing, after all. You're the best, Mr. Chen. Lu Yan practically skipped off into the display area, gleefully checking out the cars. Zhang Chuanqiu watched the group with curiosity. He didn't recognize Chen Yang, but any man personally escorted by Song Qing and casually buying cars for others had to be someone important. You're not choosing one yourself? Song Qing asked. Chen Yang shrugged. Lu Yan's going to be the one driving it most of the time anyway. Let her decide. If I ever need to get somewhere fast, I can just teleport. A few minutes later, Lu Yan returned, dragging Chen Yang toward a sleek, limited edition pink Porsche. Mr. Chen, how about this one? Chen Yang examined it. The design was clean, the interior high-end, and the features impressive. Not bad. Try it out. See how it feels. Lu Yan practically dove into the driver's seat, beaming. Song Qing nodded in approval. It really is a beautiful car. Chen Yang turned to Zhang Chuanqiu. Is this model available for a test drive? Zhang Chuanqiu looked hesitant. Ah, this is a limited edition. Only one in all of Yongcheng. Just then, a sharp voice cut through the air. Hold it. That car's mine. The trio turned to see a man striding toward them confidently. Mo Feng. Song Qing's expression flickered with surprise. We meet again, Qing, Mo Feng said smoothly, flashing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Chen Yang, on the other hand, looked at him with a smirk. He hadn't forgotten their encounter at the hotel 2 days ago. I've had my eye on this car for a while, Mo Feng continued. I was actually planning to gift it to you, Qing. But since I hadn't seen you around, I came today to pick it up myself. Song Qing shook her head. Thanks, but Chen Yang chose this car first. I can't accept it. Mo Feng's smile vanished, replaced by a cold sneer. This is a limited edition Porsche. Can he even afford it? Chen Yang glanced at him calmly. And why wouldn't I be able to? Mo Feng stepped closer, seething behind his smug facade. Do you even know how much this car costs? Zhang Chuanqiu awkwardly stood between them, unsure what to say. How much is the car? Chen Yang asked him directly. I'll take it. This, Zhang glanced at Mo Feng, then Song Qing. Mr. Mo has shown interest in it before, but he hasn't made any payment yet. So it's not sold, Chen Yang said plainly. Exactly. Then sell it to me. Mo Feng scoffed. Do you think you can just walk in here and buy a car like this? That's over 10 million yuan. Chen Yang didn't even flinch. But instead of escalating the situation, he turned to Lu Yan. Let's pick another one. Lu Yen hesitated but nodded, stepping out of the car reluctantly. Mo Feng laughed triumphantly. See? No money, all talk. Mr. Chen just didn't want to embarrass the manager, Song Qing said icily. Mo Feng, this car isn't yours unless you've paid for it. And if I buy it for someone else, that's none of your business, is it? She added coldly. Mo Feng was stunned speechless for a moment. Chen Yang stepped in before things got uglier. It's fine. I'm not interested in winning someone else's prize. Hearing that, Lu Yen obediently followed Chen Yang, though her disappointment was clear. Mo Feng couldn't resist another jab. Trying to act noble now? You just don't have the money. You don't get to talk about Mr. Chen like that. Lu Yen snapped, puffing her cheeks in anger. Haha, and what Mr. Chen is he? Which company is he the president of? Chen Yang stopped her. No need to waste words on him. Mo Feng, what exactly are you trying to prove? Song Qing snapped. I just think he's not good enough for you. I've told you I'm not thinking about that right now. Stop interfering in my personal life. But Qing, I've only ever cared about you. Just give me a chance. Song Qing's voice was firm. I said no. And I'm not taking this car. If you want it, buy it yourself. With that, she turned and walked out, leaving Mo Feng behind, humiliated. Watching her go, Mo Feng clenched his fists, his expression dark. That little bastard. It's all because of him. I'll make sure he regrets ever crossing me. Why didn't you just take that car? Song Qing asked as she walked up beside Chen Yang, her tone curious. Chen Yang smiled lightly. It wasn't about the car. I just didn't want to put Zhang Chuanqiu in a tough spot. Mo Feng hadn't paid, sure, but if I bought it outright, it would have made things awkward for him. Song Qing raised a brow in surprise. Didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Chen Yang chuckled. Of course. Just don't fall for me because of that. At that, a faint blush touched her cheeks. She turned away, pretending not to hear the teasing. Soon after, Chen Yang pointed to a sleek Mercedes on display. Let's go with that one. It was the latest model, low-key, elegant, and stylish. Zhang Jing also picked one from the same brand, though he opted for an SUV. Chen Yang took out his martial artist identity card for the purchase. Although he had already broken through to the great martial artist realm, he hadn't updated his registration, so the card still showed only the basic martial artist rank. Upon seeing the ID, Zhang Chuanqiu's expression shifted. A martial artist, so young? That kind of talent was rare even in a city like Yongcheng. Without needing Song Qing's input, Zhang offered the dealership's lowest internal price, fully aware that this young man wasn't someone to be underestimated. With both cars totaling over 600 million yuan, Zhang was now convinced Chen Yang had serious financial clout. He might not be as publicly influential as Mo Feng, but clearly, his ties to Song Qing and his status were not ordinary. Half an hour later, the paperwork was done. Chen Yang and Song Qing rode in the newly purchased Mercedes, with Lu Yen happily taking the driver's seat. Mo Feng said it was your birthday just now? Chen Yang asked from the back. Song Qing nodded. It's tomorrow. I'm having a small birthday party. Will you come? Sure, Chen Yang agreed without hesitation. Mr. Chen, where to next? Lu Yen asked. Chen Yang thought for a moment. Uncle Song helped us with the factory matters, so next up is housing. We can't stay in a hotel forever, let's go check out some properties. You know, it's not a big deal if you do stay at the hotel, Song Qing said softly. How could I? That presidential suite is probably worth a fortune. If I keep living there, wouldn't that affect your business? But we don't even know where the factory will be located yet. What if the place you pick ends up far from it? Song Qing reasoned. That's a fair point, Chen Yang admitted. Yangcheng's huge compared to Yancheng. We should probably wait until we know the factory's location. In that case, he said, I'll hold off on buying property until Uncle Song confirms the site. Then you're free today, right? Song Qing asked with a sly smile. What are you plotting now? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. Let's go shopping. You're new to Yongcheng. I'll show you around, it'll help you get your bearings for future business too. Chen Yang turned to Zhang Jing. What do you think? Zhang Jing immediately shook his head. Pass. I'll skip the shopping trip. And so, Chen Yang was left in the capable clutches of Song Qing and Lu Yen. Soon, they found themselves in one of Yongcheng's busiest shopping districts. 1 hour later. Chen Yang had transformed into a walking clothes rack, bags of items in both hands as he trailed behind the two chatting girls. I knew this was a trap, he muttered under his breath. Should have stayed at the dealership. If it weren't for his martial artist's stamina, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. As the sun set, Song Qing brought them to one of Yangqing's most luxurious restaurants. Lu Yen looked around wide-eyed, her excitement barely contained. It was the first time she had ever stepped into such an upscale place. When she peeked at the prices, her jaw nearly dropped. "I'll order," Song Qing offered with a smile, noticing Lu Yan's discomfort. "Relax," Chen Yang teased. "You're not paying." After placing the order, Song Qing hesitated for a moment, then looked at Chen Yang. Her tone was unusually quiet. "About tomorrow's party." Chen Yang noticed her unease. "What's wrong?" "It's just a birthday. If there's a problem, maybe I can help." She lowered her voice. "You remember Mo Feng from the hotel, right? I told him you were my boyfriend. He's definitely going to show up tomorrow with a gift and try to make a scene." "You want me to play your boyfriend again?" Chen Yang asked, half laughing. Just for tomorrow," she said, holding up one finger and looking at him with wide pleading eyes. Chen Yang sighed, feigning reluctance. "Fine. It's not like it's the first time." "Really?" Song Qing lit up with joy. She thought he was referring to the incident from the other day, but Chen Yang, with all his experience, wasn't new to playing this role. Lu Yen, who had been silently observing, burst out laughing. Chen Yang coughed awkwardly. "Should I bring a gift then?" "No need. I'll prepare one for you," Song Qing replied quickly. Chen Yang nodded. She had everything planned out, it would be easy for him to just play along. Still, he couldn't help remembering the way her waist had felt when he held her the other day. That soft, electric touch. "Stay focused. You're just helping her out," he scolded himself silently. The next morning, Chen Yang received a call from Uncle Song himself. "Chen Yang," Song Ming said warmly, "I've handled the factory setup. Equipment and raw materials will be ready. Just tell us what you need, and I'll have someone take care of it." "That's a huge help. Thank you, Uncle Song. And I heard from Chinger that you're looking for a residence and company space?" Song Ming continued. "Why didn't you just tell me? We have plenty of properties, you don't have to do it all yourself." "I didn't want to trouble you. And it's not just about me, I have to consider the employees too. Chinger reminded me, so I held off." "Good thinking. I'll arrange everything, office, residence, and even the hiring. My secretary will screen suitable candidates for your company." Chen Yang scratched his head in embarrassment. "Uncle Song, you're too kind. If I refuse, it'll make me look ungrateful." "Haha, it's nothing. And don't forget, it's my daughter's birthday today. You better show up." "Wouldn't miss it for the world," Chen Yang promised. As he hung up, another thought crossed his mind. "Wait, if I'm pretending to be Song Qing's boyfriend today, won't this get awkward in front of Uncle Song? I hope she has a good explanation ready." He let out a sigh, unaware that today's birthday party was going to be far more eventful than he expected.
Since he was attending Song Qing's birthday party, Chen Yang certainly couldn't let Song Qing lose face. Those who can attend Song Qing's birthday party must be some famous people, so he has to prepare a decent suit no matter what. "Lu Yan, accompany me to buy a suit." Chen Yang thought for a while and decided to let Lu Yan accompany him to take a look. After all, women's impressions are much stronger than men's. "Mr. Chen is going to amaze the audience," Lu Yan said with a smile. "You can't let me wear casual clothes. Since I want to act, of course I have to act better," Chen Yang explained. Just when the two were about to go out, the waiter's voice came from outside the door. Chen Yang opened the door, only to see a woman in a casual suit standing outside the door besides the waiter. "Hello, are you Mr. Chen Yang?" The woman spoke. "I'm." Chen Yang looked at the woman suspiciously, not knowing what the other party's purpose was. "I'm the designer invited by Miss Song. I came here to customize a suit for you." Seeing Chen Yang's puzzled expression, the woman explained. "Wow, Miss Song is too thoughtful," Lu Yan said with emotion. Chen Yang didn't expect that someone would come so soon after he planned to buy a suit. "Is there time for direct customization? I remember that it takes a long time for a suit," Chen Yang asked. "Mr. Chen, don't worry, we have a special talent here to customize it for you. Her speed is enough for one day," the woman replied. So powerful, there are still practitioners who make suits. Chen Yang was surprised. However, the world is full of wonders. Considering that there are so many practitioners in Yangchang, it is not so strange that two of them have special talents suitable for making suits. Thinking of this, Chen Yang turned his body sideways to let the woman in. The woman measured very quickly, and recorded all of Chen Yang's measurements in just 10 minutes. "Mr. Chen, your figure is really the most perfect I have ever seen." The woman put away the measuring tool and praised. Because of body training and practicing Dragon Emperor art, Chen Yang's current body proportions have almost reached the perfect golden ratio, and even his height has reached 1.8 meters. Thank you for the compliment. Chen Yang showed a charming smile. Then I won't bother you. Someone will bring the suit over later. The woman went out. Okay, thanks. Chen Yang watched the woman leave, and he didn't know what to do when he was planning to go out. Songqing even prepares the gift he should give himself. He really doesn't know what else to worry about. Mr. Chen, why don't you prepare a gift for yourself? Lu Yan said suddenly. What? Didn't Songqing say to help me fix it? Chen Yang was puzzled. You really don't understand a woman's mind. The reason why she helps you prepare is because she doesn't want you to lose face. But it's her birthday after all. You can't take what she gave you and give it to her. It doesn't make any sense at all. Lu Yan reminded. After listening to Lu Yan's words, Chen Yang felt that he was really careless. Then what gift do you think I should buy? Chen Yang asked Lu Yan for his opinion. Of course you have to think about it yourself. If I give you an idea, wouldn't I still buy it? Lu Yan mischievously left a word and went downstairs to have breakfast, leaving Chen Yang thinking hard on the spot. What should I give? Chen Yang thought about it and didn't know what to buy. There must be no shortage of jewelry on Songqing's body. If he can't find the right jewelry, he will fall into the lower class. How about getting a diamond of tens of carats? Chen Yang thought of it maliciously. With his current ability, it is easy to make a diamond, but it is very difficult to get a natural diamond. Thinking of diamonds, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in Chen Yang's head. Why am I so stupid? Isn't there something ready-made? When Chen Yang thought of that thing, he immediately felt that there was no problem. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a waiter delivered the custom-made suit. Chen Yang opened it and saw that it was a black casual suit. After the upper body, I found that this suit is very close-fitting, and every part can fit tightly on the skin. Because the venue of the party was arranged at the Capitaland Hotel, Chen Yang didn't have to go out in advance. When the evening party started, Chen Yang found a seat in advance to sit down. Many young rich second generations have come to the hotel, including the most powerful sons and daughters of several big families in Yangchang. Songqing sent some important list information to Chen Yang early in the morning, and with his deep learning talent, he could write down all of them with just a glance. There are 5 big families in Yangchang, apart from the Mo family of the Song family, the rest are the Tan family, the Xie family, and the Yang family. Among them, the Tan family is the most powerful. Their old patriarch is the only martial saint in Yangchang, and he also serves as the city lord of Yangchang. Of course, these old guys would not show up at young people's gatherings, but the young master and second lady of the Tan family did come to the party. Soon, Mo Feng also made a high-profile appearance. He looked handsome in a white suit. Brother Mo, are you going to confess your love to Miss Song today? A man who looked dignified patted Mo Feng on the shoulder and smiled. Brother Tan, you guys came so early. Mo Feng turned to look at the man and laughed. Miss Song's birthday is of course coming early. Tan Yu replied. Miss Liu Yi. Mo Feng nodded and greeted a beautiful girl beside Tan Yu. Miss Liu Yi is still as beautiful as a fairy, and I'm afraid you will steal the limelight from today's party. Mo Feng joked. Then how could it be? Who doesn't know that Songqing is one of the 4 beauties in Yangchang? Even I have to avoid her edge. Tan Liu Yi said gracefully. While a few people were chatting, Mo Feng's eyes suddenly found Chen Yang's figure. What's the matter, Mo Feng? Seeing Mo Feng's unnatural expression, Tan Yu followed Mo Feng's gaze. I didn't expect that kid to come too. Mo Feng gritted his teeth. Who is that? Why haven't I seen it before? Seeing Mo Feng facing the enemy, Tan Yu was even more curious. That kid is Songqing's suitor. I've chatted with him twice before. Mo Feng seemed unwilling to talk more. Of course, it was impossible for him to tell Tan Yu that the other party was Songqing's boyfriend. It was for this reason that he urgently wanted to confess his love to Songqing. He was afraid that if he was too late, Songqing would really become someone else's woman. You, Mo Feng, are the eldest son of Yangchang. Are you still afraid of a suitor who doesn't know where? Tan Yu said indifferently. But you have to pay attention to that kid from the Yang family. He seems to be planning to confess his love to Songqing today. Tan Yu pointed to a man in a wine-red suit at the door and said. Mo Feng turned his head to look, and his eyes instantly met with the other person's. The man in the burgundy suit is Yang Minjiao, the second son of the Yang family. His sister and Tan Liu Yi are also known as the 4 beauties of Yangchang, and the last one is Xiaoling from the Xie family. Yang Minjiao found that Mo Feng was looking at him, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. The two fell in love with Songqing almost at the same time, and have been pursuing each other for the past 2 years. It's a pity that Songqing doesn't seem to have feelings for the two of them, so it has been delayed until now. The reason why Yang Minjiao wanted to confess his love today was because he didn't want to wait any longer. He didn't know that Mo Feng had the same thoughts as him. Chen Yang ignored Mo Feng's gaze, he talked and laughed with Zhang Jing. This party is a rare social opportunity for Zhang Jing. If he gets to know a few big princes, it will be much easier for the factory to do things in the future. But Chen Yang didn't have such thoughts. He thought it was enough to make friends with the Song family. Once the liquid was sold, he didn't need to take the initiative to meet others. The heads of other families would come to him. If they don't want to be tempted, unless they have a better spiritual object than Chen Yang, but the probability of this is even lower than winning the lottery. As the party drew closer, the lights in the venue gradually dimmed. Accompanied by the sound of soft music, a slim figure walked from the dark to the center of the stage. All the people in the audience were suddenly silent, and the young masters fell into a daze looking at the beautiful face on the stage. I saw Song Qing wearing a black floor-length dress covered with diamonds of all sizes. Under the light, these diamonds emit colorful sparkle. Her hair was simply coiled behind her head, and a pair of exquisite earrings glistened, making Song Qing's oval face extremely pure and beautiful. Without too much decoration, her appearance can already amaze everyone present. Sister Song Qing really can make all men fall into obsession as soon as she appears on the stage. Tan Laiyi looked at Song Qing on the stage and smiled softly. Everyone, thank you for participating in my Song Qing's 22nd birthday. Song Qing calmly faced everyone's eyes. At this moment, Chen Yang was also conquered by her temperament. With the end of Song Qing's opening remarks, the party officially began. The waiter brought all kinds of exquisite food to the table, and when everyone moved their chopsticks, Yang Minjiao came to the stage with a bouquet of flowers. When Mo Feng saw that the other party had taken the first step, he also got up quickly. Qing'er. Song Qing was about to step down when she saw Yang Minjiao coming to her with flowers. Her face changed slightly. Brother Minjiao. Song Qing nodded gracefully towards the other party. Seeing Yang Minjiao's actions, everyone immediately focused their attention on Song Qing again. Qing'er, there is something I have kept in my heart and have been wanting to tell you for a long time. Today is your birthday, and I want to tell everyone in front of everyone. Song Qing, I like you, can you be my girlfriend? Hearing Yang Minjiao's confession, everyone burst into cheers. Promise him, promise him. I don't know who started booing first, but the whole party scene was assisted by Yang Minjiao. Yang Minjiao couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. With a wave of his hand, a waiter came slowly with a gift box. This is a gift I prepared for you, a 15-carat ruby. As Yang Minjiao's words fell, the waiter opened the exquisite gift box in his hand, and a red gemstone necklace the size of a pigeon egg was presented to everyone. The ladies under the stage looked at the ruby in the gift box with envious eyes. This gemstone necklace is a very rare jewelry in the entire Yangchang, and its price cannot even be measured by money. Just when Yang Minjiao thought he was determined to win, Mo Feng also came to the stage. Qing'er, I really like you. Mo Feng also held a gift box in his hand. He opened it slowly, and looked at Song Qing affectionately. This is a ring that I only found after searching all over Yangchang. Although it is not as big as Yang Minjiao's ruby, it contains -% of the Grand Master's power, and it can resist even a full blow from the Grand Master. Qing'er, you know I will confess your feelings to you in front of everyone. Please be my girlfriend. Seeing Mo Feng and Yang Minjiao confessing their love to Song Qing at the same time, everyone in the audience fell silent. Judging from the gift, although Yang Minjiao's ruby was rare, it had no function. As for Mo Feng's diamond ring, although it is not as bright as the ruby, it can withstand the full blow of the master, which makes it even more precious. Everyone was curious about how Song Qing would choose. No matter whether he chose the Yang family or the Mo family, it would be a good thing for the Song family. Song Qing looked at the two with complicated expressions. Of course she knew that the two had always had other thoughts about her. If it was before, Song Qing might really think about it, but now there is a white figure in her mind, and it was that figure that became her last light when she was most desperate. Thinking of this, Song Qing looked at the two of them firmly. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. Wow. The arms of the two were deadlocked in the air. Although Mo Feng knew the news a long time ago, when he was rejected again, he was still heartbroken. Impossible, how could you have a boyfriend? Why didn't I know? Yang Minjiao stood up abruptly and looked at Song Qing in disbelief, hoping that she would take back what she had just said and tell everyone that it was just a joke. President Chen, it's your turn to play. Near the corner, Lu Yan urged from the side. Chen Yang sighed slightly, and was taken aback when he saw Mo Feng and Yang Minjiao taking the stage at the same time. Seeing Song Qing's complicated eyes, he thought that Song Qing had changed his mind, but he didn't expect that he still chose to reject the two of them in the end. Although I don't know much about Mo Feng and Yang Minjiao, no matter who Song Qing becomes his girlfriend, it is a very good choice. Chen Yang didn't know why Song Qing refused, but since she had already spoken, she still had to continue acting. Just when everyone was shocked by Song Qing's decision, Chen Yang, wearing a black suit, stepped onto the stage in full view and hugged Song Qing's small waist. Sorry, you are a step late. Song Qing is my girlfriend now. Chen Yang looked at the eyes of the two who wanted to tear him apart and smiled. Who are you? Yang Minjiao showed a surprised expression. He thought that the boyfriend Song Qing was talking about was at least someone he knew, but he never thought that he was an unknown boy. Especially when he saw Song Qing holding Chen Yang's arm shyly, his eyes became even more angry. Didn't I say, I'm Song Qing's boyfriend, don't you have long ears? Chen Yang looked at each other with the eyes of a fool. Yang Minjiao felt that he had been greatly insulted. It would be fine if he was the eldest son of another family. This unknown boy who didn't know where he came from dared to snatch the woman he liked. How could he tolerate it? You wanna die? Yang Minjiao's aura erupted from a Hishan, and he was actually in the realm of a martial artist? Mo Feng, who was on the side, also looked at Chen Yang with a cold face. He seemed to be a little happy, and wished that Yang Minjiao would tear Chen Yang into pieces. Yang Minjiao, this is my birthday party. If you want to do something, please go out. Seeing Yang Minjiao's outburst of breath, Song Qing immediately said coldly. When Yang Minjiao saw Song Qing defending Chen Yang, blue veins appeared on his face involuntarily. Boy, let's go out and fight if we have the guts. Why do I have to fight with you? Doesn't being able to become Song Qing's boyfriend mean that I am better than you? At least I should be better than you in chasing girls. Chen Yang did not accept Yang Minjiao's challenge and asked back. Since you are Song Qing's boyfriend, you can't bring nothing with you? Today is Song Qing's birthday. Could it be that you came here empty-handed? Mo Feng suddenly spoke. He knew that Chen Yang didn't have much money, let alone prepare expensive gifts. He just wanted to keep Chen Yang from stepping down. If the things he presented were not as good as the presents from him and Yang Minjiao, he would definitely be embarrassed by then. Chen Yang knew what Mo Feng was thinking when he saw Mo Feng's expression, but it was a pity that he would not get what he wanted. Of course I have prepared the gift, do you think my gift will be worse than yours? Chen Yang smiled. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Song Qing's arms tightened. Although she prepared a gift for Chen Yang, it must be very different compared to Mo Feng and the others, because she did not expect that the two of them would actually take out such a valuable thing, which made her a little unexpected. But Chen Yang's words have already been released. If he takes out the gift he prepared, he will definitely lose face at that time. Song Qing looked at Chen Yang nervously, not knowing what to do. Oh, I'd like to see what you have prepared. It can't even compare to my ruby necklace. Yang Minjiao sneered, and withdrew his breath. Chen Yang chuckled. An exquisite gift box appeared on his right hand at some point. It was the box that Song Qing had prepared for him. Seeing Chen Yang take out the gift box he had prepared, Song Qing didn't know what to do for a while. As long as you have the heart, it doesn't matter what you give. Song Qing took the gift box from Chen Yang's hand and put it away. Why, don't you dare to show it to everyone? Could it be that you only gave a 1-carat diamond? Seeing Song Qing put away the gift directly, Mo Feng couldn't help ridiculing. He believed that Song Qing opened the gift Chen Yang gave her in a bad way. After all, there are not many things that are better than the gifts of the two of them in the whole Yangchang. They want something better. It's okay, open it. Seeing that Song Qing was going to put it away, Chen Yang gave her a reassuring look. Song Qing looked at Chen Yang suspiciously. Did he think the gift he prepared was better than the ruby and the diamond power ring? That's right, Qinger, just open it for everyone to see. After all, everyone is very curious about what your boyfriend gave you, so let us open our eyes. Yang Minjiao said with a strange air of yin and yang. Off the stage, young people from the major families also cast curious eyes. They wanted to see what gifts could be better than those given by Yang Minjiao and Mo Feng. This. Song Qing was in a dilemma. This is really open. Chen Yang will definitely become the biggest laughing stock of the party. Open it, it's okay. Chen Yang saw Song Qing's anxiety. He looked into Song Qing's eyes with firm eyes, as if he was very confident. Seeing this, Song Qing vaguely realized that Chen Yang might have prepared something else. But what can be more precious than a ruby of more than 10 carats? Song Qing anxiously put her finger on the gift box. Her heart trembled, and she opened the exquisite gift box in full view. There was a gap in the gift box, and a strange light suddenly flashed inside. Song Qing was shocked, and as the gift box was fully opened, a dazzling light illuminated the entire stage. What is this? Seeing the light scattered from the gift box, Yang Minjiao and Mo Feng's hearts trembled. It must not be easy to guess what's inside just from the strangeness of opening the gift box. Song Qing also looked into the box curiously, and when the light slowly faded, she finally saw the items in the gift box clearly. This is a very exquisite necklace. A light red crystal clear bead is inlaid in a circle of delicate metal at the end of the necklace. It was this bead that emitted the previous light. What is this? Song Qing asked puzzledly. Although the beads on this necklace were not big, she could feel the strange energy stored in it, which seemed to be somewhat similar to the breath of a ferocious beast. This bead is a 6th level inner alchemy with a spiritual talent, which is condensed under special forging techniques. After being tempered by the master and combined with the hardest metal, this necklace is formed. It is not only a necklace, it is a magic weapon. It can resist the spiritual talent of the master level, and launch a spiritual attack until the user's energy is exhausted. Chen Yang explained gently. The inner alchemy of the 6th order ferocious beast. Song Qing couldn't help opening his mouth. If it was true what Chen Yang said, the value of this necklace would be too great. There are not many inner alchemy of 6th order ferocious beasts in Yangchang, and even if there is, no one would forge it into a necklace, which is too extravagant. Even the Grand Master wished to directly digest and absorb the inner alchemy of the 6th level fierce beast for cultivation, so who would deliberately make a necklace? You're lying? How could you have a 6th order ferocious inner alchemy? This necklace must be fake. After hearing Chen Yang's introduction, Yang Minjiao immediately scolded him. That's right, how precious is the inner alchemy of a 6th order ferocious beast? How could it be used to make a necklace? Chen Yang, I didn't expect you to be full of lies. Song Qing must have been deceived by your rhetoric. Mo Feng followed closely to expose Chen Yang. Yang Minjiao's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. If Chen Yang deceived Song Qing into his favor with sweet words, then as long as Chen Yang was exposed, he would still have a chance. Others also discussed the authenticity of the necklace. After all, what Chen Yang said was too exaggerated. I am afraid that there is no such necklace in the whole Yangchang. How could he, Chen Yang, he'd have it? Could it be that there is a big man at the level of a martial artist behind him? Most people felt that Chen Yang was lying, and they stared at Chen Yang to see how he would explain it. Song Qing also looked at Chen Yang nervously. Although he could feel the beast's aura inside the light red bead, it was a bit exaggerated to say that it was the inner alchemy of a 6th-order beast. Originally, if it was explained that this is just a 5th-order beast, maybe everyone would believe it. Although it was a little worse than the diamond ring Mo Feng gave, it still wouldn't lose face. But now that the big talk has been released, how should it end? Brother Jing, do you think the boss is bragging? Lu Yan asked nervously in the audience. It shouldn't be so. When did you see Mr. Chen talking big? Zhang Jing hesitated. Seeing that almost all the people present were casting questioning eyes, Chen Yang spoke slowly. If you can't get it, it doesn't mean I can't get it. Is this tone of voice jealous of me? Jealous of you? Hehe, I am the son of the Yang family in Yangchang. I would be jealous of you. Yang Minjiao laughed out loud. That's right, you who don't know where you came from, you don't even pay attention to the Mo family. Mo Feng's eyes were cold. If Song Qing hadn't been here, he wouldn't have been able to resist. It's fine if you really test it, why are you in a hurry? How about we make a bet? Chen Yang looked at the two meaningfully and said, Hehe, what do you want to bet on? Yang Minjiao believed himself. What about you, Mo Feng? Do you dare to make a bet? Chen Yang looked at Mo Feng and asked, what am I afraid of? Mo Feng responded immediately. Okay, then the next thing is simple. Aren't you unwilling to let me become Song Qing's boyfriend? This bet is also very simple. If I cheat, I will not be allowed to appear in front of Song Qing from today on. On the contrary, if this necklace is real, you don't have to pester Song Qing anymore. How about it? Dare you? Chen Yang looked at the two of them provocatively. Why don't you dare? I accept it. Yang Minjiao immediately agreed. The bet was fair to begin with. If he disagreed, others would say that he was afraid of the other party. I agree too. I want to see what tricks you can do. Mo Feng snorted coldly. Seeing that both of them agreed to the bet, Chen Yang signaled Song Qing to take out the necklace. Chen Yang's calm expression made Yang Minjiao and Mo Feng's hearts skip a beat, but they still didn't believe that Chen Yang had the ability to obtain the inner alchemy of a 6th-order ferocious beast. Seeing that Chen Yang was so confident, Song Qing picked up the necklace trustingly. How to do? Song Qing looked up into Chen Yang's eyes and asked. It's very simple, you just inject vitality into the necklace like me. Chen Yang took Song Qing's hand and gently placed it on the necklace. With the infusion of vitality, the light red beads on the necklace shone strangely again. Yang Minjiao couldn't help sneering at Chen Yang's serious expression. Just when he believed that Chen Yang was deceiving everyone, a breath that seemed to come from the ancient times suddenly emanated from the necklace. With the strange red light covering the entire party, everyone's brains seemed to be hit hard by a giant hammer. The mental suppression of the 6th-order beast instantly immobilized some people with low strength, and Yang Minjiao and Mo Feng were the first to bear the brunt. Although Chen Yang didn't strongly urge the necklace to attack anyone, Yang Minjiao and Mo Feng still felt that it was difficult to resist, and their bodies even retreated involuntarily. Even if the spiritual power of the 6th-order ferocious beast is only revealed, ordinary people cannot resist it. Under this huge mental suppression, beads of sweat appeared on everyone's foreheads. Now no one dared to doubt the authenticity of the necklace. After all, unless the spiritual power of the 6th-order beast was a master, it would be impossible to imitate it. Feeling the oppressive force beyond the realm, Yang Minjiao and Mo Feng were already at a loss. They didn't expect that Chen Yang's necklace was real. The mental power that was emitted alone made the two of them almost unable to move. This is definitely not something that the mental power of a 5th-order beast can do. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Chen Yang withdrew his energy from his body, and the spiritual power of the 6th-order beast also slowly dissipated. Finally got a chance to breathe, Yang Minjiao and Mo Feng panted heavily. They looked at Chen Yang with a little fear in their eyes. The authenticity of the necklace can almost be confirmed. Chen Yang can take out something that even the master can't give so casually. No matter whether Chen Yang is capable or not, this gift has already overwhelmed them. Yang Minjiao really can't imagine what kind of power is behind the person who can take the 6th-level ferocious beast inner alchemy as a gift. Mo Feng is not stupid either. When the 6th-level ferocious beast spirit power emanates, he knows that he has offended someone who shouldn't be offended. Although Chen Yang's identity is not very clear, it is reasonable for him to be seen by Song Qing now. Mo Feng glanced at Song Qing unwillingly. This time he lost the bet completely, which also meant that he was no longer qualified to pursue Song Qing. Who are you? Yang Minjiao was also unwilling. He stared at Chen Yang, not even knowing the identity of the other party. He had already suffered a fiasco, which was a great shame to him. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Yang, I'm from Yancheng, and I'm currently Song Qing's girlfriend. Chen Yang introduced calmly. Yancheng. Yang Minjiao's pupils shrank. In his impression, Yancheng was a small city. How could there be such a heroic guy? Young Master Yang, does the bet still count? Chen Yang looked at Yang Minjiao and asked with a smile. It's hard to chase after a gentleman's words, this time I'll admit it. Yang Minjiao left without looking back, thinking that he lost to the other party under the watchful eyes of everyone. He felt very angry. Mo Feng didn't have the face to stay any longer, and soon disappeared from the party. Seeing Chen Yang defeating the sons of two big families, Tan Yu's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he became very curious about Chen Yang. Song Qing didn't expect that the final outcome would be like this. Seeing the two sons leaving in despair, he couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. How about it, do you like this gift? Chen Yang looked down at Song Qing and smiled. Song Qing's cheeks blushed immediately, but thinking that this was just a scene played by the two of them, her expression darkened again. Chen Yang, I can't accept this thing. Song Qing was silent for a while and looked up. Today is your birthday. Since it is a gift from me, there is no reason to take it back. If you feel embarrassed, just treat it as my engagement to you. Chen Yang looked at Song Qing seriously and said. Song Qing was taken aback for a moment, and when he saw the other party showing a playful smile, his cheeks blushed even more. Rogue. After all, Song Qing still wore the necklace around her neck. With the necklace, her temperament was even more beautiful and charming. Seeing that everything was similar, Chen Yang let out a long breath. Fortunately, I had looted the secret realm before, otherwise I really wouldn't have such a good thing to give to Song Qing. However, the effect of this necklace was unexpectedly good, and those two guys probably wouldn't dare to play with Song Qing again in the future. Soon, the party officially reached its climax. After this trouble, everyone knew Chen Yang. They came up to toast Chen Yang one after another. Although they still don't know the strength behind Chen Yang, but such a generous move must be a force no weaker than the 5 major families of Yangcheng. It's still the boss who is amazing. Just showing off like this, the upper circles in Yangcheng probably know him. Seeing young people from the major families surrounding Chen Yang, Zhang Jing couldn't help but sigh. If he was asked to make friends with these people, he would definitely not be able to do it within a month. But it only took Chen Yang one night for everyone to take the initiative to make friends with him, which Zhang Jing could not do anyway. Taking advantage of Chen Yang's halo, many people also came up to chat with Zhang Jing, and they inquired about Chen Yang's information from the side. But in the end, apart from knowing that Chen Yang owns the largest company in Yancheng, he didn't know anything else. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Jing got to know many people who can play a role in the future, but the communication attitude between them has undergone a great change. It was supposed to be Zhang Jing trying to curry favor with them, but it turned out that they and Zhang Jing called themselves brothers instead. Brother Yang, your operation just now really admires me. While talking, Tan Yu also came over with a wine glass. Congratulations on becoming Song Qing's boyfriend. If I had known you earlier, maybe I would have pushed my sister to you. Tan Yu congratulated jokingly. Mr. Tan, I have long admired your name. Chen Yang held up his wine glass and replied, Miss Tan. After paying back, Chen Yang nodded to a beautiful woman beside Tan Yu. He was amazed by Tan Liuyi's face in the materials before, but Chen Yang was even more surprised when he saw him in person, because Tan Liuyi was even more beautiful in real life than in the photos. Although Tan Liuyi's attire tonight is not too decorative, his temperament alone is enough to conquer all men. As expected of the 4 beauties in Yangcheng, each one of them is really beautiful. Mr. Yang, I've never heard of your name before. Unexpectedly, I captured Sister Song Qing as soon as I appeared on the stage. You have to know how many people wanted to take Sister Song Qing home, but you took advantage of it. The upper echelons of Yangcheng are probably known to everyone. Tan Liuyi toasted with a charming smile. Haha, thank you Miss Liuyi for your compliment. I'm from Yancheng, so it's normal that Miss Liuyi hasn't heard my name before. Chen Yang explained. I don't know what young Master Yang is doing in Yan City. Tan Liuyi blinked his big watery eyes with a curious expression. Seeing that Tan Liuyi wanted to know his information, Chen Yang smiled slightly. I haven't done anything big. I'm a member of the Yancheng United team. Now I'm running a small company in Yancheng, and now I plan to come to Yangcheng to develop. Chen Yang said modestly. The small company Mr. Yang mentioned shouldn't be small, right? Tan Liuyi smiled. Tan Yu also showed an expression of disbelief. He was able to send out the 6th order fierce beast inner alchemy casually. You tell me it is a small company? Haha, it's just a beverage company. Chen Yang explained. I heard that Yancheng participated in the beast tide defense operation of the glorious base before. As an elite member of the joint team, even if he doesn't have any industry, the identity of Mr. Yang is worthy of our admiration. Tan Liuyi complimented. Haha, it's all as it should be. Although he knew that the other party was just saying polite words, Chen Yang was still a little embarrassed to be complimented like this. Tomorrow, our big families will hold a competition in Xiaomingshan. Are you interested in coming over? Tan Yu suddenly invited and said. Xiaomingshan? What competition? Chen Yang felt that the name was a little familiar, and wondered if it was the same as what he thought. For the race car, only rich men from Yangcheng can participate. Since you choose to develop your business in Yangcheng, there must be contacts in some circles. Tan Yu said. Okay, I'll definitely come over tomorrow. Chen Yang nodded. When it comes to racing cars, although my skills are not very good, I was professional after all when I was a soldier. Even after entering the fire brigade, I drove a fire truck for a while. Coupled with the talent for deep learning and the mental power that is different from ordinary people, it is no problem to control a sports car. Thinking of drag racing, Chen Yang also aroused a man's impulse. After chatting for a while, Chen Yang was finally able to rest. The music of the party gradually eased, and several rich kids stood up with their partners. Chen Yang, do you want to dance? Chen Yang was still curious about what these rich kids were doing, but when he heard Song Qing's invitation, he realized that it was a lyric session. I'm not very good at. Chen Yang said awkwardly. Chen Yang has never learned this kind of high society ballroom dancing, but he has seen a lot of it on TV before. I'll teach you. Song Qing blinked his moving eyes and said. Go go. Lu Yan booed from the side. Seeing that Song Qing had already invited him, Chen Yang would be too embarrassing if he refused. Okay, but don't blame me if I step on you later. Chen Yang said it well in advance. Song Qing stretched out her hand shyly in front of Chen Yang, and Chen Yang took Song Qing's little hand, and the tender feeling made his heart tremble. In order not to embarrass himself, Chen Yang quickly recalled the movements of ballroom dancing in his mind. As the music sounded, he opened up his mental power and imitated carefully. Seeing Chen Yang's stiff movements, Song Qing realized that he really didn't know how to do it. Relax, just follow my rhythm. Song Qing whispered in Chen Yang's ear. Fiery breath hit Chen Yang's cheeks. Chen Yang coughed twice and nodded. Calm down, you can't fall into the gentle village. Chen Yang resisted the impulse in his heart. This fake boyfriend is really hard to be. It seemed that Song Qing's words had an effect. Chen Yang no longer rigidly learned other people's movements, but relaxed his mind and danced to the music. Under the leadership of Song Qing, he quickly found the feeling. Seeing Chen Yang slowly entering the state, Song Qing showed a sweet smile. Soon the song ended, and the two of them kept looking at each other for the last movement. I'm going to drink some water. Seeing Song Qing staring at him, Chen Yang said in embarrassment. He admitted that Song Qing was one of the most beautiful girls he had ever seen, even prettier than Shizuya. Chen Yang was afraid that he would accidentally fall into Song Qing's love network, so he quickly let go and left. Song Qing regretfully felt the warmth remaining in his palm, and stared at the back of Chen Yang leaving with some desolation. Chen Yang is the only boy she has ever been attracted to since she grew up, but God is not good, so she meets the person she likes at the wrong time. I don't know which girl is so lucky. Song Qing complained. Nan said. The party finally ended under the lights, and Chen Yang finally returned to the suite with a sigh of relief after sending Song Qing home. Boss, I think that Song Qing seems to be interested in you. Didn't something happen when you sent the beauty home just now? When Lu Yan saw Chen Yang coming back, he immediately gossiped. Why are you so young that all you think about are inconsequential things? Am I like the kind of person who is in two boats? Chen Yang was angry. Picture. Zhang Jing took the words. Besides, isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Zhang Jing didn't care. Like the bosses of some companies, many of them have 2 or 3 wives, but some big families are more traditional because they don't want to mess up the family. Therefore, the sons and brothers of the big families in Yangcheng and Yancheng will only marry 1 wife. A large reason for this has something to do with the marriage. Marriages in big families are basically well matched. If you marry a second wife, it will be difficult for the original wife's natal family to explain. But Zhang Jing felt that Chen Yang didn't have this problem, and that Chen Yang was so good, he might have more than 1 wife in the future. If Chen Yang knew that Zhang Jing thought so, he would definitely be ashamed. I have nothing to do with her now, so don't think about it. It's time to start working tomorrow, Zhang Jing. Then you go to contact the Song family. Chen Yang changed the subject. No problem. Zhang Jing nodded seriously. Uncle Song has helped us get the factory and equipment ready, and I will leave the rest of the work to you. I hope to see the factory running within half a month. Chen Yang planned. It shouldn't be a problem. If all the equipment comes directly into the field, then only training is needed. After all, Su Rudong has already designed all the formulas, and there will be no problems if he follows the requirements. Zhang Jingxi asked. Oh, I'm going to bed. You guys should go to bed early too. Chen Yang let out a haha and went back to his room. The boss must have that Song Qing in his heart. Seeing Chen Yang returning to the room, Lu Yan whispered. I think it's pretty good. Song Qing is not only beautiful, but also mature. The most important thing is that she is also the daughter of the Song family in Yangcheng. She is a match made in heaven with Mr. Chen. Zhang Jing agreed. But you have to be able to pass the boss's girlfriend. After all, this is not the boss's business alone. Lu Yan was lost in thought. Don't worry about it, love is something you have to follow. After Zhang Jing finished speaking, he also slipped back to his room. Chen Yang listened to the discussion between Lu Yan and the two in the room and shook his head helplessly. Song Qing and Shizuya are the 2 most perfect girls he has ever seen, but the most important thing in his heart is Lu Xin. I haven't practiced for 2 days, so I can't be negligent. Chen Yang put all these thoughts behind him, and quickly entered the state of cultivation after taking a bath. Now the energy in his body has reached a saturated state, and he can reach the pinnacle of a great martial artist with the help of super spiritual liquid. But he didn't plan to break through so quickly, but prepared to settle for a while. The so-called solid accumulation, since he broke through the limit of strength in the realm of martial artist, Chen Yang also intends to break through at least double his limit in the realm of great martial artist. Soon, Chen Yang's heart was completely immersed in the operation of the exercises. Little did they know that there was a girl in Song's house who was lying on the bed at night, thinking wildly. The next day, Song Qing was waiting outside the door early in the morning. How early? Chen Yang opened the door and found Song Qing sitting in the living room with a surprised expression. Aren't you going to visit the factory today? I usually get up very early, so I came here. Song Qing sat on the sofa and said. But Chen Yang saw that the dark circles under Song Qing's cosmetics covered up seemed to refute what she said just now. Chen Yang didn't know what the woman was thinking. Since the other party said so, let her say it as the standard. Boss. Seeing the 2 of them in the living room, Lu Yan gave Chen Yang a meaningful look. Let's go. Go have breakfast, and I will go and see with you later. Seeing Lu Yan thinking too much, Chen Yang didn't bother to explain. Soon after eating breakfast, several people came to the suburbs of Yangcheng under the leadership of Song Qing. This area is along a deep state river, and many large factories are built here. This factory is what my father took care of for you. Song Qing got out of the car and pointed to a factory in front of him. Pepsi. When Chen Yang got out of the car, he saw a huge signboard. Haha, it's interesting. Chen Yang shook his head and followed Song Qing into the room. Hello Mr. Song. Inside the gate, someone was waiting inside. Seeing Song Qing coming in, the leader hurried out to greet him. Boss Lu, hello, the person next to me is Mr. Chen who is here to take over this time. Song Qing introduced Chen Yang. Hello, Mr. Chen. Lu Hui stretched out his hand to show his favor to Chen Yang. Seeing that Chen Yang was young, he had already decided in his heart which son Chen Yang was, so he probably just bought the factory for fun this time. Hello, Mr. Lu. Chen Yang stretched out his hand to hold Lu Hui together. Oh, Mr. Chen, you flattered me. Now that my company is bankrupt, I'm still Mr. Lu. Lu Hui looked sad, but quickly adjusted his emotions. Are you still open? Chen Yang saw that there were still employees in the factory, and they all looked at Lu Hui with an inexplicable emotion. Yes, if you can persist for one more day, you can persist for one more day. If Mr. Chen takes a fancy to this factory, then I can pay them more wages. Lu Hui looked helpless. Hearing Lu Hui's words, Chen Yang looked at him in surprise. Unexpectedly, this Lu Hui is still a very reliable boss, but he doesn't know why the factory's efficiency is not good. You also make drinks. Chen Yang saw that some equipment in the factory was familiar, so he asked. Yes, Mr. Chen. Lu Hui nodded. I see that the equipment in your factory is not bad, why can't you continue to do it? Chen Yang asked. This. Lu Hui seemed to have something difficult to hide. After hesitating for a moment, he said it cruelly. Because I offended an executive of the Yang family before, he used the power of the Yang family to suppress me. Chen Yang nodded thoughtfully. Okay, I've already seen the situation here. The equipment is pretty good, but the decoration is not new enough. What price do you charge, Mr. Lu? Chen Yang asked. 5,000 million. Lu Hui hesitated. So cheap. Chen Yang looked at Lu Hui in surprise. Okay, then it's settled. Chen Yang looked back at Song Qing. Song Qing also nodded. It seems that she is also very satisfied with this factory. Great, thank you Mr. Chen, thank you Mr. Song. Lu Hui was a little apprehensive at first, but seeing that Chen Yang agreed without hesitation, Lu Hui was overjoyed. That. I have a heartless request that I would like to ask Mr. Chen to consider. Lu Hui paused. Any request? Chen Yang looked at him curiously. I would like to ask Mr. Chen not to fire these employees. They are very familiar with these equipments and they are very efficient in doing things. Lu Hui boasted wildly to his subordinates. I promise you. Chen Yang replied without any thought. What? Lu Hui was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect Chen Yang to be so eloquent. Actually, I have been observing the reactions of your employees since I came in. When they knew that we came to buy a factory, their eyes clearly showed their reluctance for this factory. Chen Yang patted Lu Hui on the back. Come on, let's go to the office and talk about it in detail. Lu Hui didn't expect Chen Yang to see that he was young, and his factory had already been clearly seen by the other party. Song Qing didn't make any comments, but she wanted to see what Chen Yang's ability was in this area. She was also a little surprised that Chen Yang made a direct decision. But since she will bring Chen Yang here, it shows that she is also very optimistic about this factory. As for the punishment of a certain high-level Yang family, she is not afraid of the Song family. Mr. Lu, I see that you still have some status in these employee centers. Are you interested in cooperating? Chen Yang sat on the sofa and asked. Mr. Chen, what cooperation do you mean? Lu Hui was a little puzzled. I can see that you are quite good in management, but it is because of the sanctions of the Yang family. I have only come to Yangcheng not long ago. To be honest, I am quite short of people. If you are willing to stay, I can continue to let you manage. Chen Yang threw out an olive branch and said. Really? Lu Hui was taken aback for a moment. Unexpectedly Chen Yang thought so in his heart. But Mr. Chen, can you trust me so much? Lu Hui asked. I'm a good judge of people. Chen Yang believed himself. If there is no problem, just draw up a contract. I will give you 5,000 million, and you can choose to keep it for yourself or invest in the factory. It's up to you. I choose to invest. Lu Hui raised his head and looked firm. Zhang Jing looked at the other party in surprise. It seemed that Lu Hui was not a man who valued money. Song Qing was also a little surprised by Lu Hui's answer. At first, she thought that the other party was just planning to cash out, but she didn't expect to be so determined to regroup. Okay, I plan to invest another $1 million in the construction of the factory, and, by the way, Song Qing, can this land be acquired? Chen Yang asked. No problem, but the price might be a little high, Song Qing said. It's okay, I want all the development rights of this land. Of course, Chen Yang will not only build the so-called underground base in Yanqing, he will open the beverage factory to every city, and build fortresses under each city. However, these fortresses certainly do not have rare metals as outer walls, but they will definitely be useful in the future. In the morning, Chen Yang and Lu Hui settled the contract. Lu Hui holds 20% of the shares and continues to manage employees as the general manager of the factory. As for Zhang Jing, I originally planned to arrange him to be in charge of the factory, but now that there is a suitable candidate, Zhang Jing can continue to do what he is good at. Next, Chen Yang and Lu Hui told each other all about their plans. Knowing that Chen Yang was going to produce a new beverage, Lu Hui hesitated at first, but after Chen Yang took out a Coke and let Lu Hui taste it, his eyes lit up immediately, and he agreed with Chen Yang's point of view. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? It's amazing that drinks can do this. Feeling the gushing of gas in his throat, Lu Hui couldn't help saying excitedly. It was also the first time Song Qing saw Chen Yang take out the Coke. She blinked her eyes curiously. Although he didn't taste the taste, the moment he opened the Coke, the gas came out, bringing Song Qing a different experience. This thing is called soda, and it's actually very simple to make, but it's not easy to imitate the recipe without a little time. Chen Yang introduced. This thing can definitely occupy the market quickly, but we have to worry about other families stealing the formula, so the most critical step must be done by someone you can trust. Chen Yang explained. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I will personally check this part. Seeing Chen Yang take out such a novel drink, Lu Hui also raised his fighting spirit because of the suppression of the Ying family. The beverages he produced have been unable to be sold. In the end, I could only work as an OEM for others to barely maintain the operation of the factory. Now that there is a big killer like Coke, he can be sure that even if the Ying family stops it, it will be useless. Moreover, even Song Qing personally brought Chen Yang over to see it. Although he didn't know Chen Yang, he guessed that Chen Yang's identity must be quite high without delay. After chatting about the details for a long time, several people got up and held hands together. Happy cooperation. Chen Yang shook hands lightly. Happy cooperation. Lu Hui held it heavily, but his expression seemed a lot more relaxed. Boss. Seeing Lu Hui coming out of the office, the employees outside looked at him reluctantly. Boss, are you leaving? An employee stepped forward and asked. I'm not the boss anymore. Lu Hui said with a smile. Boss. Many employees put down their work and looked at Lu Hui with many other emotions in their eyes. Why do they hate you so much? Song Qing couldn't understand. Probably because I gave them a job. Lu Hui remembered that these employees before him were all abandoned bottom-level people before. If he hadn't brought these people together, many of them would have been eliminated by society. Boss, can you not leave? We can work part-time for free, and we should treat it as a repayment for the kindness of the boss back then. An employee suddenly spoke. I would too. With the opening of an employee, the whole factory shouted in unison. Everyone be quiet, please listen to me. Lu Hui found a high place to stand on. Looking at the densely packed employees in front of him, he was a little choked up emotionally. The factory has been sold to Mr. Chen, the young man next to me. Mr. Chen has promised me that everyone can stay and continue to work. In addition, there will be a small increase in wages. He will be your boss in the future. As for me, Lu Hui paused. Seeing that everyone was a little depressed, he showed a happy smile. Mr. Chen showed mercy and let me continue to manage this factory. So I will stay. Mr. Chen gave me this opportunity. Let us welcome the new boss. Thank you, Mr. Chen. As Lu Hui's words fell, the employees thought they had heard it wrong. Boss, are you leaving? Asked an employee in surprise. Yes, your boss will continue to stay here in the future. Chen Yang said. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Cheers came from the factory. Seeing how excited these employees were, Chen Yang understood the importance Lu Hui had in their hearts. Looks like I found a treasure. Chen Yang thought to himself. Next, under the leadership of Song Qing, Chen Yang settled all the specific places and residences of the company. I was busy until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and these things were almost all done. This is still with the help of Song Qing. If they are allowed to discuss it by themselves, they will definitely not be able to get it done in a few days. The location of the company has been selected, and Chen Yang immediately appointed Zhang Jing as the general manager of Yangcheng. It is not Chen Yang's business how to run it in the future. He has given Zhang Jing full responsibility. Brother Jing, are you okay? Chen Yang stood in the office building and asked Zhang Jing. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I will definitely not let you down. Zhang Jing nodded vigorously. Then I'll go to dinner with Song Qing. You and Lu Yan can solve it by yourself. Chen Yang waved his hand and walked into the elevator. It's definitely not an easy meal. Lu Yan raised his head and said. Let's not worry about the boss's affairs. Let's go. After a busy day, we should take a rest. Zhang Jing closed the company door and said haha. Song Qing didn't know when she changed into a wine red tight-fitting dress, and seeing her waiting for her on the road in a red Ferrari, Chen Yang hurried forward. You didn't drive this car out specifically for the evening race, did you? Chen Yang got into the car and asked. Yeah, don't you want to compare with them? I think you don't have a car, so I drove this one out. Song Qing took it for granted. Open it for me. Only then did Chen Yang notice that Song Qing was wearing high heels. Otherwise, let's go to eat first. I know a restaurant that is not bad. Saying that, Song Qing took Chen Yang to a Western restaurant. Although the Blue Star is rampant, it is still very safe above a kilometer. Therefore, a big city like Yangcheng not only has transnational planes, but also has a lot of foreigners and Western restaurants. Chen Yang seldom goes to Western-style restaurants, but some of the food tastes really good. The lights in the restaurant are a bit dim, and there is a candlestick on each table with a few candles lit on it. Miss Song. Just as Chen Yang stepped into the restaurant, a loud voice stopped the two of them. Looking back, Chen Yang found that he was a foreigner. At first glance, Chen Yang guessed that he should be from the United States. "Hello, Smith Lee." Song Qing nodded when he saw the visitor. "Beautiful Miss Song, I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to meet you here. It seems that today is my lucky day." Smith stretched out his hand expectantly, wanting to touch Song Qing's palm. Chen Yang couldn't help feeling a little disgusted in his heart. Although the other party didn't do anything too bad, Chen Yang just didn't want to see this man for some reason. "Thank you, I was also very surprised to see Smith appearing here." Song Qing and Smith shook hands lightly, smiling. "Who is this?" Only then did Smith ask about Chen Yang's identity. "This is my friend Chen Yang. Today I specially brought him here to taste the taste of a Western restaurant," Song Qing said. Chen Yang nodded, not in the mood to get to know each other. Smith also just smiled at Chen Yang. Seeing that he was quite handsome, Smith's eyes flashed an imperceptible disgust. "If you want to taste the special features, please allow me to recommend a few dishes for you. I will help Miss Song order this meal." Smith didn't allow Song Qing to refuse, and sat at the same dining table with Song Qing directly. Seeing Smith's actions like this, Song Qing was a little angry, but was quickly hidden. Chen Yang looked at the other party thoughtfully. It seems that Smith's background is not simple, otherwise Song Qing would not be so polite to him. Seeing Smith sitting opposite Song Qing, Chen Yang had no choice but to sit next to Song Qing. Song Qing also gave up his position very gracefully, and Smith was annoyed when he saw this. "I wanted to embarrass Chen Yang, but I didn't expect the other party to be so thick-skinned and sit with Song Qing so intimately. This is a treatment that even he doesn't have. My friend, it is not proper to sit like this," Smith reminded. "It's okay, I don't mind. After all, his seat is occupied by you. You can't eat standing up," Song Qing said. Seeing Song Qing speak, Smith couldn't say anything more. Smith took the menu, rolled his eyes, and handed the menu to Chen Yang. "Brother Chen Yang, this is your first time here. Please see if there are any dishes you like." Chen Yang glanced at the menu, which was all in English. Seeing Smith looking at him with a smile on his face, he immediately understood that the other party wanted to embarrass him. "Song Qing, look, I'll be in charge of eating." Chen Yang casually handed the menu to Song Qing, looking very relaxed without any embarrassment. Seeing that Chen Yang handed the menu to Song Qing so directly, Smith secretly thought that the other party was shameless. How can you ask a girl to order something like this? Chen Yang doesn't care about the so-called etiquette. Besides, this is huiguo, so what's wrong with ordering food in the way of huiguo even if you order in a Western restaurant? Song Qing quickly ordered a few special dishes, and Smith added 2 more. There was absolutely no embarrassment on his face forcibly joining the table. "Miss Song, I don't know how you thought about the last time." Smith quickly chatted with Song Qing about some things that Chen Yang didn't understand. Chen Yang didn't care either. To him, listening to the two talking was worse than eating. Soon, Chen Yang was left out by Smith. Seeing that Chen Yang couldn't get in the way, he felt a little happy in his heart. Smith came from a big family in the United States. Because Yangcheng and the United States have always had an intersection, Smith's family sent him to Yangcheng. The Song family and Smith's companies have many cooperations, and they mainly research drugs and genes. And there are secret human research experiments on the underground floors of the company, but outsiders don't know about these things. Listening to Smith constantly bragging about how good the new drug developed by his company is, Chen Yang dismissed it. When his spiritual liquid starts to be sold, Smith's company may be in crisis. After all, the effect of ectoplasmic liquid is much better than that of ordinary drugs, and the means of aliens are not comparable to the technology on Earth. Halfway through eating, Smith suddenly put down his knife and fork. "Miss Song, let me give you a piece of piano music." "Oh, you can also play the piano?" Song Qing was a little surprised. "Of course, this is a necessary skill for the heir of a big family," Smith said proudly. After speaking, Smith got up and came to the piano in the restaurant. Seeing Smith go up to play, many people in the restaurant couldn't help putting down their cutlery and looking at Smith. Smith is a relatively well-known figure in the entire restaurant. His piano skills are not the best, but they are almost unrivaled. Seeing him playing it himself, everyone looked curiously at the seat in front of Smith, wondering which girl was so lucky to let Smith play it herself. As the keys flew, crisp sounds rang out in the restaurant. Chen Yang still didn't stop what he was doing. Although the piano sounds nice, it's just background music. And it is impossible for him to put down the knife and fork in his hand for Smith, unless it is almost the same as Song Qing. After a few minutes, the song ends. Xiu heard Lei's warm cheers, Smith smiled with satisfaction, and then turned to Song Qing's seat to perform aristocratic etiquette. Seeing that Chen Yang was unmoved and still eating the delicious food with his head down, Smith couldn't help feeling angry. Others are respectful to him, how can he be like Chen Yang, an idiot who doesn't have any musical ability? "Miss Song, I specially gave you this piano piece. I wonder if you still like it?" Smith asked. "You play very well. I heard that you often play in this restaurant before." I didn't expect it to be true. Although Song Qing didn't like Smith's previous behavior, he still agreed with his piano skills very much. "Miss Song, I have something I have always buried in my heart. Today, I would like to take this opportunity to—" "You've got a few syllables wrong." Chen Yang interrupted Smith's confession. "What did you say?" Smith looked a little embarrassed. If I hear you right, you've mispronounced a few syllables. Chen Yang repeated. Can you play the piano? Smith asked. I do not know. Chen Yang shook his head. Since you don't know the piano, why do you know I played it wrong? Smith looked at Chen Yang with a cold expression. Just because I don't play the piano doesn't mean I can't listen, right? Chen Yang asked back. You can't play the piano, so how can you criticize me? Smith couldn't control his hands. I forgot to tell you, I am a practitioner and my ears are very sensitive. Chen Yang raised his head and stared into Smith's eyes. Smith's heart trembled, the other party just stared at him casually, and he felt like he was being targeted by a poisonous snake. If Mr. Smith is really unconvinced, I can play a song for you. Chen Yang put down the knife and fork, picked up a towel and wiped his lips. Didn't you say you couldn't? Smith said wickedly. Although I won't, it's okay to play one piece. I gave this piece to Ms. Song as well. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he came to the piano. Hey, you're making a fool of yourself. Smith observed Chen Yang's fingers, and it really didn't look like he had practiced the piano. He could conclude that the other party just wanted to show himself in front of Songqing. What Smith didn't know was that although Chen Yang didn't know how to play the piano, he had a talent for deep learning. In addition to his super memory, every part of his body is very coordinated. Coupled with the knowledge of the piano in the previous life, it is no problem to want to play a perfect piece of music. Sitting in front of the piano, Chen Yang echoed the wedding march that he had learned. Although this piece is one of the simplest pieces on the piano, there is no doubt that in that world, this piece is also one of the world-famous piano pieces. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang put his fingers on the piano keys. The piano score in memory then appeared in his mind, and Chen Yang's hands began to move. Sure enough, I can't play it. I've never heard this song before. Smith scoffed inwardly, the intro was so slow, it was like a child playing wildly. The other guests in the restaurant also showed puzzled expressions. They also listened to a lot of piano music, but they had never heard this prelude. Chen Yang ignored everyone's expressions. As his fingers accelerated, everyone's eyes changed from doubt to surprise and then to shock. What song is this? Smith's eyes are no longer ridiculed. Although this piece of music is not difficult, it is obviously not any famous piece in the world. But the strange thing is that this song goes straight to people's hearts. As Chen Yang's fingers kept rising and falling, the hearts of the audience also jumped up and down. 2 minutes later, Chen Yang snapped his fingers, and the piano sound changed accordingly. Another canon was played with Chen Yang's fingertips, and everyone fell into doubts again. Smith's face was ashen. He had never heard of these two piano pieces, but that didn't prevent everyone from liking them. What Smith was afraid of was that these two pieces of music were created by Chen Yang himself. If so, anyone with a discerning eye would know that he lost, let alone Songqing. I wanted to show my unique skills in front of Songqing and confess my love, but Chen Yang disrupted the plan. While Smith was thinking wildly in his mind, the sound of the piano stopped at some point, but the audience felt that the sound of the piano was still hovering back and forth on the beams, as if it had not disappeared. Seeing Chen Yang walking down, Smith finally woke up. Who wrote these two pieces of music? Smith asked quickly. No comment. Chen Yang didn't even look at Smith. Chen Yang, I never thought you could really play the piano. Songqing grabbed Chen Yang's arm excitedly and said. Seeing that Songqing and Chen Yang were so close, Smith hated Chen Yang even more in his heart. Miss Song, I just remembered that I still have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Smith felt ashamed to stay in the restaurant any longer. Chen Yang's last piano skill is obviously much better than his own, and anyone who knows a little bit of piano can hear it. If Smith doesn't leave now, only inexplicable humiliation awaits him. Bad my good, you wait for me. Smith walked to the door of the restaurant and glanced at Songqing unwillingly. This guy is finally gone. Chen Yang said easily. You don't like him either? Songqing asked curiously. Except for foreign beauties, I don't like men. Chen Yang said indiscriminately. Bah, playboy. Songqing said angrily. Where did you learn the piano? Even Smith was mad at you. It seems that the technique is not bad. Songqing asked curiously. I learned it in a dream. Chen Yang replied. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. Hearing what Chen Yang said, Songqing pursed his lips. Haha, I'm self-taught, nothing to be curious about. Chen Yang explained. The dinner ended with the two chatting and laughing. Seeing that the time was earlier than what Ten Yu said, Chen Yang burped. Are you coming? Songqing handed the key to Chen Yang. Why do I feel that your skills should not be bad? Chen Yang said suddenly. I did it once in a while, but it was a long time ago. Songqing explained. No wonder, your car has been modified in many places. If you only run in the city, it is definitely not necessary. Chen Yang took the key and said. With the sole of my foot on the accelerator, I only heard the booming sound of the accelerator, and the red Ferrari flew out like a flame bird. Songqing was taken aback by Chen Yang's actions, but fortunately his body stabilized quickly. Under Chen Yang's control, the Ferrari arrived at the so-called car racing location, Xiaomingshan, half an hour later. At this time, it is still early for the race, and only a small number of people are racing here. Seeing the red Ferrari, several men in the car got off. It's Songqing's car. A man spoke up. I saw it, why is she in the co-pilot? The man in the floral dress was puzzled. The car door opened, and Chen Yang poked his head out. It was a teenager who saw the Ferrari coming down, and they were taken aback. Song Qing also opened the car door at this time. A pair of black high-heeled shoes came into view, and then a pair of long, white, and tender legs stepped out of the car door. Tisk tisk tisk. Song Qing really deserves to be one of the 4 beauties of Yangcheng. The man in the floral dress couldn't help but praise. Would that be the boyfriend at Song Qing's birthday party yesterday? I don't know, I didn't go yesterday. The man next to him shook his head. Cao Wei. Song Qing saw the man in the floral dress in the distance and greeted him. The man in the floral dress also reached out to respond, and just as the two were about to say hello, a black elf drifted towards them from a distance with its brakes on the brakes. Yang Minjiu. Cao Wei was a little surprised when he saw the license plate clearly. The black sports car was parked in the distance, and the owner inside saw that Chen Yang and Song Qing were also here, and his face was a little ugly. Why didn't he come? Cao Wei recalled yesterday's rumors that Yang Minjiu lost the bet and could no longer pursue Song Qing, which seemed to be true. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Minjiu got out of the car anyway. Chen Yang, why are you here? Yang Minjiu said angrily. Why can't I be here? Chen Yang asked back. Could it be that you also want to participate in the competition? Yang Minjiu sneered. I thought about it at first, but seeing that a piece of trash like you can come in, I instantly felt that the level of this competition has been lowered. Chen Yang mocked coldly. Yang Minjiu finally couldn't bear it after hearing this. Under the watchful eyes of everyone yesterday, he was embarrassed to do anything to Chen Yang. But it's different now, there are only a few people here, even if they did something to Chen Yang, no one would know. The only thing he was worried about was whether Chen Yang had a spiritual weapon. If he took out something similar to the necklace made from the inner alchemy of the 6th level fierce beast yesterday, he would definitely not be able to beat it. Thinking of this, Yang Minjiu paused, resisting the urge to step forward. Seeing that Yang Minjiu was suppressed by Chen Yang, Cao Wei was also shocked. Yang Minjiu is the most famous son in Yangcheng, and no one would have thought that he would admit defeat one day. Chen Yang, dare to gamble again? Yang Minjiu asked suddenly. Oh, you want to race with me? Chen Yang felt a little funny. That's right, start from here and go all the way to the top of Xiaming Mountain. Whoever reaches the finish line first wins. Do you dare to come? Yang Minjiu said excitedly. His driving skills are very good. Among this group of drag racing players, he can at least rank in the top 3. The reason why he wanted to make a bet with Chen Yang through this competition was because of his confidence in his driving skills. There are only a handful of people in Yangcheng who can surpass him. What bet? Chen Yang became interested. If I win, you will leave Song Qing forever, and you are not allowed to appear in front of her. Yang Minjiu said harshly. Then I won. If you win, I will see you walking around in the future, come or not. Yang Minjiu shouted. Hearing the bet made by Yang Minjiu, several people present had different expressions. Don't promise him. Song Qing shook his head. She knew Yang Minjiu's strength. If others were fine, he was one of the most powerful drivers in Yangcheng. If Chen Yang competed with him, he would almost 100% lose. I don't really want to promise you. After all, Song Qing is not a bet. Chen Yang refused. What do you want? Yang Minjiu said anxiously. If you really want to compete, I have a suggestion. If you win, I can allow you to pursue Song Qing fairly and justly. If I win, you can walk around when you see me in the future. Chen Yang said calmly. Hearing the new bet proposed by Chen Yang, Song Qing felt that it was not unacceptable. At least there is no loss if you lose, at most there will be an extra mosquito in your ear. Okay, I will do as you say. Cao Wei, you will be the referee. Yang Minjiu said impatiently. Wait, there are still many people who haven't come yet. Cao Wei said that he didn't want such an exciting game to be watched by only a few people. Under Cao Wei's suggestion, they decided to wait for other drivers to come. An hour later, the road at the foot of the mountain was occupied by various princes, and there were at least 30 sports cars by random count. So many people. Chen Yang sighed. Of course, we will organize a Xiaomingshan rider race every month. Tan Yu came over behind him and smiled. Tan Gongzi, you are finally here. Chen Yang smiled and punched, and the arms of the two collided. Song Qing, you're here too. A pink sports car got on and off a young lady with exquisite facial features, but unfortunately her dress was a bit hot-eyed. Wang Yukin, long time no see. Song Qing greeted Taimei happily when she saw her. Why didn't you come to my birthday party yesterday? Song Qing blamed. Oh, I drank too much with a few younger brothers yesterday. I fell asleep until 12 o'clock. I woke up and found that I missed it. I'm so sorry, Sister Song. Wang Yukin apologized with a wicked smile. You haven't been in shape all day. Song Qing said helplessly. This is your boyfriend, right? Wang Yukin only discovered Chen Yang's existence at this time, and hurriedly asked. Song Qing's voice was as quiet as a mosquito. On the contrary, Chen Yang admitted it very generously. Hello, my name is Chen Yang, and I am currently Song Qing's boyfriend. Wow, I finally saw Sister Song's heart. Even Mo Feng and the others couldn't catch up with her. What is so attractive about you? Wang Yukin looked at Chen Yang curiously, not only found that Chen Yang was a bit handsome, but also more temperamental. Maybe I'm better. Chen Yang joked. What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing that Chen Yang was speaking freely, Song Qing beat Chen Yang's arm shyly. Haha, I'm joking. Chen Yang also became playful. Seeing Song Qing and Chen Yang laughing and fighting, Yang Minjiu's face became more and more ugly. How dare you snatch my woman? Yang Minjiao had already planned in his mind how to get rid of Chen Yang, but unfortunately, this matter had to be discussed in a long-term manner, and Song Qing could not find any clues. Soon after, another red sports car drove up, and everyone showed expectant expressions after seeing the license plate clearly. Xiaoling is here too. Wang Yukin was surprised. The red car door opened, revealing a pair of skinny jeans. I saw a refreshing beauty getting out of the car, with a small and slightly pointed white face very delicate, and a pair of cherry red lips that captivated the soul. As the woman got off the car, many drivers cheered. Let's start. Seeing that almost everyone came, Yang Minjiao shouted. Why, you clashed with that guy again? Tan Yu asked. He insisted on racing with me, so I agreed. Chen Yang nodded. Then you have to be careful, his technique is really good. Tan Yu's eyes also showed solemn eyes. Although he didn't know how Chen Yang's driving skills were, Tan Yu felt that Chen Yang had a high probability of losing. Chen Yang, although I have a good impression of you, the competition between you and Yang Minjiao is tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg, and there is no chance of winning. Wang Yukin also interjected. Why? Have no confidence in me. Chen Yang was angry. It's not that there is no information. This is still absolute strength. Do you understand? This competition is not like a race between practitioners. You can't beat someone with good driving skills. Wang Yukin is not optimistic about Dao. It's okay, just be happy. Song Qing didn't care, and said comfortingly. Is it possible that my driving skills are also good? Chen Yang looked at Song Qing dumbfounded. If you really win, I'll give you a reward. Song Qing blushed. Reward? What reward? Chen Yang became interested. You'll know when you're done running. Song Qing didn't say it out, but the reward for looking at his expression might not be easy. Knowing that Yang Minjiao was going to compete with Chen Yang, many racing friends began to make noise with the mentality of watching the excitement. Chen Yang looked around. There was indeed something about Yang Minjiao, and many people supported him. Only Song Qing led some people to support Chen Yang. A drone in the sky patrols the entire uphill track, and if there is anything unusual, it will be notified to the race drivers soon. Don't be too nervous. Seeing Chen Yang getting into the car, Song Qing hurriedly warned him. The red Ferrari drove to the open space facing the uphill driveway, and the window of the green sports car next to it was rolled down, revealing Yang Minjiao's cheek. Should I give you a minute? You haven't even run Xiaomingshan. If you win like this, others will laugh at me for bullying the newcomers. Yang Minjiao provoked arrogantly. In his opinion, even if Chen Yang is given 1 minute, it is almost nonsense for Chen Yang, who is not familiar with the road conditions, to rely on 1 minute to throw himself away. Not to mention 1 minute, even 3 minutes he is sure to chase and kill. Chen Yang made a reassuring expression to Song Qing, and then watched Yang Minjiao make an international gesture. I don't know how high the sky is. Seeing Chen Yang making such an insulting gesture, Yang Minjiao wanted to let the other party go, but now he just wants to shake him so that he can't see the tail lights of the car? So handsome? How dare you gesture to Yang Minjiao? Sister Song, where did you kidnap your boyfriend? Wang Yukin said excitedly. What is abducted? Can you speak? Song Qing knocked Wang Yukin's head off. Ouch, it hurts. Wang Yukin touched her head in pain. How much do you think Chen Yang will be thrown away? Tan Yu asked a man. At least 5 minutes. The man said nonchalantly with a cigarette in his mouth. Others may expect the result of this game, but in his eyes it is already doomed. No matter how good a rookie is, he can't beat Yang Minjiao when he runs Xiaomingshan for the first time. I don't think Chen Yang is like a big talker. Tan Yu didn't know why. Seeing Chen Yang's relaxed expression, he actually had confidence in Chen Yang. Impossible, you don't understand such a simple truth. Unless he has run this way before, he will definitely lose. The man said disapprovingly. I'll find out later. Tan Yu didn't fully agree with the man's point of view. In his eyes, Chen Yang, a young man, must not be simple. The roar of the racing car resounded through the mountain road. Chen Yang felt the sound of the sports car, and the blood in his body began to boil. His driving skills are indeed much worse than those of professional players, but that is when there is no deep learning talent. Now he only needs one glance to understand a profound drifting technique. Combined with his strong mental power, he is no worse than Yang Minjiao. And it's night now. No matter how familiar Yang Minjiao is with the road, his sight will always be blocked. Chen Yang is different. He has the talent of perspective. Even if he is racing in the dark, he can still see the road in front of him clearly. 3, 2, 1, go. As Cao Wei's voice fell, the red Ferrari rushed past the starting point like a wild horse. On the contrary, Yang Minjiao was still standing there silently looking at his watch. This guy. Tan Yu shook his head and looked at the other party helplessly. I didn't expect that Yang Minjiao would actually allow the other party 1 minute. If he is caught up, Chen Yang will really lose face. Wang Yukin said worriedly from the side. Yeah, no. Cao Wei seemed to have seen something strange. What happened? Tan Yu leaned over and asked. Chen Yang's car stopped. Cao Wei turned on his mobile phone, which was connected to the drone camera in the sky, and the entire Xiaomingshan road was clearly visible under the camera. They saw Chen Yang's Ferrari stopped a few hundred meters away. No wonder the whole mountain road was so quiet. They thought Chen Yang didn't dare to drift. 58, 59, 60. Yang Minjiao looked at the time on the strap in his hand, and when 1 minute came, the green sports car rushed straight into the darkness like a sharp sword. It's interesting now. I think Yang Minjaya's expression must be very exciting. The man next to Tan Yu said expectantly. Do you still think that Chen Yang has no chance of winning, brother? Tan Yu asked. Maybe. Tan Jia hesitated. Yang Minjayo stepped on the accelerator to the end, and the roar of the engine in his ear accompanied by the oncoming gust of wind constantly stimulated his brain. Just when he first entered the racing state, a bunch of car lights in front of him surprised him. What are you doing? Yang Minjayo quickly slowed down to dodge. Fortunately, the Ferrari in front stopped by the side of the road. If it was in the middle, Yang Minjayo might not have time to react. The green sports car roared past, Chen Yang lit a cigarette, and stepped on the accelerator without haste. The game starts now. Wow, Chen Yang is so brave, he dared to let Yang Minjayo. Wang Yukin exclaimed as she watched the live broadcast on Cao Wei's phone. When everyone was discussing that Yang Minjayo asked Chen Yang for 1 minute, Chen Yang actually chose to wait for him in front. This courage alone makes other people admire, even if they really lose, they are still courageous. Yang Minjayo's heart was very complicated at this time, and his self-confidence that he was proud of was actually shattered by the other party in this way. Now it's not him letting Chen Yang, but Chen Yang letting him. Especially when he saw Chen Yang lighting his cigarette unhurriedly when passing the Ferrari, he couldn't help but burst into flames on his head. Why do you dare to ignore me like this? While Yang Minjayo was still struggling with Chen Yang's actions, a beam of high beam lights from behind shone on Yang Minjayo's rearview mirror. What? How is this possible? Yang Minjayo broke into a cold sweat from fright. When he overtook Chen Yang, the other party was still lighting a cigarette. In just 3 minutes, the other party had already overtaken him? Is he crazy, driving so fast? Isn't he afraid of falling under the cliff? Yang Minjayo heard the ferocious roar from the Ferrari hood, and as Chen Yang stepped hard, the Ferrari's speed had reached 220. Catch up, catch up. Wang Yukin jumped up excitedly. Song Qing also had some suspicions that he was dazzled. It was the first time for Chen Yang to come to Yangchang. How did he manage to run so fast? Had the darkness not affected him in any way? In the green sports car, Yang Minjayo's face was ashen. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he stepped hard. As Xia Mingshen's car god, he would never allow himself to be overtaken by a rookie. The speed of the green sports car was stretched to the extreme, running at a speed of more than 200 yards. This is undoubtedly a race against death. Of course, Yang Minjayo is sure that he can survive even if he accidentally rushes off the cliff. This is because of this kind of courage, he has put everything aside. I thought I had an absolute advantage, but Chen Yang's manipulations brought him tremendous pressure. Before the game, Chen Yang's 1-minute declaration was reduced to ashes. Yang Minjayo decided to try his best to finish the game. He would never allow himself to fail. Although I don't know why Chen Yang can drive so fast on an unfamiliar road, Yang Minjayo can't control that much anymore. He can only regard Chen Yang as an equal opponent now. Seeing Yang Minjayo's speed increase, Chen Yang popped the cigarette butt out of the window. That's what's interesting. The accelerator was pressed again, and soon came to 240 yards. This kind of speed is very difficult to control at high speeds, let alone curved mountain roads. Seeing a sharp turn ahead, Chen Yang used his hands and feet together, the handbrake made a squeaking sound, and Ferrari's buttocks made a perfect arc. Ong! The speed of the car reached the extreme again, and Chen Yang was only tens of meters away from Yang Minjayo. So fast. Yang Minjayo saw the whole process of Chen Yang's drift just now, and he swung through that sharp turn in less than 2 seconds. Even he couldn't do it at this speed. How could it be so fast? I don't believe it. Yang Minjayo absolutely tried every means to block Chen Yang's way. As long as he manipulated well, Chen Yang would not even try to overtake him. The distance between Chen Yang and Yang Minjayo was getting closer and closer. Seeing that Yang Minjayo had tightly sealed off his overtaking space, Chen Yang snorted coldly. You want to block me? I'm not as familiar with this lane as you, but I also have an advantage that you don't have. In another 2 minutes, there is absolutely no way for you to stop me at that corner. Chen Yang's eyes were already fixed on a downhill 1 kilometer away. It was one of the few downhills in Xiaomingshan, and it was also the downhill most prone to car accidents. But at this time, in Chen Yang's eyes, this bend was the only place where he could easily surpass Yang Minjayo, and once he succeeded, it would definitely shock everyone. They are approaching the corner of death. Yang Minjayo slowed down. Cao Wei brought a notebook from somewhere and projected the picture on it, and everyone could see the fierce battle between the two immediately. Chen Yang is still accelerating. It's over. He didn't know there was a sharp turn there. Seeing that Chen Yang's speed was not slowing down, Cao Wei knew something was wrong. Hurry up and notify him in the headset. Cao Wei hurriedly shouted to Song Qing. If it was later, the car would crash and people would die. Chen Yang, can you hear me? There is a sharp turn in front of you, and you must slow down there. Song Qing shouted in the headset. I know. Chen Yang's calm voice came from the other end of the earphone, but his speed did not decrease, but was faster than before. A huge roar resounded through the valley, and the Ferrari under Chen Yang's feet was brightly lit, piercing the darkness ahead. This guy, want to die? Yang Minjayo was anxious. Seeing that the other party was turning sharply 100 meters ahead, his heart sank and he stepped on the brakes in a hurry. Shabai, if you don't slow down here, you're done. Yang Minjayo passed the sharp turn quickly, only to hear a click, and the red Ferrari rushed through the sharp turn without guardrails and floated in the air. 1. Yang Minjiao was excited, but Chen Yang was indeed a very strong opponent. If it wasn't for the other party's unfamiliarity with the road, it would be hard to say who would win in the end. It's over. Everyone who looked at the computer screen held their breath, and felt sorry to see Chen Yang's car flying out of the curve. There was still a chance to surpass Yang Minjiao, but because he didn't slow down, he lost the qualification directly. Song Qing almost cried out, but thinking that Chen Yang could even send out the inner alchemy of the 6th level beast at will, it should be fine even if he fell. Chen Yang is a cultivator, so he shouldn't die from the fall, right? Wang Yukin asked Nanyo. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the red Ferrari like a flying elf piercing through the darkness and landing heavily on the road ahead. Hiss. Everyone took a sharp breath. This road is the only curve where you can see the opposite road. When the sports car speeds up to the extreme, it can indeed rush to the opposite side. But even professional players dare not do this kind of operation. Why would Chen Yang dare? Is this a coincidence or premeditated? If it was planned long ago, why would he dare to make such a bold decision in the dark? What? 1 second before Yang Minjiao was congratulating himself for his victory, but the next second Chen Yang's sports car miraculously landed in front of him. Impossible. Yang Minjiao looked at the taillights of the car that were getting farther and farther away, as if he had lost all his dignity. I actually lost. The finish line was just a few kilometers away, and Yang Minjiao knew that he would definitely not be able to surpass him. Even though he was very familiar with Xiaoming Shan, he still lost to him. His driving skills over the years turned out to be worthless in the eyes of the other party. Win. Cao Wei stood up fiercely and let out a scream. This is not just a game victory, but also an almost miraculous teaching? Xiaoling also shouted in surprise from the side. She thought that Chen Yang would not be able to win the victory no matter what, but she never thought that the final outcome would be like this. Chen Yang won, Sister Song, Chen Yang actually won. Wang Yukin's eyes exuded a look of worship. Don't shake me, I know. Song Qing was dizzy from being shaken by Wang Yukin. I've decided, I want to pursue Chen Yang. Wang Yukin shouted suddenly. What? Song Qing thought she was hallucinating, but she didn't realize that Wang Yukin was not joking until Wang Yukin made another statement. You want to grab my boyfriend? Song Qing didn't understand Wang Yukin's behavior. Do you remember what I said before? I want to marry Xiaomingshan's car god. And now, Chen Yang is the car god in my mind. Song Qing almost vomited after listening to Wang Yukin's words. She had no memory of when this happened. Sister Song, let's each rely on our abilities. After Wang Yukin finished speaking, she got into her sports car and drove towards the top of the mountain. Hey, Wang Yukin. Seeing Wang Yukin running towards the top of the mountain, Song Qing felt a sense of crisis. I announce that tonight's carnival begins now, everyone go. Following Cao Wei's order, the other drivers also dispersed and drove their sports cars towards the roof. Will you take my car? Seeing that Song Qing's car was driven away by Chen Yang, Cao Wei took the initiative to say, thank you. Song Qing hurriedly got into the car and urged Cao Wei to start. Sit down. Cao Wei stepped on the gas pedal to the bottom, and the car rushed out in an instant. At this moment, Chen Yang didn't know that he had become Wang Yukin's idol. When he saw Yang Minjiao who had come late, he looked at him calmly. Remember the bet? Chen Yang took out the lighter and said, don't worry about it. Yang Minjiao looked at Chen Yang angrily. Why he was always defeated by Chen Yang? It felt as if Chen Yang was sent by heaven to deal with him. Whatever you think in your heart, if you let me see you approaching Song Qing in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Yang exhaled a puff of smoke ring. After finishing speaking, Chen Yang turned around and looked at the flashing car lights down the mountain. The car racing had already started. Okay. Amidst the roar of the engine resounding through the valley, Chen Yang suddenly heard a crackling sound. With the sound of stones rolling down, Chen Yang felt something was wrong. Yang Minjiao soon realized that there was something strange about his surroundings. The ground under his feet was trembling slightly. As the trembling became more frequent, the mountain seemed to be splitting. What happened? Song Qing watched as the rocks above his head continued to fall, and even some small stones hit the glass window, causing cracks everywhere on the front windshield, severely obstructing his vision. I don't know, turn around. Don't go up. Cao Wei shattered the front windshield with a punch. Without the glass, he could see better, but the oncoming wind resistance would be greater. After finally turning around, under Cao Wei's command, many vehicles drove down the mountain. There was a loud sound coming from the valley, but fortunately Cao Wei's sports car was behind, so he could turn around faster. What? A scream came from the foot of the mountain. Chen Yang moved his ears, and heard the voice of that little sister. Chen Yang quickly turned on the perspective talent to check, and saw a huge boulder blocking the front of Wang Yukin's sports car. Because of the high speed, Wang Yukin's sports car hit the boulder. Because of the protection of vitality, Wang Yukin was not injured, but more stones fell from the mountain. If no one rescued her, she would be buried in the valley by the stones. Seeing this, Chen Yang put the Ferrari into his space pocket, and then jumped directly from the top of the mountain. Oh. Wang Yukin was trapped in the car. She kicked the car door open, and just as she was about to escape, a bigger rock fell from the top of the mountain and hit the car roof. Wang Yukin was only a great warrior. Facing the huge stone, there was no strength to stop her, and her whole body was immediately crushed in the sports car. Wang Yukin spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at the top of her head in confusion, not knowing why she was hit. The consciousness in her mind was gradually blurred, and she could no longer think about what happened. She only knew that she was about to die. Yukin, hold on. When Chen Yang's voice came, Wang Yukin's gloomy eyes became brighter again. Be careful. In Wang Yukin's eyes, another boulder quickly enlarged, and just as it was about to hit the sports car, an arm easily blocked it. It'll be fine right now. With Chen Yang's arm, he pushed the boulder tens of meters away. Seeing Wang Yukin trapped in the car, he signaled the other party not to worry. Crack. The sports car was torn apart by Chen Yang with his bare hands, and Wang Yukin was carried out of the car with his strong arms. Wang Yukin groaned in pain. It turned out that the wound pressed by the boulder was accidentally involved again. Are you okay? Chen Yang quickly injected Yuan Li into the opponent's body. With the help of the majestic Yuan Li, Wang Yukin's wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Be patient, it may hurt a little. Chen Yang turned on his talent of perspective and looked at Wang Yukin's injured part, only to see that the opponent's thigh had multiple fractures, and as Chen Yang exerted force, the fractured part was pulled back by him. Take it easy. Wang Yukin was so painful that cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and it took a long time before she relieved a little. Chen Yang, why are you here? This mountain is about to collapse, run away. Wang Yukin saw that the rocks on the top of the mountain kept falling, but even if they hit the top of the head, they were stopped by an invisible barrier. Chen Yang looked at the top of the mountain unhurriedly. With his talent for perspective, he could see the middle of the mountain clearly. Chen Yang frowned, because he never expected that the middle of the mountain would burst open. Unless there is a super earthquake, this is impossible. I'll send you down first. Chen Yang picked up Wang Yukin and jumped directly down the mountain. With Wang Yukin's scream, their bodies fell from the mountain. Wang Yukin didn't dare to open her eyes. The distance from here is more than 600 meters. Even a martial artist would have to think about jumping down for a while, but Chen Yang didn't hesitate at all. The falling wind poured into Wang Yukin's nostrils, making it difficult for her to speak even if she wanted to. Seeing Wang Yukin closing her eyes and letting the wind blow her hair, Chen Yang opened up his magnetic force field, and soon the falling speed of their bodies slowed down under the action of the magnetic force, and then they landed on the ground smoothly. It's safe. Chen Yang supported Wang Yukin and said. Wang Yukin couldn't help shaking her eyelids when she heard Chen Yang's words, and it took her a long time to calm down and open her eyes. It's really safe. Wang Yukin looked at everything in front of her in disbelief. She didn't know how Chen Yang did it, and she didn't even get hurt at all. Chen Yang. Wang Yukin was still in a trance, but Song Qing had already run over. Are you all right? Song Qing looked at Chen Yang worriedly, and saw Wang Yukin leaning on Chen Yang with a subtle expression on his face. We're fine. After Chen Yang answered, he looked at Xiaomingshan. In the past 10 minutes, Xiaomingshan had collapsed by 1/3. Fortunately, the others left earlier and were not harmed for the time being. However, there was another person on the top of the mountain, and that was Yang Minjiao. He did not leave the top of the mountain immediately, but looked into the split valley. Fierce beast. Yang Minjiao vaguely heard a roar coming from down the valley, and as the sound got louder, so did the vibrations on the ground. Yang Minjiao guessed that there was a high-level ferocious beast breaking out of the ground under this valley, and before long, the entire valley would collapse because of the power of this ferocious beast. Chen Yang also heard the voice of the beast, and he frowned. Some puzzled. Why are there fierce beasts here? What did you say? Song Qing didn't hear clearly. Come on, it's not safe here. Song Qing urged. You take Wang Yukin away first. Chen Yang pushed Wang Yukin and said. At this time, Wang Yukin looked at Chen Yang with admiration, like a nympho. What are you doing? Seeing that Chen Yang didn't intend to leave, Song Qing asked quickly. Eliminate the beast. Chen Yang exerted all his strength on his legs, and his whole body floated in the air. So handsome. Wang Yukin completely forgot that she was in a dangerous situation, and Song Qing dragged her away angrily when she saw her appearance. I thought this chick was just joking, but why did she feel like she was playing for real? I don't want to go, I want to wait for him here. Wang Yukin was dragged away from the spot by Song Qing. Although she kept struggling, under Song Qing's strength, Wang Yukin was pulled away like a child. What's going on? Where are Chen Yang and Yang Minjiao? Seeing Song Qing coming back, Tan Yu hurriedly asked. Chen Yang went up again, and I don't know about Yang Minjiao. Song Qing shook his head worriedly. Why is Xiaomingshan suddenly like this? Could it be that there are secrets in it that we don't know? Cao Wei thought there was some treasure in the mountain, otherwise how could there be such a big commotion? I don't know, let's just go in and leave. I don't know what happened inside now. If we are not careful, there might be an accident. Song Qing persuaded. I also suggest that everyone leave first. Xiaoling also spoke. Then what about Yang Minjiao? If something happens to him, the Yang family will not let us go. Cao Wei hesitated. It's no wonder we don't come down by himself. Let's go first. I've notified the joint team just now. I believe it won't be long before we come over. A man hurriedly said that he felt that there seemed to be some danger in the valley, and if he did not leave, he might be involved. While several people were discussing, the ground shook violently. All the trees in the distance collapsed, and as the speed became faster and faster, they finally found a crack attacking everyone. Run. Xiaoling had sharp eyes, and wanted to see what was going on, but when she saw that the ground was all cracked, she quickly got into the car and started the engine. Tan Yu, take Wang Yukin with you. Song Qing hurriedly pushed Wang Yukin over, and got into Cao Wei's sports car himself. What should Chen Yang do? Wang Yukin asked quickly. He'll be fine. Song Qing thought about the strength of the great martial artist Chen Yang, so this question should not trouble him. Under the valley, the ground cracked, and a huge worm broke out from the ground. Yang Minjiao on the top of the mountain realized that he had to escape at this time, but the way down the mountain was completely blocked by boulders. If he wanted to go down, he could only take the risk and leave along the cliff. He hurriedly searched for a way to leave, but he didn't know that the giant worm had completely hollowed out the foundation of the entire mountain, and as it broke through the ground, the entire mountain collapsed. Chen Yang was suspended in the air. He looked at the worms in the valley with a surprised expression. Check the talent. Monster, the Worm Lord. Bloodline, Top Worm Bloodline. Cultivation Realm, Tier 6. Power, 6,943 tons. Cultivation Talent, Intermediate Comprehension. Special Talents, Strength, Intermediate Perception, Strength Field, Low Level, Speed, Low Level Perception, Super Speed Force, Low Level, Devouring, Spiritual Level, Earth Element, Spiritual Level. After seeing the talent of this ferocious beast, Chen Yang felt a little lucky. Fortunately, the place where the Worm Lord appeared was Mingxia Mountain. If he appeared directly in the center of the city, how many people would die after this movement? Chen Yang looked around the mountain to see if there were any survivors, and saw that Yang Minjiao was buried in the soil because of the collapse of the mountain, but it should be fine for a while. If you can survive, count your life. Chen Yang didn't intend to rescue the other party, since death had nothing to do with him anyway. The Worm Lord had already crawled up from the ground. It raised its head and opened its mouth full of teeth and roared towards the sky. Chen Yang snorted coldly, and all the energy in his body had been gathered in his hands. Tiger Brilliant Fist. Yuan Li formed a huge phantom of a white tiger behind Chen Yang, and the Worm Lord felt threatened and immediately looked at Chen Yang. It wasn't until then that it realized that there were humans preparing to attack itself. It didn't care much at first, but when Chen Yang used the power of a Grandmaster, the Worm Lord realized something was wrong. The field of strength unfolded, and the Worm Lord activated the talent of the Earth Element. When Chen Yang's fist hit halfway, an indestructible earth wall blocked his way. Break it for me. Chen Yang didn't stop, but directly blasted towards the earth wall. Under Hu Wang's fist, the earth wall trembled violently as if hit by a missile. Okay. Although Chen Yang punched a big hole in it, the earth element quickly filled it. Spirit level earth element, it's a bit interesting. Chen Yang teleported to avoid the block of the dirt wall. Since the opponent's dirt wall couldn't be hit with a single punch, he just avoided it in the simplest way. Seeing Chen Yang's body appearing inside the earthen wall, the Worm Lord was taken aback for a moment. It clearly felt that Chen Yang disappeared at a certain moment. A strange yellow energy covered Chen Yang's side. Under the blessing of the power field, Chen Yang vaguely felt himself trapped in a strange fence. Sure enough, the Worm Lord saw that Chen Yang was wrapped in yellow energy, and with a long roar, the entire space of yellow energy suddenly solidified, turning into a huge ball in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Chen Yang was trapped in the earth element ball by it, the worm seemed a little happy. It opened its mouth wide, and its devouring talent sucked the earth element ball in. Its mouth sucked all the surrounding energy into its stomach like a black hole. On the top of the mountain in the distance, a man in black watched all this quietly. If you dare to kill my son, you will all be buried with him. Seeing the appearance of the Worm Lord, the man's expression became extremely cold. The day before yesterday, when he learned of the news of his child's death, the man searched for all the clues, and finally learned from a group of security guards that his son had left the city. Soon the man locked on the person who came back from outside the city that day, and the city gate guard told him to watch Song Qing go out with his son, but in the end only Song Qing came back alone, and his son disappeared. That's right, this man is Hu Ran, Woody's father. Although the Hu family is not a very big family, Hu Ran also has the strength of an elementary master. After learning of his son's death, a strange man appeared beside Song Qing, and Hu Ran knew that this strange boy was probably the cause of his son's death. In the end, the men locked their targets on Chen Yang and Song Qing. No matter from which point of view, only they had the possibility of killing Woody, because Song Qing was the last person who saw Woody. Hu Ran knew that it was very difficult for him to kill Song Qing in Yangchang. In order to avenge his child, he immediately made a seemingly crazy plan after learning about the car friends tonight. That is to seduce a 6th-order ferocious beast to attack Xiaomingshan. Hu Ran's special talent is called emotions. He can control everyone's emotions. The lower the realm, the easier it is to control. Although the Worm Lord was difficult to control, it was very easy for Hu Ran if it was just to irritate the other party. Under his special talent and calculation, the Worm Lord finally chased him to Xiaomingshan. Although there was an accident in the middle, Song Qing was not killed, but Song Qing is almost alone now. After locking onto the sports car Song Qing was sitting in, Hu Ran disappeared in place. The sound of Chen Yang's confrontation with the Worm Lord before reached Song Qing's ears. Song Qing looked in the rearview mirror and saw a huge beast in front of him. What it is? Song Qing looked at the blurred rearview mirror in puzzlement. She wanted to take a closer look, but the sports car kept shaking, and all the trees beside it collapsed and pressed against the sports car. Damn it! Seeing that the road ahead was blocked by a tree horizontally, Cao Wei looked a little ugly. Get out of the car, you can't get through here. Cao Wei stopped the car, and saw the aura of a sixth-order beast coming from the mountains behind. His face was shocked. Song Qing glanced at the back worriedly. No wonder Chen Yang was unwilling to leave. It turned out that he had known for a long time that there was a sixth-order beast in the valley. Don't be in trouble. After Song Qing prayed, he quickly followed Cao Wei and ran away from the side road, but he didn't know that his actions were all seen by Hu Ran in the dark. Although you destroyed all the evidence, you can't lie to me. Since my son was destroyed by you, you should also be buried with him. Seeing that the opportunity was ripe, Hu Ran saw that there were not many people on the road now, and it would definitely be unrealistic to rely on the Worm Lord to kill Song Qing, so he had to do it himself. While running, Song Qing felt a crisis behind him. She quickly turned around and lowered her head to dodge. A big knife flew over her head. Feeling the strangeness behind him, Cao Wei also reacted. He quickly looked behind, and there was a man in black standing on the road. You made the trees around here. Cao Wei instantly connected the fallen tree next to him with the other party. From the other party's eyes, it can be seen that he seems to have a murderous intention. Who are you? Why did you throw the knife at us? Song Qing felt great pressure. She felt that the other party was not as simple as a great martial artist. Song Qing, you killed Woody, right? Hu Ran slowly approached the two of them, and Song Qing was startled when he saw the man's face clearly. Uncle Hu, why are you here? You haven't answered me yet. Hu Ran stared at Song Qing's every move. Woody is dead. Song Qing nervously made a surprised expression, but it looked so awkward to Hu Ran. Hehe, I'm afraid you don't know what my special talent is. Hu Ran didn't need Song Qing to tell the truth. He could feel whether she was lying through the other party's emotions. Sure enough, it has something to do with you. If this is the case, it means that I have found the right person. Hu Ran's figure disappeared in place, Song Qing's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly mobilized his vitality into the necklace around his neck. Oh. Hu Ran's body suddenly fell to the ground. He looked at Song Qing in pain. His mind was churning like a storm. What is this? Hu Ran looked at the light red light on Song Qing's neck in horror. It was the light red light that forced him back suddenly. Even his head seemed to be hit hard. Seeing that Hu Ran was forced to retreat by the necklace, Song Qing didn't even have time to catch his breath to run away. Although I don't know how many times the necklace Chen Yang gave me can be used, but the less the better. Song Qing knew very well that Hu Ran was a junior master, and it was precisely because of his master's strength that his father did not object to his aunt being with Huan. He didn't even think that one's choice to contact the Song family was not because he really liked his sister, but to poison and take everything from the Song family. Seeing Song Qing's back getting further and further away, Hu Ran finally adjusted his mental state. The unexpected mental storm just now wounded the unsuspecting Hu Ran's soul. If it wasn't for Song Qing's lack of strength, this blow would have made Hu Ran lose his ability to pursue. But now that Hu Ran is on guard, it will not be that simple to have a miraculous effect next time. The master's speed was so fast, although Song Qing was allowed to escape for a few minutes, Hu Ran quickly caught up. It's a bit far from the city, even if it takes half an hour to drive, let alone run with vitality. Seeing the oppressive feeling on Hu Ran's body again, Song Qing quickly used the necklace again. The spiritual power of the ferocious beast in the necklace suddenly rushed towards Hu Ran, but unfortunately this time Hu Ran was prepared. He concentrated his mental power to resist, and managed to withstand the blow. Hu Ran stared at the necklace on Song Qing's neck and laughed. Good stuff, little girl, I want it. Hu Ran rushed towards Song Qing from the side. Song Qing's face was pale, so he had to use the necklace again to resist. After activating the necklace one after another, the vitality in Song Qing's body quickly bottomed out. After the third use, there was no extra energy to activate it again. Feeling that the vitality in Song Qing's body bottomed out, Hu Ran laughed fiercely. I'm out of energy, I'll see how you stop me next. On the other side, Chen Yang was trapped by the Worm Lord in the boulder formed by the earth elements. With the talent of devouring, he felt an irresistible resistance. Seeing Chen Yang struggling under the attack of the earth element, the pupils of the Worm Lord emitted a strange light. You don't think this can trap me, do you? Chen Yang let out a cold snort, and the field of strength expanded. He suddenly exploded with Yuan Li, and the boulder immediately exploded. Long Huang Fist. Long Li and Yuan Li formed a phantom of a golden dragon behind Chen Yang, and all the surrounding Yuan Qi gathered around Chen Yang. I'm broken. Tens of thousands of tons of force smashed towards the Worm Lord's big mouth, only to hear a huge impact, and Chen Yang's tens of meters long body was blown away by a punch. Green blood spilled into the air, half of the Worm Lord's teeth were shattered by Chen Yang's punch. Copy talent. The moment his fist touched the Worm Lord, the opponent's talent poured into Chen Yang's body. The Worm Lord's body hit the ground heavily, and he looked at Chen Yang in horror. Before, he obviously felt that the human being in front of him was not very strong, but why his physical strength suddenly became so fierce, even reaching the peak of 6th order strength. The Worm Lord had the idea of evacuating, so he got up and immediately went underground. Want to run? Chen Yang raised his right hand and snapped his fingers in the air. Under Chen Yang's control, the ground below instantly trapped the Worm Lord's body. This move was the same as the Worm Lord's move. The Worm Lord felt the land around him compress his body into a ball, and he quickly manipulated the earth element in his body to fight back. Weaken. Chen Yang's special talent covered the Worm Lord, and then his mind force dug the Worm Lord's huge body out of the ground. Seeing himself on the ground again, the Worm Lord felt life-threatening. It really doesn't understand why this boy has so many tricks. It wants to break free from Chen Yang's control, but under the weakened talent, its own earth element is completely restricted. The Black Emperor sword appeared in Chen Yang's hands. This was the first time he used the Black Emperor sword. Dragon power was poured into it, and the Black Emperor sword emitted bursts of dragon chant. Chen Yang felt the excitement of the Black Emperor sword. He clenched the Black Emperor sword and slashed at the Worm Lord. Let this sixth-order ferocious beast become your first soul to die under the sword. The Black Emperor sword emitted a strange black light that enveloped the Worm Lord's body without any hindrance. The Worm Lord's head was cut in two by the blade of the Black Emperor sword. The Worm Lord watched his body fall unwillingly. Feeling the disappearance of the Worm Lord's breath of life, Chen Yang waved his hand and put the corpse into his space pocket. Just when he was about to take a rest, Song Qing's scream came from a distance. Although the distance is far away, Chen Yang, who has a super sense of pitch, can still clearly feel Song Qing's situation at this time. Court death. Chen Yang's body disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, Hu Ran's palm was already grabbing towards Song Qing. Song Qing looked at Hu Ran in despair. Cao Wei just received Hu Ran's slap and fell unconscious. Now she is really helpless, there is no other way. Song Qing thought of mobilizing the vitality in her body, but there was no reaction at all after the weak vitality was injected into the necklace. She closed her eyes and accepted the fate of death. Don't be afraid, there is still me. A familiar voice rang in Song Qing's ears, and Song Qing opened his eyes in surprise. At some point, Chen Yang's body actually blocked her. Chen Yang, run. He is the master, and he is here to seek revenge from you. As soon as the words fell, Hu Ran's big hand had already come in front of him. He didn't know how Chen Yang suddenly appeared without him noticing, but he didn't care anymore. With this palm, the opponent would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Oh. Chen Yang also raised his arms to meet the opponent, clapped his palms together, and a violent energy storm hit. Okay. Hu Ran looked at Chen Yang in surprise. For some reason, this palm seemed to be slapped on steel, and the opponent remained motionless. Song Qing saw that Chen Yang had actually received Hu Ran's slap, and her mouth opened slightly. In her opinion, Chen Yang was just a great martial artist. How did he block Hu Ran's attack? Thinking of the necklace Chen Yang gave her, Song Qing felt a little hopeful. Maybe Chen Yang had other means, otherwise he couldn't accept why he was able to resist the master. Hu Ran thought the same way. He didn't feel the guru aura from the other party, so he didn't take it seriously. He only used -% of his strength in the palm just now. If the opponent had special means, it wouldn't be surprising to be able to block it. Instead, his focus was on Song Qing's words just now. Revenge? Boy, did you kill my son? What son? Chen Yang frowned suspiciously. You are the boy who came back with Song Qing that day, and Woody's death must have something to do with you. Hu Ran recognized Chen Yang's identity. During his investigation, Chen Yang suddenly appeared beside Song Qing. If it was said that he had nothing to do with Woody's death, he wouldn't believe it. Oh, that Woody you mentioned turned out to be your child. No wonder he is a beast. It seems that his father is not very good. He actually shot a girl. When Chen Yang heard the other party mentioning Woody, he immediately understood why he came. How do you admit it? Hu Ran narrowed his eyes and said, That's right, I killed him. I just saw your son trying to tarnish Song Qing that day, so of course I had to help. Chen Yang said calmly. Chen Yang, hurry up. Seeing Chen Yang's admission, Song Qing stomped her feet anxiously. Originally, Chen Yang could save his life by leaving alone, but now that he admits to killing Woody, even if he wants to escape, it may be too late. Don't be afraid, it's just a master. Chen Yang looked back at Song Qing with a relaxed expression. Don't be ashamed. Seeing Chen Yang belittle him so much, Hu Ran's pupils were bloodshot. Since you killed my son, then you will pay with blood. Hu Ran mobilized all his vitality and punched. This punch did not release any water, and gathered 10 layers of strength to directly tear Chen Yang's body into pieces. He wants to let this ignorant young man in front of him know how big the gap is between a grandmaster and a great martial artist? Good come. Chen Yang didn't even mobilize the field of strength. To deal with a junior grandmaster, he only needs physical strength to suppress him. Tiger Brilliant Fist. Chen Yang simply swung out his fist, and while Song Qing cried out worriedly, Chen Yang's fist directly blasted Hu Ran away. Pfft, how? It's possible. Hu Ran's body hit the side of the road, and he looked at him in disbelief. You are a master. A bold guess appeared in Hu Ran's mind, that only Grand Masters possess such powerful power. Song Qing was taken aback when he heard Hu Ran's words. Chen Yang is actually the master? She looked at Chen Yang's relaxed back in a daze. Is he so good? Song Qing didn't doubt Hu Ran's judgment, even he was punched flying by Chen Yang at the level of a master, and only a master could easily do this. He was able to defeat Hu Ran so easily. Doesn't it mean that Chen Yang might be a middle-level grandmaster? Thinking of this, Song Qing felt very absurd. How is this possible for a mid-level grandmaster around the age of 20? Why, do you want to regret it? Chen Yang looked at Hu Ran's embarrassed figure and asked, Who the hell are you? Why have I never heard that there are monsters like you in Yangchang? Hu Ran puzzled. Of course you haven't heard of it, because I'm not from Yangchang. Chen Yang didn't bother to explain. Since you have finished your last words, goodbye. Chen Yang snapped his fingers, and the fire element surrounded Hu Ran's body. Hu Ran wanted to get up and run away, but just as he was about to expand the field of strength, hundreds of times of gravity suddenly pressed on his body, and his internal organs burst instantly. Hu Ran still wanted to say something, but under the control of gravity, it became extremely difficult for him to even speak. The fire element burned Hu Ran's body into ashes. Seeing that Hu Ran had left nothing behind, Chen Yang put away the fire element with satisfaction. Are you okay? Chen Yang pulled Song Qing up and asked softly. I'm fine, I just used up too much energy. Song Qing looked at Chen Yang embarrassedly. If it wasn't for the necklace Chen Yang gave her, she would have died in Hu Ran's hands long ago. Help him quickly, he's passed out. Song Qing suddenly thought of something, and quickly pointed to Cao Wei who was not far away. No problem. Chen Yang took out the spiritual liquid and poured it into the other party's mouth. After being repaired by the spiritual liquid, Cao Wei woke up quickly. Where is this? Cao Wei looked around in confusion and asked. This is still next to Xiaomingshan. Chen Yang replied. Where's that old guy? Cao Wei hurriedly looked around, but did not find Hu Ran. He is dead, please keep this matter secret. Chen Yang explained. Dead? He is a master. Cao Wei looked at Song Qing and saw that Song Qing also nodded. His mind was in a mess. You killed Grandmaster. Cao Wei didn't dare believe it. Don't ask, let's go quickly, the joint team is coming. Song Qing supported Cao Wei and said. Oh. Cao Wei followed Song Qing and Chen Yang to leave in a daze. A few minutes later, the members of the joint team arrived late. Looking at the collapsed Xiaomingshan and the holes in the ground, everyone in the joint team showed puzzled expressions. Didn't the equipment detect that there was a sixth-order beast? Why did it disappear? The captain of the joint team looked at the wreckage in the valley, not knowing what happened. After sending Cao Wei home, Chen Yang threw Song Qing's Ferrari out. I'm sorry, I hurt your car when I was racing. Chen looked at Ferrari's bruised door and said awkwardly. Just fix it. Song Qing looked at the sudden appearance of Ferrari and complained. What's the matter, are you still thinking about random things? Chen Yang asked. Song Qing shook his head, stared into Chen Yang's eyes without saying a word. I'm going to be ashamed if you look at me like that again. Chen Yang joked. Are you shy too? Song Qing was amused by Chen Yang's words. Haha, I'm human too, okay. Chen Yang touched the tip of his nose. The matter of the Hu family has been settled, and they will never threaten you again. Thank you. Song Qing didn't know how many times she had said thank you to Chen Yang. Every time she was in a crisis, Chen Yang would always appear in time, which made her thoughts messed up. It's all friends saying thank you. Chen Yang didn't care. Is it just a friend? The underestimation of Song Qing's loss. What? Chen Yang pretended not to hear clearly. It's nothing, I'm going home first. Song Qing blushed and said. Do you want me to take you? Chen Yang asked. Forget it, you should go back and rest quickly. Song Qing got into the car with a red face. Seeing Song Qing leaving in the sports car, Chen Yang sighed helplessly. After copying Hu Ran's talent, Chen Yang could see everyone's mood swings. Although Song Qing didn't speak, Chen Yang still knew what was going on in Song Qing's mind. Although he could vaguely feel it before, when he really confirmed Song Qing's affection for him, Chen Yang became even more confused. Am I too scumbag? Chen Yang shook his head to shake off all the thoughts in his mind. He didn't come to Yangcheng to pick up girls. Sorry. Chen Yang murmured. Yang family. Why hasn't you come back yet? On the sofa, a lady looked at the clock and said to herself strangely. Yang Minjiu's phone has been unavailable, which is rare in normal times. Even if he is going out to play, he usually will not turn off his mobile phone. It should be somewhere to fool around again. A middle-aged man said indifferently. I always feel bored and panicked, and I don't know if something bad happened. The lady is upset. It's not good, master. Suddenly the voice of the bodyguard came from outside the door. What's the matter, what a fuss? The middle-aged man was dissatisfied. Master. The bodyguard outside the door broke into the door panting. Young Master Yang. Young Master Yang, he was crushed under the mountain. What? The middle-aged man stood up abruptly. What's the matter? Explain clearly. Mr. Yang participated in the Cheyou Hui of Xiaomingshan, and a sixth-order beast suddenly appeared and knocked down the entire Xiaomingshan. Mr. Yang was on the mountain at the time, and his whereabouts have been unknown. We suspect that Mr. Yang was suppressed. Down the mountain. Hearing what the bodyguard said, the lady was shocked. Then hurry up and send someone to look for it. We've sent people there. The bodyguard hurried back. Brother Ning, nothing will happen to you. The lady was in tears. I knew there must be something bad. I kept thinking about it tonight. Brother Ning, if you are Mayor, don't worry, I'll go and see for myself. Seeing the lady crying into tears, Yang Ning quickly comforted her. Send all the family members over there, to see people in life, and to see corpses in death. Yang Ning turned around and shouted at the bodyguard. Yes, sir, I'm going right away. The bodyguard left in a hurry, for fear that Yang Ning would vent his anger on him. Xiaomingshan. Young Master Yangchen's favorite racing place has been turned into ruins, and only a few wrecks of sports cars turned into discus seem to tell people the story of the past here. At the foot of the mountain, hundreds of people are constantly exploring. Because all the roads are buried, trying to find someone in such a big place is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Many bodyguards held a detector in their hands. As long as there was a breath of life within 10 meters, it would be displayed on the detector. Hours passed without any response from the detectors of hundreds of people. Because the entire mountain collapsed, even if they searched for a few hours, they only searched for less than a third of it. Brother Ning, I still haven't found it. Yang Wenchen looked at the fallen trees and heaved a long sigh. Keep searching, even if I search the whole mountain, I still want to see his body. Yang Ning's deep voice was like a beast roaring. Yang Wenchen looked at his brother and shook his head helplessly. What a disaster, no one could have predicted that such an accident would happen to Xiaomingshan. Father, did those people who raced with Yang Minjiao ask, should they have any clues? A girl beside her said to Yang Ning that this person was Yang Wan, one of the 4 beauties in Yangchang. I've already asked, none of them saw Minjiao, only one person saw him last. Yang Ning looked back at Yang Wan. You go and find that man named Chen Yang. In the end, only he and Minjiao stay together. Yang Wan nodded. Chen Yang, such a familiar name. Yang Wan thought for a while where she had heard of it. Brother Ning, Waner, and I will go together. Yang Wenchen opened his mouth and said. Yang Ning nodded, and then rushed to the wreckage of the mountain. The master's mental power is better than the detector, but even after searching for so long, Yang Ning still didn't find any clues. Master, I found the young master's sports car. On a rock, the bodyguard yelled at Yang Ning. Yang Ning immediately appeared in front of the bodyguard upon hearing this. There was a green car door under his feet. Even if he didn't look carefully, Yang Ning recognized that it was from his son's sports car. Yang Ning's arms trembled uncontrollably, and his vitality condensed in the air. With a wave of his big hand, the stones and soil under his feet were instantly lifted by his vitality. Constantly digging down, all the wreckage of the sports car was finally found not far away. The good news is that there are no traces of blood on the side. Call. Yang Ning gasped and looked at the wreckage under his feet. Although he just turned the whole underground upside down by urging his vitality, his expression was very tired like after a big battle. There was no body of Yang Minjiao under his feet, which meant that Yang Minjiao still had hope of surviving. Keep looking. Yang Ning turned his head and shouted at the bodyguards around him. Are you sure he lives here? Yang Wan asked a young man beside her. Really live here, you will find out when you go up and look for it. The man looked at Yang Wan helplessly and said. The man was wearing a floral shirt, it was Cao Wei. He was supposed to be in his sleep, but he was dragged here. If Yang Wan hadn't called him personally, he wouldn't have said anything. Let's go up together. Yang Wan stepped into the hotel road. Cao Wei yawned and followed behind. Even though he told Yang Wan where his younger brother was, Chen Yang might not know, but Yang Wan still wanted to meet him. After all, Chen Yang was the last person to see Yang Minjiao. Yang Wenchen also followed behind. He didn't say a word, just let Yang Wan ask. Boom boom boom. Chen Yang woke up from his cultivation state and frowned when he felt that someone was coming to his door. Opening the door, a woman with a ponytail was in sight. She was wearing a white shirt and a pair of black skinny jeans on her legs, but her delicate face revealed a trace of fatigue. You are. Chen Yang didn't expect that it was a beautiful woman who knocked on the door. My name is Yang Wan, and I'm Yang Minjiao's sister. Yang Wan introduced herself. Chen Yang looked at Cao Wei behind him, and instantly understood why the other party came to him. Is there a problem? Chen Yang greeted several people to enter the room and sit down. The relationship between Mr. Chen and Song Qing is indeed very good. I thought your name was very familiar before. It turns out that you took down Song Qing. Yang Wan looked at the presidential suite and said. Hihi, Song Qing is so beautiful, it's my luck to catch up with her. Chen Yang leaned on the sofa and said. Are you here for Yang Minjiao's affairs? Chen Yang asked directly. That's right, I don't know what happened on the top of the mountain. Does Mr. Chen know the whereabouts of my brother? Seeing that the other party brought up this topic first, Yang Wan hurriedly asked. After he and I reached the top of the mountain, an earthquake struck the entire Xiaoming mountain. At that time, the valley opened, all the trees collapsed, and the entire road up the mountain was blocked. I didn't think too much about it, so I jumped directly from the top of the mountain. Go on. As for Yang Minjiao, I don't know. Didn't Cao Wei have a drone at that time? He should know a little more than me. Chen Yang turned the topic to Cao Wei. After you go up, I put the drone away. Cao Wei was embarrassed to say. Then I don't know, but at his level, he shouldn't be buried. Chen Yang said. But until now, we have not contacted him. Yang Wan stared into Chen Yang's eyes, hoping that he could provide more clues. I'm sorry, we separated directly later. I wasted a lot of time to save Wang Yukin. As for what happened to Yang Minjiao, I really don't know. Yang Chen apologized. This was indeed his telling the truth. He only remembered that when he went down the mountain to save Wang Yukin, Yang Minjiao was still on the top of the mountain. As for what happened next, he really didn't pay much attention. After all, Yang Minjiao's life and death were not important to him, so it would be good if he provoked himself again and again and didn't teach him a lesson. Chen Yang's thinking eyes were seen by Yang Wenchen. Although Yang Wenchen didn't show his murderous intentions, after listening to Cao Wei's words before, Yang Wenchen always felt that Yang Minjiao and Chen Yang were at odds. The fact that Yang Minjiao and Mo Feng confessed their love to Song Qing was known to almost everyone, and this Chen Yang came out of nowhere to snatch Song Qing away. According to Yang Minjiao's character, he would definitely not let it go just like that. At that time, there were only the two of them on the top of the mountain, and Yang Minjiao was likely to attack Chen Yang. If something happened in the middle, it would be easy to explain. Thinking of this, Yang Wenchen looked at Chen Yang with something wrong. If there is nothing else, I'll go to bed. I'm sorry about Yang Minjiao, but I really can't help you. Chen Yang drove the guests away. No. Yang Wenshan spoke suddenly. Who are you? Seeing that Yang Wenshan kept silent, Chen Yang thought that the other party was just a housekeeper. This is my uncle, Yang Wan said. Oh, I wonder why Uncle Yang said no. Chen Yang asked. You have to come with us, everything will be decided by the patriarch. Yang Wenshan said lightly. Oh, why should I go with you? Chen Yang chuckled. Who knows if you have lied or not, after the patriarch uses his talent to explore your memory, if there is no problem, he will naturally let you go. Yang Wenshan seemed to take it for granted. However, after listening to Yang Wenshan's words, not only Chen Yang, but even Cao Wei frowned. The scene was quiet for a while. Why do you take me away? Chen Yang opened his mouth to break the calm. Because I am the second head of the Yang family, is this enough reason? Yang Wenshan's eyes filled with the coercion of a master. No wonder he wanted to take Chen Yang away even if he offended Song Qing. The master was his confidence. Yang Wan, is this the style of your Yang family? Chen Yang looked at Yang Wan and asked. Second uncle, boy, if you are not modest, why don't you dare to follow me? Yang Wenshan interrupted Yang Wan to question. Why should I ask you to check my memory? Could it be that your memory can also be checked by others? Chen Yang ignored Yang Wenshan's guru pressure and said calmly. Cao Wei's forehead was covered with beads of sweat at this time, and he looked at Chen Yang with incredible eyes, and now it seemed that he was the only one who could not resist the coercion of the Grandmaster. Interesting, if you want to blame, you can only blame your lack of strength. Of course, if you let Songming protect you, maybe I will consider it. Yang Wenshan saw Chen Yanjian's indifferent appearance, and the Grandmaster's aura was under his control, pressing towards him. He wanted to see how long this young man could persist. Facing the increasingly strong aura of the Grandmaster, Chen Yang's expression remained unchanged. If this is the way the Yang family handles things, then I can only drive you out. Chen Yang snapped his fingers, and Yang Wenshan's guru aura instantly collapsed. Cao Wei felt that the mountain pressing on him disappeared in an instant, and he quickly inhaled hard to adjust the vitality in his body. Okay. Yang Wenshan looked at Chen Yang in surprise, and didn't know how the other party did it, but actually dispelled his master's aura in an understatement. You think you can throw us out? Yang Wenshan looked at Chen Yang with a somewhat unkind look. Although he knew that he was domineering, it was related to his nephew's life and death. He had to look at the memory in Chen Yang's mind when he said anything. Humph. Chen Yang didn't want to chatter with the other party anymore. The talent of gravity and mind force instantly pressed on the other party. Teleportation touched Yang Wenshan's body. Cao Wei only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and Yang Wan and Yang Wenshan disappeared immediately. Where did they go? Cao Wei was still in a dazed state. I don't know, I just throw it away. Chen Yang got up with a haha and said. Then I'll go first. Excuse me? Cao Wei hurriedly left, even though he knew that Chen Yang had no hostility towards him. Even the master was thrown away by Chen Yang, so he didn't dare to wait any longer. In case Chen Yang would blame himself for exposing the place where he lived, he didn't know what would happen. Okay then, I won't send it away. Chen Yang went straight back to the room. Just as Cao Wei was about to go out, Chen Yang suddenly poked his head out again. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Cao Wei asked nervously, thinking that the other party wanted to hold him accountable. Remember to close the door. After finishing speaking, Chen Yang lay down on the bed. Okay. Cao Wei hurried out of the presidential suite and closed the door personally. What a monster. Cao Wei couldn't imagine how Chen Yang could do it. He was a master, and he was thrown somewhere by Chen Yang without even having a chance to resist. This is too outrageous. In particular, Chen Yang casually destroyed Grandmaster Yang Wenshan's aura, which made Cao Wei doubt Chen Yang's strength. Outside the city, Yang Wenshan's face was livid. The moment he was sent away by the teleportation, his brain was dizzy for a while, and it seemed that he was carrying a mountain on his back, and it was extremely difficult to even breathe. Damn it, you dare to attack me. Yang Wenshan was very calm at first, but when he was teased by Chen Yang, he suddenly became furious. Uncle Yang, are we going too far? After all, he didn't do anything. Asking to check the memory of the other party is really difficult. Yang Wan said embarrassedly. What is a strong man? Since he is at the scene, he is the #1 suspect. Especially since he had conflicts with Minjiao, Minjiao's disappearance is likely to be related to him. Otherwise, why did he reject me? This can only show his innermost feelings. There is a ghost. And the behavior just now shows that this Chen Yang is not simple. Even I was teleported so far by him. If it was Minjiao, maybe he would not even have a chance to fight back. Yang Wenshan concluded that the disappearance of Chen Yang and Yang Minjiao was related. After all, the strength Chen Yang showed just now was beyond his expectation. Then what should we do? Are we going to arrest him? Yang Wan frowned and asked. Go and tell your dad first. Yang Wenshan took out his mobile phone to check his location, and found that it was 100 kilometers away from Yangchang. Don't let me catch him, or he must feel better. Yang Wenshan was furious again. Carrying Yang Wan on his back, Yang Wenshan rushed towards Yangchang. Half an hour later, Yang Wenshan and Yang Wan arrived at Xiaomingshan. Seeing that Yang Wenshan was out of breath, Yang Ning looked at his younger brother puzzled. How is the investigation going? Why did it take so long to come back? Stop talking, that Chen Yang has a problem, I'll catch him later. Yang Wenshan said angrily. Then why didn't you catch him before? Yingning didn't understand what Ying Wenchen was doing. That guy is kind of weird. Ying Wenchen told Yingning what happened before in detail. Although it was a little embarrassing, it also showed that Chen Yang was unusual. What you said is true, that Chen Yang can suppress you, Yingning said solemnly. That's right, but that's because I was unprepared. If I meet him again, I will never follow his way again, Ying Wenchen affirmed. Okay, then I will continue to search here, you go and catch him. Yingning nodded in agreement with Yingning's behavior. If it really has something to do with Chen Yang, what will the Song family do? Yang Wenchen revealed the relationship between Song Qing and Chen Yang. Could it be that Song Ming will fight against us for an outsider? You can do it at ease, I won't be reconciled if I don't find Minjaya's clues, Yingning ordered. Okay, then I'll go now. The corner of Ying Wenchen's mouth twitched, and his figure disappeared in front of Yingning. If you are really related to Ying Minjaya's death, I will let you know what life is worse than death. Yingning stared at the direction Ying Wenchen left and shouted silently in his heart. Is the joint team here? Seeing Ying Wenchen disappear from his sight, Yingning asked the butler beside him. They have already brought that person here, but they said they checked it before and found no living person in Xiaomingshan. The butler replied. Wait until that talented person comes. Yingning did not give up. Not long after, a helicopter flew in the distance. There were 5 players on the helicopter, one of whom was the captain of the joint team, Patriarch Yang. The captain of the joint team jumped off the helicopter, followed by the team members behind him. Captain Wen. Yingning nodded to the man who jumped down. I heard that Mr. Yang disappeared in Xiaomingshan. Wen Wujun frowned and asked. That's right, otherwise you wouldn't have let you send that team member over. Yingning nodded. Then let's start directly, Xiao So, I'll leave it to you, Wen Wujun said to a woman behind him. No problem. Sun Yingxiang nodded, a gleam of light radiated from her pupils. Her special talent is actually clairvoyance? In the presidential suite, just as Chen Yang fell asleep, a gust of cold air suddenly poured out of the window. Huh? Why are you here again? Chen Yang opened his eyes, and a trace of anger flashed in them. Chen Yang, come out for me. Yang Wenchen hovered outside the window and stared at Chen Yang's room. Although it was covered by curtains, he could still feel Chen Yang get up from the bed and let no one sleep. Chen Yang's thoughts opened the curtains, and Yang Wenchen's figure appeared outside the window. Are you going to follow me obediently, or I'll take you back? Yang Wenchen said coldly. I have another choice, and that is to beat you up. Chen Yang suddenly disappeared, and Yang Wenchen was startled. He had clearly locked onto Chen Yang's breath before, but now he was gone. I'm here. Chen Yang descended from the sky, and Longli quickly formed an enchantment to wrap the surrounding space. The space collapsed. Yang Wenchen felt a burst of horror. He wanted to mobilize the vitality around him, but at some point, all the vitality in the dragon power barrier disappeared. Crack. The space in the dragon force barrier shattered like a mirror. Yang Wenchen opened the power field to resist, but the pressure of the space collapse was too strong. His body was right in the center of the combat technique. Even with the support of the power field, he was suppressed for a while, can't move. Yang Wenchen's forehead began to sweat. If it wasn't for the power field, his body might collapse after this combat skill. Unable to mobilize the vitality around him, Yang Wenchen had no choice but to rely on the strength in his body. Beng Shan fist, break it for me. The surrounding space was completely cracked, and as Yang Wenchen punched out, the entire dragon power barrier trembled. Yang Wenchen stared wide-eyed at the enchantment in front of him. Under his full blow, the enchantment formed by some unknown force was unscathed. Impossible. Yang Wenchen didn't know why he couldn't break the barrier, and Chen Yang wouldn't give the other party so much time to think. Several spiritual talents were activated at the same time, and Yang Wenchen suddenly had a splitting headache. What? Yang Wenchen's newly opened power field collapsed under Chen Yang's spiritual talent. Seeing that Yang Wenchen could hardly resist his own spiritual talent, Chen Yang had an idea and exercised mind control on Yang Wenchen. What did you do to me? Yang Wenchen felt that his body was gradually losing control. He tried his best to break free from Chen Yang's mental attack, but he couldn't escape the power of his spiritual talent. Mind control unscrupulously destroyed Yang Wenchen's brain. With the continuous invasion of spiritual talent, Yang Wenchen's struggle became weaker and weaker. Who are you? After a long time, Yang Wenchen looked at Chen Yang suspiciously. He didn't remember why he appeared here, and he didn't know why Chen Yang kept staring at him. I am your master. Chen Yang didn't know if his mind control had any effect. Seeing Yang Wenchen lost in confusion, he smiled slightly. You are my master. That's right, remember it carefully, the answer is in your memory. Chen Yang began to guide Yang Wenchen. After hearing this, Yang Wenchen really began to recall his own memory, and a memory modified by Chen Yang instantly surfaced. You are really my master. Yang Wenchen's eyes changed from confused to firm. Chen Yang nodded when he saw it. It seems that his mind control can still play a role on the master. Go back and tell your brother that I have nothing to do with this matter. With a wave of his hand, Chen Yang asked Yang Wenchen to leave. He could have killed the other party, but doing so would definitely cause more trouble. It would be a good thing if he could change the other party's memory and make him his subordinate. Because of the dragon power barrier, the battle between the two did not affect anyone. Zhang Jing and Lu Yan were still immersed in their sleep. Finally I can sleep well. Chen Yang couldn't help but haha, no one should bother him now, right? Xiaomingshan. Suning Xiang looked at the whole mountain, and searched for a long time but did not find Yang Minjia's body. How is it, did you see it? Seeing Suning Xiang coming back, Yang Ning immediately stepped forward to inquire. Suning Xiang shook her head wearily. No, I have searched back and forth 3 times, and except for the wreckage of a few sports cars, I have not found Mr. Yang's body. Could it be that he escaped? Yang Ning murmured. By the way, Captain Wen, what is the reason for the collapse of Mingxia Mountain this time? Yang Ning turned around and asked. The base observed that a 6th-order ferocious beast entered Xiaomingshan, but when we arrived, it was already empty, so we are not sure what happened. Wen Wujun shook his head and said. Could it be that Minjiao was eaten by a fierce beast? Yang Ning's face was a little ugly, and this seemed to be the only thing that could be explained. Captain, I found that there is a big hole buried in the valley. This hole leads to the outside of the city, and it is very likely that it was caused by that beast. Suning Xiang told Wen Wujun her discovery. Really? Show me quickly. Wen Wujun's eyes lit up. The first time I came here, I didn't find anything, except for some strange battle marks. I didn't see any corpses of ferocious beasts. Fortunately, I brought Suning Xiang here this time, otherwise I don't know when I will know this new discovery. Suning Xiang immediately led everyone to the center of the collapse. Sure enough, due to the collapse of the mountain, everyone failed to find this big pit. Under the guidance of Suning Xiang, the stones and soil under their feet were blasted by several people with their vitality, and soon, a huge collapsed wormhole appeared in front of everyone. This is the wormhole of the Worm Lord. Civil and military soldiers immediately observed the origin of the cave. The Worm Lord? But there is no Worm Lord here, and the Worm Lord is more than 100 kilometers away from here. How could it come to Yangcheng? Yang Wan looked at the wormhole under her feet in puzzlement. Although I don't know why there are traces of the Worm Lord here, but this is the only way to explain why the beast disappeared immediately after it appeared. Because it has already left Yangcheng along this passage. I am so stupid, who else but the Worm Lord? It can also cause such a large-scale earthquake. The civil and military army blamed themselves. Since we found traces of the beast, let's chase after it. Lu Tianrui, the vice-captain of the joint team, spoke. Okay, let's go now. Wen Wujun nodded, and Yang Ning naturally chose to look for the whereabouts of the Worm Lord. Yang Minjia's body was not found in the entire Xiaomingshan, and now he could only be eaten by the Worm Lord. Soon, several people chased out of the city following the wormhole left by the Worm Lord, but they didn't know that the body of the Worm Lord was already lying in Chen Yang's space pocket. After half an hour, the traces of the Worm Lord disappeared completely, and everyone came to a mountain range. Under Suning Xiang's search, the entire mountain range was exposed to her clairvoyant eyes. After a long time, Suning Xiang rubbed her bloodshot eyes. I can't find it. This is already the lair of the Worm Lord, but I still haven't found its shadow. It seems there is no way out. Wen Wujun sighed. Patriarch Yang, please mourn. Big brother. As soon as he entered the city, Yang Ning found that Yang Wenshan was waiting for him at Xiaomingshan. Brother, where have you been? Yang Wenshan was puzzled. Going out of the city, how about you, has that Chen Yang been caught? Yang Ning asked expectantly. Chen Yang. Yang Wenshan was slightly puzzled, but soon the memory emerged in his mind. He has nothing to do with it. Yang Wenshan shook his head and said. What did he say? Yang Ning frowned and asked. He says. Yang Wenshan narrated Chen Yang's revised memory. Yang Ning thought it was okay at first, but following Yang Wenshan's description, Yang Ning's eyes froze. Good trick. Before Yang Wenshan could react, Yang Ning's spiritual talent suddenly covered Yang Wenshan's mind. Big brother. Yang Wenshan didn't know why Yang Ning attacked him suddenly. He wanted to resist, but his body was instantly suppressed by the opponent. What are you doing? Wen Wujun and others returned to Xiaomingshan. Seeing Yang Ning and Yang Wenshan fighting, they hurried forward to persuade them to fight. Captain Wen, help me control him. Yang Ning spoke hastily. Wen Wujun didn't know what happened. Seeing that Yang Ning didn't mean to hurt Yang Wenshan, he paused, and then cooperated with Yang Ning to restrain Yang Wenshan. What? The mind control talent invaded Yang Wenshan's brain, and after a long time, Yang Wenshan finally stopped screaming in pain. What happened? Seeing that Yang Wenshan had regained his composure, Wen Wujun asked. I have to ask my brother. Someone modified his memory. Fortunately, I also have the talent of mind control, otherwise I might not be able to find out. The opponent's methods are very clever, and he is definitely a master-level figure. Yang Ning said in a low voice. He felt that this series of events was definitely not a simple coincidence. Perhaps the appearance of the worm monster has something to do with this master of mind control talent. But Yang Ning really can't think of anyone else in Yangcheng who has mind control besides him. If there is, he wouldn't know it now. Wenshan, are you feeling better? Yang Ning patted Yang Wenshan on the back and asked. Big brother. Yang Wenshan recovered from the previous mental control, and when he saw Yang Ning in front of him, he instantly understood what happened. Thinking of being controlled by Chen Yang, a layer of cold sweat inadvertently broke out on his back. In the end, what happened? Yang Ning asked solemnly. Yang Wenshan narrated the fight between himself and Chen Yang in detail, and everyone was taken aback when they heard it. They didn't expect Song Qing's boyfriend to have the strength of a master. No wonder we couldn't find the Worm Lord. It turned out that Chen Yang was behind the scenes. Anger rose in Yang Ning's heart. Captain Wen, please join me in arresting Chen Yang. He must have killed my son. Wen Wujun nodded after listening. Patriarch Yang, don't worry, as long as he's in Yangchang, he won't be able to escape. Okay, let's go now. After Yang Ning finished speaking, he immediately rushed towards the Capitaland Hotel. Chen Yang, who was sleeping, suddenly frowned, and several guru breaths sealed the room where Chen Yang was staying. Chen Yang, come out for me. Yang Ning's voice reached Chen Yang's ears, and Chen Yang felt extremely annoyed. It seemed that he really didn't plan to let him sleep tonight. What happened? Zhang Jing and Lu Yanzong woke up from their sleep. The door of the presidential suite was suddenly opened, and Yang Ning broke into it with members of the joint team. Chen Yang opened the door unhurriedly. Seeing Yang Wenshan barging into his room, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Although this is a hotel, you can't come in casually, right? You are Chen Yang. Looking at the young man in front of him, Wen Wujun thought that Chen Yang was at least in his 30s, but he didn't expect him to be so young. That's right, what do you want from me? Chen Yang picked up the boiled water and asked. I suspect that you have something to do with the death of Mr. Yang's family. Now you are listed as the first suspect. You have been arrested. Wen Wujun said coldly. It turned out to be him again. Chen Yang chuckled. Who are you? Do you have evidence? Chen Yang said calmly. Evidence? You used your psychic talent to control my younger brother. This is the evidence. Yang Ning stared at Chen Yang, unable to conceal the murderous look in his eyes. It's just inexplicable. It's good that I didn't sue you for breaking into my room. You still want to beat me up. Chen Yang was also angry. If there is any misunderstanding, go to the joint team first. Wen Wujun took out a pair of energy handcuffs. This pair of handcuffs can suppress the strength of a practitioner. Although it is not very useful for a master, the form still needs to be taken. Are you sure you want to arrest me? Chen Yang turned his head to look at Wen Wujun. Chen Yang, I advise you not to resist law enforcement. Lu Tianrui said. If there is something that cannot be communicated properly, why do you have to catch me first? Don't you want to argue that you have nothing to do with Yang Minjiu's death? Wen Wujun asked. It's true that his death has nothing to do with me. It's the Yang family who want to check my memory again and again. Is it too overbearing to do so? Chen Yang replied. What's the matter? Wen Wujun feels that there may be some misunderstanding in this. After all, Chen Yang is also a master. If he is so indifferent, it will damage the reputation of the joint team if he is directly arrested. Chen Yang was the last person who saw Yang Minjiu, and he had a conflict with Yang Minjiu, so I suspect that he has something to do with Yang Minjiu's death. I want to bring him to Brother Ning to check his memory. If he didn't lie, let him go. That's it. Yang Wenshan spoke uprightly. You heard, they provoked me first. Chen Yang sneered. So what, this matter is full of doubts, and the collapse of Xiaomingshan may have something to do with you? Captain Wen, arrest him. Yang Ning said disdainfully. There are now 4 Grand Masters on their side, and he doesn't believe that Chen Yang will be captured without a fight. Boss. Seeing this situation, Lu Yan looked worried. Zhang Jing was also worried about Chen Yang, but unfortunately they were not practitioners, so they couldn't intervene in this matter at all. It's okay, let me see who dares. Chen Yang unhurriedly took out a medal. Wen Wujun didn't care at first, but after he saw the badge that Chen Yang took out, his expression became a little unnatural. Captain Wen, why don't you do anything? Yang Ning saw that Wen Wujun's expression was very strange, so he asked. Where did you get this badge? Wen Wujun said solemnly. It seems that you still recognize it. This is my badge. Is there any problem? Chen Yang asked back. Impossible, you are so young, how could you have this badge? The civil and military army did not believe it. What is this? Seeing that the civil and military army attached so much importance to it, Yang Ning was puzzled. This is the badge of the Major General of the joint team. Only those who have made great contributions to the country can have this badge. There are only 5 badges in the entire Yangchang, but as far as I know, he is not one of them. Wen Wujun explained. Major General. Yang Ning and the others were stunned, and Yang Wan also looked at Chen Yang with strange eyes. Could it be that Chen Yang is a member of the joint team and has the status of a Major General? How can this be? It must be a fake. How could he become a Major General at such a young age? Captain Wen, don't be fooled by a fake badge. Yang Ning laughed. Whether it's true or not, you'll know if you verify it. You are also members of the joint team, right? You should know how to identify the authenticity of the badge. Chen Yang threw the badge to the civil and military army. The civil and military army caught the badge, and the badge exuded a cold breath after it got it. Chen Yang's name and badge number are engraved on the badge. You only need to check this information through the joint team's system to identify the authenticity of the badge. Zhang Hao, check it out. The civil and military army handed the badge to a man behind him. The man turned on the team system on his phone, and after entering the badge number, the badge owner's information quickly appeared on it. Well, what I said was false. How could he be a major general at such a young age? Seeing that Zhang Hao kept silent, Yang Ning sneered. What's the result? Wen Wujun asked. Captain, this badge is real. Zhang Hao was shocked. I thought Chen Yang was just trying to scare them, but I didn't expect that the owner of this badge was really him. What? Show me. Wen Wujun took Zhang Hao's mobile phone, and the information on it was clear, only to see that the name of the owner of the badge was Chen Yang. Wen Wujun felt incredible, and even wondered if there was a problem with the system. After carefully comparing the photos above, he found that his face was exactly the same as that of Chen Yang. Sorry, Major General, we were reckless. Wen Wujun instantly realized that the identity of the young man in front of him was unusual. Unless the above information was also false, it would be impossible to make such a perfect fake. Captain Wen, are you not confused? Seeing that the situation changed instantly, Yang Ning hurriedly asked. I'm sorry, Patriarch Yang, this boy is indeed a member of the joint team, and this badge is also real. Wen Wujun affirmed. The members of the Yang family were shocked. They never expected that the suspect they found was actually a major general. Impossible? How could he be a major general? Yang Ning didn't want to believe it. The position of major general is logically still higher than that of Yang Ning. After all, this is a position issued and recognized by the state. It is difficult for even a master to get the title of major general. Captain Wen, are you going to arrest me now? Chen Yang looked at Wen Wujun meaningfully. This matter still needs to be investigated in detail. We are reckless this time. Wen Wujun apologized. Since this is the case, should I first investigate the responsibility of the Yang family? They broke into my room for no reason and threatened the major general of the joint team. Do I have reason to suspect them of treason? Chen Yang's words were like a boulder being thrown into the water, creating a stormy sea. Treason. Even a grandmaster couldn't bear the responsibility. Is there any misunderstanding in this, or it will not be too late to convict after we investigate clearly? Wen Wujun persuaded. In that case, please ask the captain to send the Yang family away. I don't have much patience at night. Chen Yang put down the water glass in his hand, and closed the bedroom door without looking back. In the living room, several people looked at each other. Patriarch Yang, let's end this matter for now. I believe members of the joint team will not do such a thing, let alone a major general. Wen Wujun spoke. I won't just give up. After Yang Ning finished speaking, he turned and left. Seeing Yang Ning's angry look, Wen Wujun shook his head helplessly. It seems that Chen Yang should have killed the Worm Lord. No wonder we couldn't find any traces, speaking of which, we have to thank him. Wen Wujun sighed. It's too late today, why don't we come to apologize tomorrow? Lu Tianrui said. Well, Xiao Su, Xiao Zhang, let's go. Wen Wujun glanced at Chen Yang's bedroom, and then exited the presidential suite. It's okay. Zhang Jing's back was soaked in cold sweat, and he was relieved to see the other party leave. The boss is so powerful, he is actually a major general. Two little stars appeared in Lu Yan's eyes. In the lair outside Yangcheng, Yang Minjiao ran for a long time in the wormhole dug by the Worm Lord, and it took him an hour before he reached the end. He broke out of the ground in a state of embarrassment, and looked around. It turned out to be a lair. Is this the beast's lair? Yang Minjiao looked at the nest in front of him with some fear. The huge body of the Worm Lord and the terrifying mouth of the worm kept reappearing in his mind. If he hadn't fled to the worm's cave in desperation, maybe he would really have died in the ruins. Boldly walking into the lair, Yang Minjiao found that there was nothing in it. Presumably the Worm Lord hadn't come back yet. Think about it too, if the Worm Lord came back early, they would definitely meet in the wormhole. Thinking of this, Yang Minjiao became more courageous. Gradually deepening, the liquid left by the Worm Lord began to appear in the cave, exuding a faint stench. Just as Yang Minjiao was about to evacuate, a dark light suddenly lit up deep in the cave. The light was very strange. The cave was already dark, but Yang Minjiao could still see the light emanating from it. What? Could it be a baby? Yang Minjiao remembered hearing that there was a black crystal deep in the beast cave. Although he didn't know the real purpose of the black crystal, the joint team seemed to have been studying them. It's definitely not easy for the joint team to study. It's all here. It would be a pity if you don't take a look. Yang Minjiao's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly walked inside regardless of whether the Worm Lord would come back early. Soon, Yang Minjiao came to the depths of the cave. The space inside suddenly opened up, and a black crystal the size of a fist was placed on a stone platform. Yang Minjiao excitedly picked up the black crystal. This was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Is this the black crystal? Yang Minjiao looked at the liquid inside and felt a little impulse in his heart. There is a tiny crack in the crystal. As long as it is tilted halfway, black liquid will flow out along the crack. Yang Minjiao curiously poured out a drop of black liquid and put it in the palm of his hand. When he was about to study, the black liquid melted into Yang Minjiao's palm and disappeared instantly. Soon there was an itching in the palm of his hand, and Yang Minjiao was a little panicked. He didn't know whether it was good or bad for the black crystal to blend into his body, but the changes in his body had quietly begun. An hour later, Yang Minjiao passed out. The liquid in the black crystal had disappeared, and there were a few big holes in Yang Minjiao's clothes, which looked like they had been pierced by some sharp object. The next day, it wasn't until noon that Chen Yang got up from the bed. He could have had a good sleep last night, but it was a pity that the Yang family interrupted him repeatedly, which made Chen Yang sleep until noon before he was willing to get up. After washing, Chen Yang opened the bedroom. Lu Yan and Zhang Jing had already left, and Chen Yang was the only one left in the presidential room. Looking at the time, Chen Yang decided to ask the waiter to deliver a meal. After a while, there was a knock on the door of the room, and Chen Yang opened it to see that it wasn't the waiter who came, but the member of the joint team whom he met yesterday. How did you come? Chen Yang looked at the civil and military army and asked in confusion. I'm here today to apologize first, and I also want to know about yesterday's situation. Is it convenient? Wen Wujun asked. All right. Chen Yang nodded. Then let's go it first? The waiter you called just now was called out by me. Wen Wujun smiled and said. Seeing that the other party was ready, Chen Yang did not refuse. Soon, the two came to the hotel's private restaurant. Hello, let's get to know each other again. My name is Wen Ryujun, the captain of the Yangcheng United team. Wen Ryujun stretched out his hand. Hi, my name is Chen Yang, a member of Yangcheng's United team. Chen Yang held hands with each other. I know a little about your previous affairs, no wonder you got that badge. If I had known that you were coming to Yangcheng, I would have done my best to be a landlord. Wen Ryujun apologized. It's nothing, I just came here to play casually, I didn't know that I would encounter such a thing. Chen Yang didn't care. Did you pick us up with the four beauties of Yangcheng just by playing around? Wen Ryujun showed a meaningful smile. Haha, it's inconvenient to elaborate on this. Chen Yang said in embarrassment. You can't tell Wen Ryujun that he and Song Qing are acting, right? If Yang Minjiu knew they were acting, he didn't know how angry he would be. Brother Chen Yang, is it convenient for you to tell me what happened yesterday? Wen Ryujun asked. No problem, I know you are very confused about what happened to Xiaomingshan. It all starts with my bet with Yang Minjiu. Chen Yang told the whole story. Wen Ryujun was stunned when he heard it. Although the matter was similar to what he had guessed, he did not expect Chen Yang to deal with the sixth order beast so easily. If I remember correctly, you should be in the realm of a middle-level great martial artist right now. Wen Ryujun asked curiously. That's right, but although my realm is only a middle-level great martial artist, my physical strength has already broken through to a great martial artist. Chen Yang explained. It's really evil, such a young master, you must know that even I can't kill the sixth order beast so easily. The civil and military army said enviously. Just luck. Chen Yang shook his head and said. Of course, Wen Ryujun would not believe what Chen Yang said was so easy. Even Yang Wenshan was controlled by Chen Yang, which already showed that Chen Yang's strength was terrifying. If things are as you said, then the Yang family did something wrong this time. Wen Ryujun is embarrassed to say. If Chen Yang hadn't revealed his identity, maybe they would have started fighting long ago. How could they sit together and have lunch like they are now? By the way, what is the purpose of your visit to Yangcheng this time? Wen Ryujun asked. It's nothing. In addition to being a member of the joint team, I also opened a beverage company. This time I came to Yangcheng mainly for cooperation and to set up my own factory. Chen Yang explained. Then you have found a place, do you want me to help you? Wen Ryujun opened his mouth and said. Thank you Captain Wen, but the Song family has already solved everything for me. Chen Yang explained. Song Ming can actually be made to worry about you personally. It seems that he is very satisfied with you. Wen Ryujun seemed to have a deep look at Chen Yang. It's not what you think. Chen Yang shook his head in denial. You must call me when your company opens, and I will support you when the time comes. Wen Ryujun laughed loudly. No problem, we must inform Captain Wen when the time comes. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, Chen Yang started to manage the company's affairs. There were many applicants, and with Song Qing's help, Chen Yang quickly selected a group of potential employees. The factories and companies are all ready, and it is estimated that in another week, they should be able to officially start work. Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the results of his trip to Yangcheng. Hey, I'm exhausted. I haven't worked so hard in a long time. You have to reward me tonight. Song Qing smiled tiredly. What kind of tiger and wolf word is this? Chen Yang showed a strange smile. Rogue. Song Qing didn't know what Chen Yang said at first, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that the other party was teasing him. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll treat you. Chen Yang no longer molested Song Qing. You are also the big boss now, so it shouldn't be a problem to slaughter him severely, right? Song Qing's eyes kept rolling, as if he was thinking about how to cheat Chen Yang. Chen Yang showed an indifferent smile. It was just a meal, how could he still be poor? A week later, the Coke company is downstairs. Under Song Ming's arrangement, Chen Yang's company was placed in the most luxurious location in the city center. Today is the first day of Coke's opening, and Chen Yang came to the company early. Today, Coke's advertisements have taken over the large and small advertising spaces in Yangcheng, and almost all the people in Yangcheng know about the opening of Coke. Which young master set up this company? It's so grand. Many people looked curiously at the billboard downstairs of Coke. At the entrance of the company, there is a large red stage with many seats placed under the stage. The seats were full of people from major families, including Tan Yu, Song Qing, and Xiaoling. The audience around couldn't help but be amazed to see people from several big families in Yangcheng coming to support. It has been a long time since there has been such a grand event in Yangcheng, and everyone began to wonder who the boss of this company is. To be able to invite so many sons and daughters of big families to come and join in the show, one can imagine the strength behind it. The opening ceremony began soon. Chen Yang stood on the stage and looked at the audience. Song Qing sat in the most obvious position to cheer for Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded towards him, and the opening ceremony officially began. Haha, I'm not late. Just as Chen Yang announced the start of the opening ceremony, a loud voice came from afar. Chen Yang took a closer look, and it really was Wen Ryujun and others. I saw the civil and military army came to the scene with all the members of the joint team, and many people who knew the joint team showed surprised expressions. They didn't expect that Chen Yang even invited the joint team from Yangcheng. Welcome Brother Wen. Chen Yang nodded towards the other party. With the arrival of Wen Ryujun and others, the opening ceremony finally officially began. Chen Yang introduced the main projects of Coke. At the beginning, everyone was curious about why a beverage company invited so many important people to participate in such a big way. When Chen Yang distributed all the drinks of Coke Company to everyone, exclamations began to sound from the audience. What kind of drink is this, and why is it so special? The refrigerated soda spewed bubbles continuously in the bottle, and as the first person drank it, all the praises for the soda were off the stage. Oh my god, it's so delicious. Tan Liuyi couldn't help but praise. At first she came here just to join in the fun, and with Tan Yu's suggestion, she attended the opening ceremony together. She originally thought that this was just an ordinary opening ceremony. After all, no matter how delicious the drink is, there can be no unique novelty. When Coke entered his throat, Tan Liuyi completely changed his views on drinks. The unique synthetic formula of Coke produced a strange chemical reaction in the mouth of the crowd. As the soda poured into the stomach, Tan Liuyi was completely conquered by the taste of Coke. It's amazing, this drink can still be like this. It was also the first time for Song Qing to see the real face of Coke. She shook it gently, and the bubbles in it gushed out quickly. Hi everyone, this is a new drink exclusively developed by Coke, called soda. Chen Yang began to introduce the uniqueness of soda. In fact, needless to say, people who drink soda already feel different. As many people tasted soda, the company downstairs was full of voices. In the distance, Yang Ning stared at Chen Yang on the stage. At the beginning, he was also curious about what new tricks Chen Yang could play. When the soda was praised by everyone, he felt a little uneasy. Beverages are one of the most important industries of the Yang family. Almost 60% of the beverages in Yangcheng are produced and supplied by the Yang family. But now Chen Yang's soda is surprisingly novel, which makes Yang Ning feel a little threatened. Wenchen, what do you think of this drink? Yang Ning turned around and asked. What Yang Wenchen was holding in his hand was Sprite. He had a strange expression on his face, as if he was also marveling at the magic of soda. Although it was only a sip, this drink really hit the market quickly. Yang Wenchen said solemnly. You mean this drink will take our share? Yang Ning asked. I just asked a lot of people. They wanted to buy it immediately after drinking it. But I don't know what Chen Yang thinks. It's not on sale today. There is no other way to get it except that everyone can get a bottle. Yang Wenchen was puzzled. However, it can be judged from everyone's reaction that Coke Company will be able to quickly occupy the beverage market in Yangcheng. This shows that Chen Yang is very business-minded. Yang Ning said lightly. Why do you say that? Yang Wenchen asked. It's very simple. The uniqueness of soda makes everyone want to taste it again, but Chen Yang doesn't sell it. In this way, everyone can only discuss it. Their behavior has become Chen Yang's advertisement invisibly. Yang Wan explained. I see. It seems that Chen Yang is very scheming. Yang Wenchen suddenly realized. Yes, but this may also be the reason for his failure. Yang Ning said coldly. Brother, what do you want to do? Yang Wenchen was puzzled. You said that if someone else feels sick or even hospitalized after drinking their company's soda, do you think their soda can still be sold? Yang Ning smiled coldly. Father, are you planning to sabotage Chen Yang's opening ceremony? Yang Wan said. That's right, although Chen Yang didn't kill Minjiao, he can't escape the relationship. Since he wants to open a company in Yangcheng, I will close his company. Yang Ning's words made Yang Wenchen startled. Is this really good? If it is discovered, it will have a negative impact on the Yang family. Yang Wan asked. What's wrong with this? I can use the mind control talent to manipulate them. I believe that with my ability, they still can't find it. Yang Ning said confidently. But Chen Yang also has the talent of mind control. Is this really possible? Yang Wenchen's heart beat a drum. He felt ashamed at the thought of being controlled by Chen Yang. Even his elder brother couldn't control his thinking so easily. Although there were factors of him underestimating the enemy, it also showed from the side that Chen Yang's talent was indeed very strong. Don't worry, it will be too late when he finds out. Yang Ning said disdainfully. On the stage, Chen Yang had already spotted Yang Ning and others. Seeing them standing in the distance discussing something, Chen Yang activated his super musical talent. Soon, the conversations of several people reached Chen Yang's ears. Knowing that the other party wanted to sabotage, Chen Yang also showed a smile. Since you want to cause damage, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Yang stepped down from the stage and came to Cao Wei. Mr. Chen. Seeing Chen Yang walking in front of him, Cao Wei didn't know what the other party was going to do. Did you bring your drone? Chen Yang asked. I brought it. Do you want to use it? Cao Wei was puzzled. That's right, do me a favor. Chen Yang told Cao Wei about his plan. When Cao Wei heard that the Yang family wanted to make trouble, he hesitated for a while, then nodded. Yang Ning didn't know that Chen Yang had discovered his behavior a long time ago. Of course, he can't be blamed. After all, who knew that Chen Yang had so many strange and special talents? The drone took off under the control of Cao Wei. It approached Yang Ning intentionally or unintentionally, but Yang Ning didn't care, just thought it was taking a video. I'm going to control the group of people, and you will let your men take pictures later. Yang Ning said to Yang Wenchen. No problem, don't worry, brother. Yang Wenchen nodded. Yang Ning's eyes lit up, and the pupils of a group of young people on the periphery flickered with confusion, but they quickly returned to their original state. Ah, my stomach hurts. Several young people fell to the ground suddenly, and their movements attracted many people to watch. What happened? Song Qing looked behind and seemed to cause a commotion, and was a little worried for Chen Yang. Today is the first day of the company's opening. If something happens, the impact on the company will be too great. Call an ambulance. The friends of the group of young people shouted anxiously. Many reporters also found out what was going on behind them and hurried over to take pictures. What happened to them? The reporter asked friends of the young man lying on the ground. I don't know, they just finished drinking Coke, and suddenly they acted like this. Their friends didn't know what happened, so they answered the reporter's words truthfully. It must have been caused by the Coke. Under Yang Wenchun's signal, several people stood up and shouted. How did you know it was caused by Coke? The reporters had a premonition that this might be a big news. If it was revealed that there would be problems with drinking Coke during the opening ceremony, Chen Yang's company would not even think about opening it. I saw that they were like this just after drinking the drink, and we also felt a little uncomfortable in the stomach after drinking. Maybe it's because we are practitioners, so the problem is not big. The few people indicated by Yang Wenchun started to make up things. Seeing more and more people gathered around, Yang Ning showed a satisfied smile. Let's go, let Chen Yang clean up the rest of the mess. Yang Ning turned around and planned to leave. Isn't it good to leave like this? Chen Yang's figure appeared behind them at some unknown time. Why are you here? Yang Wenchun was shocked. As one of the most famous families in Yangchang, they actually use this kind of trick secretly, and they are not afraid of being laughed at if they tell it. Chen Yang said mockingly. What method? I don't know what you are talking about. Yang Ning said calmly. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it, but do you believe that I can hit you to admit it? Chen Yang raised his mouth slightly and asked. Do you think I'm afraid you won't succeed? Yang Ning narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Chen Yang. This is the scene of your opening ceremony. If the people in Yangchang know that you have offended the Yang family, your drinks will not be sold. Is it? Chen Yang looked at a group of teenagers surrounded by reporters not far away. I saw that they were exaggerating to tarnish Coke, and some people were unwell, and the people around them quickly believed it. Mr. Chen, someone drank the beverage produced by your company and became unwell. How do you explain this? Several reporters discovered Chen Yang's location and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Song Qing and others felt troubled when they saw that someone had a health problem after drinking the drink. Manager Lu, haven't you tested it? Seeing that something was wrong, Zhang Jing hurriedly asked. No, I've let professionals test every process. How could something go wrong? Lu Hui didn't know where the reason happened. Send those young people to the hospital first, but nothing serious will happen. Zhang Jing made arrangements immediately. Song Ming and Wen Wujun also frowned. They didn't find anything strange in the drink. If there was any problem, they would have tasted it long ago. Chen Yang at the back looked at Yingning and the others unhurriedly. Of course the beverages produced by our company are fine, but the Yang family interfered with it and wanted to spoil my opening ceremony. It is indeed a big family. A burst of energy from Chen Yang poured into the group of young people, and the group of young people quickly stopped howling. Upon seeing this, the reporter immediately realized that something was wrong. Yingning originally planned to leave directly. Even if Chen Yang found a problem, he would have to work hard for a while to find the reason. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, he was discovered by Chen Yang. If everyone knew that he caused this group of young people to get sick, the slander plan might be aborted this time. Boss Chen, why can't I understand what you are talking about? Yang Ning didn't care what Chen Yang found out about what he had done, as long as he didn't admit it. Even Chen Yang couldn't do anything about him. You deliberately sabotaged my opening ceremony. Do you want me to be more careful? Chen Yang looked at Yang Ning meaningfully. Boss Chen, you must pay attention to evidence when you speak. Be careful, I will sue you for slander. Yang Ning took his time. Mr. Yang, does this matter really have anything to do with you? Seeing that Chen Yang and Yang Ning were confronting each other, the reporter hurriedly asked. There is nothing wrong with it. Boss Chen blamed us for the problem of the drinks produced by his own company. This is not a good behavior. Yang Ning said lightly. Is it? Chen Yang snapped his fingers, and several of Yang Wenchun's subordinates were immediately controlled by Chen Yang. Tell me what Yang Ning wants you to do. Chen Yang asked those subordinates. The Yang family wants us to boo at the side when someone drinks something wrong. Those subordinates hadn't finished speaking. Yang Ning's mind control immediately shut them up. Why, Patriarch Yang doesn't want these people to finish talking. Chen Yang asked. They were controlled by you just now. I'm afraid that what you said can't be counted. If Boss Chen wants to slander my Yang family by this method, don't blame me for being ruthless. There was a fierce light in Yang Ning's eyes. It's okay, I still have evidence. Chen Yang signaled Cao Wei to bring the phone over. This is the video our drone just recorded. Chen Yang turned on the video, and soon the conversation between Yang Ning and Yang Wenchun came out of the video. Yang Ning was startled. He didn't expect the conversation between the few of them to be recorded by the drone. How is this possible? Although the drone can record, but it flies very high, how could it record their conversation? Yang Ning was puzzled, but the voice in the drone was exactly the same as Yang Ning's. Yang Ning didn't know that Chen Yang used his super musical talent to collect all of Yang Ning's conversations into the drone, so they never found out. The video in the mobile phone exposed all Yang Ning's actions. Yang Ning's face darkened, and he didn't know what to do for a while. Mr. Yang, is the content in the video true? The reporters gathered around and asked. This matter has nothing to do with me. Yang Ning didn't intend to explain further, and was going to leave directly. Am I letting you go? Chen Yang stood in front of Yingning. I want to run away when I'm found out? How can there be such a good thing? The coercive talent erupted instantly, and Chen Yang's aura suddenly pressed towards Yang Wenchen and Yingning. The two of them stopped breathing suddenly, and while resisting the coercion talent, they stared at Chen Yang. What do you want? Yingning did not expect Chen Yang's aura to be so terrifying. Compensation of 1,000 billion, let's forget about this matter, otherwise none of you will want to leave. Chen Yang didn't use the coercion talent on Yingwan, but just threatened Yingning. Don't even think about it. How could Yingning bear such anger? If you choose to fight against my Yang family, I'll see who dares to buy your drink. Chen Yang laughed after hearing this. Is the Yang family very powerful? I want to give it a try. The dragon power barrier opened, and Chen Yang trapped the two of them. What is this? Yingning looked at the red enchantment covering the surroundings. His face changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang really planned to do something. Since you are looking for death, you can't blame me. Thinking of her son's inexplicable death, Yingning became even more angry with Chen Yang. Strength field, Tianbang fist. Yingning launched an attack without saying a word. Good come. Chen Yang's field of power also expanded accordingly. Long Huang fist. The fists of the two collided with each other, and everyone from the joint team and other families came to watch the battle. Seeing that Chen Yang dared to confront Yingning directly, they all showed expressions of astonishment. Song Ming wanted to help, but the dragon power barrier blocked him. He didn't know Chen Yang's true strength. Seeing Chen Yang and Yingning's fists collided, the next scene was already expected. Boom! The huge energy lifted up the ground under the two people's feet. When the barrier became quiet, Song Ming was surprised to find that Chen Yang was fine. Tan Yu and the others shrank their pupils. Yingning is a master-level powerhouse, and there are only a handful of people in Yangcheng who can deal with him. I thought it was Chen Yang's support, but I didn't expect him to actually draw with Yingning. From this point of view, Chen Yang's true strength is also a master? Tan Yu couldn't imagine how Chen Yang had cultivated to this point. Even if he lost to Yingning next, he would still be famous in Yangcheng. Yingning has long known that Chen Yang has the strength of a master, and to be able to suppress Yang Wenchen must at least have the realm of a master, but what he didn't expect was that after using the power field, he would be evenly matched with Chen Yang. Are you in the middle power field? Yingning felt that Chen Yang's power domain was different from his, and the opponent's power domain seemed to be more pure. This is impossible. Yingning didn't want to believe that Chen Yang could comprehend the mid-level power domain, even a high-level grandmaster couldn't do it. Why is Chen Yang stronger than himself at such a young age? Pick me up again. Chen Yang mobilized all the energy in his body to gather his arms, and all kinds of natural forces were also condensed. Fengming fist. A huge fire phoenix surrounded Chen Yang, and Yingning and Yang Wenchen felt the pressure doubled. Chen Yang's blow had already strongly threatened their lives. If they didn't use all their strength, they might be seriously injured. Wenchen, let's fight together. Yingning brought out all his vitality, and the water element turned into a huge ice shield under Yingning's control. Yang Wenchen also quickly mobilized his whole body's strength, and soon the earth elements surrounded the front of the two of them. Humph, don't you think this can stop you? Chen Yang decided to slap the other party hard. He wanted everyone to know that he was not a sheep, but a tiger. Divine speed. The power of Fengming Fist suddenly became stronger, and under the surprised eyes of everyone, Fengming Fist easily penetrated the defenses of the two, and finally hit the flesh hard. Chen Yang was also a little tired after punching this punch. In addition to attacking, he had to maintain the Dragon Force enchantment, otherwise people around would be easily injured by them. Fortunately, the Dragon Power barrier is very tough, and the energy collision between the two did not break the Dragon Power barrier. The bodies of Yingning and Yang Wenchen collided heavily on the Dragon Power barrier. They spurted out a mouthful of blood, and their clothes were burnt to the point of disfigurement. Wen Wujun, Song Ming, and others fell into a sluggish state. They thought that Chen Yang would be at a disadvantage, but what they saw in the end was the distress of the Yang family. Father. Yang Wan shouted anxiously outside. Seeing her father in such a mess, she hurried to Wen Wujun. Captain Wen, stop them. Wen Wujun nodded. Chen Yang, if you have something to say, don't do it anymore. When Chen Yang saw the civil and military army come forward to persuade him, he waved his hand and removed the Dragon Power barrier. Are you okay? Seeing this, Song Qing hurried up to inquire. Just now she kept begging her father to take action, but it was a pity that she was blocked by the Dragon Power barrier. Do you look like I'm in trouble? Chen Yang shook his head with a smile. On the other side, Yang Wan rushed over to help her father up, only to see that Yingning's body was covered with wounds, and Yang Wenchen beside her was even worse. Do you still think I'm a bully now? Chen Yang looked at the embarrassed two and asked. Yingning stared at Chen Yang with wide eyes. At this time, his mentality had completely changed. What do you want? Ahem, what do you want? Yingning coughed up a mouthful of blood and asked. What do I want? I said, 1,000 billion in compensation, or I will destroy your Yang family. Chen Yang said majestically. You dare. Yingning was anxious. You can try it. You want to suppress my company, and you use such shameful means. Now that you are discovered, do you think you can just run away? Chen Yang snorted coldly. Yingning didn't know what to say for a while. The framed matter was indeed arranged by him, but for him to admit it in front of so many reporters, it was more uncomfortable than killing him. It's up to you to choose, whether it's life or face. Chen Yang condensed a Yuan Li lightsaber in his hand. Chen Yang. Song Qing thought that Chen Yang was really going to kill Yang Ning and Yang Ning, so she pulled the corner of Chen Yang's clothes behind her. Don't worry, I will destroy them at most. Chen Yang said lightly. Hearing Chen Yang's cold words, Yang Wenchen trembled all over. He had no doubt that Chen Yang would really do this. Yang Ning was still struggling. He looked at Wen Wujun, hoping that the other party could speak for him. Wen Wujun turned his head away as if he didn't see it. The evidence in the video is conclusive. As the captain of the joint team, it is even more impossible for him to embarrass a major general. It can only be said that Yang Ning was unlucky and was caught by Chen Yang. Chen Yang walked up to Yang Ning and pressed the Yuan Li lightsaber against Yang Ning's chin. How is it? Have you made up your mind? Yang Ning felt the fullness of the lightsaber, and his heart tightened. Chen Yang, we did something wrong. Please let my father go, please. Yang Wan begged from the side. When the people around heard Yang Wan admitting his mistake, they looked at Yang Ning with some unkind eyes. I didn't expect the Yang family to behave like this. No wonder no one dared to compete with them for business. It turned out that they were all killed by him. The melon-eating crowd began to talk about it, and Yang Ning couldn't help sighing when he saw that his daughter had admitted it. I'm sorry. Yang Ning's words seemed to fall into a calm pool one by one, and the surrounding reporters rushed to write articles. This is big news in Yangchang. The Yang family, one of the 5 great families, actually apologized to a young man. Could it be that the Yang family is no good? Since you admit it, I won't embarrass you. Remember the compensation I want. If I don't receive it within a week, don't blame me for coming to the door in person. At that time, it will not be solved by an apology. Chen Yang put away the lightsaber and left without looking back. Wen Wujun shook his head. The Yang family, which has always been arrogant and domineering, has stumbled now, and the whole Yangchang will know about the scandal of the Yang family tomorrow. Although the Yang family usually suppresses small merchants, the joint team usually turns a blind eye. Now that the other party directly bullied the major general, Yang Ning deserved it. 1,000 billion, this is equivalent to cutting a piece of meat from the Yang family. Everyone, it was just a small episode just now. There is absolutely no problem with our products. You can buy them with confidence when they go on sale tomorrow. Of course, this is not the highlight of the opening ceremony. Next, let Song Ming, the patriarch of the Song family, introduce us to you. The main product of Chen Yang came to the stage and said to everyone, anything else? The melon eaters immediately returned to their seats. Song Ming tidied up his clothes, and then briskly walked onto the stage. Song Qing, what else did Chen Yang not bring out? Is it better than this soda? But there is no need to ask your father to go up, right? Cao Wei asked puzzledly. Song Qing also shook her head in doubt. She didn't know why Chen Yang called her father to come on stage. Seeing many reporters looking at him impatiently, Song Ming signaled the welcoming beauty to present the gift box prepared earlier. After a while, a beautiful woman in a red cheongsam walked onto the stage holding a rectangular gift box. Song Ming took it carefully, and then slowly opened the gift box under the eyes of many people. What? Wen Wujun looked inside the box curiously. When the box was opened, he found that there was actually a small ceramic bottle inside. Seeing this, Tan Yu was very puzzled. I don't know what is in this bottle, even Song Ming seems so cautious. Patriarch Song, what exactly is in your bottle? A reporter couldn't help asking. Haha, this is the highlight of Coke's opening ceremony. Since everyone is curious about what's in it, I won't make a fuss about it. Mr. Chen called the thing inside this spiritual liquid, which can expand the meridians of the human body and help practitioners improve their realm. Only needing this small bottle, a cultivator in the warrior realm can quickly break through to a great warrior. Song Ming didn't write any ink, and directly said what was in the bottle. There was an uproar below the stage. Can the warrior directly break through to the great warrior? Will the Coke company really sell this kind of thing? Everyone must be wondering why I am the one who introduced this bottle of psychic liquid, because Mr. Chen has given me the right to sell the psychic liquid, which means that only the Song family and the Coke company in Yangchang will sell the psychic liquid. Song Ming explained. Is this spiritual liquid really as miraculous as you say? A reporter couldn't help asking. Yes, how can we know the real effect of the spiritual liquid? Said another reporter. Whether the effect of the spiritual liquid is true or not, I won't judge too much here, but I believe many people are willing to try it. Song Ming didn't explicitly explain too much about the effect of ectoplasmic liquid. Good things don't need too much publicity. As long as someone drinks the spiritual liquid, the effect of the spiritual liquid will naturally spread quickly. It's just that the spiritual liquid is limited. Even if you want to buy it at that time, you may not be able to buy it. If this spiritual liquid is really as miraculous as Patriarch Song said, then how much is the price of this spiritual liquid? The reporter next to him couldn't help asking. I can tell you the effect of the spiritual liquid. It will only be better than what I said. As for the price, Mr. Chen and I decided to set the price at 200 million. Song Ming directly quoted the price. 200 million. Tan Yu's pupils shrank. Although I don't know if what Song Ming said is true or not, if this spiritual liquid can really allow warriors to directly break through to great warriors, let alone 200 million, even 1,000 million is not expensive. Tan Yu originally thought that Song Ming would open his mouth like a lion, but he didn't expect the price to be unexpectedly cheap. For 200 million, you can buy a bottle and try it out. Tan Yu thought. Such a good effect, why only sell 200 million? Is it because you have no confidence in the effect of the spiritual liquid? The reporter did not understand. It's not true. Song Ming smiled. I know that this price may make many people doubt the effect of the psychic liquid, but I can guarantee with my personality that the real effect of the psychic liquid is definitely no less than 1,000 million. The reason why the price of the psychic liquid is set so low is that because Mr. Chen hopes that even ordinary practitioners can buy it. The spiritual liquid will go on sale tomorrow at the same time. Its quantity is limited, so I won't say much else. You must be lucky to be able to buy it. After Song Ming finished speaking, he opened the bottle containing the psychic liquid. Under the control of Yuan Qi, the psychic liquid inside evaporated quickly, and soon turned into water vapor and filled the whole scene. Oh my god, is this the spiritual liquid? Everyone inhaled the spiritual liquid that had turned into water vapor into their lungs, and the whole body instantly felt extremely refreshed. Many people who doubted the efficacy of the spiritual liquid at first shut their mouths at this moment. Puff. Among the crowd, the aura of a warrior suddenly rose, and he soon stepped into the realm of a great warrior. I broke through. The cultivator suddenly opened his eyes with joy on his face. He has been stuck in the warrior realm for a long time, and has never found an opportunity to break through. Unexpectedly, I just participated in an opening ceremony today, and with the help of a little spiritual liquid, I broke through to the realm of a great warrior. The people around looked at this cultivator enviously. There was still a lot of spiritual liquid in the air, and everyone breathed faster in dissatisfaction. Seeing that the expected goal was achieved, Song Ming nodded in satisfaction. Song Qing, do you know that your father is going to sell spiritual liquid? Cao Wei felt the strong aura at the scene and said in surprise. Song Qing shook her head. Even though she had been staying with Chen Yang for the past few days, she didn't know that Chen Yang had such spiritual creatures. This thing is really amazing. I just smelled it, and the vitality in my body couldn't help but start to run automatically. If I really drink it directly, the effect will be 100 times better than this. Cao Wei closed his eyes and breathed hard, enjoying this feeling very much. In the distance, Yang Ning learned that there was such a spiritual thing in Chen Yang's hands, and was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Father, are you alright? Yang Wan hurriedly supported him. I'm fine. Yang Ning shook his head. He took a deep look at Chen Yang, and left the scene humiliated. After personally feeling the effect of the spiritual liquid, everyone at the scene was insane. It can be expected that the news of the ectoplasmic liquid will shock the entire Yangchang. Not surprisingly, the liquid will be sold out tomorrow. Seeing that the goal was achieved, Chen Yang announced the end of the opening ceremony. Many reporters who wanted to interview Chen Yang realized that Chen Yang had gone somewhere. Boss, it seems that our drinks this time are invincible. Seeing that everyone's feedback on the soda was very good, Zhang Jing couldn't help but said happily. Isn't this expected? Chen Yang asked back. Haha, the group of young people fell to the ground and said they were not feeling well. I thought this opening ceremony was going to be messed up. Zhang Jinghao said in fear. Have faith in yourself. Chen Yang patted Zhang Jing's shoulder. Mr. Chen. Not far away, Lu Hui trotted over. Manager Lu, it seems that you are also very happy. Seeing Lu Hui's excited face, Chen Yang said with flushed cheeks. Mr. Chen, I really admire you so much. Before, I was worried that if the Yang family got in the way, it would affect our opening ceremony. Unexpectedly, Mr. Chen could even suppress the Yang family, so my worries became superfluous. I was so excited to see the day when the Yang family was devastated. Lu Hui said. Tears moistened his eyes. Manager Lu, don't worry from now on. After joining our company, no one will dare to bully you again. Chen Yang affirmed. Thank you Mr. Chen, I am glad to be able to stay in the company. Lu Hui bowed to Chen Yang. Hey, your gift is too big. Chen Yang quickly helped him up. Mr. Chen, I really appreciate you. If it weren't for you, my dream of producing beverages would have been ruined by the Yang family. I'm really grateful to Mr. Chen for letting me stay in the company. I believe the employees in the factory think the same of. Lu Hui said gratefully. Chen Yang smiled helplessly. He knew the pain in Lu Hui's heart before. Unable to compete with the Yang family but did not want to give up his dream, after persisting for a long time, he almost betrayed his heart in the end. Today's opening ceremony has come to a successful conclusion. Let me invite everyone to have a dinner together in the evening. Chen Yang said. Okay, I'm going to notify the company's management. Zhang Jing responded. Call all the employees, let's book a hotel directly. Chen Yang reminded. No problem. Zhang Jing nodded. Many people wanted to talk to Chen Yang about the spirit liquid in detail after the opening ceremony, and Chen Yang ordered Lu Yan to invite all these guests to the company. After notifying the staff to finish, Chen Yang sneaked into the company. Many reporters who wanted to interview him searched for a long time but did not find Chen Yang. Mr. Chen, you are finally here. Wen Ryujun and the others waited in the reception room for more than a quarter of an hour. Seeing Chen Yang coming in, he immediately spoke. I just talked to the staff about something, and I'm sorry for delaying everyone. Yang Chen apologized. Brother Chen Yang, you are finally here. Is your spirit liquid really only sold for 200 million? I want it now. Tan Yu said impatiently. Yes, our joint team also needs it. I wonder how much you have in stock, Brother Chen. Wen Ryujun also hurriedly said. Many other family leaders also gathered around at this time, and the entire reception room seemed to be a vegetable market. Everyone, don't worry, we definitely have some spiritual liquid here, but if we supply all of it to you, we won't have to sell it tomorrow. Chen Yang signaled everyone to be quiet. It doesn't matter, I bought as much as you have, and 100 bottles is only -million yuan. My Wang family can still afford this amount. A fat middle-aged man said. Chen Yang took a look and found that the fat man looked somewhat similar to Wang Yukin. He took a look and found Wang Yukin in the back seat. When Wang Yukin saw Chen Yang watching her, she blushed and smiled. Chen Yang still had a deep impression of Wang Yukin, and her big sister's attire made Chen Yang call her an expert. Are you the head of the Wang family? Chen Yang withdrew his gaze and looked at the other party. That's right, my name is Wang Ning. If my daughter insisted that I come here, I would have almost missed such a good opportunity. Wang Ning pointed at Wang Yukin and laughed. Hello, Uncle Wang, everyone must be aware of the effect of the spiritual liquid. Although you haven't experienced it for yourself, there is no doubt that the effect of the spiritual liquid must be more than 200 million. Uncle Wang, do you know why I set the price at only 200 million? Chen Yang asked. I don't know about that. Could it be that brother Chen Yang really wants everyone in Yangcheng to buy spiritual liquid? Wang Ning said doubtfully. That's right, maybe in everyone's eyes, those who have money but don't make money are fools. That's right, after everyone has experienced the effect of the psychic liquid, even if I set the price of the psychic liquid at -million a bottle, I believe there will be many people are willing to buy it, especially big families like Uncle Wang. But this goes against my original intention. The reason why I sell spiritual liquid is not entirely for money. Chen Yang paused and continued. Maybe you don't know, but I'm actually a member of the joint team. Now there are more and more beasts in Huiguo, and there was even a 7th order beast recently. I think everyone knows the damage caused by the 7th order beast. How terrifying the power is. The Radiance base was destroyed by a 7th order beast. At that time, no one could come forward to stop it, and if the Radiance base had a strong warrior at the level of a martial saint, it would not have been turned into ruins. Now that I have a miraculous spirit like psychic liquid, what I hope is that all talented practitioners can grow rapidly with the help of psychic liquid. If there is another martial saint in Yangcheng in the future, even if they encounter a 7th level fierce beast, we don't need to be afraid. This is the reason why I priced the spiritual liquid at 200 million. If the price is too high, many talented practitioners will lose the best opportunity. After listening to Chen Yang's words, everyone was silent for a while. Indeed, many gifted cultivators practice slowly because they do not have much money to buy spiritual objects. Although 200 million is relatively high for practitioners, it is also a possibility. As long as you work hard to earn money, it is not very difficult to get 200 million. Chen Yang set the price at this position to stimulate the motivation of those ordinary cultivators. As long as they are willing to go out of the city to fight fierce beasts, they will be able to buy the spiritual liquid one day. At that time, the strength of the entire Yangcheng will be greatly improved. As for those cultivators who dare not go out to fight in the city, even if the spiritual liquid is given to him, Yangcheng will run away when he is needed in the future. I didn't expect brother Chen Yang to see so far. It's because our vision is too narrow. Wang Ning complained. Wang Yukin looked at Chen Yang with little stars in his eyes, admiring him very much. As expected of the man I'm looking for, he's really outstanding. Wang Yukin said excitedly to herself. Uncle Wang, you are serious? Chen Yang smiled. In that case, how much liquid can we buy? Wen Wujun asked. I know that you are eager to buy all the illuminants, but I suggest that you should not rely too much on the elixirs. After all, the elixirs are only a support. When our elixirs go on sale, we will line up according to the ID card. Each person can only buy a bottle. Of course, there are many people in your big families, so such a small restriction is definitely not a big deal, but I hope you can save some for ordinary practitioners. Chen Yang said. Okay, no problem. Tomorrow I will buy 10 bottles first, and I will buy them later when the spiritual liquid is abundant. The civil and military army spoke. Even Captain Wen said that, so we won't rush to buy it tomorrow. Wang Ning agreed. Tan Yu and the others originally wanted to buy more tomorrow, but after hearing what Chen Yang said, he also hesitated. Don't worry everyone, the spirit liquid will always be sold, so you don't have to worry about not being able to buy it. I just hope that you don't hoard the goods, which will make it difficult for ordinary practitioners to buy. Everyone is so supportive, and I, Chen Yang, have to express it. Here are 200 bottles of psychic liquid, you can decide for yourself. With a wave of Chen Yang's arm, 200 bottles of spiritual liquid were placed neatly in front of everyone. The matter of the spiritual liquid finally came to an end. Because of the 200 bottles of spiritual liquid that Chen Yang took out, the members of these big families left the company satisfied. I believe that when the spiritual liquid is sold tomorrow, it won't be so crazy. The daily output of ectoplasmic liquid is limited, and it is really difficult to supply 2 cities at the same time. However, with the passage of time, I believe that practitioners who need spiritual liquid can always buy it. Zhang Jing, I want you to set up a department dedicated to doing market research, and you must not allow people with ulterior motives to inflate the price of ectoplasmic liquid. Chen Yang said to Zhang Jing. No problem, I'll do it now. Zhang Jing nodded and said. After explaining everything, Chen Yang can finally rest for a while. In the evening, Chen Yang directly booked the Capitaland Hotel. Although Song Qing said that he didn't want money, Chen Yang still insisted on giving it. Under Zhang Jing's arrangement, all employees of the company came to the Capitaland Hotel. Everyone was amazed at the luxury of Capitaland Hotel. If Chen Yang hadn't invited them over, maybe they would never have had the chance to experience this kind of hotel in their entire life. The civil and military army also brought people from the joint team to celebrate. After Chen Yang warmly received them, he arranged them at the main table. Captain Wen, there may be a lot of people in the meeting. If the reception is not good, don't blame it. Chen Yang gave a toast to the civil and military army with a smile and said, "It's okay, Mr. Chen, go get busy, we won't be polite." The civil and military army responded. Just when Chen Yang was about to leave, Wen Wuzhen's mobile phone rang quickly. "Hey, what? Okay, I'll go right now. What happened?" Chen Yang saw that Wen Wuzhen's expression became a little serious, so he hurriedly asked. "I found a gathering of ferocious beasts outside Yangcheng. I rushed over to confirm." Wen Wuzhen said. Ferocious beast. Chen Yang was taken aback. Could it be any accident that he found the trace of the beast so late? "President Chen, I'm sorry, I have to go first." Wen Wuzhen apologized. "I'll go with you." Chen Yang said. "Today is your company's celebration party, how can you leave?" Wen Wuzhen refused to say. "I was originally a member of the joint team. Of course I have the obligation to protect the safety of the people of Yangcheng. Besides, I have the strength of a master. If there is any emergency when I go with you, I can help each other. As for the hotel, you don't have to worry about it. With Zhang Jing here, I believe he can entertain these people well," Chen Yang explained. Hearing what Chen Yang said, the civil and military army no longer refused. "Okay, let's go." Wen Wuzhen nodded. Chen Yang called Zhang Jing to explain to him twice, and then left the hotel. "Where is he going?" Seeing Chen Yang leaving, Song Qing hurriedly asked. "I don't know, it seems to say that there is something to go out." Zhang Jing shook his head. Outside Yangcheng, Lu Tianrui was already waiting at the door. Next to him were Su Ningxiang and Zhang Hao, whom Chen Yang had seen. Team leader. Seeing the civil and military army coming, several people shouted together. "Tell me the details." Wen Wuzhen nodded. "It was the Worm Lord's lair before. Our equipment found that many ferocious beasts were gathering towards the Worm Lord's lair. Although we don't know the number, a small-scale beast swarm has already formed." Lu Tianrui said seriously. Small-scale beast tide. Wen Wuzhen thought it was just a small accident, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. If a beast horde really formed, the entire Yangcheng would have to be put on alert. "Come on, let's go take a look together." The civil and military army announced their departure without saying much. In order to hurry on his way, Chen Yang directly displayed his talent for teleportation. Several people looked at Chen Yang in surprise. After only a few days of contact, Chen Yang showed many special talents, which seemed incredible to them. But this is someone else's secret, and it's not easy for them to ask. They only think that Chen Yang is special. With the talent of teleportation, several people quickly came to the abnormal place observed by the joint team. It is very close to the Worm Lord's lair, only a few kilometers away. Even if they didn't approach, Chen Yang could still feel many low-level beasts approaching here. It seemed that there must be something attracting them. The Worm Lord. Chen Yang thought of his experience of encountering a fire dragon. A magic crystal was found in the lair of the fire dragon. Could it be that there is also a magic crystal in the lair of the Worm Lord? If this is the case, it can explain why the small-scale beast tide happened at this time, and it is very likely that the boulder is due to the magic crystal. "President Chen, what do you think?" Wen Wuzhen saw that Chen Yang was thoughtful, so he asked. "Captain Wen, don't call me Mr. Chen here, just call me Chen Yang." Chen Yang said. "This situation is very similar to what I have encountered before. I wonder if the gathering of these beasts here is due to the Worm Lord. But the Worm Lord is dead." Civil and military troops were puzzled. It is because of the death of the Worm Lord that this happened. If I guessed correctly, there is an enchanted crystal in the Worm Lord's lair. These beasts are all attracted by the enchanted crystal. Chen Yang explained. "Magic crystal? Are you talking about black crystal?" Lu Tianrui said. "That's right, the real name of the black crystal is the magic crystal, and the magic liquid inside can change the physique of the beast. But similarly, the beast that swallows the magic liquid will also become another existence." Chen Yang explained. Hearing Chen Yang's words, everyone was a little puzzled. "What is the other creature?" Lu Tianrui asked. "The magic liquid in the enchanted crystal can enhance the physique of living beings, but it has side effects. Once the magic liquid is swallowed, it will become a puppet with almost no thinking, and this kind of puppet is called a different species." Chen Yang said. "Heterogeneous? Does this have anything to do with the beast riot?" "Of course, the alien species can control the actions of the beasts. As for the reason, I am not very good at explaining it. But I am almost sure that the riots of these beasts gather here because of the enchanted crystal." Chen Yang guessed. "So we need to find the enchanted crystal." Wen Wuzhen has touched on the key point. "That's right, I have a bad guess in my mind. I'm afraid that this riot is likely to form a beast tide," Chen Yang said solemnly. "Isn't this speculation a bit exaggerated? For decades, the country has not discovered the cause of the beast tide. How can you conclude that the magic crystal will cause the beast tide?" Zhang Hao didn't believe it. "Is it possible that we will find out if we observe it? The most important thing now is to see what this group of beasts are trying to do together. Chen Yang looked around, and the ferocious beasts in the distance were gathering towards this side, and the number exceeded 1,000 in a short while. Captain, do you want to make a move? Seeing that there were more and more fierce beasts, Suning Xiang asked anxiously. Wait and see, I want to see what they want to do. The civil and military army signaled everyone not to act rashly. They now have 3 masters, and they can easily solve any problems they encounter. A few people stood on the hilltop not far away and watched. This group of fierce beasts seemed to gather together consciously. They were not as fierce as everyone usually saw, but seemed to be waiting for something. Half an hour later, the entire lair was filled with ferocious beasts. The ranks of these beasts are not low, and the weakest ones have the 3rd rank strength. Just when everyone was impatient, a huge black figure flew from the sky. When everyone looked at it intently, it turned out to be a ferocious tiger. This big bug is very similar to a beetle. Its huge body is more than 70 meters long, and a pair of black wings vibrate in the air, like the sound of a helicopter propeller. Tier 6 Ferocious Beast. Chen Yang felt the powerful aura of this black beetle, and was startled. Check the talent. Fierce Beast, Black Emperor Beetle. Bloodline, Higher Bloodline. Cultivation Realm, Tier 6. Power, 7,326 tons. Cultivation Talent, Intermediate Comprehension. Special Talents, Strength, Intermediate Perception, Power Field, Low Level, Speed, Low Level Perception, Super Speed Force, Low Level, Tenacity, Spiritual Level, Corrosion, Spiritual Level, Coercion, Spiritual Level. Although Wen Wuzhen and others were not as good as Chen Yang in being able to view the detailed information of the beast, the aura emanating from this beast could be predicted, and this beast was at least a mid-level 6th level strength. Look, there is a human on the back of that beetle. Suning Xiang's eyes are relatively sharp, and she can clearly see the back of the beetle with the perspective talent turned on. What? Wen Wuzhen quickly looked at the back of the beetle, and sure enough, a figure could be vaguely seen on it, but due to the distance and the darkness, he couldn't see the figure's appearance clearly. Chen Yang also noticed the figure on the back of the beetle. He was about to activate his talent of perspective when the Black Emperor beetle suddenly focused its gaze on the mountain where they were. Discovered. Suning Xiang felt a chill in her body, and the eyes of the 6th level beast fixed him firmly. It was your talent that was noticed by that beast. Chen Yang instantly knew why he and others were discovered. When he observed the 6th order inferior fire dragon before, he was also discovered because of the use of perspective talent. Suning Xiang's movements had long been noticed by him, and before he could remind him, the other party had already used it. The Black Emperor beetle opened its mouth wide and let out a roar towards Chen Yang and the others, and all the beasts near the lair looked this way. The civil and military army felt bad. If they were surrounded by so many beasts, they might not be able to leave intact even with the power of a master. Get out. The civil and military army hastily spoke. Suning Xiang didn't expect her clairvoyance talent to be discovered. Seeing that she had caused a catastrophe, she quickly apologized to everyone. Sorry, I didn't know it would. Hurry up, now is not the time to pursue responsibility. Chen Yang, use your teleportation. Wen Wuzhen looked at Chen Yang and said. Chen Yang was a little hesitant, and now he left without finding anything, so wouldn't it be a waste of time to go this time? Just as Chen Yang was thinking, the Black Emperor beetle rushed towards the crowd with lightning speed. You go first. Chen Yang immediately opened the transmission channel, and the Black Emperor beetle saw that they were going to escape, and immediately spewed out a ball of black liquid from its mouth. Careful. Chen Yang pushed Suning Xiang away, and in that split second, the black liquid directly broke the transmission channel condensed by Chen Yang gang. The other ferocious beasts seemed to have received an order, and they surrounded the place where everyone was. In less than a few tens of seconds, the foot of the mountain was already full of ferocious beasts. Seeing that Chen Yang's teleportation was interrupted, the civil and military army immediately took out a short stick. With the infusion of vitality, the short stick quickly grew into a long spear. Chen Yang, take them away first. Suning Xiang and Zhang Hao are both great martial arts masters, so they won't be of much help here. After finishing speaking, the civil and military army exerted strength with both legs, and killed the Black Emperor beetle. The ferocious beasts at the foot of the mountain quickly surrounded them. Chen Yang no longer hesitated, and turned on the teleportation again to let Suning Xiang and Zhang Hao leave first. But the captain is still there. Suning Xiang shouted hurriedly, unwilling to leave Wen Wuzhen behind. And me and Chen Yang, both of us are masters, and it's not easy to escape from a 6th level beast. Lu Tianrui reassured Suning Xiang. Vice Captain, let's go first. If there is anything else, please contact the headset. Zhang Hao stepped into the portal without hesitation. He knew that staying there would only cause trouble for the captain and others. Seeing this, Suning Xiang didn't refute anymore, and followed Zhang Hao into the portal. Seeing the two leave, Chen Yang and Lu Tianrui looked at each other and smiled. Chen Yang, how about we compete to kill this beast first? Lu Tianrui said. Chen Yang looked at all the beasts below and surrounded him and couldn't help shaking his head. You go first, I'll get rid of these guys first. Well then, I will leave these low-level beasts to you. Lu Tianrui's vitality surged. He took out a big knife, and slashed at the Black Emperor beetle. Chen Yang was not worried that the two of them would be in danger. The Black Emperor beetle is very powerful, but being besieged by two grandmasters will definitely not feel good. A cheetah rushed towards Chen Yang. With a wave of Chen Yang's hand, the cheetah turned into two halves. I just want to collect some corpses as research materials for Super Beast armor. Since you are looking for death, you can't blame me. In Chen Yang's hand, the Yuanli turned into a lightsaber, and the gravity talent unfolded, and the beasts within 100 meters around were instantly crushed into meatloaf. Tisk tisk tisk, it seems that you need to restrain yourself. Chen Yang withdrew his gravity talent a little bit. If all the beasts were crushed into meatloaf, it would be a waste of a lot of experimental materials. Following Chen Yang's massacre among the beasts, Lu Tianrui and the Wenwu army also fought against the Black Emperor beetle. The spear in the civil and military army's hands turned into a thunder dragon and stabbed at the beetle. The beetle slightly opened the body on its back, leaving only a white mark on the spear. What a solid body. Seeing that his attack with a special talent left only a trace on the opponent's body, the civil and military army was overwhelmed. I'll try. Lu Tianrui avoided the black liquid of the Emperor beetle, and his vitality and special talent fused together to form a tiny water knife. Huh? Is it okay? Chen Yang saw that Lu Tianrui used his vitality to raise his water element talent to a supersonic state, and the water knife in this state was even sharper than a laser. The water knife cut on the Emperor beetle's back, only to hear the Emperor beetle suffering pain. It quickly spewed out a large mouthful of corrosive liquid, and then quickly retreated. Although it only touched the water knife for a few seconds, there was a scar several tens of centimeters deep on the hard body. These scars of tens of centimeters are of course nothing to the Emperor beetle, but at least it proves that Lu Tianrui's attack method has played a role. Ice field. Seeing that the other party didn't need his help for the time being, Chen Yang waved his hand, and the surrounding air instantly froze into ice. With the injection of Chen Yang's Yuanli, these ice cubes turned into sharp ice blades and fell from the sky, densely packed like a torrential rain, piercing all the beasts in the field. This blow alone consumed 1/3 of the energy in Chen Yang's body, but the effect was also very obvious. At least hundreds of beasts were pierced by ice blades, and almost all the beasts within a radius of dash meters were cleaned up. The power of space was activated, and Chen Yang put the corpses of these beasts into the space pocket. Seeing the continuous stream of fierce beasts, Chen Yang felt a little headache. Why can't this beast be cleaned up? Chen Yang had a headache. Wen Wujun and Lu Tianrui are still entangled with the Black Emperor beetle, but it seems that they can't tell the winner in a short time. Chen Yang turned on the perspective to observe the weakness of the Black Emperor beetle. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was still a figure hidden on the Black Emperor beetle. After seeing the appearance, Chen Yang was shocked. Could this be Yang Minjiao? Why is he here? Chen Yang was talking to himself. The joint team searched Yang's house for so long but did not find Yang Minjiao. They didn't expect to see him here. Check talent. Chen Yang thought of something and quickly looked at the other party. Sure enough, Yang Minjiao no longer belonged to human beings, he was now a heterogeneous body. I'm careless, it seems that this ferocious beast riot is indeed related to the magic crystal, I should have thought of it then. Chen Yang was a little annoyed. Each lair of a 6th level beast should have a magic crystal, and the magic crystal guarded by a 6th level beast should be different from the magic crystals in the lairs of other beasts. Although this was just Chen Yang's guess, he felt that he should be right. He should have thought of this when he killed the Worm Lord that day. If he had followed the wormhole dug by the Worm Lord, he would have been able to get the magic crystal in advance. Even if Chen Yang didn't see what Yang Minjiao did after he disappeared, Chen Yang could guess that the other party must have run into the wormhole and drank the magic liquid. As for what happened next, he was not very clear. But Yang Minjiao's experience after drinking the magic liquid is likely to be the same as Tanro's memory. Captain Wen, Yang Minjiao is on the back of this beast. Chen Yang opened his mouth to remind. Okay. Wen Wujun and Lu Tianrui looked stunned for a moment, they stretched their mental strength and moved towards the Black Emperor beetle. Sure enough, there was really a person on the Black Emperor beetle's back. Whether it was Yang Minjiao or not, they don't know for the time being, but Chen Yang has already spoken, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. Why is he here? Wen Wujun suppressed the doubts in his heart. The most important thing now was to get rid of this 6th order beast. As for why Yang Minjiao stayed with the beast, he couldn't think about it. Be careful when you shoot later, don't hurt him. Wen Wujun said to Lu Tianrui. Okay, I'll pay attention. Lu Tianrui nodded in agreement, but the movements in his hands did not stop at all. Under Lu Tianrui's control, the water knife kept approaching the Black Emperor beetle, while the civil and military army looked for opportunities to attack at any time. His thunder element strikes were not very effective on the Black Emperor beetle. If Lu Tianrui could cut the beetle's body, then he would directly attack the wound, which would hurt the beast's body. Captain, cover me. After Lu Tianrui finished speaking, he disappeared instantly. Wen Wujun nodded, and the thunder element locked all the space around the Black Emperor beetle, like a thunder and lightning cage. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Tianrui appeared under the Black Emperor beetle. This is his second special talent, Shadow. The Black Emperor beetle did not notice that Lu Tianrui had appeared under its body, and its attention was all attracted by the lightning cage of the civil and military army. Lu Tianrui saw that this opportunity was rare, so he injected half of the vitality in his body into the water element, and the water knife in his hand was more terrifying than before. When Lu Tianrui made a move, the Black Emperor beetle finally realized something was wrong. The hardest part of its body is the shell on its back. As for the defense of the abdomen, it is definitely not as good as the back. If Lu Tianrui hit it with this knife, it would definitely be injured. Sensing the threat of the water knife, the Black Emperor beetle struggled violently, and the purple thunder prison collided with its body, making an ear-piercing sound. Lu Tianrui would not miss such a good opportunity. The field of strength and the speed force were used to the extreme at the same time, and the supersonic water knife pierced the abdomen of the Black Emperor beetle without any effort. Beast blood spurted out along the belly of the Black Emperor beetle, a black light glowed all over its body, and the huge horn on its head hit the thunder prison fiercely. Hearing the scorching sound of crackling, the Black Emperor beetle finally broke through the lightning cage of the civil and military army, and escaped from Lu Tianrui's attack at the same time, but there was a washbasin-sized wound on its abdomen, and its internal organs were also injured to varying degrees. The Black Emperor beetle had no intention of continuing to fight at all. It spread its wings and flew towards the sky. Seeing that the beetle wanted to escape, the civil and military soldiers quickly condensed the thunder elements in their hands into a purple-black thunder ball. Get me down. The purple-black thunderball smashed towards the Black Emperor beetle, and the Black Emperor beetle resisted the wound on its abdomen and sprinkled a stream of black energy. The thunderball was wrapped in black energy, and finally exploded in the air, but the Black Emperor beetle had already left the attack range. The civil and military army still wanted to pursue, but seeing the Black Emperor beetle turning into a black spot in the air, he could only regret to give up. Want to run? Although Wen Wuzhen and Lu Tianrui gave up their pursuit, Chen Yang would not spare each other so easily. The power of space wrapped around the Black Emperor beetle regardless of the distance. He pulled hard, and the Black Emperor beetle's body fell down immediately. It is good. Seeing Chen Yang's attack, the civil and military soldiers couldn't help clapping their hands. They thought they would return in vain this time, but they didn't expect that Chen Yang would have such a way to pull this sixth-order beast back. The Black Emperor beetle fell extremely fast. It opened its domain to break through the blockade of the power of space. How could Chen Yang give it a chance? He teleported into the air, and his spiritual talent was launched towards the Black Emperor beetle. The dual domain that had just been expanded was shattered in an instant, and the Black Emperor beetle swung its wings with all its strength, but it was still to no avail. Perhaps knowing that he could not escape, the Black Emperor beetle finally got angry. A large number of ferocious beasts flew towards the three of them in the distance, and following the roar of the Black Emperor beetle, two huge figures followed. Chen Yang's eyes froze, and his attention was attracted by the two huge figures that had just appeared. He checked through the perspective talent, and these are actually two sixth-order beasts. A few kilometers away, the coercion of the sixth-order ferocious beast rushed towards him. Even the civil and military army with the strength of a master felt suffocated for a while. Ferocious beasts have advantages over humans at the same level, and their physique and strength are much stronger than humans at the same level. Under normal circumstances, two masters can deal with a sixth-level beast. If there is a master who can kill beasts of the same realm alone, he must be the best among cultivators. Although they wounded the Black Emperor beetle, the washbasin-sized wound was not fatal. Now he had to deal not only with the Black Emperor beetle, but also with the other two sixth-order beasts. From the perspective of the civil and military army, there was no chance of winning. Not to mention the continuous harassment of flying beasts, at most half an hour, the vitality in their bodies will be completely consumed. Chen Yang, let's go first, Wen Wuzhen suggested. Chen Yang didn't want to give up. With his ability, it wouldn't be a problem to face two high-level sixth-level beasts alone. If Yang Minjiu is not caught, it is very likely that a wave of beasts will form to attack Yang Cheng under his control in the future, and the loss will be huge. Just as Chen Yang was thinking, two loud roars came from afar again. Chen Yang's complexion changed. He didn't expect that there would be 5 sixth-order beasts not far from Yang Cheng. Even the beast hordes in the past were not so exaggerated, right? Go. Chen Yang no longer hesitated, and directly summoned a portal. Wen Wuzhen and Lu Tianrui looked at each other, and then tacitly used a combat technique on the Black Emperor beetle. The Black Emperor beetle was forced to defend, and had no time to disrupt the teleportation process. Within a second, the three of them disappeared from where they were. On the outskirts of Yangcheng, Wen Wuzhen walked out of the portal, looked back at the 4 sixth-level beasts that suddenly appeared, and he couldn't help frowning. Puff. Chen Yang pierced through the armored spider following him with a sword, blood spilled on the ground and a puff of white smoke rose. Chen Yang, this matter has exceeded our expectations, I have to tell the city lord immediately. Wen Wuzhen glanced at the body of the armored spider and said solemnly, the city lord, are you talking about the martial saint of Yangcheng? Chen Yang asked curiously. That's right, 5 sixth-level ferocious beasts appeared at the same time. This is the first time in the past 10 years. I remember that 10 sixth-level ferocious beasts appeared directly in a beast tide 10 years ago. At that time, all the Grand Masters in the entire Yangcheng participated to defend the city. Wen Wuzhen recalled. Captain Wen is afraid that the same situation will happen this time. Chen Yang asked. That's right, so you have to inform the city lord. If this happens, the city lord will take action if necessary. After Wen Wuzhen finished speaking, he left. Chen Yang watched the few people leave, thoughtful. Yangcheng can be regarded as one of the relatively large cities in China, so the scale of each beast tide is also very large. There had even been a 7th-order ferocious beast before. If it weren't for the existence of the martial saint, Yangcheng would have been in danger long ago. I don't know how Yang Minjiu became a different species. If Chen Yang couldn't figure it out, he simply didn't think about it. The formation of a beast horde is almost a certainty right now. The United Team estimates that there are many things to be busy, and he himself has to make some preparations. Anyway, with Marshal Saint here, no matter how outrageous the beast tide is, there won't be any problems. Then I have to find a chance to catch Yang Minjiao, and I have to get that magic crystal. The enchanted crystal obtained last time was directly destroyed by Tanro, forming a space crack. This time, the enchanted crystal cannot be lost again. Chen Yang can be sure that the enchanted crystal guarded by the 6th Order ferocious beast must be very different from other enchanted crystals, but it is a pity that he didn't have time to study it carefully before. The evening party should have ended. Chen Yang checked the time, and finally chose to go home directly. Chen Yang's new home had already been arranged during the day, and it was a villa near Song's house. Zhang Jing had already arranged to live outside the company, but Lu Yan chose to live with Chen Yang in order to report his daily work to Chen Yang in time and manage the villa for him. Anyway, the villa is very big and there are enough rooms, so I have to invite a few nannies to help take care of it. When she got home, Lu Yan was sitting in the living room on the first floor watching TV. When she saw Chen Yang coming back, she got up immediately. It's all off work, there's no need to be so formal, Chen Yang said with a smile. Boss, where have you been? Lu Yan asked curiously. We went outside the city. We were unlucky. There might be a beast tide in Yangchang soon, Chen Yang said with a sigh. There will be a beast tide in Yangchang. Lu Yan was taken aback when she heard the news, but seeing Chen Yang's calmness, she guessed that there should be a way to deal with it. Boss, this matter shouldn't have much impact, right? Lu Yan asked quickly. Well, there are 5 major families in Yangchang. Among them, the Yang family has 2 Grand Masters, the Tan family has a Grand Master, and the other families each have a Grand Master. Calculated in this way, there are almost 9 Grand Masters in the entire Yangchang. No matter how large the beast tide is, it shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, there are cultivators at the level of martial saints in Yangchang, who are fearless even in the face of 7th-rank beasts. Chen Yang didn't care. That's good, otherwise our startup company might be destroyed by the beast. Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Rest early, there should be a lot of things waiting to be busy tomorrow. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he went straight upstairs. That's because we're busy, Lu Yan muttered, then turned and went back to the room to wash. After taking a shower, Chen Yang sat on the bed and gradually entered the state of cultivation. But his mind kept recalling Tan Ro's memories. To control the beast, it was not enough to become a different species, but also to be approved by the Demon King. Chen Yang thought of the back figure he saw in Tan Ro's memory, even he almost surrendered to the opponent's aura at that time. According to the logic, one must have seen the phantom of the Demon King to become an emissary to control the beast. Could it be that Yang Minjiao is so lucky that he also saw the Demon King through the demonized crystal? Chen Yang's head began to think wildly, and he couldn't calm down to practice for a while. Forget it, go to sleep. After persisting for half an hour, Chen Yang gave up the idea of cultivation. He always felt that with the alienation of Yang Minjiao and Tanro, Moxing noticed that Langxing's pace would become faster. I have to find a chance to search all the lairs of those 6th-order beasts. Those magic crystals can't stay there. Chen Yang vaguely had a plan in mind. Early the next morning, Lu Yan called Chen Yang up. Captain Wen, why are you here so early? Chen Yang went down the stairs while wearing his shirt. Haha, didn't you disturb your rest? Wen Ryujun gave Lu Yan a meaningful look, but he didn't know what he was thinking. Of course not. Although it's a little earlier today, I usually get up around this time. Chen Yang took a sip of the coffee that Lu Yan handed over. Your secretary is really considerate. Civil and military soldiers said enviously. Haha, Captain Wen, don't think too much, let's talk about what's going on here so early. Chen Yang put down his coffee cup and asked. The mayor wants to see you. Wen Ryujun opened his mouth and said. About last night? Chen Yang asked. Wen Ryujun nodded. Okay, Lu Yan, I will leave the company's affairs to you. If you have any questions, please call me directly. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he tidied up and left with the civil and military army. Under the leadership of the civil and military army, Chen Yang came to the joint base in Yangchang. This was Chen Yang's first visit to the joint base in Yangchang. The layout of the Yangchang joint base is almost the same as that of Yancheng, but the scope of the base is much larger than the joint team base in Yancheng. After getting off the car, Chen Yang followed behind Wen Ryujun. Many unfamiliar joint team members couldn't help showing puzzled expressions when they saw Chen Yang. Through the advertisements and publicity of Coke Company, most of the practitioners in Yangchang knew Chen Yang. The main reason is that the spiritual liquid in Chen Yang's hands is too rare. Even if they don't want to know each other, the people around them will discuss Chen Yang's identity unintentionally. After getting on the elevator, Chen Yang came to the top floor of the joint base. This is usually the place where the captain of the joint team works. Besides, the city lord of Yangchang occasionally comes here. Because of what happened last night, the city lord came to the conference room early. The civil and military army opened the door of the conference room, which was already full of members of the joint team. Chen Yang swept his eyes and saw 3 familiar figures. They were Zhang Hao and the others who went out of the city with him yesterday. He turned on the perspective talent and briefly checked the strength of everyone. The members of the Yangchang United Team are much stronger than the Yancheng United Team. The most obvious is the high-end combat power. After Yanqing absorbed the members of the Guanghui base, there were only about 10 practitioners at the level of great martial arts masters. However, there are more than a dozen members of the joint team in Guangyang City who have the strength of great martial artists, and among them there are 4 high-level great martial artists. As for the practitioners in the realm of martial arts masters, there are even more. After seeing the overall strength of the joint team, Chen Yang turned his attention to a middle-aged man. This man was wearing a white coat. Although he didn't exude the aura of a martial artist, Chen Yang felt a little pressure from his invisible majesty. Chen Yang, this is the Lord of Yangcheng, Tanjing. Wen Wujun introduced. Hello City Master, my name is Chen Yang. Chen Yang made a simple military salute and said, well, I've heard of you a long time ago. Recently, you can be said to be a man of power in Yangcheng, and even I have become curious. Tanjing nodded in satisfaction. Hehe, it's all a joke. Chen Yang said modestly. The spiritual liquid you are going to sell is not a small matter. Tan Yu brought a few bottles back for me to observe. The spiritual energy in it may not be comparable to even the spiritual things of heaven and earth. Tan Jing praised. It turns out that Tan Yu also told the city lord about me. I don't know if Tan Yu is yours. He is my grandson. Tan Jing said lightly. Grandson. Chen Yang was surprised. This Tan Jing looked only 50 years old. If Tan Yu was his grandson, wouldn't it mean that Tan Jing was almost 70 years old? After stepping into the realm of martial saints, the lifespan of practitioners will be extended a lot, so I look younger. Tan Jing seemed to see Chen Yang's confusion, and explained. So that's it, the city lord has taught me a lot. Chen Yang nodded. This was the first time he saw the existence of the human ceiling, and he couldn't help feeling curious. Chen Yang has arrived, so let's start talking about what happened yesterday. Following Tan Jing's words, everyone cheered up. Yesterday, we found something strange about a ferocious beast riot about 100 kilometers south of Yangcheng. At that time, we and Chen Yang rushed to the scene immediately. Wen Wujun explained in detail what happened yesterday. Everyone frowned after hearing this. 5-headed 6th-level ferocious beasts, how could there be so many of them all of a sudden? Everyone couldn't help discussing. At that time, there were still many low-level beasts attacking us. We roughly calculated that there should be no less than a small wave of beasts. But now the equipment of the joint team cannot detect the life characteristics of many parties for some reason. I doubt that they have any signs of life. The means can directly block our surveillance. The civil and military army told all this information. Impossible, how do they know we are monitoring? One member was surprised. That's right, the ferocious beasts are not humans, and they have no intelligence. It should be a coincidence, right? Or are they all scattered? Another member also compounded. No, fierce beasts are intelligent. Chen Yang spoke suddenly. Why do you say that? Did you see it with your own eyes? Asked the first member to speak. I don't know about low-level beasts, but as long as they are 5th-level beasts, they will awaken their wisdom. As for 6th-level beasts, although they are still a bit immature compared to humans, they still have the IQ of no less than a 10-year-old child. Chen Yang said. That's right, the 6th-order beast is not as simple as it looks on the surface. I have met a 6th-order beast with spiritual talent before, and I can clearly feel that the beast's intelligence is very high. Lu Tianrui also agreed. So the joint team's equipment can't detect the life breath of the beast because there are 6th-order beasts attacking. This should be. Chen Yang, didn't you say yesterday that this beast tide is related to the magic crystal? Tan Jing suddenly said. Yes, the city lord knows about the glorious base, right? The beast tide was because of the magic crystal. Chen Yang nodded. Oh, please tell me in detail. Tan Jing asked quickly. When everyone heard that the destruction of the glorious base was related to the magic crystal, they all pricked up their ears. Chen Yang saw this, and then told about the existence of the alien species and the relationship between the magic crystals. As for the magic star and the beast star, he didn't say anything. Tan Jing took a meaningful look at Chen Yang after listening to it, but when Chen Yang mentioned the alien species, there was no surprise on Tan Jing's face, and he must have understood it a long time ago. Didn't the son of Patriarch Yang disappear before? At that time, Suning Xiang and I found a figure on the back of the Black Emperor beetle. I could see very clearly that person was Yang Minjiao. I suspect that he has become a different species, otherwise we wouldn't be with him. The 6th-order ferocious beasts stay together, Chen Yang said. Hearing Chen Yang's revelation, everyone was in an uproar. Did you see it too? Tan Jing looked at Suning Xiang and asked. Although I didn't see it clearly at the time, it should be true. That person is indeed very similar to Yang Minjiao. Suning Xiang nodded. From this point of view, things are a little troublesome. If we tell Yang Ning that his son has become a different species, I don't know what crazy things he will do. Civil and military soldiers were a little worried. Don't tell the Yang family about this for now, Tan Jing said. If Yang Ning knows what to do, will he do something impulsive? Lu Tianrui asked. Once he becomes a different species, there is no possibility of recovery. If that person is really Yang Minjiao, it means that he is no longer human. Tan Jing affirmed. Chen Yang glanced at the other party in surprise. It seemed that Tan Jing knew more about alien species than he imagined. After all, Tan Jing is a strong warrior at the level of a martial saint, and he is also a top existence among all human beings. It is also necessary to know some secrets. Captain Wen, you send a team of warriors to monitor the movements of the beasts, and notify me as soon as you find any changes. In addition, we need to prepare various weapons and ammunition to prevent the beast tide. We don't know whether the beasts will attack Yangchang, but we must be prepared. This matter will be notified today, so that everyone in the army will be prepared. Tan Jing began to issue tasks. The meeting lasted for more than 3 hours. Chen Yang didn't express too many opinions, but sat on the sidelines and listened silently. After the meeting, Tan Jing signaled Chen Yang to stay. Is there anything else the city lord wants to tell me? Chen Yang asked. I heard that you killed a 7th level beast. Tan Jing said. Haha, that was all a fluke. If it wasn't for the serious injury of the 7th rank beast and the loss of vitality, I really couldn't kill it. Chen Yang said happily. You should have been to Beast Star. Tan Jing asked suddenly. Why do you say that? Chen Yang realized that Tan Jing might have to say something out of his reach. Every 6th order ferocious beast's lair will have a magic crystal. Once it is broken with some kind of force, the magic crystal will turn into a crack leading to the Beast Star. Tan Jing was talking to himself slowly. Ordinary people only know that it is a black crystal, but not many people know the name of the magic crystal. Chen Yang smiled sheepishly, and he didn't intend to hide from Tan Jing that he had been to Beast Star, and then recounted everything to Tan Jing. Yes, I have indeed been to the Beast Star. It is precisely because of this experience that I know what the magic crystal means to Blue Star. Logically speaking, the envoy who wants to become the Demon King is not so simple things. The Demon King doesn't have so much experience to detect every creature that absorbs the magic liquid. But the alien species I came into contact with before is very similar to Yang Minjia's current appearance. I wonder if there is any connection between them. Chen Yang expressed his worries. If you don't know about magic crystals and beast stars, you really don't know what Chen Yang is talking about. But Tan Jing quickly fell into thinking. Actually, Yang Cheng is also researching the effect of demonized crystals. If you want to form space cracks, you must use demonized crystals in the lairs of beasts of the 6th order and above to do so. Some people in Yangchang have become alien species before, and they did not control the monsters at that time. It is even more impossible to command a 6th order ferocious beast. So later, the researchers had a guess that only people with malice and obsession can become this special existence. Chen Yang suddenly realized what Tan Jing said. Obsession? If it is really related to obsession, then the process of Tanro becoming the envoy of the devil can be explained, but what is Yang Minjia's obsession? Could it be that the magic crystal chooses who is the messenger by feeling the obsession of the creature? No matter what Yang Minjia's obsession is, once he becomes the envoy of the Devil King, he will definitely order fierce beasts to invade Yangchang. So during this period, you must not let your guard down. I see. Chen Yang nodded. Is there anything else the city lord can do? Chen Yang asked. The reason why I called you here is actually to confirm the conjecture in my heart. Since even you think that a beast tide is very likely to form, then Yangchang may be entering a state of preparation for war. Tan Jing said. City Lord, with you as a strong martial artist, it shouldn't be a problem even if there are more 6th level beasts invading, not to mention that there are only 5 of them now. Chen Yang joked. It's always right to be careful, but you can be so powerful at the level of a great martial artist. When you break through to a grand master, I'm afraid I won't even be your opponent. Tan Jing stared at Chen Yang's eyes. It shouldn't be that exaggerated. Chen Yang didn't deny it, but he didn't admit it either. With his current strength, he could take on a low-level 7th level beast. Of course, the premise was that the opponent did not have dual intermediate domains. Otherwise, even if Chen Yang had a 6th level physical strength, he would not be able to handle it. If the city lord has nothing to do, then I will leave first, Chen Yang said. He also learned a lot of new information when he came here this time. If Tan Jing hadn't mentioned the request of the demonized crystal to choose the envoy, Chen Yang might not have thought of why Yang Minjiu and Tan Ro would become the envoys of the devil so coincidentally. Yang Minjiu's obsession is not related to Song Qing, is it? Chen Yang suddenly thought of a possibility. Then go get busy. Tan Jing nodded. After Chen Yang walked into the elevator, he relaxed a lot. Although Tan Jing didn't deliberately reveal the aura of Wu Shang, there was still some pressure around him. Wu Shang. Chen Yang looked inside his body, and it won't take long for him to be able to fight against the 7th order existence. Chen Yang, do you have time to walk with me? As soon as Chen Yang got out of the elevator, he saw Wen Wujun preparing to go out. He turned his head and saw Chen Yang, and asked immediately, why go? Chen Yang was puzzled. Beast tide is coming, we must be fully prepared. It's okay to say that high-level beasts, the most troublesome thing is actually the low-level beasts all over the mountains and plains. Those guys can't kill them all. So we need to prepare more weapons and gunpowder. I'm going to go to Xie's house and ask. Wen Wujun replied. Xie's family? Why do you need to go to Xie's family to get the weapons of the joint forces? Chen Yang was puzzled. There are only so many people in the joint force. If we produce weapons and ammunition, we don't know how much more we will spend on maintenance. Many of our conventional weapons are manufactured by big families, and the Xie family is one of them. They are responsible for the production military weapons and equipment. Wen Wujun explained. Chen Yang immediately understood that the Xie family was equivalent to a private weapons processing factory, but there must be someone in the Xie family who served in the joint forces, otherwise such an important task would not be entrusted to the Xie family. The Xie family must have some status in the joint force, right? Chen Yang asked. Do you know Xie's Higuo? He is the lieutenant general of Yangchang, and was later transferred to Baikan. Wen Wujun reminded. It turns out that the Xie family is also from the army. Chen Yang nodded. It seems that the Xie family should be the most powerful family other than the Tan family. Since General Xie is also a member of the United Forces, why did he tell his family members about the purchase of weapons? After all, he is a general, so his status is still a bit embarrassing. Besides, he is in Baikan now, so it's better for me to go in person. Okay, it happens to be fine, so I'll go and have a look with you. I happen to be very curious about Xie's family. Chen Yang agreed. The civil and military army didn't say anything, and directly took Chen Yang to an off-road vehicle. Xie Group. The off-road vehicle of the joint force parked downstairs aroused the curiosity of many ordinary people. Chen Yang tidied his clothes and jumped off the off-road vehicle. What a big group. Chen Yang looked up and saw that the entire group office building was more than 40 floors high. Based on a floor of 2.5 meters, the entire office building is a full 100 meters high. Go up. Wen Wujun led Chen Yang into the Xie group with ease, and came to the front desk to say a few words, and soon there was a rush of high-heeled shoes at the elevator. Chen Yang turned his head to look at the elevator, and saw a professional beauty wearing a small red suit on the upper body, and a black skirt underneath. The flesh-colored silk stockings tightly wrapped the round thighs, which looked very smooth. Captain Wen, long time no see, why do you have time to come to our company today? The beauty in the workplace who was walking towards him stretched out his right hand and looked at Wen Wujun with a smile on his face. It's actually Ms. Xia who came to greet me in person. I'm really flattered. Wen Wujun also laughed and stretched out his hand. This beauty in the workplace is Xia Ling. Chen Yang, are you here too? Only then did Xia Ling talk to Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded. I met Xia Ling on Xiaomingshan before, but she was dressed more delicately at that time, and she didn't feel like a queen in the workplace now. Although there is a huge difference in style between the two, it also highlights Xia Ling's various temperaments. Whether it's her in Xia's group or Xiaomingshan, they are definitely the center of the neighborhood. This is the first time to formally meet Miss Xia Ling, one of the 4 beauties in Yangchang. Chen is really honored. Chen Yang praised. Mr. Chen, stop joking. Who doesn't know that your girlfriend is one of the most beautiful beauties in Yangchang? Xia Ling showed a charming smile and said. Let's go straight up, the chairman is already waiting for us up there. Alright, let Miss Xia Ling lead the way. Wen Wujun nodded, and several people walked into the elevator and headed upstairs. Come to the 30th floor, here is the office of the chairman. Under Xia Ling's leadership, Wen Wujun and Chen Yang came to a spacious and luxurious reception room. If he didn't read the words on the door, Chen Yang would have thought he had walked into some hotel. Thank you, chairman. Wen Wujun looked at a middle-aged man on the sofa and said hello. Captain Wen, what wind brought you here? Chairman Xia got up to greet him, and the two seemed like friends they hadn't seen for a long time. Who is this? Xia Jun looked at Chen Yang and asked. Hi, Chairman, my name is Chen Yang. Chen Yang introduced himself. You are Chen Yang. Xia Jun looked Chen Yang up and down in surprise. I heard Xia Ling mention you twice before, but I didn't expect you to be so young. You really are better than Blue? I think I am a playboy who knows nothing at your age. How about it? Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like me to introduce my daughter to you? Xia Jun joked about himself. Dad, I was recording just now, if Mom overhears. Xia Ling interrupted suddenly. Okay, I won't say anything. Hey, I don't even have a boyfriend at this age. I'm really worried about you. Xia Jun motioned for the two to sit down. Brother Chen Yang, you have been in the limelight recently. I heard that the spiritual liquid in your hand can directly allow a warrior to break through to a warrior. Now the whole Yangchang knows your name. Miaozan, the chairman, the ectoplasmic liquid is not as exaggerated as the rumors outside, it's all just rumors. Chen Yang replied. Hehe, I have experienced the usefulness of your spiritual liquid. If the amount is enough, it is not impossible to directly create a martial artist. Xia Jun said. The psychic liquid is only an aid in cultivation. If one relies on the psychic liquid to enhance one's strength and does not exercise one's physique and character, one may not have the ability to dare to fight a fierce beast when one encounters a real beast. Chen Yang denied it. Okay, well said. No wonder you can do this at such a young age, you really have a vision. Xia Jun nodded in agreement. Captain Wen, I wonder if there is something good about coming here this time. Xia Jun finally shifted the topic to Wen Wujun. The army now needs to purchase a large number of weapons. If there is no major action, why would I come to bother Mr. Xia? I don't know what equipment the joint forces need. Xia Jun came to ask with interest. This is the list of equipment we currently need. Mr. Xia, you can take a look. Wen Wujun turned on the phone and sent the file directly to Xia Jun. Xia Jun was taken aback when he opened it, and then his face became more and more shocked. So many? Is this enough to support a beast-tide battle? Xia Jun was surprised. That's right, we bought weapons this time to deal with the beast tide. Wen Wujun directly stated the real purpose. Did the army detect something? Xia Jun asked quickly. This matter is still a secret for the time being, but General Xia will reveal it sooner or later, so I won't hide it. Wen Wujun then recounted what happened yesterday. After listening to Wen Wujun's words, Xia Jun fell into silence for a while. After thinking for a long time, Xia Jun finally spoke. Although we have some stocks, it is still difficult to reach the quantity on the list. It will take at least 5 days to deliver. Xia Jun thought about it. 5 days should be about the same, take as much as you have now. Wen Wuzhen nodded. The price should be calculated according to the previous calculation. Xie Jun signaled Xie Ling to write down the equipment on the list and inform it. I'll go check how much of our reserve is left. Xie Ling took the list and left the reception room. Captain Wen, this batch of goods is huge this time. I just took a rough look and it's more than 1,000 billion. You really brought us a big order. Xie Jun seemed very happy. He personally made tea and poured it for Wen Wuzhen. In Yangcheng, only the Tan family and the Xie family can produce these things. This time, the city lord specifically asked me to buy Xie's equipment. If you want to thank me, I should thank the city lord. Civil and military soldiers raised their teacups and said, Captain Wen, do you mind if I chat with Brother Chen Yang? Xie Jun asked. Wen Wuzhen nodded. Brother Chen Yang, I don't know where your spiritual liquid comes from. Your company and the Song family sell so much every day, I don't know if there is enough stock. Xie Jun asked. Our stock of spiritual liquid, Mr. Xie, please rest assured. After all, there are only a small number of people who can afford spiritual liquid. Although the supply is in short supply, the spiritual liquid is only an auxiliary function. Drinking a bottle a month is already very good. Calculate according to this consumption, can still maintain the entire Yangcheng market. Chen Yang said so, but he was guessing Xie Jun's real thoughts in his heart. As one of the largest families in Yangcheng, Xie Jun is definitely unwilling to give up the business opportunity of spiritual liquid. Asking Chen Yang in this way is actually asking for some information about the spiritual liquid from the side. Brother Chen Yang, I wonder if you are willing to sell the formula of the spiritual liquid to my Xie family. I am willing to pay the highest price to buy it, and I will definitely not let you suffer, brother. Xie Jun finally revealed his true purpose. Dong Xie, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want to sell the formula for the spiritual liquid, but I don't have it myself. If Dong Xie can figure out how to make the liquid, maybe I should thank Dong Xie. Chen Yang said sincerely. But Xie Jun heard that Chen Yang was unwilling to sell. After all, everyone knows the value of such things as spiritual liquid. Once you have the spiritual liquid in your hands, you will have the confidence to challenge the big families. Brother, I think you can try to set a price. No matter what the request is, we can accept it. Xie Jun still refused to give up. Xie Dong, I believe that you must have also studied the formula of the spirit liquid. I wonder if you have researched anything. Chen Yang asked back. Xie Jun shook his head, a little embarrassed. What Chen Yang said was right. Xie Jun asked his scientific research personnel to study it as soon as he bought the spiritual liquid. But now, after all, it's only less than 2 days. If he had researched the formula of the spirit liquid so quickly, he wouldn't have asked Chen Yang so hastily. Most importantly, the researchers under him found that they had almost no way to do it. The substance in the spiritual liquid is very strange, and some people even suspect that the spiritual liquid is not a product of the blue star at all. The spiritual liquid can be regarded as one of my secrets, but since Mr. Xie asked, I can reveal some to you. This spiritual liquid is not produced by any secret recipe. The real source of the spiritual liquid is the birth of a spiritual object. That's why I can't tell you the formula of the ectoplasmic liquid, because I don't know how to use scientific methods to produce psychic liquid myself. Chen Yang said seriously. Is that so? Xie Jun frowned. From Chen Yang's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. If the spiritual liquid was really born by a certain spiritual thing, it would not be easy to research the formula. Wen Wuzhen was a little surprised to hear Chen Yang tell the secret of the spiritual liquid. If people with ulterior motives know that there is a spiritual object in Chen Yang's hands that can produce spiritual liquid, they may try their best to snatch the spiritual object from Chen Yang's hands. It can be said that it is extremely risky for Chen Yang to reveal this secret now. Brother, it's my fault. If you tell the secret of the spiritual liquid directly, aren't you afraid that someone will harm you? Xie Jun asked with a worried expression. Chen Yang didn't believe that Xie Jun was really worried about his safety, he just wanted to test himself. But Chen Yang is not afraid that others will think about him. Now, except for the practitioners in the realm of martial saints, almost no one can threaten him. The secret of the spiritual liquid will be known sooner or later, and Chen Yang doesn't plan to keep it hidden for long. Don't worry, Mr. Xie. I still know what's in my mind. Since I dared to sell the spirit liquid, I've thought about these issues a long time ago. I'm not bragging. If you want to take the spirit from me, it's really not something that ordinary people can do, did it? Chen Yang said confidently. Xie Dong, you don't know yet. Chen Yang has the strength of a master. If I want to snatch the spirit from Chen Yang, even I am not sure. Wen Wuzhen laughed. Xie Jun's eyes were fixed, and Wen Wuzhen surprised him by telling Chen Yang's true strength. There are not many strong people in the realm of masters, even in Yangcheng. After all, the master realm is not Chinese cabbage, and it is extremely difficult to become a cultivator, 1 in 100. There are even fewer people who can cultivate to become a great martial artist. Even if many people forcefully break through to the realm of a great martial artist, they will not be able to reach the realm of a grandmaster if they do not have the talent to comprehend the power of the domain. And Chen Yang possessed the strength of a master at such a young age, which seemed to him simply too terrifying. If there are no accidents in the future, Chen Yang will definitely become a martial saint level existence. And it must be a leader in the realm of martial saints. After all, so far, he has never heard of anyone who has such terrifying strength at the age of just stepping into cultivation. Chen Yang's talent is the most monstrous he has ever seen. I didn't expect my brother to be so powerful. When I first heard Captain Wen's words, I had doubts, but I believe that Captain Wen should not play tricks on this kind of thing. It seems that I was worrying too much. It's just a pity that this spiritual liquid, if it would be an earth-shattering good thing for all human beings to be able to deploy it by means of scientific research. Xiajun said regretfully. It's really a pity. If Dong Xie is willing, he can try to mix the spirit liquid. Maybe it will be successful. Chen Yang smiled. Hey, let others do these things. Spiritual objects are very rare in the first place. Since the spiritual liquid is the product of spiritual objects, it is not so easy to research a similar formula. Xiajun shook his head, looking like he had given up on the idea. Brother, since this spiritual liquid cannot be researched, I wonder if you can sell some to me privately. I know that your intention is to improve the overall strength of Yangcheng practitioners, but the spiritual liquid you sell every day is really not enough for us to digest. Xiajun asked. Dong Xie, I don't sell the spiritual liquid I want to sell. If there is a surplus, I will not control the sale of a fixed amount every day. There are many practitioners in Yangcheng, so there is no way. Of course, Dong Xie, if you really need it, I can barely allocate some for you. Chen Yang replied. Really? May I ask how much spiritual liquid my brother can give to Xie's family? At first, Xiajun thought that Chen Yang rejected him, but when Chen Yang said it was possible, Xiajun suddenly became interested. I don't have a lot of stock in my hand. If Chairman Xie needs it, I can allocate 100 bottles to you every month. Chen Yang made up his mind and then said, 100 bottles. Xiajun is a little excited. Many families may not be able to buy 100 bottles a month. Now that Chen Yang is willing to distribute 100 bottles of spiritual liquid to him every month, the Xie family will have many more places than other families every month. Spiritual fluid use. A bottle of psychic liquid can create a great warrior, and 100 bottles of psychic liquid can produce several martial artists. If Chen Yang really did this, it wouldn't take long for the Xie family to be much stronger than other families. Xie Dong, it's not just you, many families have talked with me about this matter. So I can't deliberately favor you. 500 bottles is already my limit, and the price may have to rise to -million. No problem. 500 million is 500 million, I am willing. Xiajun was afraid that Chen Yang would retort, so he directly agreed. The price of 500 million is also very low for spiritual liquid. After all, a great martial artist is worth more than 500 million, not to mention that the spiritual liquid can also improve the practitioner's physique and meridians, which is far greater than the value of 500 million. Since Dong Xie needs it so much, I happen to bring some here, but I have a small request. I don't know if Dong Xie would like to listen to it. Chen Yang changed the subject and asked. Whatever, brother, just say it, as long as it's not too embarrassing, I can help you. Xiajun directly agreed. I want to buy a batch of equipment from the Xie family. As soon as Chen Yang finished speaking, both Wen Wujun and Xiajun showed surprised expressions. They never expected that Chen Yang would actually make such a request. Brother, military equipment is not something that can be provided casually. Even if our Xie family produces military equipment, we are not qualified to sell it to others. Xiajun felt a little dissatisfied. If he had told him about this matter in private, maybe he would choose to agree. But now that the civil and military army is here, how could Chen Yang make such a request? Wen Wujun is the captain of the joint team. If he knows that he sold general equipment to Chen Yang for the spirit liquid, it would be a big taboo. Wen Wujun also looked at Chen Yang curiously. Chen Yang, what do you want these equipment for? Chen Yang smiled. Captain Wen, don't worry, I'm not buying these equipment for myself, but in the name of the Yanqing United Team. Chen Yang said. Yanqing United Team. Xiajun was taken aback. What does this have to do with Yanqing? Wen Wujun saw Xiajun's doubts, so he explained. Chen Yang himself is from Yanqing. He is a member of the Yanqing joint team, and has the rank of Major General and Level 5 authority. Xiajun was overwhelmed. I thought that Chen Yang's strength as a master was already terrifying, but he didn't expect Chen Yang to be awarded the rank of Major General by the country. The rank of Major General is not something that can be obtained casually, it must make great contributions to the people and the country. The quickest way to get the rank of Major General is to clean up the beasts, but even so, it is almost impossible to get the rank in a few years. Chen Yang looks like he is only about 20 years old now. Even if he joined the joint team very early, it would not be possible for him to obtain the rank of Major General so quickly. You must know that there are so many Grand Masters in the whole Yangcheng, and there are probably less than 3 Grand Masters who may obtain the rank of Major General. Captain Wen, are you kidding me? Xiajun didn't believe it. Do I seem to be someone who would joke about this kind of thing? Chen Yang, show Dong Xie your badge. Wen Wujun smiled meaningfully. Chen Yang flipped his palm, and a golden badge appeared in Chen Yang's hand. This is... Xiajun's eyes widened. Of course he had seen the Major General's badge. The badge in Chen Yang's hand is no different from the badge in his memory, that is to say, Chen Yang is really a Major General. Brother, you have given me too many surprises. Xiajun said with a wry smile. I don't know how my brother got this Major General badge. Is there someone on my brother's head? Xiajun couldn't help asking. It's not true. Chen Yang shook his head, and told what happened in Yanqing and Guanghui base. After listening to Chen Yang's story, Xiajun was speechless for a long time. He didn't even dare to think that a cultivator with the strength of a master could kill a beast with a strength of the 7th level. Even though that ferocious beast had just stepped into the 7th order realm, it was even seriously injured at that time. But even if there is such an opportunity in front of him, he dare not say that he will definitely take the risk. Because once you make a mistake, you will lose your life. It was also because of Chen Yang's bold behavior that Yanchinj was protected from the 7th order beasts. Moreover, Chen Yang delayed the 7th order ferocious beasts to create a lot of time for the evacuation of the Guanghui base. If Chen Yang hadn't stepped forward, there might not be 1 out of 10 residents who could make it to Yanchinj alive. Therefore, indirectly speaking, Chen Yang is equivalent to directly saving a base, which is why the higher UPS directly chose to award Chen Yang the title of Major General. If one wanted to be like Chen Yang, no one in the entire Hua Kingdom would be able to do it. If you buy military equipment in the name of the Yanchinj United Team, it's not a big problem, Xia Jun said. Wen Wujun also nodded in agreement. With Chen Yang's current military rank, it is reasonable to purchase military equipment for the joint team. Chen Yang, is this the meaning of your joint team? Wen Wujun still wanted to ask clearly. Well, not many people know about it, Chen Yang said. Then I wonder how many military weapons you plan to buy, Xia Jun asked. I don't know much about these things, or just buy them according to Captain Wen's list. Of course, if there are any more lethal weapons, you can also add them, Chen Yang replied. Hiss. When Xia Jun heard this, he couldn't help taking a breath of excitement. If Chen Yang really intends to buy it, it will be another -billion order for the Xia family. Really? With so much military equipment and weapons, the money needed is not a small amount. Xia Jun asked again for confirmation. Xia Dong, do you think I can't afford so much money? Chen Yang looked at each other with a smile. Xia Jun was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly came to his senses. Chen Yang himself owns such a big company, and he still has spiritual liquid in his hand, which almost no one can compete with. Even though his company has only opened for a short time now, its market value has already exceeded 500 billion. As long as Chen Yang has enough spiritual liquid in his hands, let alone 1,000 billion, it is not impossible to have a trillion in the future. However, the civil and military army also knew the huge sum of money owed by the Yang family. At that time, Chen Yang asked for 1,000 billion directly, and this compensation was enough to buy so many equipment. Xia Dong, what I need is not only the quantity, but also the power. My current targets are at least the 5th order beasts. If the Xia family can sell me some weapons that pose a threat to the 6th order beasts, I will of course I'm happier, Chen Yang suggested. After hearing Chen Yang's request, Xia Jun frowned. I can still manufacture some weapons to kill 5th order beasts, but I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about 6th order beasts. Xia Jun shook his head. Wen Wujun also nodded. The 6th order beast is much stronger than the 5th order beast. Now there are very few weapons that can harm the 6th order beast. Even the main weapon of a city may not be able to hit the 6th order beast. Chen Yang was a little disappointed after hearing this. He thought that Yanchinj's military weapons would be better than Yanchinj's. It turned out that Yangcheng did not have such weapons. Chen Yang also knew that weapons like the Brilliance Base were indeed very powerful, but they also consumed an astonishingly large amount of energy, not to mention that it was difficult to hit the target. Therefore, the main force to deal with the 6th order beasts is still the cultivator. After all, the cultivator is much more flexible than weapons. It doesn't matter, then follow your introduction, and then combine Captain Wen's list to customize a piece of military equipment and weapons for me. Chen Yang thought about it and gave up. No problem, but now our factory has to give priority to producing the things that the Yangcheng United Team needs. As for my brother's order, it will take about a month from my side. Xia Jun thought for a while and said, okay, just follow what Chairman Xia said. With a wave of Chen Yang's hand, 100 bottles of spiritual liquid appeared on the table. Chen Yang's move made Xia Jun look at him with admiration again. No wonder Chen Yang has such confidence. Just this power of space is the top existence in the entire Yangcheng. Looking at the 100 bottles of psychic liquid on the table, Xia Jun's eyes showed fanaticism. 100 bottles of psychic liquid means 100 great fighters. Not only did he get an order of -billion yuan, but he also got 100 bottles of psychic liquid, which was a bloody profit. Chen Yang is also very satisfied with this transaction, and the beast horde at the Glorious Base left a deep impression on Chen Yang. At that time, if the Glorious Base could have more weapon reserves, the combined team's damage would be reduced a lot. Although the final destruction of the Glorious Base has nothing to do with the strength of the joint team, it is still necessary to spend this money if it can reduce the damage of the joint team. In addition, Chen Yang himself is somewhat selfish. He wants to use the reason of purchasing military weapons this time to build an armed force of his own. He has already handed over this matter to Qian Qin and Gao Xiong. Once the Xia family's equipment arrives, he will soon be able to organize a team of his own. After Xiaoling came in, Xia Jun told Chen Yang about purchasing military equipment and weapons. Xiaoling looked at Chen Yang in surprise. She thought that Chen Yang was already very good, but she never thought that Chen Yang would actually have the strength to buy 1,000 billion weapons at a time. Even the 5 major families in Yangcheng had to think carefully, but Chen Yang placed the order without any hesitation. Xia Dong, if there is nothing else, we will go back first. Wen Wujun saw that Chen Yang and Xia Jun had reached an agreement, so he got up and said, don't you want to have a meal? Xiajun invited. No, there are still many things to do in the joint force. If we find the movement of the beast, we have to dispatch it as soon as possible. Wen Ryujun refused to say, okay, then I won't keep you guys. Next time you have time, you must come and have a seat. Xiajun stood up and said, that's for sure. If this beast horde really attacks Yangcheng, Dong Xia may be needed to take action then. Wen Ryujun said seriously. Captain Wen, please don't worry, this matter is about the lives of everyone in Yangcheng, and I, Xiajun Yi, can't refuse. Xiajun nodded in agreement. Chen Yang did not speak at the side. If a beast tide really forms, the 5 major families in Yangcheng will definitely unite to fight against it. After all, this is not only about the lives of the people in Yangcheng, but also directly threatens the economic lifeline of all families. After chatting for a few words, Chen Yang and Wen Ryujun left the Xia group. Linger, what do you think of this Chen Yang? Xiajun asked with a smile. He's a genius. It's been a long time since such a young evildoer appeared in Yangcheng. Shelling praised. It is said that the relationship between Chen Yang and the Yang family is very bad. Do you think we should win him over? Xiajun asked. Xiaoling thought for a while, then nodded affirmatively. Currently only Chen Yang has the spiritual liquid in his hands. If we establish a good relationship with Chen Yang in advance, it will only benefit the Xia family in the future. I think so too. As long as Chen Yang is brought to our side, it will be impossible for the Yang family to catch up with us in the future. Xiajun looked at the ectoplasm on the table and let out a long sigh. 100 bottles of psychic liquid. How much strength this can improve our family. The Yang family will probably regret it to death. It's a pity that the composition of this psychic liquid cannot be analyzed for the time being. If it is true as Chen Yang said, he will definitely become the most important person in Yangcheng. Dad, you look so good at him. Xiaoling was surprised. If I remember correctly, the last time I praised someone so much was Tan Yu from the Tan family. I believe many people have the same opinion as me on this point, but it's a pity that the Song family took the lead. Otherwise, no matter how much I pay, I will keep him in the Xia family. He will definitely surpass Tan Yu in the future. Xiajun said lightly. Dad, I will work hard too. Xiaoling put his hands on Xiajun's neck and said. You are a girl after all. If you manage the Xia family alone in the future, the pressure will still be too great. It's a pity that I didn't find a suitable partner for you. It would be great if I had a boy. Xiajun couldn't help but sigh. Dad, I'm not necessarily inferior to men. Just watch, I will definitely become the most powerful female grandmaster in Yangcheng. Xiaoling said coquettishly, but there was a trace of loneliness in his eyes. I'm worried about you. I don't want my daughter to work too hard. Xiajun felt Xiaoling's emotions and said comfortingly. If you have the opportunity in the future, get in touch with Chen Yang more. If you can develop some relationships, if the Xia family is in trouble in the future, he might help out. I can see that Chen Yang is a person who values friendship. Xiajun exhorted. I will try my best. Xiaoling agreed in a low voice, rolling his eyes, wondering what he was thinking. In the next few days, no movement of the beast was found outside Yangcheng. Chen Yang was also happy to be at leisure. If the ferocious beasts formed a beast tide at this time, he would probably be busy again. As a member of the joint team, it is impossible for him to watch the beasts invade Yangcheng and ignore them. Chen Yang was also wondering if Ying Minjiao would lead the beasts to invade Yangcheng. If it really happened, what was he doing for it? Although most of the creatures' thinking would be eroded after they became alien species, Chen Yang was sure that they would still act on instinct. Taking advantage of this time, Chen Yang dealt with all the company's affairs. With some management introduced by Song Ming, Yangcheng Coke Company is developing in an orderly manner. Through the previous opening ceremony, many dealers also realized Chen Yang's strength. Even the Yang family has to suffer in his hands, let alone them. Those who wanted to suppress Chen Yang before have disappeared. At first, Lu Hui was worried that the market expansion would be blocked, but it turned out to be unexpectedly smooth. This also made him more confident in Chen Yang. With Chen Yang as his backer, Coke would only grow bigger and bigger. Even if the Yang family wants to use any means to restore the market, it may be difficult to do so. After all, Coke's drinks have a unique taste, and there is a finale of spiritual liquid. A week later, Captain, a fierce beast has been found in the south. Inside the joint base, the civil and military soldiers leaned on chairs and closed their eyes to rest. He was also a little tired from his preparations these days. Just when everyone thought that this animal horde might not happen, the detection machine suddenly issued an alarm. What's the situation now? Wen Ryujun stood up in an instant and came to the screen. A large number of life signs of ferocious beasts appeared more than 100 kilometers to the south just now, but they disappeared again. The monitoring soldier showed a puzzled expression. Not good, a large number of animal swarms were found 10 kilometers away, suspected to be a beast swarm. The soldiers were shocked suddenly, only to see the subdued siren sound suddenly and quickly. Wen Ryujun's eyes were fixed, and he had a bad premonition for an instant. I almost forgot that there are fierce beasts covering up the detection signal in this beast swarm, which means that they are probably already approaching Yangcheng. The civil and military army hastily summoned all the team members. Turn on defense mode, notify all brothers, and prepare to fight. The civil and military army quickly judged why the signs of life of the beast were detected at 10 kilometers and 100 kilometers away from Yangcheng. This shows that the range that can block the detection signals of the joint forces in the beast horde is only tens of kilometers. Thinking of this, the civil and military army felt a panic. If this happened at night, wouldn't the fierce beasts not necessarily find it in front of Yangcheng? Wen Wuzhen hurriedly ran to the city wall of Yangcheng. He manipulated his vitality to let his body hang in the air, and he didn't stop until he was tens of meters high. In the line of sight of the civil and military army, there were densely packed figures of ferocious beasts several kilometers away. Among the many ferocious beasts, there is a group of very terrifying giant creatures. They move slowly and don't look like they have fighting power, but clusters of purple mist sprayed out from the backs of these giant creatures, covering the entire area above. The civil and military army judged instantly in his mind that this should be the culprit for the beast blocking the signal of the human monitoring equipment. Team leader. Behind them, most of the joint team rushed to the city wall in time. The civil and military troops fell quickly, and within a few minutes of observation, the beast horde was much closer to Yangcheng. Perhaps because they felt that there was no need to continue hiding, the purple mist began to become scarce, and everyone soon saw black figures all over the mountains and plains in the distance, which were densely packed low-level beasts. The whole city is on alert. The civil and military soldiers yelled into the headset, and soon, the citywide alarm of crisis sounded in Yangcheng. Are you here? Chen Yang was dealing with some matters in the company, and when he heard the alarm sounded throughout the city, he immediately understood that it was a fierce beast that had started to attack Yangcheng. It's pretty fast, Zhang. Inform everyone in the company that the holiday will start now. Everyone go home immediately, don't go out. Yangcheng has been attacked by a wave of beasts. Chen Yang quickly said to Zhang. Zhang raised his head in doubt. He also heard the alarm from the whole city. Seeing Chen Yang speak, he immediately realized that the matter was urgent. If a beast swarm really happened, those who stayed on the road were most likely to be accidentally injured. Because there will be a large number of flying beasts in every beast tide, and due to the limited air combat power of human beings, there are always fish that slip through the net and can break through the defense line of the city gate and attack the city. Therefore, letting everyone stay at home is the best choice. As for these fish that slip through the net, they will naturally be dealt with by the joint forces and major families. I'm going to notify you right away. Zhang got up quickly. In the company, everyone panicked when they heard the alarm from the whole city. Zhang hurriedly told everyone the news of the beast tide attacking Yangcheng. Under his command, everyone left the company quickly and orderly. Chen Yang didn't delay either. While Zhang was handling the company's affairs, he had already teleported to the gate of Yangcheng. Why so fast? Seeing the beast approaching the city, Chen Yang was shocked. Generally, when a beast swarm occurs, it can be noticed as early as an hour before. But this time, it was unimaginable that the vicious beast was so close to trigger the alarm. It's those guys, they blocked the signal of the team's surveillance equipment, so we found out it was too late. Wen Wuzhen pointed to a group of giant beasts in the distance. This is a species that has rarely been seen. I didn't expect so many to appear at once this time. Even with the eyesight of a grandmaster, he could only see within 10 kilometers. If it were an ordinary person, they might not notice the horde of beasts until they were in front of them. Are the soldiers ready? We only have 3 minutes. Seeing that the beast horde came so suddenly, Chen Yang worried that the soldiers in Yangcheng were not well prepared. It's okay, we have fully automatic weapons. As soon as Wen Wuzhen's words fell, there was the sound of the hatch opening on the city wall. Automatic turrets rose slowly one after another. In addition to missile turrets, automatic weapons with many special armor-piercing shells were aimed at the beasts in the distance. Many soldiers also assembled quickly under the order of the civil and military army, and soon the soldiers took their equipment and stood outside the city wall in several batches. The beast tide was getting closer and closer. When it was only 1 kilometer away, Chen Yang clearly saw that the first batch of beasts attacking Yangcheng were the most common gold-eating insects. 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer? Emission. Seeing that the beast tide had entered the effective range, the civil and military army finally ordered to shoot. Facing the black beasts, many soldiers swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and their palms were sweating nervously. Seeing the fierce beast getting closer, their gun-holding arms couldn't help shaking, and their moods were also extremely depressed. Following the order from the civil and military army, they finally couldn't suppress the tension and a little fear in their hearts. They pulled the trigger in their hands, and the bullets fell like a torrential rain on the gold-eating worms, the vanguard of the beast horde. The gold-eating worms were smashed into sieves in an instant, their bodies were torn apart by the powerful firepower, and wreckage was everywhere on the ground. But soon, the gold-eating insects from behind surrounded them, and they went on, seemingly never-ending. Fully automatic weapons have also entered the combat state, and the metal bullet casings are continuously withdrawn from the weapons and smashed to the ground, making rattling sounds. Soon, the walls were filled with the pungent smell of burnt bullet casings. Cleaners, come on. A man at the rank of major commanded the soldiers to clean up the shell casings quickly, and the entire city wall was like a huge precision machine carrying out every operation in an orderly manner. Under the suppression of numerous firepower, the beast tide was suppressed at a distance of 500 meters. Dealing with the vanguard was unexpectedly simple this time, and it could be completely blocked by only relying on automatic weapons and soldiers. Captain, we are not late. Chen Yang looked back, it was Zhang Hao and the others who rushed over. How come they are so close that they are only now discovered? Lu Tianrui exclaimed when he saw that the beast tide was almost reaching his feet. It's not important, Tianrui, you ask your subordinates to take a group of soldiers to evacuate the residents of the city, and if any ominous beasts rush in later, you will hand them over to them. Zhang Hao, you take a group of people to guard the west gate, Suning Xiang, go and bring a group of people to guard the north gate. The civil and military army quickly arranged the crowd. After Lu Tianrui arranged everything, he quickly returned to the city wall. Just when the civil and military army finished all this, a black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky and swept towards Yangcheng. Chen Yang took a closer look and found that this black cloud was actually composed of flying insects. The order of these flying insects is not high, most of them are first order. But they have a very unique advantage, that is, they are small and not easy to hit. Fully automatic weapons aimed at the dense flying insects and kept shooting, but as Chen Yang thought, the effect was not very good. Faced with this situation, the civil and military army has long been prepared. I saw the muzzle of the automatic weapon rotate, and then it was replaced with a longer muzzle. Oh. Flames gushed out from the muzzle of the gun, and the high temperature of hundreds of degrees instantly burned the flying insects into black charcoal. Of course, the flying insects would not be completely wiped out by the flames. They quickly adjusted their position and flew to a higher place. Their target was not the soldiers on the city wall but the inside of the city. This is not over yet. Immediately afterwards, a large number of lovebirds and third-order poisonous dragons appeared, and they were faster and more destructive. They are almost impossible to prevent with fire alone. Automatic weapons just keep firing bullets, which aren't very effective. Such a situation has long been expected by the civil and military army. Flying beasts are already very difficult to deal with, especially in a beast horde of this level. There are so many flying beasts. It is almost impossible to intercept all of them outside Yangcheng without keeping any of them. Squad no. Dash, please pay attention. There are a large number of flying beasts rushing into Yangcheng. Pay attention to vigilance and clean up. The civil and military army ordered towards the headset. As a master, it is not difficult for him to stop these flying beasts, but he has to guard against possible sixth-order beasts at any time, so this kind of thing can only be left to the members of the joint team. Although the beast horde came suddenly this time, because Chen Yang and the others knew in advance, and under the condition of preparation, everyone dealt with the next fierce beast in an orderly manner. There shouldn't be anything for me here for the time being, right? Chen Yang watched the horde of beasts being repelled by Yangchen's weapons, feeling a burst of emotion in his heart. It is better to use firearms to deal with low-level beasts. There are automatic weapons that can lock the target intelligently, and the practitioners do not need to take action. These beasts are all turned into corpses. But the low-level ferocious beasts are just the beginning of the beast tide, or even an appetizer. Once it reaches the third level, ordinary bullets can no longer cause damage to the beast, and special firearms and armor-piercing bullets are required to injure the beast. The cost of each special envoy bullet is not cheap. Even if it is fired continuously for 1 minute, the consumption of the entire Yangcheng is estimated to reach 1,000 million yuan. Calculated in this way, 1 hour of continuous combat is equivalent to consuming 1 billion yuan, which is a bit too fast. This has not yet calculated the consumption of other manpower and missiles. The cost of a high-damage Tier 800 missile is about -million, and throwing a few rounds into the beast horde will cost you hundreds of millions. If it weren't for the wealth of the Yangcheng joint team, they might not be able to resist such a large-scale beast horde so easily. With the mass death of low-level beasts, higher-level beasts rushed out of the herd. In the lead is a group of alien spiders with human faces. They all have a female face. If you only look at the head, it will be pleasing to the eye. Of course it's just an illusion. The spider legs of the human face spider are very large. When it is fully standing, it is at least 2 meters high. These guys are ferocious beasts. It looks like they have to use special bullets. As soon as Chen Yang finished thinking, the soldiers under the city wall had already pulled out the improved version of Vulcan. The reason why Chen Yang knew it was an improved version was because the appearance of this Vulcan and the power of the weapon were far greater than before. Under the modified version of Vulcan, a large amount of green blood began to emerge from these beasts. Soon, the first batch of human-faced spiders had been cleaned up. But the real test begins now. More and more 3rd and 4th tier ferocious beasts were running towards Yangcheng, and it was no longer possible to suppress them with Vulcan and fully automatic weapons. The joint team listens to my orders and attacks. When the civil and military army gave an order, the members of the joint team who had been waiting for a long time finally couldn't hold back the excitement in their hearts, shouting and rushing towards the target. There is an ancient one at 195 degrees, kill it first. 263 degrees also has a fused corruptor, it's disgusting, watch me burn it. It had been a long time since the joint team of Yangcheng had killed beasts so heartily. They kept showing off their special talents, and the 3rd and 4th tier beasts continued to die under their siege. There are not many tier beasts in this batch, only a few dozen. It took about 10 minutes, and all of these 4th order ferocious beasts had turned into corpses. This is too cool, it's still fun to fight with fierce beasts. A big man swung a heavy blade left and right, and every movement could kill a large number of low-level beasts. The lowest level of being able to bring cold weapons to the front line is the strength of a martial artist. As for those whose cultivation realm has not reached the standard, hot weapons are more suitable for them. Just when everyone thought that this wave of attacks would simply end, a scream came from somewhere inside the city wall. The civil and military army quickly looked at the sound, and saw wormholes leading into the city from outside the wall, and many low-level beasts entered Yangchang along the wormholes. Xiao Fang, a leaky net has entered Yangchang, take some brothers over there to clean it up. The civil and military army was not in a hurry, but continued to order in the headset. After receiving the task, Xiao Fang immediately rushed towards the wormhole with his troops, and after a while, the wailing of the beast's death came from there. Is it a worm? Chen Yang asked. That's right, those worms and gold eaters actually cooperated to dig through the ground at the same time. In the past, these guys were not so smart. The civil and military army couldn't help complaining. It may be because there is something behind him directing. Do you remember what I said? The one who controls the beast tide this time is very likely to be very familiar with Yangchang. When Ryujun nodded, he knew who Chen Yang was talking about. No matter whether Yang Minjiao becomes the puppet of the devil, as long as he dares to appear here, I will definitely kill him. When Ryujun affirmed. Oops. Chen Yang was startled suddenly, as if he had thought of something. What happened? When Ryujun looked at Chen Yang suspiciously. Seeing Chen Yang's reaction was so great, the things that came to his mind were probably not simple. We forgot Xiaomingshan. Chen Yang quickly opened his mouth and said. Hearing Chen Yang mention Xiaomingshan, and thinking about the behavior of the worm just now, Wen Ryujun immediately realized the seriousness. Xiaomingshan was destroyed by an earthquake because of the Worm Lord, and finally became a ruin. Although Chen Yang had already killed the Worm Lord before, he didn't have time to take care of the wormhole left by the Worm Lord. Not only him, but even the civil and military army forgot about it, because the wormhole was already very hidden. Since the last time they looked for Yang Minjiao, they had never been close to the wormhole. Thinking of this now, the two suddenly realized that it was not good. In this beast tide, the IQ of these ferocious beasts has obviously improved a lot compared to before. If it is said that there is no command behind them, they will not believe it if they are killed. If Yang Minjiao was really manipulating behind it, how could he have forgotten the wormhole left by the previous Worm Lord? There has been no trace of 5th-order beasts here, and there are very few 4th-order beasts. According to previous detections, this wave of hand beasts should not be so simple. If they really choose the worms dug out from the Worm Lord, if you come out of the hole, the surrounding people will be in danger. When Ryujun thought of this and quickly sent someone over to check. I'll go, I have the power of space, and I can come back in time if anything happens. Chen Yang said. That's troublesome, this is a headset, and the channel inside is directly connected to all the great martial artists of the joint team. When Ryujun handed Chen Yang a tactical headset, Chen Yang nodded, took the headset and disappeared in place. When he reappeared, Chen Yang had already arrived at Xiaomingshan. Although Xiaomingshan had collapsed, many of the wreckage was still being cleaned up, so it looked very chaotic. Chen Yang turned on his talent for perspective, and within a few seconds, he discovered the wormhole of the Worm Lord. It really is. Chen Yang found that the wormhole was full of 4th and 5th order beasts, and they had already arrived in Yangchang. Judging from the scene, it has been several minutes since they reached the interior of Yangchang. Because the wormhole is located very deep underground, even the detector did not detect any abnormalities for a while. Chen Yang quickly looked around, only to see several 5th order beasts enter the residential area along the wreckage. Clone. Chen Yang directly used the avatar talent to stop the 5th order beasts. With the teleportation talent, he quickly stopped several 5th order beasts. Boom. Without any fancy moves, Chen Yang simply swung his fist and hammered on a mutated corruptor, and the energy in his fist quickly crushed the beast completely. The vitality of the mutated corruptor is very tenacious, but what a pity it faced a punch from the Grandmaster's power. Even if it wanted to escape, under the lock of Chen Yang's breath, the mutated corruptor had nowhere to hide. The other 5th order ferocious beasts felt threatened, and they hurriedly fled towards the residential area. How could Chen Yang let them do what they wished, teleported out, and soon one after another 5th order ferocious beasts died under his fists before they could even howl. In the wormhole made by the Worm Lord, many ferocious beasts sensed Chen Yang's presence, and they frantically rushed towards the entrance of the cave. After a while, the entire ruins of Xiaomingshan became a paradise for ferocious beasts. So troublesome. Chen Yang snorted coldly as he watched the many fierce beasts pouring out, and the fire element instantly covered the entire hole with his snapping fingers. Collapse. The earth element was also cast at the same time, and the hole made by the Worm Lord collapsed suddenly, and many beasts that were too late to emerge were instantly buried. The fire element quickly cleaned up the surrounding beasts. If Chen Yang's strength was not too strong, any Grandmaster would be in a hurry here. How is it over there? The voices of civil and military soldiers came from the tactical headset. Many beasts came out of this wormhole, but now they have been collapsed by the nest. Chen Yang said easily. Do you need help? When Ryujun asked. You can deal with that side, and leave it to me here. Chen Yang controlled the earth element to close the entire channel. Although doing so consumed energy, the effect was very obvious. The closed passage kept squeezing the ferocious beasts inside, and they were crushed into meatloaf by the surrounding soil without even a chance to make a move. Call. Chen Yang let out a long breath. The wormholes opened by the Worm Lord are very long, and it must be difficult to close them all in a short time. Chen Yang can only clean up the beasts in the wormhole little by little. Fortunately, he has the talent of the earth element, otherwise it may not be possible to close all the wormholes that are so long. Residential area. A few fish that slipped through the net had already rushed in, and many civilians were too frightened to move when they saw the beast appearing in front of them. Mom. A little girl was frightened by the ferocious beast, she couldn't help crying, and the mother not far away rushed up to take the girl away without the slightest hesitation. Oh. A giant poisonous toad jumped between the two of them and stared at the girl. The mother was frightened by the poisonous toad and fell to the ground. Seeing her daughter in crisis, she didn't care about being afraid, and hurriedly struggled to get up to fight the poisonous toad. You monster, have the guts to come at me. The mother picked up a stone and threw it towards the poisonous toad. The poisonous toad tickled its back, and the mother's action successfully attracted its attention. Yanner, let's go. Seeing that the poisonous toad had shifted its target, the mother showed a relieved smile. I'm sorry, Yanner, Mom can only help you so far. The tongue of the poisonous toad spit out instantly, and the mother closed her eyes, accepting the fate of death. She is not reconciled. Her daughter is about to lose her mother at such a young age. How will she survive in the future? What? Seeing that her mother was about to be hit by the tongue of the poisonous toad, the girl couldn't help screaming. She didn't know why such a terrifying beast suddenly appeared here. Facing this monster, the girl's eyes showed hatred. Brute. Chen Yang's avatar manipulated the force of thought and gravity to move the poisonous toad into the air, and the scarlet tongue was only 1 meter away from engulfing the mother in her belly. Feeling that its body could not move, the giant poisonous toad withdrew its tongue and quickly searched for the target, and soon it found Chen Yang suspended in the air. The scarlet tongue swept towards Chen Yang again, only to see a flashing golden lightsaber slashing across the air, and the poisonous toad's tongue suddenly became 2 knots. The several meter-long tongue was broken off the ground, and there was still some vitality. It kept wriggling, as if it was struggling for the last time. Seeing that his mother was fine, Chen Yang finally felt relieved. The gravity talent instantly crushed the internal organs of the poisonous toad into pieces, and the dead body of the poisonous toad fell to the ground weakly. Are you all right? Chen Yang fell down slowly, walked to his mother and pulled her up. Thank you. The mother looked at the boy in front of her gratefully. Because of the previous nervousness and fear, she did not observe Chen Yang's appearance carefully. When she found out that Chen Yang was so young, she suddenly fell into a daze. Take your child and leave quickly. There are still many beasts here that haven't been dealt with cleanly. Chen Yang disappeared immediately after leaving a sentence, and there are still many places where he is needed. The 4th and 5th tier ferocious beasts in the city were wiped out one by one under Chen Yang's attack, but the biggest threat to Yangcheng came to the city gate, the Black Emperor Beetle. Finally come. The battle has lasted for an hour, and the civil and military army has not made a move. The purpose is to deal with the possible 6th order beasts. Have the other patriarchs notified you? Seeing Lu Tianrui coming back, Wen Wujun immediately asked. All notifications are in place, and they are already on their way. As soon as Lu Tianrui finished speaking, Song Ming had already appeared above the city gate. The Song family is here to help. Song Ming exuded the powerful aura of a master, and the civil and military army was stunned. He clearly felt that Song Ming had stepped into the realm of a high-ranking master. Congratulations, brother Song. Wen Wujun turned around and smiled. Don't congratulate me, just kill this beast. Song Ming looked at the Black Emperor Beetle in the distance. Even though he stepped into a high-level realm, he still felt a dangerous aura from this Black Emperor Beetle. No hurry, some guys haven't shown up yet. The civil and military army stared at the beast tide, and soon, the figure of the second 6th order beast entered the civil and military army's eyes. But it's not over yet. The 3rd head, the 4th head, the 5th head. Tier-beasts appeared one after another. The civil and military army originally thought that there were already a lot of beasts of ranks. Unexpectedly, there were 13 beasts of rank appearing all of a sudden. How come there are so many? Song Ming looked at the 6th order fierce beast in the beast tide with serious eyes. The low-level beasts of the beast tide were blocked by Yangchen's defense system, but these 6th-level beasts were very dangerous. Any of them has the ability to destroy the walls of Yangcheng. If there is no one to resist, the beast tide will soon break through the defense line with the help of these 6th order beasts. Should I ask the city lord to take action? Song Ming was full of confidence at first, but when he saw so many 6th-level beasts appearing next time, his expression was a little unnatural. Haha, old Song, long time no see. A figure suddenly fell in the sky. Song Ming looked back. It turned out to be Tan Yi, the head of the Tan family. I'm not too late. As Tan Yi landed, Xiajun also arrived in time. Patriarch Tan, thank you Patriarch. Wen Wujun nodded and greeted the two of them. He was about to talk to the two when the aura of the two masters descended from the sky. Patriarch Mo and Patriarch Yang are here too. The civil and military army was overjoyed, and immediately stepped forward to greet him. Captain Wen, long time no see. Mo Yunfei clasped his fists and shouted, but Yingning's face was calm, and he couldn't tell what was going on in his heart. Patriarch Mo, Patriarch Yang, you guys came too timely. Wen Wujun greeted the two politely. Yingning nodded and did not speak. Wen Wujun knew that Yingning might have some resentment in his heart for not helping him speak at the opening ceremony, but he didn't care. The scale of this animal horde is very large. Wen hereby thanks all the family leaders for their support. There must be a big gift to thank you afterwards. The civil and military soldiers didn't say too many polite words. When the masters were greeting each other, the 6th rank beasts in the beast horde roared a few times, as if they were provoking everyone. If you have anything to say, let's wait until the beast tide is over. As the masters of Yangchang, it is also our duty to protect Yangchang. Captain Wen, how do you plan to deal with these beasts? Xiajun saw several 6th order ferocious beasts in the distance eager to try and prepare to attack the city, and his aura instantly rose to the extreme. Currently there are 11 fierce beasts, we will deal with 5 of them, and leave the rest to the city lord. Wen Wujun asked the city lord for his opinion through the headset and said, okay, the earth dragon is handed over to me. Xiajun spotted an 80-meter-long beast and shouted, Lutian Rui and I deal with the Black Emperor beetle, you can choose the rest. The civil and military army took out a long gun. Last time, he and Lutian Rui had fought against the Black Emperor beetle. If the other side's reinforcements hadn't come, they might have killed it long ago. But this time they already knew the weakness of the Black Emperor beetle, and believed that they would be able to eliminate each other in a short time. The Black Emperor beetle's eyes were also fixed on Lutian Rui on the city wall, as if he wanted to tear his body apart immediately. No problem, this guy can't escape today. Lutian Rui was gearing up, and a shadow surrounded his body. Since that's the case, let's go. Choose your opponents yourself, be careful when fighting, and don't overturn your car. Tan Yi rushed out from the city wall. Seeing that he was the first to attack, Song Ming and others were not to be outdone. Soon, everyone found a suitable opponent. The other 6th order beasts were ready to support them, and a suppressed aura instantly enveloped all the 6th order beasts. It was Tanjing who was ready to attack. The mayor, Wen Wujun, looked back at the middle-aged man in white robes outside the base. He just stood there, and these 6th order beasts did not dare to step forward. They lay prone on the ground, their pupils staring at the middle-aged man. If the city lord takes action, none of these beasts will run away. Song Ming no longer had the worries he had before, and after stepping into the realm of a high-ranking master, he became more confident in his own strength. What's even more miraculous is that the super spiritual liquid improved the width of the meridians in his body, allowing him to have a more vigorous vitality. Song Ming spotted a big 6th order bird and rushed up. The wings of this big bird were more than 40 meters long, and every time it flapped its wings, it could drive a gust of wind. Starry Sky Fist. Song Ming gathered the power of the starry sky in his hands, but unfortunately it was not night, otherwise his strength would have doubled. Even so, Song Ming can still absorb the power of sunlight. This is his unique talent, the power of stars. The 6th order big bird opened its mouth wide and spit out a gust of wind. The invisible wind element covered the surrounding area, and finally formed a vacuum zone. Starry Sky Fist suddenly spread out after rushing towards the vacuum zone. Although there was no resistance, it was blocked by the talent of the 6th order bird. This was Song Ming's first encounter with an opponent since he stepped into the realm of a high-ranking master. He was not discouraged, and the punch just now was just to test the opponent. After learning about Big Bird's special talent, Song Ming felt more confident. On the other side, Wen Wujun, Lutian Rui, and the Black Emperor beetle fought back and forth, but the strange thing was that they didn't see a figure on the Black Emperor beetle's back. That Yang Minjiu doesn't seem to be here. The reason why Wen Wujun and Lutian Rui wanted to deal with the Black Emperor beetle was to check whether the Black Emperor beetle carried Yang Minjiu on its back. If it is confirmed that Yang Minjiu is on the back of the Black Emperor beetle, he will cooperate with Lutian Rui to find a way to kill him, so as to prevent future troubles. Although he didn't get what he wanted, Lutian Rui still entered the shadow state and prepared to deal a fatal blow to the Black Emperor beetle. Of course, the Black Emperor beetle remembered the aura of Wen Wujun and Lutian Rui, and it had a deep memory of the injury caused by the sneak attack last time, so it was extra cautious when facing the two of them again. In order to prevent Lutian Rui's sneak attack, the Black Emperor beetle spit out poisonous mist to cover its entire body. As long as Lutian Rui enters the poisonous fog, it will be able to sense it immediately. Facing the methods of the Black Emperor beetle, Lutian Rui felt a little bit of difficulty. The power of the Black Emperor beetle is already very strong. If it is not aware of the opponent's weakness, it is really very difficult to hurt the Black Emperor beetle. Now the Black Emperor beetle uses the poisonous mist to guard against Lutian Rui's sneak attack, which makes it even more difficult for Lutian Rui to attack. Old rules, I'll attract its attention. The civil and military army directly opened the dual domains, and the thunder and lightning kept coiling around him, looking from a distance like a god of war who controlled thunder and lightning. Thunder penalty trial. Thunder and lightning covered the spear of the civil and military army, and there was a crackling sound. With his swing, the lightning on the spear extended rapidly, and finally it was more than 30 meters long. Burst. At the same time, Thunder Prison trapped the Black Emperor beetle, and the 30-meter Thunder Punishment Judgment took the opportunity to bombard the Black Emperor beetle. Thunder Prison continuously squeezed and burned the poisonous mist around the Black Emperor beetle into molecules and evaporated in the air. The single horn on the head of the Black Emperor beetle suddenly lit up with a burst of green light, and its body continued to grow, breaking the Thunder Prison. Signs. The Thunder Punishment Judgment came to the Black Emperor beetle in the blink of an eye. The Black Emperor beetle did not panic at all, and its blood-red eyes even showed a ferocious look. The unicorn's green light slammed into the civil and military army's Thunder Punishment trial, and the Thunder element, which was supposed to restrain the poisonous fog, was defeated steadily under the unicorn's green light. The two forces finally collided together, sending out a shocking explosion, and even formed a vacuum between the two. It's me. Liu Tianrui became the incarnation of the shadow and quickly came to the Black Emperor Beetle through the explosion energy, and the supersonic water jet stabbed the Black Emperor Beetle's abdomen. However, this time the Black Emperor Beetle had already prepared for it, so how could it not bear it in mind when it suffered a big loss for the first time? Sensing Liu Tianrui's killing intent, the Black Emperor Beetle quickly adjusted its body, splitting its carapace into two pieces to protect its weak points. The supersonic water jet pierced the Black Emperor Beetle's body. Although the outer defense was destroyed, the inside was not damaged at all. Under the effect of vitality, the damage caused by the supersonic water jet is rapidly compounding. The poisonous mist filled the air again, and Liu Tianrui hurriedly withdrew. Looking at the Black Emperor Beetle shrouded in poisonous mist, the two showed serious expressions. The Black Emperor Beetle this time is obviously not as easy to deal with as before, which may be the reason why Ying Minjiao is not on its back. This time the Black Emperor Beetle has no scruples. Grind slowly, I don't believe I can't find a chance. Of course, the civil and military army will not just back down like this. Last time, they failed to deal with the Black Emperor Beetle and let the opponent run away. This time, they will keep the opponent behind whatever they say. It's just that the defense of the Black Emperor Beetle is really amazing, and if you want to break through the defense, you have to find another way. Why didn't the city lord make a move? Liu Tianrui looked back at where Tanjing was. Although his aura suppressed the other sixth order beasts, he himself stood still, as if he didn't intend to kill them. I don't know, the city lord must have his own ideas, let's get rid of this guy in front of us first. When Wujun didn't ask Tanjing's intentions, he only had the Black Emperor Beetle in his eyes. Just as all the masters were fighting on their own, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Song Ming looked behind the beast tide in surprise, only to see a huge black figure rapidly approaching Yang Cheng. Although this huge figure seemed to move slowly, it moved a distance of 1 kilometer in the blink of an eye. What? The attention of Xiejun and others was all attracted by this huge figure. Following the appearance of this huge black figure, the other 6th order ferocious beasts also became irritable. This aura, a 7th order ferocious beast. Liu Tianrui also noticed the terrifying aura of the black figure for the first time, and even he felt a burst of fear. The huge black figure finally revealed its real body. It was a terrifying beast like a swamp monster. Its body is covered with terrifying long beards, and a head resembling a human face shoots out a fierce light and presses down on everyone. Under the pressure of this terrifying 7th level beast, the soldiers on the city wall felt a burst of fear. Chen Yang, who was far away in Xiaomingshan, turned his head quickly. The breath seemed to penetrate into the bone marrow, and it was even familiar. Calamity. Chen Yang immediately recalled the beast horde in Yanchinj a year ago. That terrifying beast that overshadowed the sky was once the nightmare of many civilians in Yanchinj. The 7th order ferocious beast, the calamity has broken through. Chen Yang's gaze traveled tens of kilometers and was imprinted on the black giant beast. He frowned slightly. He never thought that the disaster he had escaped before would appear in front of him again in this form. But this time, calamity has turned into a 7th order ferocious beast, bringing disaster to Yangcheng in advance. The other 6th order ferocious beasts were overwhelmed by Tanjing's aura before and did not dare to move. When the disaster appeared, they roared in unison, and then rushed towards the people who were fighting. Oops. When Wu Jun's heart tightened, he thought that with Tanjing in the battle, there should be no surprises in this animal horde. But as the disaster appeared, the situation on the field was reversed in an instant. Hurry up and notify the other masters to come over. The civil and military army hurriedly yelled into the tactical headset. Once Tanjing was restrained by disaster, the outcome of this battle would be hard to say. Patriarch Yang, when will your younger brother come over? Civil and military troops hurriedly asked. He's coming here. Yang Ning also felt great pressure. Since the disaster appeared, the 6th order beasts he faced have become more tyrannical. Even if Yang Ning exerts all his strength, it will be a bit difficult. If several other fierce beasts join in at the same time, he will be defeated in a short time. If it was in other places, Yang Ning might have left directly. After all, his life is the most important thing. But behind this is his base camp. If this battle is lost, the strength of these big families will definitely be hurt. Just when the civil and military soldiers were anxious, Tanjing finally moved. The vitality surged in Tanjing's body, and he left an afterimage in place, and when he reappeared, he had already reached the top of Calamity's head. You really came out. I felt a strange aura from the very beginning, but I didn't expect it to be you. A long sword appeared in Tanjing's hand at some point. Holding the hilt in his hand, he looked solemnly at the monster in front of him. Calamity seemed to understand Tanjing's words. It showed a terrifying smile, and a layer of black mist quickly covered its body, making it difficult for Tanjing to see clearly. As long as I kill you, this beast tide will be over. Tanjing's aura continued to rise, and soon it was on par with disaster. Seeing that Tanjing was held back by Calamity, the other 6th order beasts began to wreak havoc without hesitation. Their goal is very simple, which is the defense system of Yangcheng. The civil and military army was anxious for a while. They thought that the target of these beasts would be them, but now it seems that these 6th order beasts don't want to ignore the human Grand Master, but plan to attack Yangcheng directly. Chen Yang, how are you doing? The civil and military army asked immediately. Lu Tianrui had already left to stop another 6th order beast, but there were only 7 of them in total, and there were 11 6th order beasts. I'm almost here, come here immediately. After Chen Yang learned about the situation of Yangqing's defense line, he immediately set off and teleported towards the city wall. In a few seconds, Chen Yang appeared on the frontline battlefield. Chen Yang's appearance caught Yang Ning's attention. He snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction with Chen Yang in his heart. Yang Wenchen also soon appeared on the battlefield. Before that, he had been protecting his family from the attack of flying beasts. Because he knew that Tanjing was there, he chose to stay in the family to protect him. Yang Wenchen had no choice but to give up after learning about the appearance of a 7th order fierce beast. Fortunately, the level of flying monsters that break through the defense line is not too high, even a martial artist can barely deal with it. Seeing Chen Yang appearing on the defense line, Yang Wenchen's expression was not very good. But now is not the time to care about personal grievances. Seeing several 6th order beasts approaching the city wall, Yang Wenchen immediately stepped forward to stop one of them. There are 3 more. The civil and military army was a little anxious. Wanting to kill a 6th order beast alone is a great challenge for every master. Now everyone is restrained by the beast. Even if Chen Yang stops one, the remaining 2 6th order beasts are enough to kill Yang Chang. The defense line has been ravaged several times. Chen Yang was also aware of the danger facing the city wall. Now that Tanjing was held back by the disaster, he could rely on them to deal with these beasts. Looks like it's going all out. Yuan force gushed out from Chen Yang's body, and the Black Emperor sword was also unsheathed. Seemingly feeling the smell of blood on the battlefield, the Black Emperor sword was a little excited, and Chen Yang could even hear the faint roar of a dragon in the Black Emperor sword. Strength field, speed force. Chen Yang directly used the dual domains to the extreme. Facing the remaining 3 fierce beasts, Chen Yang planned to kill them all with one blow. The remaining 3 fierce beasts sensed Chen Yang's threat, their bodies paused, and then they all aimed at Chen Yang. Seeing this, Yang Ning was overjoyed. No Grand Master could face 3 6th level beasts at the same time. If Chen Yang was besieged by these 3 6th order beasts at the same time, he might die. Yang Wenchen was also thinking in this way. When he was in a trance, the 6th order ferocious beast on the opposite side sent Yang Wenchen flying with a claw. Seeing that Chen Yang attracted 3 fierce beasts at once, Wen Wujun didn't know whether to be happy or embarrassed. If Chen Yang died at the hands of 3 6th level beasts, their next battle would definitely not be easy. Thinking of this, the civil and military army became more and more anxious, and threw the thunder element in his hand towards the big mouth of the Black Emperor beetle as if he didn't want money. If you want to break this deadlock, you must quickly eliminate the beast in front of you, otherwise, as time goes by, human beings will soon fall into a disadvantage. Although Wen Wujun thought so, the Black Emperor beetle would not allow him to do so. The Black Emperor beetle also saw the anxiety of the civil and military army, and it stopped attacking fiercely, but kept pestering the civil and military army. Anyway, it is difficult for the civil and military army to cause serious injuries to it. Although its body is a little paralyzed, it can still accept it. Moreover, the power of the Black Emperor beetle is much stronger than that of the civil and military army. If the civil and military army keeps using their vitality, they may even be accidentally killed by the opponent when they are exhausted. Chen Yang watched the remaining 3 fierce beasts besieging him, with a mocking smile on his face. Want to crush me by numbers? Humph, just let me concentrate on dealing with you. Chen Yang originally wanted to kill a 6th order beast with all his strength first and then restrain the remaining beasts, but if he couldn't kill them quickly in a short period of time, Yangqing's defense would inevitably be destroyed. Now that the 3 6th level ferocious beasts are all targeting him, he is much more relaxed. At least he doesn't have to worry about the safety of the city wall. Hi Huangjian, you haven't drank blood for a long time. Although the blood of the 6th order beast may be a little weaker, it should still make you excited for a while. Chen Yang judged before that the owner of the Black Emperor sword must often use it to deal with existences above the 6th level, but he is not so powerful now, but the 6th level beasts should barely get into the eyes of the Black Emperor sword. Dragon power was poured into the Black Emperor sword, and the Black Emperor sword seemed to wake up instantly. A dragon's chant broke through the sky, and some fierce beasts in the beast tide even trembled in fright. Tanjing was also attracted by the movement made by Chen Yang. He glanced at Chen Yang in astonishment, and even he felt a little pressure from the dragon chant from the Black Emperor sword. Good guy, so I still have such cards. It seems that I don't have to worry about you anymore. I just concentrate on dealing with this guy. Tanjing turned his head, his eyes fixed, and the long sword in his hand turned into a cold light and slashed towards Calamity. The remaining 3 6th level ferocious beasts also felt the terrifying pressure. The sense of oppression brought by the Black Emperor sword even caught up with the 7th level ferocious beast disaster. If it wasn't for Chen Yang's realm not reaching the 7th rank, otherwise I couldn't help but want to run away. Roar. A snake-like tree-like monster challenged Chen Yang. Chen Yang's palm slightly brushed the blade of the Black Emperor sword, and a gleam of light burst out in his eyes. Since I can't wait so much, let's take you first. With a movement of Chen Yang's body, he instantly appeared behind the monster. The Black Emperor sword slashed across this snake-like tree-like monster without hindrance. Several tentacles were cut off immediately, and the life breath inside was absorbed by the Black Emperor sword in an instant. The Black Emperor sword became more excited after feeling the vitality. Chen Yang was also very surprised by the state of the Black Emperor sword. It seemed that the Black Emperor sword that had absorbed the vitality was slowly unsealed. Regarding the secret of the Black Emperor sword, Chen Yang has never explored it. He also only knew that the Black Emperor sword had been nourished by dragon power in his danshan, and it didn't show anything unique. But the grade of this sword is obviously very rare, otherwise it would not be a weapon of a 9th order creature. The snake-like tree-like 6th order ferocious beast felt a little fear of Chen Yang after feeling the disappearance of a certain part of its body, but soon, it spread its domain and entangled Chen Yang. It's just that it always avoids the Black Emperor sword in its movements, fearing that its body will be cut off by the Black Emperor sword again. Following the attack of this fierce beast, Chen Yang also discovered a magical function of the Black Emperor sword. Every place that was slashed by the Black Emperor sword was covered with a layer of strange power. Before this power dissipated, no matter how strong the healing ability was, it would not be able to recover for a while. It is precisely because of this that the remaining 2 6th order beasts seem a little timid to attack. What are they doing? Why are they moving so slowly? While dealing with the 6th order beast, Yang Ning observed the battle situation on Chen Yang's side. Seeing that the beasts besieging Chen Yang didn't use their full strength, he secretly scolded the opponent for being useless. Chen Yang now seems to be able to handle things with ease, and he is not as exhausted as he imagined. If you want to wait for Chen Yang to be killed by a fierce beast, you don't know when you will have to wait. With a thought in Yang Ning's mind, a certain idea quickly surfaced. The Black Emperor sword was constantly waving in Chen Yang's hand. Under the intermediate speed force, Chen Yang's speed was too fast to be seen clearly. Although facing 3 6th level beasts, Chen Yang still seemed very relaxed. Since you dare not go up, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing that the 3 fierce beasts kept avoiding his sword, Chen Yang gradually lost his patience. Weakness, gravity, slowness, mind power. Many special talents were used by Chen Yang, and the body of the 6th order ferocious beast, which looked like a snake and a tree, froze, and the power in its body seemed to be imprisoned in an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Yang turned into an afterimage and slashed at the opponent with a sword. A cold light flashed, and the snake-like tree-like beast was cut in half. Seeing this, the remaining 2 fierce beasts quickly used all their talents to fight against Chen Yang, but their talents were no match for Chen Yang. Under the double negative talents of weakening and slowness, the movements of the 2 ferocious beasts suddenly seemed to be in a quagmire. Just when Chen Yang was about to cut down with a sword, Yang Ning's body suddenly appeared in front of Chen Yang. He spat out blood, and it looked like he was slapped and flew by the fierce beast on the opposite side. Chen Yang turned his head and saw that the beast quickly turned its target on him, as if it had lost interest in Yang Ning. Chen Yang is obviously more than capable now. Yang Ning vomited blood and barely stood up, looking very embarrassed. Brother Chen, this beast is too powerful, I can't beat him. Yang Ning shouted at Chen Yang with an exhausted look. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth raised slightly. With the talent of perspective, how could he not know Yang Ning's current state? Yang Ning looked very embarrassed on the surface, but the vitality in his body was abundant. Although it was consumed, he only used about 1/3 of it. So without thinking, he knew that Yang Ning was deliberately embarrassing himself. Yang Ning didn't expect Chen Yang to see through his thoughts long ago. He looked around suspiciously, looking for another ferocious beast. He clearly remembered that there were 3 ferocious beasts besieging Chen Yang, but in a blink of an eye, there were only 2 left, and the other beast that looked like a strange snake disappeared. Chen Yang ignored Yang Ning. The dragon force quickly poured into the Black Emperor sword. His body disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already on top of the beast that Yang Ning was dealing with. Die. The Black Emperor sword mercilessly pierced the beast's head. Feeling the sharpness of the Black Emperor sword, this ferocious beast hastily mobilized all its strength and talent to resist it. But its strength was no match for Chen Yang. With multiple special talents on the beast, the Black Emperor sword was only blocked for a second, and then sank into the head of the 6th order beast. The Black Emperor sword crazily absorbed the vitality of the 6th order beast, and within 3 seconds, the 6th order beast became the soul of the Black Emperor sword. It's a pity that it doesn't know the sharpness of the Black Emperor sword, otherwise it would not choose to resist it, but avoid it directly. However, Chen Yang would not give him a chance. With the intermediate speed and slow talent, his Black Emperor sword can be said to be sure to hit. Seeing that Chen Yang easily dealt with the 6th order beast that he had dealt with for a long time, Yang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. He himself knows how powerful this beast is. Although he had only been entangled with this beast for a while, he knew that this beast was by no means something he could handle. It is also for this reason that Yang Ning chose to attract this fierce beast and let it transfer its hatred. Yang Ning already has a spiritual talent, and it is not difficult to divert the hatred of the beast. He originally thought very well, once he attracted this fierce beast to Chen Yang, he would leave. When Chen Yang was killed by these 4 ferocious beasts, his hatred was relieved. But Chen Yang's strength has long exceeded his expectations, and the fierce beasts that are very difficult for him to deal with are vulnerable in front of Chen Yang. Did he not use his full strength last time? Yang Ning was overwhelmed. Thinking of the last time Chen Yang defeated himself and his younger brother by himself, he felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. Now Chen Yang's strength has already surpassed that of a high-level grandmaster. Although he knows that Chen Yang does not have a 7th level strength, based on his performance just now, even a 7th level beast should be able to give it a try. Thinking of this, Yang Ning felt a little bitter. He only hoped that the other party didn't see through his thoughts, otherwise if the other party retaliated afterwards, he would definitely not be able to bear the other party's anger. After Chen Yang killed the beast, he casually glanced at Yang Ning. It was this glance that made Yang Ning feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his heart was half cold. Forgive you once. Chen Yang didn't question Yang Ning. After all, even if he asked, he wouldn't admit it. Now this situation is not suitable to be serious with him, it is better to kill the sixth order beast in front of him first. The Black Emperor sword was cut out again, and Chen Yang's figure appeared behind another sixth order beast. The sixth order ferocious beast also fought hard, but was finally beheaded by Chen Yang with a sword. There's one more. The dragon power in Chen Yang's body had bottomed out. He took out a bottle of spirit liquid and poured it into his mouth. With the stimulation of the spiritual liquid, a dragon power surged out of Chen Yang's body again. The Black Emperor sword let out a roar, and a dragon shadow entangled towards the last sixth order beast. The last sixth order ferocious beast knew that its fate could not be changed. Its pupils shot out a fierce light, and the vitality in its body instantly went berserk. Okay. Chen Yang looked at this fierce beast unexpectedly. His talent of perspective penetrated the body of this fierce beast, and he quickly understood what this fierce beast was going to do. Sure enough, this ferocious beast turned around and ran away, but the direction of its escape was the city wall of Yangcheng. Oops. Chen Yang hurriedly chased after it. This fierce beast obviously wanted to destroy the defense of the city wall by self-explosion. If it really succeeds, the combined forces of Yangcheng will suffer a lot of losses. Momentary movement, teleportation. Chen Yang's speed increased to the extreme. At the moment when the sixth order beast exploded, the teleportation portal opened, and Chen Yang disappeared outside Yangcheng with the sixth order beast. Boom. A huge explosion sounded in the distance, and the portal formed by teleportation was also destroyed at this moment. Fortunately, the ferocious beast's plan failed, and was finally sent away by Chen Yang. But judging from the final explosion, Chen Yang must have endured all the energy from the self-detonation of the sixth order ferocious beast. Yang Ning was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the last beast would do such a thing. What's more, I didn't expect Chen Yang to save the defense line of Yangcheng desperately. If it weren't for Chen Yang's actions, the current Yangcheng city wall must have been turned into ruins. Although I hate you, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, Yangcheng would have suffered a lot this time. Then you don't need to worry about it, just die quietly. Yang Ning whispered to himself. That kind of explosion would hurt even if the martial saint was unprepared, let alone Chen Yang, who only had the strength of a master. Judging from the situation from Chen Yang sending the beast to the explosion, it might be difficult for the other party to leave a whole body. You must die. Yang Ning glanced at the direction of the explosion, and then rushed to where Yang Wenchen was. With Yang Ning joining, Yang Wenchen finally felt a lot easier. On the other hand, Song Ming couldn't help being worried when he saw Chen Yang teleport away the self-destructing beast. Even he could hardly survive that kind of explosion. In order to protect Yangcheng, Chen Yang must not be able to defend himself when he activated his teleportation ability. If he died like this, Yangcheng might lose a peerless genius. Thinking of this, Song Ming was a little angry. He saw all of Yang Ning's actions just now. If he hadn't been entangled by the sixth order beast in front of him, he would have gone to help a long time ago. Song Ming can only pray that Chen Yang can survive the self-destruction of the sixth order beast, although the possibility of this is very low. If something happens to Chen Yang, I will never end with you. Song Ming shouted at Yang Ning angrily. Chen Yang was not only his savior, but also created many benefits for the Song family. Now he can be said to hate Yang Ning to the bone. Of course, the most important reason for this is because of his daughter. Although the daughter didn't say it out loud, the tenderness in her eyes couldn't be hidden no matter what. Although Chen Yang said that he had a girlfriend, Song Ming believed that his daughter must be no worse than others. But now, if Song Qing knew that Chen Yang died in the self-destruct of a fierce beast, he would be very sad. You hateful intruders, die for me. Song Ming's aura climbed to the peak. This time, he was really angry. The resonant talent was gathering in the palm of his hand. Song Ming instantly approached the beast and pressed the special talent on the opponent without hesitation. At such a short distance, the energy of resonance talent is also exerted to the extreme. The viscera of this sixth order ferocious beast suddenly fell into tearing pain, and the power field was activated instantly, and Song Ming was sent flying with one paw. Although the movement was fast, the talent of resonance still caused a lot of damage to the beast's body. Song Ming's body that was shot flying rolled in the air several times before slowly stopping. Seeing that the beast was wounded by his own talent, he mobilized all his energy and rushed up again. While it is sick, kill it? Song Ming expressed this sentence vividly. The power of the starry sky turned into a long arrow and shot straight at the opponent's head. The huge explosion distracted Tanjing a little. Feeling that Chen Yang was desperately preventing the sixth order beast from destroying the city wall, Tanjing couldn't help being moved. Many practitioners become afraid of life and death once they reach the realm of masters. This is also the reason why it is difficult for humans to kill sixth order beasts in the master realm. Not only because the physique of ferocious beasts is much higher than that of humans, but also because the cultivators who have become masters have long lost their original hard work. Chen Yang's actions deeply touched Tanjing and the other masters. Even Chen Yang was willing to bet his own life, so why couldn't they? The long sword in Tanjing's hand became sharper, and each attack became sharper. Calamity also became furious under Tanjing's attack. Its body like a hill was filled with a thick black mist. This time the black mist was different. It was its unique skill, Death Virus. The reason why it is called a calamity is that every part of its body is a gathering place for viruses, and wherever it goes, it will become a terrible place of pollution. The reason why it was able to escape the last beast tide was precisely because these viruses helped it. Under the effect of virus talent, the growth rate of calamity is very exaggerated. Wait a few more years, maybe even Tanjing won't be its opponent. Facing the attack of the virus, Tanjing could only expend his vitality to keep resisting. The long sword in his hand did not stop at all, and each sword left a wound several meters long on Calamity's body. Calamity's virus can not only infect opponents, but also quickly restore its own wounds. Despite being hurt by Tanjing many times, Calamity still keeps attacking Tanjing as if nothing happened. Tentacles more than 10 meters long entangled Tanjing. Tanjing swung his long sword, and the tentacles fell down one after another. The tentacles that fell on the ground did not lose their lives, they continued to devour the beasts around them. Not long after, they formed a new mutant beast. Tanjing frowned and backed away. This catastrophic virus prevented him from concentrating on fighting, and a lot of vitality in his body was used to resist the invasion of the virus. Although he is in the realm of a martial saint, the vitality in his body cannot withstand such consumption. If this continues, he will be infected by the virus before he hurts the other party. Seeing Tanjing retreating, Calamity let out a hoarse laugh. As a 7th-order ferocious beast, it has human-like intelligence, and it knows how to use its own advantages to deal with the enemy. Obviously, the virus on it has caused great harassment to Tanjing. As long as it keeps attacking like this, Tanjing will always run out of vitality. Tanjing is also in a difficult situation now. If he didn't want to solve the virus on Calamity's body, it would be almost difficult for him to kill him. Generally speaking, Calamity is no longer an ordinary beast, it is more similar to a combination of viruses. Every part of its body is mutated from the virus, and if it is to be completely killed, there must be other methods. As the battle continues to heat up, Tanjing can only choose to divert the disaster away for the time being. Although the remaining 6th-order ferocious beasts are difficult to deal with, they shouldn't be able to cause too much damage. Now Tanjing could only wait for Wen Wujun and others to kill the other beasts before finding a way to help him. In remote ruins, Chen Yang's body was dilapidated. The energy in the body is running automatically, the self-healing talent is activated, and the body continues to heal, but it is quickly bitten off by the surrounding low-level beasts. Where am I? Chen Yang woke up stimulated by the pain in his body. When he opened his eyes, a gold-eating insect more than 1 meter long was stepping on him and biting him continuously. Chen Yang wanted to throw the opponent away, but then realized that he couldn't feel the existence of his body. Oops, it seems that the realm of refining the mind can't resist the self-destruction of the 6th-order beast. Chen Yang felt pain continuously from all over his body. He endured the pain, and while there was still a little energy in his body, he instantly entered the shadow state. After entering the shadow state, his energy was consumed faster. Fortunately, he didn't make any movements, and the energy that was automatically running in his body could barely balance this consumption. Chen Yang was attached to this gold-eating bug. His current body was broken, and it would take at least half a day to restore his original appearance. It's just that he can't move for half a day, and he can only restore himself after he has accumulated some energy in his body. Huh, I never thought I would have today. Chen Yang couldn't help sighing. He boredly hid around the gold devourer. Seeing Chen Yang's sudden disappearance, the gold eater next to him kept rolling his eyes, looking very puzzled. They searched around for a while, and when they realized that they could not find Chen Yang, they finally chose to give up and started heading towards Yangchang. This time the transmission location was dozens of kilometers away from Yangchang, and within a few hours, this batch of gold-eating bugs would reach the battlefield in Yangchang. Chen Yang watched helplessly as the gold devourer led him to move, occasionally passed by a few 3rd-order beasts and didn't notice his existence. It seemed that he was at least safe before reaching Yangchang. 2 hours later, Chen Yang could vaguely see the outline of Yangchang. It should only take an hour from this position to Yangchang, and the Yuanli in Chen Yang's body can barely repair his arm. Now he only needs to get out of the shadow state to repair his arm, and then drink the psychic liquid, and his body will return to its original state. Just when he was about to get out of the shadow state, a 6th-order ferocious beast suddenly appeared in the distance. Oops. Chen Yang's heart tightened, and now he hardly has any fighting ability. It is barely okay to deal with low-level gold-eating insects, but if it encounters a 6th-level beast, it will definitely die. Don't find me. Chen Yang prayed in his heart. Fortunately, the gold-eating worm was far away from the beast, and his own aura was very weak, so the 6th-order beast didn't notice him. Moreover, this 6th-order ferocious beast did not expect that there were humans under its nose. Because of various coincidences, Chen Yang's current situation was temporarily safe. This 6th-order beast did not appear on the battlefield in Yangchang. Chen Yang vaguely noticed a figure beside the 6th-order beast. When the gold-eating worm approached, he unexpectedly discovered that Yang Minjiao, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, was actually here. No wonder I didn't see him, it turns out he's been hiding here all along. When Chen Yang thought that the Guanghui base was besieged by beast hordes, he didn't find Tan Ro at first. If it wasn't for the fire dragon following behind, maybe they didn't know that Tanro had also appeared in the glorious base. Chen Yang felt a little pity. If he was at his peak, it shouldn't be a big problem to catch Yang Minjiao. It's a pity that his body is broken now, let alone catch Yang Minjiao. He can only pray that Yang Minjiao doesn't notice this gold-eating bug, otherwise he can't even think about the consequences. Fortunately, Chen Yang was lucky. When the gold devourer passed by the sixth-order beast, nothing happened. Yang Minjiao, who had become a different species, just looked aside suspiciously and didn't move. As the gold-eating worm moved away, Chen Yang was also ready to leave the body of the gold-eating worm. After waiting for half an hour, Chen Yang finally found a chance to leave. The shadowed Chen Yang fell heavily on the ground, and the surrounding gold eaters looked at him suspiciously, and then screamed. Self-healing. Chen Yang quickly manipulated Yuanli to recover his arm, and while the gold devourer was wondering, the spiritual liquid quickly appeared in his hand. Chen Yang quickly opened the bottle and poured the spiritual liquid into his mouth. As the spiritual liquid poured in, his body recovered quickly. Under the stimulation of the spiritual liquid, the Yuanli circulated more rapidly. With a wave of Chen Yang's arm, the gold-eating insects next to him were immediately swept away by him. His actions quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding beasts. Chen Yang was not in a hurry. As his body recovered quickly, his strength also increased. The sixth-order ferocious beast noticed Chen Yang's movement, and Yang Minjiao next to him was taken aback, as if he didn't expect that there would be a human figure behind the beast tide. Yang Minjiao was a little vigilant at first, seeing that Chen Yang didn't make any moves. He called the sixth-order fierce beast beside him to take a look. This sixth-order ferocious beast with a lion's head couldn't hold back any longer. It opened its mouth wide and let out a roar. With all its strength, it quickly came to Chen Yang. Chen Yang didn't panic when he saw that he had attracted the attention of the sixth-order ferocious beast. Although there was not much energy in his body had almost recovered. Seeing that the sixth-order ferocious beast opened its mouth wide and was about to bite him, Chen Yang moved his feet, and the whole person had already left the place. The lion-headed monster didn't expect Chen Yang to be so fast, and its mouth was bitten empty. It was a little angry when it saw Chen Yang appearing on its right in an instant. Ow! The lion-headed beast changed its direction and rushed towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang didn't retreat this time. He wanted to see how powerful this beast was. Tiger Brilliant Fist. With this punch, Chen Yang didn't use the slightest elemental force, and only relied on his physical strength to hit the head of the lion-headed beast. The lion-headed beast did not expect Chen Yang to be so powerful. Facing the casserole-sized fist, the lion-headed beast was thrown into the air, and the gold-eating insects behind it were also crushed. The lion-headed beast shook its head and stood up from the spot. It didn't know why the human beings in front of it could exert such great strength, but it finally got angry in the face of Chen Yang's provocation. The lion-headed beast was originally 7 or 8 meters high, but seeing that he failed to take down Chen Yang twice, he suffered a terrible loss. The lion-headed beast opened its mouth wide, and a fireball slammed towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang still punched him, and the fireball shattered into pieces. The remaining flames fell on Chen Yang and burned all his hair. Of course, the lion-headed monster's attack did not end here. It rushed forward quickly, and slapped Chen Yang vigorously with its huge front paw. Chen Yang's body hadn't recovered to its peak yet, let alone the strength in his body was not enough. Faced with this palm, he could only roll aside in embarrassment to avoid it. Seeing Chen Yang rolling over, the lion-headed beast immediately slapped it back. While quickly running the exercises to restore the meridians in his body, Chen Yang rolled on the ground again. You really think I have no temper? Seeing that the lion-headed beast seemed to enjoy this kind of teasing, Chen Yang also felt angry. Now he has barely recovered the strength of the junior grandmaster, but according to the opponent's strength, it is definitely impossible to defeat the opponent only by the strength of the junior grandmaster. Chen Yang thought about the power he could use, among which there were several spiritual talents that did not need to be activated by UN force. Mind control, mental pollution. Chen Yang's mental power was activated instantly, and he wanted to beat up the lion-headed beast. The spiritual talent stung the lion-headed beast's brain. Chen Yang seized the opportunity to turn over and ride on the lion-headed beast, and the Huhuang fist hit the head of the lion-headed beast immediately. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Yang punched the lion-headed beast on the ground several times in succession. Under his strong force, the lion-headed beast's mind was in a daze. When he opened his eyes, he could even see the stars spinning above his head. The lion-headed beast wanted to get up, but Chen Yang smashed it down with his backhand. Although without Yuanli, Chen Yang's spiritual talent could not achieve the best effect, but under the interference of his dual talent and the constant blows from his fists, the lion-headed beast fell to the ground again. The lion-headed beast was extremely wronged and angry at this moment. It could tear the man on its back into pieces, but it had to spare part of its energy to resist Chen Yang's attack. Especially every time it wanted to use a special talent, it was interrupted by Chen Yang's fist, and it couldn't use it forcefully. Chen Yang didn't know what the lion-headed beast was thinking. After a few minutes of delay, part of the energy in his body had already been stored and could be used. He hastily converted all these UN powers into dragon power, and then poured them into the Black Emperor Sword. Black Emperor Sword. Chen Yang pulled out the Black Emperor Sword from his body, and the dragon power he had just stored disappeared in an instant. Although there is no dragon force to activate the Black Emperor Sword, it is not important anymore. The most powerful part of the Black Emperor sword lies in its sharpness. Chen Yang held the Black Emperor sword and slammed it into the eyes of the lion-headed beast. The blade of the Black Emperor sword sank into the eye sockets of the lion-headed beast, and the vitality also poured into the sword frantically. The lion-headed beast suffered from pain, and it struggled crazily, trying to throw Chen Yang away. Chen Yang grasped the Black Emperor sword firmly, and as time passed, the lion-headed beast quickly became weaker. Seeing that the lion-headed beast lost its resistance, Chen Yang finally let out a long breath. It took a lot of effort to finally kill this 6th-order ferocious beast. If it weren't for the characteristics of the Black Emperor sword, he really couldn't do anything to this guy for a while. Withdrawing the Black Emperor sword, the head of the lion-headed beast was already a little shriveled. Chen Yang put away the 6th-order beast, and quickly fixed his eyes on Yang Minjiao. Yang Minjiao felt Chen Yang's gaze and trembled all over. That 6th-order ferocious beast was already his last trump card, but he never expected that it would be dealt with by Chen Yang like this. And because Chen Yang didn't use Yuan Li before, Yang Minjiao didn't know how powerful Chen Yang was. He didn't realize that he wanted to escape until the lion-headed beast was barely killed. Can you run away after being caught by me? Holding the Black Emperor sword, Chen Yang ran quickly towards where Yang Minjiao was. He thought he could quickly catch up with him, but he didn't expect Yang Minjiao's speed to be astonishingly fast, and he was away from Chen Yang's sight in just a few seconds. Chen Yang drank a large mouthful of spiritual liquid again, the wind element unfolded, and his speed suddenly increased a lot. Seeing this, Yang Minjiao quickly controlled the surrounding beasts to stop Chen Yang. Chen Yang didn't pay attention to these ferocious beasts. The body of the 6th-level power directly smashed the ferocious beasts that blocked him, and the distance between him and Yang Minjiao was getting closer and closer. You can't run away. The vitality in Chen Yang's body recovered again, and he teleported to block Yang Minjiao's way. He thought that Yang Minjiao would back away quickly, but when he saw Chen Yang's appearance, he was startled at first, and then he was stunned for a while. Yang Minjiao, do you still recognize me? Chen Yang stared at Yang Minjiao's eyes and asked. Die. Yang Minjiao looked at Chen Yang and made a beast-like sound. Chen Yang frowned. He thought the other party could talk, but it seemed that he was thinking too much. Once a creature becomes a different species, only instinct and a sliver of reason are left, but it would be too fantastic to rely on this bit of reason to communicate with each other. Are you sure you want to kill me? Chen Yang sneered. Die. Yang Minjiao stared at Chen Yang with wide eyes, and he didn't even move to run away. I want to see how you kill me. Chen Yang snapped his fingers, and Yang Minjiao's body was immediately pinched by the power of thought. Roar. Yang Minjiao's aura suddenly rose, reaching the 6th level in an instant. As Yang Minjiao's strength increased, he struggled violently, breaking free from Chen Yang's thought power. Okay. Chen Yang frowned. It was almost unimaginable that Yang Minjiao had broken through from the realm of a martial artist to the 6th level in less than half a month. Is this magic liquid so terrifying? Chen Yang was secretly surprised, thinking of the same with Tan Rou before. When she met Tan Rou for the first time, she was also in the realm of a great martial artist. Not long after, she possessed a 6th level strength. There was not much time between them, and Tan Rou was also a martial artist from the beginning. It would be great if we can make this magic liquid have no side effects. The effect is probably stronger than spiritual liquid. Chen Yang had an idea in his mind, but he knew that his idea was very dangerous. Even the master drank the improved magic liquid and evolved into a semi-heterogeneous species, let alone creatures of other realms. If such a heaven-defying existence can be researched, it will not be a problem to rule the entire blue star. It is precisely because of the existence of the magic liquid and its astonishing effects that Chen Yang is eager to improve his strength. If the magic star people really discover the blue star, it will definitely be a disaster. Demon King. Chen Yang muttered in his heart, looking at Yang Minjiao in front of him. Chen Yang planned to control the other party to use his spiritual talent to peek into his memory. Yang Minjiao didn't know what Chen Yang was thinking at this time. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't move, he turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Chen Yang's body. Gravity, mind power. The two special talents were pressed on Yang Minjiao instantly, and Chen Yang's body was slightly sideways. Yang Minjiao immediately attacked a piece of air, and his body was also crushed on the ground. This time Chen Yang wouldn't let him struggle to escape again. The elementary 6th level strength was not enough for him. Chen Yang stepped forward to hold the opponent, and Yang Minjiao couldn't move for a moment. He could only open his mouth and roar into the air. Swallow. Chen Yang pressed Yang Minjiao to absorb all the vitality in the opponent's body, and some of the black breath was scattered by Chen Yang's vitality. Yang Minjiao's strength was getting weaker and weaker. Seeing this opportunity, Chen Yang finally had the opportunity to explore the memory in the opponent's mind. It's not safe here, we have to find another place. Chen Yang knocked the opponent unconscious with one palm, and grabbed Yang Minjiao's body to activate his talent of teleportation. The two disappeared in the same place in an instant, and the surrounding beasts wanted to come up and attack Chen Yang, but they could only stare at the air in the end. The teleportation sent the two of them to the west of Yangchang, which was very far away from the battlefield of Yangchang, and the fierce beast would not appear here for a while. For the sake of safety, Chen Yang did not check Yang Minjiao's memory immediately. He sat cross-legged and began to absorb the remaining psychic fluid in his body. The psychic liquid he drank before was not fully digested, and the Dragon Emperor art circulated rapidly in his body, and it circulated for a whole week in a short time. After half an hour, these few battles stabilized Chen Yang's ability to quickly absorb other energies, and all impurities were transformed into the dragon power Chen Yang needed under the Dragon Emperor's decision. Chen Yang felt that he had touched the bottleneck of a great martial artist, and he could break through it with just a little stimulation of Yuan Li. But he didn't choose to do this. He wanted to become the strongest, and it was not enough to just improve his realm. He has to find a way to break through the limit and become an invincible in the same realm. Only in this way will he be more confident in dealing with possible magic star invasions in the future. Opening his eyes, Chen Yang stopped this practice. In a short period of time, Chen Yang's state has returned to its peak. In order to prevent himself from being disturbed by accident, he opened his dragon power to cover the surrounding 50 meters. Seeing that everything was ready, Chen Yang finally began to explore Yang Minjiu's memory. As the mental power broke into Yang Minjiu's brain, Chen Yang felt that he had come into a silent darkness. There are broken memories floating in the air in the darkness. Chen Yang reached out and grabbed a fragment, and his consciousness quickly entered it. Is this a memory from his childhood? Chen Yang kept observing the pictures inside. It was obvious that Yang Minjiu didn't know that Chen Yang had seen all the things that happened when he was a child. The screen flashed quickly under Chen Yang's control, and he, who possessed enormous mental power, quickly read through Yang Minjiu's childhood memories. Not this, change to. Chen Yang withdrew from the memory fragment just now, and quickly entered another fragment. This fragment is the memory of Yang Minjiu when he was around 20 years old, and what often appears in it is the love of his family and various cultivation methods. As expected of a member of a big family, he has a unique advantage since he was a child. Continue. Chen Yang quickly browsed through this memory, and the next thing should be what he was looking for. Chen Yang looked at the farthest memory fragment. This memory fragment was different from the others. It contained endless darkness and evil, and seemed to be polluted by something. Chen Yang hesitated for a while, and then got into this memory. Darkness, endless darkness. Chen Yang saw clearly that he seemed to be in a wormhole. If nothing else happened, this wormhole was the passage under Xiaomingshan. Right here. Chen Yang was slightly excited. He put himself into Yang Minjiu's perspective, and his viewing speed also slowed down. Yang Minjiu seemed to be in a panic at this moment. He kept looking back and looking behind him, as if he was worried about the sudden appearance of the Worm Lord. The Worm Lord itself was already big, and in addition it required more space to move around, so this passage also appeared extraordinarily wide. Yang Minjiu kept running in the passage, and he didn't know how he got into it, but fortunately, he found a way to survive. Following Yang Minjiu's perspective, through the darkness, Chen Yang finally saw a glimmer of light. It was the trace of the moonlight, and Yang Minjiu was very excited when he saw the light. He has been running through this endless passage for almost an hour. He thought there would be no end, and his heart was filled with despair. Unexpectedly, at the end, he finally saw the hope of getting out alive. This ray of moonlight brought infinite motivation to Yang Minjiu. Yang Minjiu ran and crawled towards this ray of moonlight, and finally, he saw the exit of the passage. As Yang Minjiu appeared outside the exit, Chen Yang found the surroundings somewhat familiar. This should be the lair of the Worm Lord. No wonder, it turns out that Yang Minjiu came here directly. At this moment, Chen Yang finally knew why Yang Minjiu appeared so far away and got the magic crystal. Even if he didn't watch him, he could probably guess the following plot. Sure enough, Yang Minjiu walked into the nest curiously. Finally, at the end of the lair, he discovered the existence of the enchanted crystal. The magic crystal felt bursts of black light from Yang Minjiu's arrival. It might be strange to describe it like this, but Chen Yang did see the light from the magic crystal in the lair. Yang Minjiu was immediately attracted by the crystal, and finally, as Chen Yang expected, he swallowed the magic liquid in the magic crystal. This enchanted crystal is the crystal guarded by the Worm Lord. It is slightly different from ordinary crystals, and the magic liquid inside is much thicker than that produced by other enchanted crystals. Yang Minjiu seemed to be bewitched by the magic crystal. Although Chen Yang was checking Yang Minjiu's state with mental power at this time, he could still feel Yang Minjiu's desire for the magic liquid. As the magic liquid flowed into Yang Minjiu's body, his body mutated instantly, the bright red blood gradually turned black, and even the meridians on his body became quite different. The vitality in Yang Minjiu's body was covered with a faint layer of black mist. Under the action of the magic liquid, his cultivation realm quickly broke through to the level of a great martial artist. Seeing the process of Yang Minjiu's transformation with his own eyes, Chen Yang couldn't help sighing again. Soon, Yang Minjiu passed out because he couldn't bear the strength, but during his coma, the magic liquid continued to improve his physique. Yang Minjiu soon became such a unique existence as a heterogeneity, but now he is just a heterogeneity. Except for his extraordinary spiritual strength and mutated physique, he is not much different from other beasts. The only difference may be that Yang Minjiu can still barely think, although this kind of thinking is out of instinct. Just when Chen Yang thought it was about to end, a terrifying and suffocating force fell in front of Chen Yang. Chen Yang's back bent instantly. Even though it was only in a mental state, he still couldn't help but worship the terrifying existence that descended in front of him. Demon King. The excitement in Chen Yang's heart was greater than the fear. He knew that all of this was Yang Minjiu's memory, and he was just feeling the pressure Yang Minjiu was facing at that time, and this pressure had weakened a lot compared to what he faced in person. Chen Yang raised his head reluctantly, and what caught his eyes was a hazy back. He could vaguely see that this should be a woman, almost exactly the same as the Demon King Tan Ro saw. It's her again. Chen Yang forced himself to look at the devil's cheek, but unfortunately the space between them seemed to be distorted. No matter how hard Chen Yang tried, he couldn't see the devil's side face clearly. Chen Yang manipulated his mental body and walked towards the opponent. This time, he must see clearly what kind of existence the devil is. The Demon King seemed to feel Chen Yang's movements. She turned her head slowly, and Chen Yang's breathing stopped suddenly with that alluring cheek. The moment the eyes of the two met, Chen Yang felt that his soul had left his body. Ah! Chen Yang screamed fiercely, and it was like this again, but he almost collapsed after being glanced at by the Demon King in his memory. Why don't I even have the qualifications to take a look? Is the devil really so terrifying? Chen Yang couldn't understand. The distance between the 6th level and the 10th level is like the distance between an ant and the blue sky. No matter how hard he tries, it's like an ant can't shake the sky. After panting for a long time, Chen Yang finally came back to his senses. His back was already drenched. Although he didn't fully understand what happened, he could be sure of one thing: Yang Minjiu was the envoy chosen by the devil. Chen Yang quickly adjusted his mental power, and half an hour later, he finally recovered from the devil's gaze. The horror of the Demon King made him unable to recall, but it was only Yang Minjiu's memory. A memory almost made him collapse. How could he survive if he looked into the eyes of the real Demon King? Chen Yang couldn't help clenching his fists. It is very likely that only he knows this secret. Let him bear the horror of the devil alone. Only when one touches hell, will a person burst out with even stronger potential and power. Chen Yang recovered his mood and probed into Yang Minjiu's memory again. The next thing he wanted to check was Yang Minjiu's memory and mood after becoming the envoy of the Devil King. Last time, because of Tan Ro's sudden escape, Chen Yang didn't know what happened afterwards. This time, he could finally feel what Yang Minjiu, who was in a different state, was thinking. The last memory fragment was held in Chen Yang's hands. With a blink of his eyes, his mental power quickly entered the fragment. Yang Minjiu woke up in the wormhole of the Worm Lord. A light flashed in his pupils, as if he was thinking about something. Songqing. Yang Minjiu forgot why he appeared in the Worm Lord's lair. He picked up the magic crystal on the ground and put it away, then fixed his eyes on Chen Yang's direction. Of course, Yang Minjiu didn't discover Chen Yang's existence. He followed the other person's gaze, and the end of Yang Minjiu's sight was actually in the direction of Yang Cheng. The word Songqing kept repeating in Yang Minjiu's mouth. Although it was not very clear, Chen Yang was sure that Yang Minjiu was now in a state of obsession. It seems that what Tan Jing said is correct, but he certainly doesn't know that it is really related to obsession that a foreign species can become the emissary of the devil. I am afraid that the stronger the obsession, the stronger the attention of the devil. This is why Tan Ro can the reason for becoming the envoy of the Demon King. Her obsession has long been deeply engraved in her mind. Chen Yang is now finally able to confirm the selection criteria for the devil's emissary. Not every creature that swallows the magic liquid can become the devil's emissary. I'm afraid this is also the reason why the devil always chooses human beings, because human beings have emotions and wisdom. Although these emotions will be lost after contact with the magic liquid, the remaining parts will be magnified accordingly. Chen Yang couldn't help but sigh. If Yang Minjiu's obsession is Songqing, how deep is his obsession with Songqing? Chen Yang couldn't imagine it, but it was a pity that Yang Minjiu couldn't say it himself. He had already become a slave of the Demon King, and he was just a foreign species fighting for the Demon King? After understanding the whole process of Yang Minjiu's becoming a different species, all the previous guesses came to fruition. Chen Yang manipulated his mental power to return to his body. He opened his eyes and looked at the unconscious Yang Minjiu. A murderous intent flashed in his pupils. Should I kill him? Oh, no. It should be it. Chen Yang hesitated in his heart. After thinking for a while, he decided to bring Yang Minjiu back to Yang Cheng. If they were killed directly, the beast tide might not be able to recede this time. The delay of these few hours made it impossible for Chen Yang to know the situation of Yang Cheng, but with the guardian of the martial saint, there should be no major problems. Chen Yang recalled the few 6th order beasts that he had killed, and the remaining beast Captain Wen and the others should be able to deal with them. As long as there is no second 7th order ferocious beast, this wave of beasts should not cause too much trouble. Thinking of this, Chen Yang manipulated his mind to grab Yang Minjiu's body. The dragon force barrier dissipated, and Chen Yang and Yang Minjiu disappeared in place. Yangcheng City Wall. The sun in the sky gradually entered dusk, and the corpses of fierce beasts piled up outside the city wall even reached half of the height of the city wall. The gate of Yangcheng was wide open, and many mecha gravity bodies kept sweeping the battlefield, and the attack of the beasts seemed to have stopped long ago. I don't know how long this beast tide lasted, and the muzzle on the automatic weapon has become scorched black. If others saw it, it was hard not to wonder whether these automatic weapons could still be used. In the distance, the 6th order ferocious beasts and catastrophes seemed to temporarily stop their attacks on the city. After more than an hour of fighting, Calamity knew that it would be impossible to cross the city wall without a certain amount of time. On the city wall, Tan Jing stood there like a huge mountain. Only those who know him know that he is exhausted now. During the time of fighting against Calamity, he tried every means. But the 7th Order Fierce Beast was not so easy to kill. Even if Tanjing used his own trick, the Calamity still survived. His last move severely injured Calamity, and it was precisely because of this sword that Calamity finally retreated. The 2 hours of continuous fighting made all the masters, including Tanjing, almost exhausted. They finally killed 2 6th-level beasts, but the price they paid was also obvious. Yang Wenchen almost lost his ability to fight, his arms were torn off by the beast, and Song Ming also suffered a lot of internal injuries. Although their faces were exhausted, they couldn't fall down. Because once they show weakness, those 6th-level beasts will come again. The beast tide lasted for 4 hours before it stopped. Taking advantage of these opportunities, several Grand Masters finally recovered a lot of vitality. Only their spirits were always tense, and they could not rest until the beast tide stopped temporarily. City Lord, we have lost 2 battle strengths, and there are only 6 beasts left. Wen Ryujun looked at Tanjing with a tired face and said. Tanjing nodded, he naturally understood the situation on the field. Although he was fighting against Calamity, his mental power had already covered the entire battlefield. It was precisely because of this that he finally rescued Yang Wenchen in time, otherwise it would not have been as simple as losing an arm. The walls of Yangcheng were full of pitted missile traces. Tanjing looked at the corpses all over the mountains and plains, and sighed in his heart. This time, the beast tied in Yangcheng must be able to pass through safely, but that young man doesn't know if he can come back alive. You said, will something happen to Chen Yang? Tanjing asked in a low voice. I'm sure he'll come back safely. Song Ming was the first to speak. Wen Ryujun looked up, and there was an indescribable taste in his eyes. He couldn't survive that kind of explosion. Yang Ning said that although what he did was a bit shameful, he did not regret it. If Chen Yang was still alive, he would be like a mountain pressing down on the Yang family. If Chen Yang doesn't die, they all want to raise their heads. In order for the Yang family to develop smoothly, he had to do that. More importantly, he always felt that Yang Minjayu's disappearance had something to do with Chen Yang. Otherwise, why would things be so coincidental? Why would Yang Minjayu disappear as soon as he clashed with Chen Yang? Wasn't this intentional by Chen Yang? Anyway, no one saw it at the time, so Chen Yang could just find an excuse afterwards to get rid of the suspicion. Yang Ning was only a little skeptical at first, but after Chen Yang showed his master power, he became even more suspicious that Yang Minjayu's disappearance was caused by Chen Yang. Yang Ning has always held a grudge against Chen Yang, and this time the beast invasion also created an excellent opportunity for him. If you want to blame you for killing my Yuer. Yang Ning didn't have any guilt, he didn't believe that Song Ming would really work hard for him for a dead man. I'm sorry for Chen Yang's death, so I decided to take over the inheritance left by Chen Yang. His newly opened beverage factory is on the right track. If he loses his boss and ruins it like this, he must not be willing. Yang Ning's appearance of a cat crying for a mouse really made Song Ming very angry. Don't even think about it. With me here, no one can touch Chen Yang's company. Song Ming stated directly. Song Ming, you should think about it. Our Yang family has been engaged in this business for a long time. It is obviously the most suitable for us to hand it over to us. Don't worry, I will come up with a satisfactory figure and take down the factory. Yang Ning said with a sneer. Chen Yang hasn't confirmed his martyrdom yet, it's not good for Patriarch Yang to discuss it like this. The civil and military army's face was also a little ugly. After all, Yang Ning came to help the united team, so it's hard for him to say anything serious. But what Yang Ning did was a selfish act. For the benefit of the Yang family and personal grievances, he ruined a future martial artist, no matter from which point of view it was a blood loss. I also believe that Chen Yang will be safe and sound, Xiajun said suddenly. Seeing that Xiajun supported Chen Yang so much, Yang Ning felt a little dissatisfied. Unless a miracle happens, it is impossible for the Grand Master to survive in that situation. Yang Ning said dismissively. Isn't it a miracle that he can possess such strength at such a young age? Tanjing's voice suddenly sounded, and Yang Ning immediately closed his mouth. Are you talking about me? A wave of space power came, and Chen Yang's body appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye, followed by Yang Minjayu's figure. Chen Yang? I knew you were fine. Seeing that Chen Yang came back safe and sound, Song Ming was not to mention how excited he was. Xiajun, Wen Ryujun, and others also showed joyful smiles. Seeing Chen Yang return, the confidence of defeating the beast tide this time is even greater. Yang Ning was taken aback when he saw Chen Yang's appearance, but then felt a pity in his heart. Even the self-destruction of a 6th-order ferocious beast can't destroy him. What kind of freak is this? Yang Ning shouted unwillingly in his heart, and he also knew that when this beast tide receded, he might have a hard time in the future. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with Chen Yang's revenge, Chen Yang threw Yang Minjayu's body in front of everyone. Chen Yang's actions interrupted Yang Ning's thinking. When he saw Yang Minjayu appearing in front of him, his mind went blank for a moment, and then rushed towards Yang Minjayu in ecstasy. Patriarch Yang, be careful. Chen Yang stretched out his hand to block Yang Ning, who wanted to check on Yang Minjayu. Seeing this, Yang Ning quickly asked Chen Yang what he meant. What do I mean? Can't you see that your son has become a different species? Chen Yang said slowly. What did you say? Yang Ning's face changed drastically, and he looked at his son in disbelief. I saw my son fell into a coma at this time, but the breath on his body was very strange, not like a human cultivator. Impossible, how could my son become a heterogeneous species? You must have slandered him, let my Yuer go. At this time, Yang Minjiao fell into a coma, and he would only think that he was a little strange from the outside, but would not suspect that the other party had become a different species. Yang Ning also thinks the same way now. He thinks that Chen Yang is deliberately embarrassing him, and wants to use the excuse of alien species to put his son in danger. Just when Yang Ning was about to fight for his son, Tan Jing stood in front of him. City Lord, why are you blocking me? Yang Ning resisted the anxiety in his heart, and did not take a step closer. He has become a different species, didn't you hear? Although this matter is not good for the protection of the joint team, since he is alive, he must have brought it on himself. Patriarch Yang, please mourn. Tan Jing didn't explain too much, but just exuded the breath of a martial artist to block the opponent. What are you talking about? That's my son? How could he be a different species? You must have admitted it wrong. Seeing that Tan Jing also came forward to explain, Yang Ning felt a chill in his heart, but he still didn't want to believe that his son had become a different species. Is it a heterogeneous species? You can see for yourself. Chen Yang withdrew his thoughts, and his spiritual talent instantly stimulated Yang Minjiao's brain. Yang Minjiao's eyelids moved, and he soon woke up. You are. Yang Ning called out Yang Minjiao's name carefully, for fear that his voice would scare his son. Die. Yang Minjiao opened his eyes, and a dark and tyrannical aura rushed to everyone. If it was in other places, Yang Minjiao might have been really scared, but all the people present here were masters. Except for Yang Ning, everyone looked at Yang Minjiao without changing their expressions. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could my son become a different species? You must have lied to me. Yang Ning felt that something was being torn apart in his body. He only had one son, Yang Minjiao. If Yang Minjiao died, would he have another son? Yang Ning couldn't accept this reality. Looking at his son who had fallen into madness, he couldn't help shouting. Take Patriarch Yang with you. It's not good to look at your son like this. Chen Yang could feel Yang Ning's heart-piercing pain, but he didn't care. If Yang Ning hadn't been targeting him, maybe he would find a way to find an antidote to treat the alien species. A moment later, Yang Ning was dragged down the city wall by the civil and military army. Chen Yang saw this, and then looked at Tan Jing solemnly. City Master, I already have a general understanding of the whole process of Yang Minjiao's transformation into a different species. The reason why he was able to control the beast and become the devil's messenger is also related to the previous guess. To become the devil's messenger, one must have a deep enough obsession. Yang Minjiao was chosen by the Demon King precisely because he has obsessions that cannot be resolved. Chen Yang told all about Yang Minjiao. Song Ming and the others were taken aback when they heard this. They don't know what the Devil King is, but they know a thing or two about alien species. Alien species are creatures infected by magic liquid, and every family has studied the existence of magic crystals in private. Among them, the one with the most research is probably the Sam family. But these are not the main point. The main point is the Devil's Messenger that Chen Yang mentioned. This is the first time they heard this name. Just from the name, we can know that this is not a simple matter. You sure? Tan Jing was a little dazed when he heard Chen Yang's words. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang solved the secret in a short time. There are still some specific things that may have to be asked by you. I still recommend sending spiritual talents to ask him, but be careful to run away. After all, he now has the strength of the elementary level 6th level. If he is not careful, he will easily capsize in the gutter. Chen Yang reminded, and then he told Yang Minjiao about the Demon King in Yang Minjiao's memory. Tan Jing understood the seriousness of the matter. He nodded and controlled Yang Minjiao. This magic liquid has such an exaggerated effect, it is indeed beyond our expectations. Tan Jing couldn't help sighing. Even if a cultivator with very good qualifications has a lot of resources to use, it is impossible to break through the master in less than 10 years. But the magic liquid took less than half a month to evolve Yang Minjiao into a 6th level alien. If other beasts also absorbed the magic liquid, wouldn't the entire Blue Star 6th level beasts be everywhere like cabbage? Thanks to you this time, although I don't know what the evolutionary limit of the alien species is, but if it is delayed for a while, maybe Yang Cheng will have another threat of a 7th order realm. Tan Jing thanked him. It's easy to do, the city owner doesn't have to be so polite. After all, I am also a member of the joint team, and it is my duty to protect the safety of the people. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he looked at everyone, and found that their mental state was not very good, and they should have been tense for a long time. Uncle Song, I still have some spiritual liquid here, drink it quickly and take a rest. Chen Yang handed Song Ming a bottle of spiritual liquid and said. Song Ming was also polite, took the elixir and drank it in one gulp, and directly chose a place to sit down and adjust his breath. What's the situation now? I still thought that after controlling Yang Minjiao, I could make the beast tide retreat. At that time, it seemed impossible now. Seeing Yang Minjiao's hideous look, Chen Yang gave up this idea. The horde of beasts has stopped for a while. Although their losses are huge, our consumption of ammunition is also terrific. As for the high-end combat power of this horde of beasts, I was a little worried before. Now that you are back, those 6th order beasts are no longer a problem. Tan Jing simply repeated to Chen Yang. Where's the 7th level fierce beast? Chen Yang looked at the huge figure in the distance and asked. That guy is not easy to handle. Tan Jing showed a trace of solemnity. This fierce beast is full of virus complexes. Even if parts of its body are cut off, the fallen parts will form new life forms. The simplest description is that this guy is almost immortal. I used to it took a full blow to barely knock the opponent back, but it won't take long for this guy to return to his original state. Hearing Tan Jing's words, Chen Yang fell into silence for a while. Even Wu Sheng's full blow can only repel the opponent. It seems that the idea of killing Calamity is a bit difficult. Is there no weakness in it? Chen Yang was puzzled. Don't look at it with a head, it's just a specific manifestation of the virus. Even if the head is cut off, the virus on it can quickly condense another head. I fought with it for 2 hours, so far, I haven't discovered Calamity's weakness yet. Tan Jing said with some embarrassment. This is normal. If it was so easy to kill, it would have died when it invaded Yanqing. Chen Yang recalled that day of despair. If it hadn't been for the disaster, he should still be studying at the university now, right? The disaster virus killed many soldiers and civilians. If Chen Yang hadn't been far away that day, he wouldn't have been able to persist for half a year. We must kill it. We cannot let the tiger go back to the mountain. Chen Yang thought of those civilians suffering from the disease of decay and death. Every time he saw their lives come to an end, Chen Yang would swear in his heart that if he could survive, he would definitely join the army and fight against disasters with practitioners in the future. I think so too. Calamity is a very special beast. As long as the virus in its body keeps mutating, it can break through. If it is not resolved now, no matter how many warriors come, it may not be able to kill the opponent. It is more likely to become the first 8th order beast we see. Tan Jing agreed with Chen Yang's opinion. But if the virus on Calamity's body cannot be completely eliminated, it means that its life cannot be cut off. Chen Yang, do you have any good solutions? Can you use something poisonous or corrosive? Chen Yang asked. Since the disaster depends on the virus, it will be much easier to deal with it as long as the virus is prevented from healing itself. Tan Jing shook his head. I've thought about all of this, but even my level of vitality can barely suppress the virus on Calamity's body, and it's almost impossible to completely eliminate it. This is also a question that has always troubled Tan Jing. Calamity is not like other beasts, even if it is seriously injured, as long as the body is still there, the virus can continue to absorb the life next to it and restore it. During this process, the virus may continue to evolve, and other beasts only need to hit the heart or decapitate the head, but these methods will not work on Calamity. Then there are only 2 ways. First, we have to consume the virus energy in Calamity. Even if it is a virus, it cannot escape the law of conservation of life if it wants to heal itself. The beasts around it must be Calamity absorbing energy. The key to it. We just need to clean up all the beasts around it, and then grind it slowly, which may starve the viruses on its body. As long as these viruses don't have any vitality to devour them, no matter how they evolve, it's useless. Tan Jing nodded, and he thought of this method immediately. Then what about the second method you mentioned? The second way is to use spiritual talent to directly wipe out the virus consciousness in Calamity. Chen Yang's words were astonishing. Chen Yang dared to think so by using his spiritual talent to kill a 7th order beast. There are not many people with spiritual talent in Yangcheng, and Yangning is the only one at the master level. It is undoubtedly a fantasy to rely on Yangning to suppress the consciousness of the virus on Calamity's body. This method is not impossible, but the requirements for strength are also very high. As a 7th level ferocious beast, Calamity has already become a consensus body with the virus on it. If you want to destroy the souls of the 7th level beasts, unless there is a martial saint with 7th level spiritual talent in Yangcheng, it is impossible to do so. This method won't work. I have a talent for fighting, and I don't have a special spiritual talent. If you want to kill the opponent in this way, you must go to Nanqing to ask for support. The city lord of Nanqing happens to meet this requirement, but there is no guarantee that you can kill him. Calamity. Tan Jing shook his head and smiled wryly. I can try. Chen Yang said suddenly. You. Tan Jing looked at the young man in front of him in surprise. He couldn't imagine that such words would come from the mouth of a 20-year-old boy. You are only in the realm of a great martial artist now. Even if you have reached the 6th level of strength in body training, it is still too reluctant to deal with the 7th level of disaster. Tan Jing directly refused to say. He knew that Chen Yang was indeed very talented in cultivation, and his strength was much stronger than that of ordinary masters. But the 7th order ferocious beast is not comparable to the 6th order, just like there is a gap between the great martial artist and the Grand Master. Grand Master possesses domain power, which is the reason why 10 great martial artists cannot defeat a Grand Master. The same is true for the 7th order ferocious beasts, their domains are stronger than those of the 6th order. The 6th level ferocious beast can understand the low-level domain, but the 7th level ferocious beast already has the middle-level domain. The difference between the two cannot be made up by quantity. Of course, Chen Yang knew this truth. With dual intermediate domains, he knew better than anyone how big the gap between domains was. The reason why he dared to say so was not unsure. With the blessing of multiple talents, Chen Yang's spiritual talent is not 1/30 stronger than Yangning's. And he has one of the biggest killers, that is the Black Emperor Sword. Viruses are scary, but they are alive. The power of the Black Emperor Sword is that it can absorb the target's life energy. Even if Chen Yang's spiritual talent fails, he can still try to use the Black Emperor Sword to destroy the opponent. The current Calamity has only just evolved to the 7th level. If you don't take this opportunity to kill the opponent, if you want to kill him again in the future, it will not be that simple. Try it, I'm sure. Chen Yang said seriously. Hearing that Chen Yang actually planned to attack the 7th Order beast, Wen Wujun and others couldn't help admiring Chen Yang's courage. Thinking of Chen Yang killing the 7th Order beast alone, Wen Wujun vaguely felt that it was possible for him to do it for some reason. Tanjing gave Chen Yang a deep look. This young man's courage is indeed much greater than those old fellows. That master dared to attack the 7th Order beast, but Chen Yang just said it. Tanjing knew that Chen Yang was not a big talker. Since he decided to do this, he must have a certain degree of confidence. Thinking of Chen Yang's glorious deeds, Tanjing nodded. Okay, then let's adjust our status first, and in an hour, we will fight that guy again. City Lord, you take these spiritual liquids first. If you don't have enough vitality in your body later, you can drink the spiritual liquid to replenish your vitality. Chen Yang took out 10 bottles of spiritual liquid and handed them to Tanjing. Tanjing didn't take it seriously at first. After all, he is a strong man in the realm of martial arts, and ordinary spiritual objects of heaven and earth are almost useless to him. But when he opened the bottle of the spiritual liquid, the spiritual energy emitted by the spiritual liquid actually lifted his spirits. Although the effect is not very obvious, it is much stronger than other spirits. These spiritual liquids were specially prepared by Chen Yang. Although they are not as perverted as super spiritual liquids, they are still much stronger than ordinary spiritual liquids. Great, with this thing, I should be able to seriously injure Calamity again. Tanjing put away the spiritual liquid and said excitedly. Then let's not waste time, and be grateful for recovering our mental state. Chen Yang also sat down and entered the cultivation state, and the vitality around him poured into his body instantly. Seeing Chen Yang absorbing the vitality around him like a black hole, Tanjing showed surprise again. What kind of god-level exercise is this? Tanjing shook his head, never thought that he could not even compare to a young man. After an hour, everyone woke up from the state of cultivation. The sky had already dimmed, and Calamity had not made a move behind the beast horde, and seemed to be recuperating. City Lord Tan, you go to contain the catastrophe first, and I will kill those 6th-level beasts before helping you. Chen Yang got up and said. Okay, I'll leave the rest of the beasts to you. Tanjing disappeared in an instant. Patriarchs, let's go too. Chen Yang's vitality condensed into a lightsaber. As for why he didn't use the Black Emperor sword, he planned to save the dragon power and use it when dealing with disasters. Okay, it's been a long time since I've been so passionate. Xiajun was infected by Chen Yang's emotions, and Song Ming also returned to his peak state at this time. Chen Yang saw the position of the Black Emperor beetle and rushed over. The Black Emperor beetle's defense is extremely strong, but he already has a way to deal with it. Seeing that all the masters in Yangcheng were dispatched, Calamity also took action. The black virus then spread, and the beasts that came into contact with the black mist suddenly became extremely manic. Bastard, today I want you to stay forever. Tanjing slashed down with his sword, and the clouds in the entire sky were split open by this sword. Not to be outdone, Calamity has no worries after knowing Tanjing's strongest combat skills. If he hadn't been seriously injured before, it would have torn Tanjing to pieces long ago. One person and one monster quickly fought together, and the energy explosion between the two wiped out all the surrounding beasts. Chen Yang didn't leave any ink marks either. He appeared behind the Black Emperor beetle and instantly turned into a shadow state. The Black Emperor beetle sensed something was wrong. It used the poisonous mist to force Chen Yang out. How could Chen Yang do what it wanted? When the poison talent was activated, the Black Emperor beetle's poisonous mist immediately lost its effect. Eat my sword. Chen Yang in the shadow state was amplified by various forces, and the double domain was instantly opened, and the slow and weakening talents acted on the Black Emperor beetle at the same time. The Black Emperor beetle wanted to open the domain. Chen Yang's spiritual talent instantly pricked the Black Emperor beetle's brain. It screamed in pain, and the power of the domain was broken. It's now. Chen Yang stabbed at the abdomen of the Black Emperor beetle from the shadow state. Under the influence of various special talents, the Black Emperor beetle was powerless even if it wanted to resist. The lightsaber pierced the body of the Black Emperor beetle with the bonus of the domain, and it was not over yet. If it was just a wound, it would not be fatal to the Black Emperor beetle that was tens of meters long. The power of the domain drove the lightsaber to destroy the Black Emperor beetle's internal organs, and the lightsaber also turned into a meat grinder, causing the Black Emperor beetle to feel severe pain all over. Destroyed. Chen Yang would not allow time for the Black Emperor beetle to fight back. The annihilation talent followed the wound and turned all the internal organs of the Black Emperor beetle into ashes. Finally, the fire element exploded in its body, and the Black Emperor beetle died like this. The huge black beetle fell heavily to the ground. Chen Yang jumped out of the beetle's abdomen, and saw a bloody hole more than 10 meters long in the abdomen of the Black Emperor beetle. The Black Emperor beetle looked up at Chen Yang with the last bit of strength. It couldn't understand why Chen Yang had so many talents, making it impossible to guard against. In the end, the Black Emperor beetle finally closed its eyes, and the 6th order ferocious beast that had caused a lot of trouble to Wen Wujian and Lu Tianrui before died. The Wenwu army and Lu Tianrui in the distance were shocked when they saw Chen Yang deal with the Black Emperor beetle so easily. I thought that no matter how powerful Chen Yang was, he would have to entangle with the Black Emperor beetle and finally kill it with difficulty. As a result, in just 3 minutes, the Black Emperor beetle died. The civil and military army couldn't help but look at Chen Yang again. The strength of this young man has completely surpassed them. Even up to now, they still don't know how strong Chen Yang's true strength is. Maybe he can really perform miracles. The civil and military army thought to himself, and the power in his hand also increased. To be able to kill the Black Emperor beetle so quickly, Chen Yang must have some whole cards to use. Maybe he really has the means to deal with the disaster. The civil and military army looked forward to it. The Black Emperor beetle is down, let's work harder. As the sky dimmed, the power of the stars in Song Ming's body also strengthened. The power of the stars in his hand condensed into a long spear, and killed the beast that was fighting with him. The talent of resonance is attached to the spear, and every time he swings it, he can burst into an explosion that pierces through the air. The spear hit the beast's body and scraped off a large piece of flesh and blood. After the previous battles, Song Ming became more and more comfortable with his power to become a high-ranking master. The fierce beast in front of him wanted to escape in pain, and it felt that it was obviously not Song Ming's opponent. Song Ming held the starlight spear like a god of war. Seeing the ferocious beast trying to escape, the wind was blowing from the soles of his feet, and he chased after it in an instant. After Chen Yang put away the corpse of the Black Emperor beetle, he began to look for the next target. Seeing Lu Tianrui crushing a fierce beast and beating violently, Chen Yang teleported to the beast. Gravity, mind power. The fierce beast was very surprised by Chen Yang's appearance, and before it could understand what happened, two forces immediately crushed its body. Cut. UN force gathers the sword edge, and the power field is attached to the lightsaber attached to the vitality product, and slashes towards the fierce beast with a sword. The fierce beast sensed that its life was in danger, and it quickly pushed the dual domain to the extreme to avoid Chen Yang's sword. Seeing that Chen Yang's lightsaber was about to stagger away from the beast's body, the light on the sword burst out, and the 2-meter-long lightsaber extended tens of meters in the blink of an eye. Under the middle-level power field, this sword slashed fiercely on the body of the beast, and the flesh and blood exploded, and the ribs of the beast were chopped into 2 pieces under Chen Yang's tremendous force. After finishing the sneak attack on the beast, the energy in Chen Yang's body was also consumed a lot. In order to quickly end the battle here, Chen Yang used all his strength as soon as he came up. The superposition of various talents quickly emptied Chen Yang's energy, not to mention the release of the dual intermediate domains. Seeing that there were only 4 beasts left, Chen Yang opened the spiritual liquid and drank it in one gulp. It shouldn't be a problem for the next beast to be handed over to Wenwu Jun and others. After a moment of Yuanli recovery, Chen Yang finally aimed at the 7th order beast. Disaster? Facing the disaster, Chen Yang was filled with emotions. When he saw calamity for the first time, he was still a student who didn't know how to practice. It was precisely because of the disaster that Chen Yang was bedridden every day and almost lost his life. If I hadn't been favored by the system, I'm afraid I would have to say goodbye to this world. Thinking of the whole family being implicated by him, Chen Yang's hatred for disaster also climbed to the extreme. The world is unpredictable, and now he is no longer the thin boy in the past. The UN force and dragon force in his body are constantly rotating around the Danshan, and the Black Emperor sword also appears in his hand. Calamity, let's end it today. The Black Emperor sword also felt the aura of disaster. Under the nourishment of the dragon force, a phantom of a black dragon appeared on the surface of the Black Emperor sword. It seemed to be very excited about this battle. Black Emperor sword, it's up to you. Chen Yang appeared above Calamity's head holding the Black Emperor sword. Disaster felt Chen Yang's aura, and it looked up, with some doubts in its eyes, as if asking why there was a 5th order cannon fodder here. Calamity let out an ugly laugh, and the virus rushed towards Chen Yang. Careful. Seeing that Chen Yang was surrounded by viruses, Tanjing quickly reminded him. Even he can't resist this virus. If ordinary people smell the smell in the air a few kilometers away, they will be infected by the virus and cause their bodies to fail. Of course, Chen Yang knew how powerful this virus was. The calamity at the 6th level realm had caused immeasurable losses to Yanchinj, not to mention that it was now at the 7th level realm. However, Chen Yang also has a way to deal with the virus. He stared at disaster indifferently, not panicking. Dragon power barrier. A layer of red dragon power enveloped Chen Yang's side. The black virus corroded continuously after touching the dragon power, but in the end it was still unable to break through. City Master Tan, let's go together. Chen Yang snapped his fingers, and the fire element wrapped all the black viruses inside. He wanted to see if these viruses would be burned to death under the blessing of Longli. Facts have proved that Chen Yang's method is very effective. The dragon power is above the vitality. Tanjing's vitality cannot wipe out all the viruses, but the flame formed by Chen Yang's dragon power will not let go of any black mist. Seeing this, Tanjing showed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He thought it would be very difficult for Chen Yang to deal with these viruses, but he didn't expect it to be easier than him. This little monster. Tanjing muttered in his heart, but the movements in his hands did not decrease at all. The promise slash. Seeing that Chen Yang was able to protect himself, Tanjing no longer focused on Chen Yang. The vitality in his body was constantly boiling, and Tanjing's mental power was locked on to the calamity. With this sword, the world changed color. What Tanjing practiced was the way of promise. What is Wuji? Under one sword, there is no limit. No matter what is blocking in front of him, there is no fancy attack method, just slash it with one sword. Chen Yang merged his mind with the long sword in his hand, and in his eyes he could no longer see anything else, only the figure of Calamity was clearly visible in the world. A cold light flashed, and Chen Jing's shocking sword finally slashed down. At this moment, even Xingyu was eclipsed. Disaster sensed Chen Jing's sword intent and ignored Chen Yang. It gathered all the viruses on its body to form an unbreakable defense. As for Chen Yang, the cannon fodder, although it was a little surprised that it was not killed by the virus, it didn't think Chen Yang could do anything to threaten it. Chen Yang hid his aura. This was the first time he saw a strong man in the realm of martial arts make a move. What is wushang? Only by finding the way you insist on can you break through the shackles and become a real strong man. The Tao that Tanjing found is Wuji Kendo. No matter what enemy you face, cut it with one sword. Only by comprehending this extreme power can the true strength of a martial saint be displayed. Although it may be a bit foggy from a scientific point of view, there is such an extreme power in the world. It is different from special talents, and it is one of the strongest powers that intelligent creatures can vaguely touch. This kind of power is like the power of law, and it has the same effect as the domain. A light flashed across Chen Yang's eyes, and he seemed to have felt this strange way of the sword. As Tanjing slashed down with his sword, a trace of fear actually arose in Calamity's heart. This sword is even more terrifying than the swordsmanship that was slashed on it before. If it is not careful, it will even be torn to pieces by this sword light. Calamity also solemnly gathered all the viruses and vitality, and the special talents in his body also emerged. Boom! Tanjing's sword finally collided with the power of disaster and disaster. This blow, within a radius of 100 miles, was affected by the aftermath of energy from the collision between the two. The loud voice caused Chen Yang to lose his voice for a moment. Wen Wuzhen and the others quickly looked towards Tanjing. The power of Wusheng was untouchable, and the aftermath of this energy made them feel in their hearts. It seemed that there was a strange power above the 6th level in it. Is this Wusheng? Chen Yang's heart trembled. He didn't practice for a long time. In just a few months, he just kept learning the cultivation techniques and the use of special talents. He hardly touched on the fighting style in terms of skills. In his eyes, absolute power is the key to victory. Every time he fights, he uses his special talents and crushes his opponent with extreme and rough strength. He always thought that skills are useless, but at this moment when he saw Tanjing's kendo, he realized that he was wrong. So it's been so long. I just stepped into the threshold of cultivation. Chen Yang felt something in his heart. He finally knew that although special talents are powerful and easy to use, only the power he comprehended can break through the limit. As the aura of Tanjing's sword slowly faded away, Chen Yang finally saw clearly the damage that Calamity suffered. This sword almost cut Calamity in half, and a strange force covered Calamity's wound. Even the virus on Calamity's body couldn't be repaired. Call. Tanjing was very satisfied with the damage he caused. This sword was almost all he had done. Its effect is also very obvious, and Calamity cannot even repair the damage caused by the blade in a short period of time. Tanjing almost lost his strength because of this sword. He opened the spiritual liquid Chen Yang left for him and poured it into his throat regardless of his appearance. A cool breath flowed to all parts of the body, and after a few seconds, the spiritual liquid became hot, and the vitality in Tanjing's body recovered faster under the stimulation of the spiritual liquid. Good opportunity. I can't let you run away again this time. Seeing that Calamity was seriously injured again, Chen Yang quickly used his spiritual talent to the extreme and stabbed at Calamity's brain. Calamity's brain was fused with the individual consciousness of the virus. When encountering Chen Yang's mental attack and the pain caused by the sword wound, Calamity's ear-piercing scream spread throughout 100 miles. Just when Chen Yang thought he was about to succeed, Calamity suddenly made an incomprehensible behavior. Its huge, pitch-black appearance flowed down its body to the ground like a liquid, and the nearly meter-high Calamity turned into a pool of water, rushing towards the beast tide. The sword wound that Tanjing caused before was also discarded by it as Calamity became liquid. Seeing that Calamity had undergone such a change, both Chen Yang and Tanjing fell into a state of bewilderment. Chen Yang, it has mutated. Tanjing immediately realized that under the double attack of himself and Chen Yang, the catastrophe had evolved into another state in order to save his life. Facing this kind of change, Chen Yang didn't expect it, but seeing Calamity rushing towards the beast tide, he immediately understood what the other party wanted to do. The viruses in the mutated Calamity are constantly evolving, but evolution requires energy. The entire battlefield can only provide energy for the evolution of disasters to be beast tides. If disasters flood into the beast tides, even Chen Yang doesn't know what kind of monsters they will turn into next. Chen Yang activated the foresight talent copied a long time ago, and soon, his eyes were blood red, and the ground was covered with wreckage devoured by disasters, and even the walls of Yangcheng collapsed. It has to be stopped. Chen Yang came back to his senses, and after foreseeing what happened in the flood of disasters and beasts, he quickly expanded his dragon power to stop the opponent. However, the expansion speed of the dragon's power could not catch up with the Calamity for a while, and Chen Yang felt anxious for a while. Damn, fight. Chen Yang thought of the dragon cauldron he had obtained, and this was the only way he could think of if he wanted to save the next situation. Before Chen Yang studied the Dragon Cauldron and obtained the Dragon Emperor art, in the process of continuous practice, Chen Yang also discovered another function of the Dragon Cauldron, that is, it can store all items, and its function is somewhat similar to his space pocket. But it is definitely unrealistic to store this piece of black trend into the pocket of space. Chen Yang can only pray that the Dragon Cauldron can play a role at this time, otherwise there is only one last way left, which is to completely destroy this piece of space. Chen Yang didn't know if he could do it. There was not much time left for him at this time, so Chen Yang quickly teleported to the front of the disaster. A dragon cauldron slammed on the ground, facing the raging black tide. Chen Yang urged Longli to open the big cauldron in front of him. Pay me. Under the urging of Chen Yang, the dragon cauldron let out a dragon chant, and the top of the dragon cauldron was opened, and the inside was like a black hole swallowing the black current ahead into the cauldron. The black tide formed by the virus wanted to escape, but the energy left in the catastrophe after the mutation was not much, and a strange energy emitted from the dragon cauldron covered the tide. Under Tanjing's astonished eyes, the black tide turned into disaster was actually sucked into it by Longding. The dragon power in Chen Yang's body quickly poured into the dragon cauldron. In just a few seconds, the dragon power in his body was almost dried up by the dragon cauldron. Chen Yang quickly took out the crystal gourd, and the remaining drop of super spiritual liquid fell into his mouth. As the super spiritual liquid melted into Chen Yang's body, Chen Yang's dragon power was replenished again. But this was still far from enough. The speed at which the super spiritual liquid turned into dragon power could not keep up with the consumption of the dragon cauldron. In less than half a minute, all the dragon power in Chen Yang's body dried up, and the dragon cauldron gradually lost its devouring power. In half a minute, the black tide was swallowed up by the dragon cauldron. Although he couldn't see Calamity's expression, Chen Yang could feel the other party's fear of Longding through his mental power. Seeing that the remaining black tide wanted to escape, Chen Yang put away the dragon cauldron and raised his hands violently. His whole body trembled like an earthquake. Tanjing didn't know what Chen Yang wanted to do. He was still in the shock of Longding's power, and felt the vibration of the ground under his feet. Tanjing quickly floated into the air. Earth element, gravity, magnetism, give it to me. Chen Yang let out a roar, and the land next to the black tide was completely cracked, and a city wall tens of meters high blocked the way of the black tide. City Lord Tan, help me strengthen. Chen Yang didn't have much energy left in his body. After lifting up the ground with a radius of -meters, he quickly called Tanjing to come over and help. This kid. Tanjing was frightened by Chen Yang's hand on the city wall, but there was no ink in his hand, and the vitality quickly covered the city wall. The black tide wanted to break through, but was driven back by Tanjing's vitality. What should I do next? My vitality won't last long. Tanjing struggled a little. The effect of vitality against disasters is not very good, let alone the vitality in his body was almost emptied with a full blow before. If it weren't for Chen Yang's spiritual liquid to provide him with a lot of energy, it would still be a question of whether he could fight now. Chen Yang didn't know what to do. Ordinary fire elements would definitely not be able to eliminate these black viruses, but the dragon power in his body was dry, so it was impossible to eliminate the remaining black viruses with dragon power. Hold on, I'll figure out a way. Chen Yang manipulated the slow talent to cover the entire temporary city wall, and his brain spun quickly. How to do? Chen Yang racked his brains. He kept thinking about the only means he had left. It can only be this way. Chen Yang opened his eyes suddenly. There are still two ways to deal with the black trend. Either use the power of space to break this space, and then flow the black current into the space crack. Another way is to use the psychic gifts to wipe out all the remaining virus consciousness. Chen Yang decided to use the second method after thinking for a few seconds, because the first method was too risky. If he can't tear apart the space and drive the black tide in, then he will really be at a loss. Fortunately, most of the black trend was absorbed by Longding, and the remaining virus was only about 1/3. It is not impossible to kill the consciousness of these viruses. Have you thought about it yet? The vitality in Tanjing's body was about to fail, so in order to prevent the black tide from escaping, he used his vitality to cover the entire range of several hundred meters. Every impact of the black tide is consuming Tanjing's vitality violently, and this state will be broken for no more than 5 minutes. Pass it to me. The energy in Chen Yang's body circulated rapidly, and the spiritual talent in his mind also swept towards the black trend. The black trend is originally the formation of countless virus consciousness bodies, which is also the embodiment of disaster. Under Chen Yang's mental attack, the black tide retreated abruptly. Obviously, his method worked. If I hadn't devoured 2/3 of the conscious body, I might not be able to do it. Seeing that his attack method worked, Chen Yang was overjoyed. All the spiritual talents kept attacking the black currents. These black currents seemed unable to withstand Chen Yang's attack. They kept rolling, and finally chose to gather together to resist Chen Yang's spiritual attack. Chen Yang raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Exactly what I want. Holding the Black Emperor sword in Chen Yang's hand, he jumped high and came inside the enclosed wall. Death to me. The Black Emperor sword was inserted into Calamity's body that had condensed into a huge monster. The viruses felt a little fear, and they wanted to escape, but it seemed that it was too late. The moment the Black Emperor sword touched Calamity's body, it began to devour the vitality of Calamity. If it could have escaped the engulfment of the Black Emperor sword before, but now it has to deal with Chen Yang's mental attack and resist Tan Jing's attack at the same time. Vitality, it is also helpless against the robber-like behavior of the Black Emperor sword. As the Black Emperor sword continued to devour Calamity's life energy, a moment later, Calamity sent a signal begging for mercy in his mind. Do you want me to let you go? Why didn't you let go of those civilians who died of dying diseases? Anger gushed out of Chen Yang's heart, and the Black Emperor sword sensed Chen Yang's intention, and the speed at which it devoured disaster became faster. Although the black virus is rather peculiar, it cannot escape the scope of life. Under the constant devouring by the Black Emperor sword, they gradually wilt, and finally turn into black powder and dissipate in the air. After another 10 minutes, Calamity's begging sound became smaller, and only a small flame was left in its spiritual power swaying in the wind. Destroy. Chen Yang's spiritual talent exploded again, and the fusion of consciousness in Calamity's mind was finally wiped out by the spiritual talent, leaving only an empty shell in the end. Calamity's body slowly disappeared, but after the last trace of life energy was swallowed by the Black Emperor sword, Calamity completely turned into powder and disappeared into the air. Success. Chen Yang looked at the empty space in front of him, his legs gave way and he fell to the ground. The battle of more than half an hour is not too long, but every minute and every second is full of infinite crises. If it wasn't for Chen Yang's quick response, if he hadn't owned the Dragon Cauldron, he really couldn't imagine what would happen afterwards. Chen Yang. Tan Jing descended from the sky and landed in front of Chen Yang. Seeing that Chen Yang was out of strength, he showed a gratified smile. City Lord Tan, the calamity has been wiped out by me, and the next wave of beasts should be about to recede. Chen Yang looked at Tan Jing weakly, and let out a long breath. The spiritual fluid in his body was still turning into Yuanli to nourish Chen Yang's body, but he couldn't relax his mental exhaustion. Thanks to you this time, I doubted whether you would be able to play a role before, but I didn't expect to rely on you to solve this crisis in the end. Tan Jing sighed with a tired face. City Lord Tan was joking. If it weren't for your shocking sword, disasters would not be so easy to deal with. Chen Yang shook his head and said, Okay, let's not talk about this. The civil and military troops should have almost dealt with it, and the rest can be left to the joint forces. Tan Jing stretched out his hand to pull Chen Yang up, but he didn't know that Chen Yang copied Tan Jing's talent at this moment. Copy succeeded. A smile appeared on Chen Yang's face. Tan Jing's previous sword had greatly shocked him, and he knew that without more than 10 years of hard training, he would definitely not be able to reach Tan Jing's height. He has only practiced for less than half a year, so he has no time to practice swordsmanship. Fortunately, he has the talent of copying, and Tan Jing's swordsmanship is no longer a swordsmanship, but a new unique talent. Tan Jing didn't know that Chen Yang copied all his talents, and when he saw the other party smiling, he thought it was because of the death of disaster. City Lord Tan, I still hope that you will not tell others about these secrets about me. Chen Yang thought that the scene where he took out the Dragon Cauldron was too shocking, and it was too bizarre for human cultivators, because they had never seen the horror of cultivators from alien planets. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret for you. Tan Jing took a deep look at Chen Yang. He knew that this son would definitely become a powerful person in Huiguo in the future. As for the secrets of the other party, he certainly knew what to do. Then shall we go back? Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. Aren't you going to restore this place? Tan Jing pointed to the surrounding walls and protruding ground and joked. Haha, I don't have the energy now, let's talk about it tomorrow. Chen Yang patted the dust off his body, looked at Tan Jing and smiled. When the two returned to Yangchang, the civil and military armies' battle was about to end, and only two sixth-order beasts remained stubbornly resisting. Chen Yang originally planned to go up to help, but the feeling of a splitting headache made his body go limp. I've used too much mental power. Chen Yang is clearly aware of his current state, it is better to rest quickly. Leave it to them. Cultivators are meant to grow through constant fighting. If we fight every time, they won't be able to reach the realm of martial saints in their lifetime. Tan Jing didn't intend to do anything, but decided to let the remaining two fierce beasts become the whetstones for several people. Many cultivators began to fall into a state of ease after stepping into the realm of masters, and it was precisely because of this that Huiguo martial saint level powerhouses were so rare. If there were no fierce beasts, there would be even fewer martial saints in Huiguo. It was for this reason that Tan Jing chose not to help. Chen Yang also understands this truth very well. In the eyes of ordinary people, the master realm is already the highest strength. As for martial saints, they don't even dare to think about it. Many practitioners lost themselves after reaching the realm of masters and began to enjoy the joys of the world. I even forgot for a while what was the original intention of practicing at the beginning. Although Chen Yang's realm improved very quickly, every time his realm was raised, a lot of battles followed, which also helped Chen Yang strengthen himself, so that he did not have the trouble of a weak foundation. But some masters not only devoured many spiritual things, but ended up indulging in debauchery every day. Let alone improving their own strength, it would be considered good if they could escape from sixth-order beasts. Then let's take a good rest, my head is going to explode. Chen Yang found a seat and lay down on it, closing his eyes. The remaining two beasts belonged to the rough-skinned and thick-skinned beasts. Although they had not been dealt with now, it would not take long for the remaining two sixth-order beasts to be killed by the civil and military army and others. Why hasn't there been any sign of the beast tide dissipating this time? Tanjing did not rest, but stood on the city wall and looked into the distance quietly. The ferocious beasts in the distance are still rushing towards the city wall desperately. They are tireless, and it seems that they will not stop until they capture Yangchang. As the blackness descended, it could no longer be seen from farther away. For some reason, Tanjing felt a little uneasy. He always felt that there was a terrifying existence behind the darkness staring at Yangchang. 10 minutes later, Chen Yang suddenly woke up from his closed eyes. What happened? Seeing Chen Yang's reaction, Tanjing hurriedly asked. It's not right, there's always a throbbing in my mind. Chen Yang frowned. He originally thought it was because of too much mental energy consumption, but after more than 10 minutes, this feeling not only did not weaken, but became more and more intense. Something is coming. Chen Yang got up abruptly, his talent of perspective was activated, and he saw a huge monster driving towards Yangchang. Why did he say it was coming? Because he didn't see this huge monster moving, but it was getting closer and closer to Yangchang. You feel it too? Tanjing became serious, looked into the distance and asked. I don't feel it, it's already here. Chen Yang's heart sank. If he guessed right, this is another 7th order beast? The two 6th order ferocious beasts that were fighting with the Wenwu army suddenly fled. Xiajun wanted to go forward to pursue them, but was stopped by the Wenwu army. Go back first, a big guy is coming. Xiajun was taken aback for a moment, as if he hadn't expected that there were still beasts that didn't appear. This guy shouldn't be with Calamity, otherwise it would have appeared earlier, and now Yangchang has been broken. Chen Yang guessed in his heart. You mean it is likely to be attracted by our battle? Tanjing said thoughtfully. While the two were talking, there was a depressing atmosphere in the darkness. Tanjing's eyes widened, and he finally saw clearly what kind of monster it was. This is a very strange fish. It is said to be a fish, but its lower body has weird tentacles, just like a centipede. Extremely evil monster fish. Chen Yang took a deep breath. After checking his talents, he found that this strange fish was actually a mid-level 7th level beast. City Lord Tan, I'm afraid we're about to fight another vicious battle. Chen Yang smiled wryly. Hehe, it seems that today is really lively. Tanjing straightened his chest and looked at the approaching extremely evil monster fish, with a sharp light in his eyes. City Lord Tan, this guy has an intermediate 7th level strength. I don't know who is more terrifying than Calamity, but his strength must be stronger than Calamity. Chen Yang reminded. Tanjing glanced at Chen Yang in surprise, never expecting him to know information about the beast. You must know that even he can't judge the strength of this beast from such a distance. Is what you said true? Tanjing asked solemnly. Absolutely true, Chen Yang affirmed. Looks like it's time to activate the city's ultimate weapon. Tanjing said a few words to his subordinates. Chen Yang only paid attention to the high-energy particle beam. What's that thing you're talking about? Chen Yang was a little curious. Could it be the same atomic laser cannon as the Guanghui base? This is a weapon jointly developed by a big family in the US and a joint team from Yangchang. I usually don't use it when I encounter a 7th order beast. Because the 7th order beast has domain power, you must have a weapon to hit it. Personally contain the other party. But now and there is no other way, let me resist this beast and prepare for the high-energy particle beam. Tanjing's eyes were full of determination. City Lord Tan, there may be other ways, we should not be so pessimistic. Chen Yang stepped forward to stop him. Tanjing shook his head. Don't you know it yourself? In the battle with Calamity just now, our strength has been completely dried up. If it weren't for this short rest time, it would be very difficult to contain this guy. You and I both know that, except for this method, no one can stop this beast anymore. Tanjing waved his hand to signal Chen Yang not to be sad. As the city lord of Yangchang, I am always ready to sacrifice for Yangchang. You are still young and have great potential. Give you some more time, and I believe that even a 7th order beast will not be your opponent. Tanjing knew that Chen Yang was a candidate for the god-making project, and he would rather take the risk himself than let Chen Yang have anything to do. Just when Chen Yang was going to continue to dissuade him, a foreigner walked up from the city wall. Chen Yang took a closer look and found that it was Smith who had met once. City Master Tan, huh? Why are you here too? Smith was very surprised that Chen Yang appeared here. He gave Chen Yang a disgusted look, but ignored it. Smith, are you here to see your master's masterpiece? Tanjing didn't seem surprised that Smith appeared here. After the beast tide started, Smith came to the city wall. It's just that he stayed indoors to observe the data of the genetic warrior, and did not observe the situation outside. After learning that the city lord planned to use high-energy particle beams, he chose to come up to have a look. Of course not, City Lord Tan, the high-energy particle beam is still in the experimental stage, and I must tell you that using it now is a very dangerous behavior. Because it can't reach the point of controlling fierce beasts, which means that you, City Lord, are very likely to die. Smith said lightly. I know, but I still plan to use it, otherwise Yangchang will be breached. Tanjing pointed to a huge black shadow in the distance, and Smith looked in the direction Tanjing pointed, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Is this another 7th order beast? Smith seemed unable to believe that two 7th level beasts appeared in a beast tide, which had never been encountered in the United States. Every 7th rank ferocious beast is territorial, and they usually don't come into contact with each other, let alone in a beast tide. That's right, now you know why I use high-energy particle beams, right? Even if an accident does happen, as long as I can destroy this beast, my sacrifice will not be in vain. Tan Jing said lightly, as if he had put his own life and death behind him. Chen Yang wanted to say something, but the sequelae of killing Calamity before became more and more intense. Damn. Chen Yang quickly searched for a solution in his mind. Even disasters could be solved by them. There was no reason why they couldn't deal with such a strange fish. City Lord Tan, although it's a bit risky, but I agree with your idea. After seeing the figure of the extremely evil monster fish, Smith was filled with fear and quickly agreed. I reject. Chen Yang finally spoke. Chen Yang, I said I had to take a risk this time. Tan Jing said seriously. I know, but there must be another way. Chen Yang still refused to give up. How did you talk to the city lord? Seeing that Chen Yang dared to talk to Wu Sheng like this, Smith laughed angrily. As the son of a big family in the US, even he had to talk to Tan Jing politely. How dare this ignorant Chen Yang do this? This is Major General Chen Yang. Mr. Smith, please don't misunderstand. Tan Jing explained. We don't have time to discuss, Smith. You will supervise the operation of the high-energy particle beam this time. The life and death of Yang Cheng is in your hands. After Tan Jing finished speaking, his body rushed out. Seeing this, Smith gave Chen Yang a hard look, and then ran towards the high-energy particle beam. Chen Yang ignored Smith's hostility towards him. Seeing Tan Jing rushing towards the extremely evil monster fish, he was extremely anxious. City Lord. Seeing Tan Jing rushing to the strange fish alone, Wen Wuzhen was also surprised. Even he could feel Tan Jing's state at this time. In the desperate battle with Calamity, Tan Jing even broke through his own limit. If this strange fish had appeared later, Tan Jing wouldn't have used a high-energy particle beam, a weapon that kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800 at the same time. No, we have to go and help. Wen Wuzhen didn't have time to adjust his state. He and Lu Tianrui looked at each other, and the two saw the current decision from the other's eyes at the same time. Alas, these young men. Song Ming saw both Wen and Wuzhen rushing forward desperately. He hesitated for a few seconds, and finally followed. Even Lao Song has made a choice. Lao Yang, don't you dare. Xia Jun looked at Yang Ning and asked. Yang Wenchen did not participate in this battle because of his injury, so in the second half of the battle, only Yang Ning from the Yang family participated. There are so many people and so much strength, so what if it's a seventh-order ferocious beast? Lao Yang, some words may be too much, but this beast tide has nothing to do with your son. It's up to you if you want to go up, but if I back down, I'm afraid I won't be able to step into the gate of martial saint in this life. Tan Yi has been very hard in the previous battles, and he is also a high-level master. After watching Tan Jing's shocking sword, Tan Yi also has a deeper understanding of the martial arts realm. Go, let's go together. Without further ado, Xia Jun and Tan Yi flew towards the strange fish at the same time. Although they don't know the true state of the strange fish, but behind them is their own family, no matter what, this battle cannot back down. Seeing that other people rushed over, Yang Ning hesitated for a moment. Although I don't know what Tan Yi's last words mean, but judging from his son's current state, I'm afraid it really has something to do with this beast tide. If I don't go up, the Yang family will definitely be pushed out of the 5 major families after this animal swarm. At that time, the entire sheep farm may not have a foothold for me. It seems that this is forcing me to participate. Yang Ning thought for a moment, and then chose to participate in the siege of this 7th-order beast. What are you doing here? Get out of here quickly, I can handle this beast. Tan Jing felt anxious when he saw that everyone had gathered. City Lord, such a great contribution cannot be taken by you alone. Song Ming laughed loudly. That's right, Dad. Even if it's a 7th-order ferocious beast, so many of us should be able to touch it, right? Tan Yi also spoke. Tan Jing looked at his son with endless words in his eyes. He knew that his state was seen through by everyone, but his stubbornness as the city lord forced him to stand up to meet this crisis. Since you want to try the power of the 7th-level beast, let's go together. If you feel that you can't resist it, you must retreat in time. Tan Jing knew that he could not persuade a few people, especially his own son. Once he decided on something, he would do his best to complete it in the end. Now Tan Jing can only pray that the power of the strange fish will make them feel hopeless, and then he will be able to find an excuse to let these patriarchs leave. The people here are the pillars of the entire Yangchang. If they are all lost in this beast tide, let alone blamed by the superiors, even he himself will not be able to forgive this mistake. Tan Jing drank all the spiritual liquid that Chen Yang had left for him, and practiced at full speed to continuously absorb the power of the spiritual liquid. Within a few minutes, his Danshan barely recovered 1/5 of its vitality. Just as they were acting, extremely evil monsters also came in front of everyone. It wasn't until this moment that they saw clearly the entire appearance of the extremely vicious monster fish. This is a big fish that looks very bloated, with a body length of more than 70 meters, and a big mouth that is more than 40 meters long, accounting for more than half of its body length when viewed from a distance. The big mouth of the strange fish was covered with huge teeth. Not only were there red blood stains on them, but also many pieces of meat remained between the teeth. Its lower body has many large palms mutated from fish fins, and it also has many strange tentacles. It is precisely because of this strange mutated tentacles that the strange fish can walk very easily even on land. Seeing several masters blocking his way, the strange fish opened its mouth wide and let out a piercing scream, and a bloody stench came to its nostrils instantly. How many days has this guy not rinsed his mouth? Tan Yi covered his nose and mocked. Ha 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 ha, you can't blame the beasts, after all, they don't have toothbrushes. Song Ming laughed immediately, and this cold joke also made the others relax a lot. The strange fish seemed to be able to understand what Tan Yi said just now. Seeing everyone laughing, the tentacles on the strange fish rushed towards them. So fast. Everyone was startled. This strange fish looked very clumsy, but its tentacles were extremely flexible. Its sudden attack almost caused several people to stumble. Star gun. A long spear covered by the power of stars appeared in Song Ming's hand, and the resonance talent was also covered on it. He swung the spear, and the tip of the spear collided with the tentacles of the strange fish. The usually invincible star spear failed to cut off the tentacles of the strange fish, and the tip of the spear sank into the flesh and blood of the tentacles. With the talent of resonance, the tentacles of the strange fish finally exploded into blood. Seeing Song Ming's attack, the other masters did not hesitate, and directly used their strongest strength to hit the monster fish's tentacles. Song Ming and the others didn't really think that they could seriously injure the strange fish. All they had to do was buy time for Tanjing and consume the strange fish's strength by the way. Seeing Song Ming and others attacking the strange fish cautiously, Tanjing instantly understood their intentions. As long as the later you take the shot, the more vitality you will recover in your body. Because of the stimulation of Chen Yang's psychic fluid, he could fill his danshan with vitality in at most 10 minutes. But the extremely evil monster fish would definitely not give Tanjing so much time. As a 7th-order ferocious beast, although it looks bloated and terrifying, it does not mean that its IQ is not good. The higher the level of the beast, the higher the intelligence. Even Xiaoan could understand Chen Yang's words, let alone a 7th-order ferocious beast. The strange fish sensed Tanjing's physical state at this time, and it used its tentacles to drive away Song Ming and others. In its eyes, Song Ming and others were just a few annoying mosquitoes. Its real target is only Tanjing. As long as Tanjing is dealt with, there will be nothing here that can threaten him. Yeah. The extremely evil monster fish opened its mouth wide, and a piercing sound wave shouted from the monster fish's throat. Song Ming and others felt a tingling pain in their head, and their movements stopped. Puff. The tentacle took advantage of this opportunity to slap several people to the ground. The worst one was Yang Ning, who was already weak. The slap of the strange fish directly drove him into the ground, and the distance from the strange fish was only a few hundred meters away. Scope. Tanjing wanted to take action to protect everyone, but when he saw that a few people were fine for the time being, he held back the impulse in his heart. The extremely evil monster fish revealed its characteristics just now. Although we don't know the other methods of the monster fish, there is no doubt that its mental attack is very powerful. Tanjing felt very troubled. The attack of spiritual talent is very difficult to guard against, which is why Song Ming and others retreated quickly. Song Ming and the others fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Strange images kept appearing in their minds, and even their eyes turned into a strange illusion. Spiritual pollution. Song Ming instantly guessed what the spiritual talent that the strange fish used just now was. If you want to get rid of mental pollution, you must either have spiritual talent or the help of others, or you can only rely on your own mental power to resist and wait for the mental pollution to end. Among the masters, only Yingning has the strongest spiritual power, and he also has spiritual talent, so the spiritual pollution of the strange fish did not cause him too much damage. Although he is also in chaos now, he will be able to get out of this state in a minute at most. Just when Yingning was thankful that he had spiritual talent, the extremely evil monster fish began to attack Tanjing. The big palms and tentacles under its feet were constantly moving, and the tentacles carrying mental attacks slapped towards Tanjing fiercely. Do not want. Yingning was still underground at this time, and when he felt the extremely evil monster fish moving towards him, he suddenly turned pale with fright. The body of the strange fish quickly rolled over, and the rocks around Yingning suddenly squeezed towards his body. Yingning quickly propped up his vitality and smashed all the rocks around him. It was his action that the tentacles under the strange fish found Yingning's figure. The extremely evil monster fish did not specifically target Yingning, but the tentacles under it seemed to have independent consciousness. After discovering Yingning, many tentacles rushed towards where he was. Yingning was in distress at this time and couldn't tell. The exit above was suppressed by the extremely evil monster fish, and there were attacks by tentacles around him. He forcibly gathered his vitality to smash these tentacles, but after a few attempts, he had no choice but to give up. Tanjing also noticed Yang Ning's embarrassing situation. He could no longer suppress the thought of not making a move. The long sword in his hand was shining brightly, and with a flash of cold light, the sword energy condensed from vitality slashed at the extremely evil monster fish. The extremely evil monster fish does not have a very powerful self-healing ability like the calamity, but the same is that the ugly fish skin on the extremely evil monster fish is extremely tough. The sword chi condensed with vitality cut off countless tentacles, but when it fell on the extremely evil monster fish, it was like being stuck in a quagmire. Although it failed to cause large-scale damage to the extremely evil monster fish, Tanjing's sword energy still made the monster fish suffer. Seeing that the opponent was right in front of him, it opened its mouth wide, and its devouring power spread out instantly. At this time, the extremely evil monster fish is like a black hole that is extremely terrifying, and the surrounding beasts and sand are uncontrollably sucked into its big mouth. Yang Ning was affected by the power of devouring, and he couldn't help moving towards the body of the extremely evil monster fish. Seeing the tentacles on his head staring at him, Yang Ning's eyes were a little desperate. Could it be that I, Yang Ning, will die here? Yang Ning tried his best to resist the devouring power of the strange fish, but the effect was mediocre. Fight. There was an extra bottle of black potion in Yang Ning's hand, which was the improved magic liquid potion of the first generation. Not only Yanqing, but both Shanghai and Yangcheng are studying the effect of magic liquid. It's a pity that except for Yanqing, the progress of Yangcheng and Motu is very slow. This is also due to the special talent of Professor Guoyu. Guoyu, who has a talent for deep learning, has provided a lot of help in the study of magic liquid. Although it was impossible to ascertain the ingredients in the magic liquid, with her unique method, she used another strange substance to weaken the influence of the magic liquid, and only then did the improved magic liquid come into being. It is also because of Guoyu that the research progress of the magic liquid in Yanqing is much faster than other places, and even the Zhao family in the magic capital needs to come to obtain the research materials of the magic liquid. The bottle of magic liquid in Yang Ning's hand is not Yanqing's improved magic liquid, but the second-generation magic liquid researched by the Yang family privately. Compared with the first generation of magic liquid that would lose their minds, the side effects of this second generation of magic liquid are much reduced. Normally, Yang Ning wouldn't swallow this bottle of magic liquid, and if he wasn't about to be killed by a strange fish now, he wouldn't take such a big risk to take it out. My mental strength is much stronger than others, and I might be able to resist the side effects of this potion. Yang Ning comforted himself in his heart. The side effects of the second generation magic liquid potion can be barely resisted by a great martial artist. As a master and possessing spiritual talent, there is no reason why he cannot bear the side effects of the potion. Thinking of this, Yang Ning was cruel and directly poured the magic liquid into his mouth. The magic liquid spread all over Yang Ning's body in an instant, and a strange evil force continued to improve Yang Ning's body. His strength continued to increase, and soon even the devouring power of the strange fish could not shake Yang Ning's body. Ha ha ha, is this power? Yang Ning was tingling all over his body, and his brain was surrounded by strange darkness, but he was extremely excited, because now he has the strength of a top-level master. Yang Ning broke through the ground, exuding a strange aura all over his body. Seeing that Yang Ning was out of danger, Tan Jing relaxed a little. City Lord Tan. Chen Yang also appeared behind Tan Jing at some point. Why are you here? Didn't I say that I want you to stay in the city? Seeing that Chen Yang also joined the battlefield, Tan Jing felt a little anxious. This extremely evil monster fish has caused the masters to panic before showing all their power, and the other party has already shown a strong spiritual talent. Chen Yang had exhausted his spiritual power in the battle against Calamity. If he was taken advantage of by the extremely evil monster fish, he would fall on the battlefield if he was not careful. Even the 5 masters of Yangcheng participated in it. How can I, Chen Yang, back down? Chen Yang swung the Black Emperor sword in his hand, and the breath on his body also climbed to the peak. With the talent of coercion scattered, Chen Yang's momentum at this time was evenly matched with that of the extremely evil monster fish. Chen Yang, you have the highest potential among us. If you fall here, how can I explain to the country? Tan Jing still persuaded the other party to hope that Chen Yang would leave. City Master Tan, the road of cultivation is to face up to difficulties. If I shrink back this time, I will definitely have demons in my heart. I'm afraid it will be difficult to reach the realm of martial saints by then. Chen Yang resolutely expressed his attitude. Tan Jing was moved by Chen Yang's words. Okay, since you think so, then I will fight with you. The vitality in Tan Jing's body has also recovered half. Although it can't reach the level of fighting with the extremely evil monster fish for a long time, it is still no problem to use another combat technique. City Master Tan, let's go. Chen Yang holds the Black Emperor sword without fear. Hai Huangjian also sensed Chen Yang's state, and couldn't help but let out bursts of dragon chant, as if longing for the blood of the extremely evil monster fish. The two looked at each other and smiled, and launched an attack on the extremely evil monster fish at the same time. The power of the special talent kept hitting the body of the extremely vicious monster fish. Even though its defense was amazing, it was still blown to pieces. Yang Ning fell into a strange state at this time. His mind was full of desire to kill. After locking his breath on the extremely evil monster fish, Yang Ning rushed up without fear. Ow! The extremely evil monster screamed piercingly in pain. Seeing that Yang Ning's state seemed to be a little off, its eyeballs turned black. Careful! Tan Jing quickly reminded, but Yang Ning didn't seem to be aware of his own danger. The weapon in his hand kept stabbing the monster fish, completely ignoring the mental pollution of the monster fish. Patriarch Yang's state is a bit wrong. Chen Yang immediately noticed Yang Ning's abnormality. This state was very similar to the appearance of evolving into a different species. The only difference is that Yang Ning still knows who his attack target is now, but he has completely given up his defense. The mental pollution invaded Yang Ning's brain and gave him a hard time. Soon, Yang Ning no longer saw the figure of the extremely evil monster fish, but a bloody barrenness. Losing the target at once, Yang Ning fell into a sluggish state. But how could the spiritual talent of a 7th-order ferocious beast be so simple? The scenery in front of Yang Ning flashed, and he saw Chen Yang appearing in his sight, and his children were also beside Chen Yang. At this time, Chen Yang in the picture watched him laughing ferociously. A layer of black mist surged on his arm, and then pierced Yang Minjiu's chest with his claws, and even his heart was brought out. Yang Ning didn't realize that it was abnormal at all. He forgot that his son was being interrogated in the city now. How could he appear here? Dad, help me. In the picture, Yang Wan cried and asked Yang Ning for help. Yang Ning's eyes were tearing apart. Watching Chen Yang and Yang Minjiu's body fall, the anger in his chest rushed straight to his forehead. Let go of my child. Yang Ning killed Chen Yang. His eyes were completely blinded by hatred. Patriarch Yang, what are you doing? Chen Yang turned sideways to avoid Yang Ning's attack, and seeing the other's eyes were confused, he immediately realized something was wrong. City Master Tan, Patriarch Yang has been recruited. Chen Yang quickly reminded, but even if Chen Yang didn't remind, Tan Jing could tell. At this time, Yang Ning only had Chen Yang's figure in his eyes, and it seemed that he would not give up until he tore Chen Yang into pieces. Chen Yang felt a headache. The extremely evil monster fish in front of him couldn't deal with it, and as a result, Yang Ning, who was polluted by the spirit, came again, which made the battle even more difficult. Chen Yang, you concentrate on dealing with the beast, let's control him. Xiajun didn't know when he came to Chen Yang's side, and soon Tan Yi and others rushed over to attack Yang Ning. You all, damn. The desire to kill in Yang Ning's heart was infinitely magnified. He no longer cared why these people helped Chen Yang, he just wanted to let Chen Yang pay back his blood, and trampled on the other's head. Chen Yang nodded and got out of Yang Ning's attack range. Be careful, the mental pollution of the extremely evil monster fish is very serious, don't get caught again. In order to make the extremely evil fish target himself, Chen Yang quickly teleported to the extremely evil fish and lifted the Black Emperor sword into the body of the extremely evil fish. Hai Huangjian became very excited when he felt the vitality of the 7th level beast. The previous calamity was absorbed by the dragon cauldron because of many virus symbionts, and when it was its turn to absorb the vitality, it was already wrong. The current extremely evil monster fish is a complete 7th order beast, and its vitality is much stronger than that of calamity. The extremely evil and strange life force was continuously absorbed by the Black Emperor sword, and it angrily manipulated the tentacles on its body to attack Chen Yang. How could Tan Jing give the extremely evil fish a chance to disturb Chen Yang? The long sword in his hand chopped off several sword chi and cut off all the tentacles on the extremely evil fish, but soon, these tentacles were under the consciousness of the extremely evil fish. Grow out again. Because of Tan Jing's interference, the extremely evil monster fish couldn't get rid of Chen Yang for a while. Realizing that it was in a bad situation, it chose to roll on the spot, trying to crush Chen Yang into pieces. Seeing this, Chen Yang had no choice but to get away from the extremely evil monster fish. Seeing the extremely evil monster fish howling in pain, Chen Yang regretfully escaped from the opponent's attack range. Although it only lasted less than a minute, the Black Emperor sword still absorbed a lot of vitality from the opponent. The extremely evil monster fish finally got serious, the power of the 7th level beast exploded instantly, and the dual domains on its body also unfolded without hesitation. Tan Jing showed a dignified expression. Seeing the extremely evil monster fish expand its dual domains, he also felt pressured. Chen Yang, retreat quickly. Seeing that the extremely evil fish was directly attacking Chen Yang, Tan Jing quickly reminded him. With the blessing of the dual domains, the power of the extremely evil monster fish has reached a very terrifying state. Even a mountain would be smashed to pieces in front of it, let alone a person. Of course, Chen Yang knew the horror of the other party's power. Seeing the extremely evil monster fish open its mouth and bite towards him, he teleported away from the spot in an instant. The extremely evil monster fish used all its strength to hit it, and it was even more angry in its heart, and the breath on its body locked Chen Yang firmly. Seeing the other parties swearing to not give up, Chen Yang's desire to fight also increased. Since you want to kill me, then try it. Chen Yang's whole body turned into a stone state, and the double intermediate domain was also used instantly. Although he couldn't last long in this state, he still had no problem touching the extremely evil monster fish. Divine body, fire element, annihilation, resonance. This time, Chen Yang concentrated all his strength on his arm, and Yuan Li poured into the Black Emperor sword as if he didn't need money. Under the urging of Chen Yang, the magic beast art also transformed into several terrifying phantoms. Ho Huang Fist, Long Huang Fist, Phoenix Yin Fist, Kailin Palm. The 4 combat skills were superimposed on the Black Emperor sword at the same time, and Chen Yang's body was so bright that it looked like a small sun from a distance. Seeing this, the extremely evil monster fish did not hesitate to bite towards Chen Yang again. Chen Yang's pupils were bloodshot, and the superposition of the whole body's strength made his body with the physique of a master begin to collapse, but his goal had been achieved. Even though doing so put a very heavy burden on his body, Chen Yang still chose to superimpose all his powers. Only in this way could he have the power to fight against the extremely evil monster fish. Give me, cut. The Black Emperor sword in Chen Yang's hand was as heavy as 1,000 ounces. Following his heart-piercing roar, the sword that gathered all of Chen Yang's strength finally slashed at the extremely evil monster fish. The 2 huge energies collided with each other, and the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts were constantly entangled in the body of the extremely evil monster fish. The berserk energy evacuated all the vitality in a radius of several kilometers, and a vacuum was formed in the center where the 2 collided, and even the space was torn apart. Chen Yang. Tan Jing wanted to intervene, but the huge energy explosion sent his body flying. When he stabilized his body, he was surprised to see that the body of Yui, the extremely evil monster, retreated hundreds of meters. What? Tan Jing looked at the center of the energy explosion in surprise. Chen Yang's figure was blocked by the distorted space in the middle, but Chen Yang obviously resisted the full blow of the extremely evil monster fish. I'm really ashamed of you for doing this. Tan Jing gave a wry smile, and the long sword in his hand trembled accordingly. The promise. Seeing that Chen Yang had created such a wonderful opportunity for himself, Tan Jing injected the vitality in his body into the long sword in his hand. As he slowly slashed out with his sword, the earth trembled under the terrifying sword energy. An invisible blade slashed on the body of the extremely evil fish. This sword almost cut the body of the extremely evil fish into 2 pieces. In Yangchang, Smith was amazed at the black snacks fighting in the distance. Under the monitoring of the instrument, Chen Yang's god of warlike figure just now made him feel overshadowed. The device in his hand kept shaking, and he was very entangled in whether to launch a high-energy particle beam at this time. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. If you were alive, the possibility of me chasing Song Qing would be even smaller. Chen Yang, if you want to blame, I blame you for being too good. You can die. Regardless of the dissuasion of the people around him, Smith directly pressed the launch button, and Yangchen's turret condensed into a huge light ball, which gathered the energy of more than 2,000 high-level spirit stones and all the surrounding particles. As Smith pressed the button, a huge death ray pierced through the body of the extremely evil monster fish. No. Seeing that Chen Yang was still beside the monster fish, Tan Jing wanted to stop it, but the high-energy particle beam penetrated the body of the monster fish in an instant. A dazzling light shone in everyone's eyes, and with a burst of intense blindness and stinging pain, half of the body of the extremely evil monster fish disappeared in the particle energy beam. Seeing that the high-energy particle beam hit the extremely evil monster fish, Smith smiled coldly, and the button in his hand was casually thrown on the table. Remember to have a good pregnancy in your next life. Chen Yang. The high-energy particle beam wiped out half of the body of the extremely evil monster fish, and his heart was seized. Tan Jing hurried over, seeing that Chen Yang was not hit by the high-energy particle beam. He finally let go of his heart. He glanced back at the turret of Yangcheng, very angry. The high-energy particle beam was launched directly without his order. If something happened to Chen Yang, he would have to go around without Smith, even if he was the son of a big family in the United States. Many masters were stunned by the power of the high-energy particle beam, and they didn't even notice that Yangning broke free for a while. Chen Yang's body was broken right now, his skin was completely cracked under the violent impact, and the blood stained him into a bloody man. As the energy emitted by the high-energy particle beam disappears, the surrounding space gradually calms down. Seeing that half of the body of the extremely evil monster fish disappeared under the high-energy particle beam, everyone was very excited. Fortunately, there is a secret weapon, otherwise this guy really doesn't know how to solve it. Song Ming breathed a sigh of relief, and his mind gradually relaxed. Where did Yangning go? Xiajun recovered from the power of the high-energy particle beam. He looked around, and Yangning, who was controlled by them just now, disappeared. Tan Yi and the others suddenly found that Yangning was missing. They looked around and saw Yangning rushing towards where Chen Yang was. Chen Yang, be careful. Song Ming yelled quickly, only to see Yangning's body was filled with black mist, and his palms gathered his vitality and slapped Chen Yang's back. Chen Yang felt a chill on his back, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. Now all the energy in his body has been lost. If he is hit by Yangning, he will be seriously injured. Tan Jing wanted to step forward to stop them, but because the distance between them was too far, he couldn't arrive for a while. It was too late for Chen Yang to avoid it at this time. His brain turned quickly, and a dragon cauldron appeared behind Chen Yang. Buzz. Yangning hit the dragon cauldron with a palm and made a dull sound. Chen Yang turned around and found that it was Yangning who attacked him, feeling a little indignant. If it wasn't for his current state, he would have killed Yangning directly. Just as Chen Yang was thinking about how to fight back, the extremely evil monster fish not far away suddenly moved. A huge black figure flashed past. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the two of them in one gulp. Under the astonished eyes of Tan Jing and others, the extremely evil monster fish went straight into the ground and disappeared. Damn, you stay here. Tan Jing thought the battle was over, but he didn't expect this to happen in the end. After he confessed, he hurriedly disappeared in place and chased after the passage left by the extremely evil monster fish. Song Ming and the others looked at each other. I thought that the extremely evil monster fish had lost the power to resist, but I didn't expect that the opponent's vitality was so strong that it still had the strength to escape after being hit by a high-energy particle beam on half of its body. Chen Yang, don't worry about anything. Song Ming and Xiajun prayed in their hearts. Even if they didn't say anything about the credit for this beast tide, they still saw Chen Yang. If it weren't for Chen Yang, those 6th-level beasts alone would be difficult for everyone to deal with. Not to mention Calamity and this extremely evil monster fish. Chen Yang's last blow with all his strength created a great opportunity for Tan Jing, and it was Tan Jing's last shocking sword that the high-energy particle beam could perfectly hit the extremely evil monster fish. Regardless of his own state, Tan Jing pushed his speed to the extreme, and soon caught up with the fleeing monster fish. The extremely evil monster fish sensed Tan Jing behind him, and its aura became more irritable, but its vitality also disappeared. In the big smelly mouth, Chen Yang sat wearily on the tongue of the extremely evil monster fish. The Black Emperor's sword seemed to be aware of Chen Yang's situation at this time. Its sword body emitted a faint light, and a wave of life energy poured into Chen Yang's body to help him repair his injuries. With the help of the Black Emperor's sword, Chen Yang gained a little power. Thank you. Feeling the vitality coming from the Black Emperor's sword in surprise, Chen Yang got up immediately. He stood firm on his legs, held the hilt of the sword and inserted the Black Emperor's sword directly into the tongue of the extremely evil monster fish. Touching the flesh and blood of the extremely evil fish again, the Black Emperor's sword began to crazily suck the vitality of the extremely evil fish, and at the same time transmitted the vitality of the extremely evil fish into Chen Yang's body. The extremely evil monster fish felt the pain again, and felt the loss of its own power again. It kept stirring its tongue to eliminate Chen Yang. Chen Yang firmly grasped the hilt of the Black Emperor's sword, and let the extremely evil monster fish flick its tongue. Tanjing also finally arrived behind the extremely evil fish. A cold light flashed on the extremely evil fish, and the extremely evil fish was hit hard again. The extremely evil monster fish that was hit by the high-energy particle beam had already lost most of its strength. Now it just wanted to escape from here far away. Now that it was caught up by Tanjing, it could only struggle to the death. Bastard, die for me. Once again, Tanjing mobilized the last sliver of strength in his body and swung his sword at the head of the extremely evil fish. The tentacles on the head of the monster were all broken, and a huge wound was continuously flowing out with purple-black blood. The extremely evil monster fish finally stopped fleeing, and under the attack of Tanjing and the Black Emperor's sword continued to suck vitality, it finally reached the limit of life. Chen Yang, give back my son's life. Yingning was also stuck to the tongue of the extremely evil fish, and as the extremely evil fish stopped struggling, he was finally able to attack Chen Yang again. With the help of the Black Emperor's sword, most of Chen Yang's injuries recovered. Seeing that Yingning was still trapped in the mental pollution of the extremely evil monster fish, he drew out the Black Emperor's sword and went to meet it. Don't blame me. Seeing Yingning lose his mind, Chen Yang wiped away the last trace of patience in his heart. The Black Emperor's sword passed through Yingning's body, and under his angry eyes, Chen Yang cut Yingning in two. Call. The surroundings finally quieted down. In many battles, Chen Yang kept breaking through his limits. Now that the crisis was finally resolved, Chen Yang's ass was limp on the tongue of the extremely evil monster fish. Chen Yang. Tanjing also dragged his exhausted body to dig the corpse of the extremely evil fish. After a long time, a blood hole appeared on Chen Yang's head, and it was Tanjing who discovered him. Haha, I knew you kid would be fine, your life is indeed tougher than mine. Seeing that Chen Yang was safe and sound, Tanjing finally dissipated the last worry in his heart. City Lord Tan. Chen Yang looked at the other party with a wry smile, and reluctantly responded. Can you still move? Tanjing was also very tired. Since becoming a martial saint for so long, this is the first time he has dealt with two 7th-rank beasts. I'm fine, I just need to rest for a while. Chen Yang shook his head and said. Go out first, it's too smelly here. Tanjing said with disgust. There was a disgusting taste in the mouth of the extremely evil monster fish, and he didn't care because he was too nervous before. Now that they finally relaxed, the stench from the extremely evil fish's mouth suddenly made the two of them dizzy. Chen Yang propped himself up and followed Tanjing away from the mouth of the extremely evil fish. Seeing that the extremely evil fish had completely died, Chen Yang and Tanjing looked at each other and smiled. Chen Yang, what do you think others will think of you if they know that you have killed a 7th-level beast? Tanjing asked after coughing twice. Haha, it's all a false name. Chen Yang shook his head, not caring. No matter what, I will give the main credit for this time to you. If you were not there, Yangcheng would be really dangerous this time. When the country finds out, it will definitely reward you more generously. Tanjing was a little lucky, just a catastrophe gave him a headache, let alone this extremely vicious fish. Fortunately, although the extremely evil monster fish is also a 7th-level beast, its recovery ability cannot be compared with that of Calamity. Calamity is a monster among the 7th-order beasts. The beasts composed of virus aggregates have infinite possibilities for evolution, and their vitality is much stronger than other beasts. If it is killed by conventional means, maybe one day it will make a comeback. City Lord Tan was joking, being able to survive is the best reward. Although Chen Yang was joking, Tanjing had a deep understanding. By the way, where is Patriarch Yang? Tanjing saw Chen Yang and Yingning swallowed by the extremely evil monster fish. Now that Chen Yang came out, he didn't find any sign of Yingning. He is dead. Chen Yang looked at the Black Emperor sword in his hand. Yingning's vitality had long been absorbed by the Black Emperor sword, and now there was only one wreck left in the mouth of the extremely evil monster fish. Tanjing didn't ask any more questions after hearing this, and he didn't intend to ask more about Chen Yang being swallowed. He would say that it was Yingning who sacrificed himself to protect Yangcheng. In this case, let's recover quickly, Yangcheng is still waiting for us to go back. Tanjing swept away the dirt on himself, and found a place to sit cross-legged. Chen Yang nodded, and immediately entered the cultivation state. Although the wounds in his body were repaired a lot with the help of the Black Emperor sword, many hidden wounds still remained. If all these hidden injuries are not dealt with, it will leave a root of trouble on Chen Yang's cultivation path in the future. But now is not the best time to calm down and practice. Only when this beast tide is completely over can he come down and concentrate on cultivation. Half an hour later, Chen Yang opened his eyes. The surrounding vitality was already very thin. Tan Jing felt Chen Yang's movement, and immediately withdrew from the cultivation state. Chen Yang tore up the clothes on his body. A flash of energy flashed across Chen Yang, and the brand new clothes attached to him. Are you in control of Yuan Li? Tan Jing opened his mouth. He wanted to ask a long time ago. That's right, I didn't practice other combat skills. At that time, only this one was more suitable for me. Chen Yang nodded. Original force control is very difficult to cultivate. There are not many people in the entire Hua Kingdom who practice this combat skill. I guess there are no more than 3 who can reach your current level. Sometimes I am quite envious of the ability of the original force to transform things. Tan Jing sighed. Haha, City Lord Tan's swordsmanship is also very powerful. Chen Yang praised it. How is the recovery? Is it okay? Tan Jing stood up and asked. Let's go, Captain Wen and the others should wait in a hurry. Chen Yang put the extremely evil monster fish into the space pocket, and with a wave of his arm, all the soil above his head was broken. The moonlight reflected on the earth and covered it with a layer of plain clothes, and the beast tide in the distance gradually receded. This time, the crisis in Yangcheng was finally over. Approaching Yangcheng, when Wujun and others saw that Chen Yang and Tanjing had come back safe and sound, they couldn't help shouting, "Brother Chen Yang!" The civil and military army waved their arms vigorously to welcome the 2 heroes of the beast tide. Chen Yang, I knew you would be fine. Song Ming also slapped Chen Yang's shoulder excitedly, and didn't know what to say for a while. Okay, don't rush to celebrate, the beast tide is not over yet. Tanjing smiled gratifiedly. Where's Yang Ning? Seeing that only 2 people came back, Xiajun said strangely. Yang Ning, he. Chen Yang hesitated for a while, but still told the news of Yang Ning's death. It's a pity, if he hadn't been polluted by the spirit of the extremely evil monster fish, this battle really wouldn't have fallen. Tan Yi shook his head and sighed. This time there is also his own reason. When he suddenly broke through to the strength of a top-level grandmaster before, I felt that his breath was a little abnormal. Now that I think about it, he probably swallowed the magic liquid of the experiment. Tan Jing recalled the scene after Yang Ning broke through the ground and speculated. It makes sense to say that Yang Ning already possesses spiritual talent. Logically speaking, he shouldn't lose control for so long. If he really broke through because he drank the experimental magic liquid, it may really cause him to be unable to resist mental pollution. Tan Yi thought for a while and said, pity. Mo Yunfei behind him suddenly spoke. Chen Yang looked at Mo Yunfei in surprise. If the other party hadn't taken the initiative to speak, he would have almost ignored Patriarch Mo. Chen Yang checked the opponent's talent and found that his special talent was hidden. No wonder he had no sense of existence. Clean up the battlefield, this day is finally over. Xiajun laughed. After fighting for a day, everyone is very tired now. It was already late at night, and Chen Yang felt his stomach, only to realize that he hadn't eaten for almost a day. Since the beast tide is over, I'll go back first. Mo Yunfei clasped his fists and said, Patriarch Mo, thank you this time. Civil and military troops hurried forward to thank them. I want to say that I am most grateful to Chen Yang. If it weren't for him, our Yangcheng would be really dangerous this time. Xiajun said. That's right, Chen Yang's contribution this time is obvious to all. I think this time apart from the city lord, it is Chen Yang who has contributed the most. Song Ming praised without hesitation. I have no objection. At first I heard that Chen Yang had killed a 7th-order beast, but I didn't believe it before. Now that I think about it, my vision is still too narrow. Xiajun laughed and agreed. What you said is too exaggerated. Everyone's contribution to this beast tide is indispensable. Chen Yang scratched his hair in embarrassment. Haha, don't be humble. Everyone sees what you do. If you are nothing, then us old guys are even more unimportant. Tan Yi also praised. Patriarch Mo, why don't you stay and have a meal, so that we can communicate with each other? It's been a long time since so many masters gathered together in Yangcheng. Lu Tianrui suggested. Forget it, after all, the Yang family. Mo Yunfei didn't say the rest of the words. Everyone is exhausted, so don't force Patriarch Mo to stay. Let's get together again when all this is over, when the country distributes meritorious service. Tan Jing also spoke. Then I'll take my leave. Mo Yunfei nodded and left the city gate. Soon, Song Ming and others also left one after another, but Tan Jing remained at the city gate. City Master Tan, then I will go back first. Chen Yang originally wanted to copy Mo Yunfei's talent, but the other party left after saying a few words, so he never found a chance. Won't you come to my house for dinner? Tan Jing invited to say. Forget it, I'm dying of pain all over my body now. Chen Yang haha refused. Okay, if you have time, you must come and play. Tan Jing nodded. He has now put Chen Yang's status on the same level as other patriarchs, even more important than them. Then City Lord Tan, see you then. Chen Yang clasped his hands together, and then disappeared into the city wall. Dad, let's go back too. Seeing Tan Jing's tired face, Tan Yi couldn't help but said. You go first. Tan Jing didn't choose to go home. He still couldn't forget Smith's unauthorized launch of a high-energy particle beam. If it wasn't for Chen Yang's luck, half of the corpses of the extremely evil monster fish would have been wiped out into ashes. Inside the turret base, Smith sat silently on a chair. At that time, he pressed the launch button at a huge risk, thinking that Chen Yang would die under the high-energy particle beam, but he didn't expect Chen Yang to be so lucky that he was not hit. Smith was not afraid of Chen Yang coming to trouble him. Although he forcibly fired the button without receiving an order, the final result was obviously good. Even though Chen Yang had complaints in his heart, considering the situation at that time, he did nothing wrong. The gate of the turret base opened, Smith raised his head as if feeling something, and it was indeed Tan Jing who came in. City Lord Tan, congratulations on killing the beast. If it weren't for you, Yangcheng might not be safe this time. Smith got up and went to greet him. Why didn't you act according to my plan at that time? Tan Jing asked straight to the point. City Lord Tan, you also know that this high-energy particle beam is still in the experimental stage, and even I cannot guarantee its power. Although I was not sure at the time, I must not let go of such a good opportunity. If something really happens, I am also willing to bear it alone, Smith said with a resigned expression. Even though he said so, he was sure that Tanjing would not do anything to him. After all, he is one of the heirs of a big family in the United States, and even the high-energy particle beam was developed by his company's scientific researchers and the joint team. This time the effect of the high-energy particle beam was far beyond everyone's imagination. Even if Tanjing was dissatisfied, he would at most verbally reprimand him. Do you know that because of your actions, a peerless genius almost died? Tanjing said coldly. Then I can't let the city lord sacrifice you. I saved the entire Yangcheng. Smith said dissatisfied. I don't care what your reasons are. You violated the most important regulations of the joint force and disobeyed orders. Starting today, I don't want to see your people participate in the research project of high-energy particle beams. Tanjing said without doubt. You are crossing the river and tearing down the bridge. Smith said angrily. That's my decision. Tanjing left after leaving a word. As a martial artist, he has long seen that Smith and Chen Yang have known each other for a long time. As for why Smith didn't deal with Chen Yang, he didn't want to know. As for what Smith was thinking when he pressed the weapons firing button, only he himself knows. Seeing Tanjing leaving directly, Smith's face gradually turned ugly. Chen Yang, it's you again. Smith couldn't help being angry. He guessed that Tanjing had seen through his thoughts, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a decision. Smith didn't regret it, he just regretted that he didn't eliminate Chen Yang at that time. Knowing Chen Yang's strength, Smith knew that the chances of him wanting to take revenge on the other party were not great. Thinking of the woman he admired being taken away by Chen Yang, a murderous look flashed in his eyes. After Chen Yang left the city wall, he didn't know what happened afterwards. If he knew that Smith wanted to kill him at that time, he would definitely not let him go. In Yangcheng, the busiest square was rarely visited at this time. Usually even in the early morning, it is still very lively here. Now, apart from seeing the soldiers of the joint team cleaning up the corpses of the beasts that broke into Yangcheng, other civilians are hiding in their homes and dare not go out. Chen Yang returned home and knocked on the door, and finally heard Lu Yan's voice to open the door after a while. Boss, you are finally back. Lu Yan looked a little scared, and when he saw Chen Yang coming back, his face was very excited. Haha, why are you so excited? Chen Yang took off his shoes after entering the door. Aren't I afraid of something unexpected happening to you, boss? Boss, you don't know. I'm so scared when I'm alone at home. There are gunshots everywhere. Lu Yan said with a face full of fear. It was my negligence. I forgot to call the people from the joint force to protect you. Chen Yang said with some guilt. It's good that you're fine, boss. Lu Yan showed a sweet smile. Is there anything to eat? The restaurants outside are closed. I'm starving to death. Chen Yang drank a large glass of water and fought all day, until then he relaxed a little. There are still some vegetables at home, please let me not serve you. Lu Yan thought for a while and said. Okay, I haven't tasted your cooking skills yet. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Hey, wait a minute, boss, I'll do it right away. After Lu Yan finished speaking, he immediately ran to the kitchen. After taking a shower, Chen Yang lay down on the sofa, listening to the crackling figure in the kitchen. He showed a slight smile. I don't know how Lu Xian is doing now. Chen Yang took out his mobile phone and wanted to make a call, but he checked the time and thought it was too late. Forget it, let's ask tomorrow. Chen Yang hesitated for a long time, and finally put down the phone. Boss, the face is ready. Lu Yan walked cautiously with a big bowl. Chen Yang glanced curiously, and was a little surprised by the finished product. I can't see it. The noodles you made look pretty good. I saw you were so young, so I thought you couldn't cook. Chen Yang praised. What do you mean I'm so young, boss? Aren't you only 20 years old? Lu Yan pouted. I'll try it. Chen Yang's appetite whetted his appetite when he smelled the aroma. The noodles are very chewy, which reminds Chen Yang of the breakfast his mother used to make, which tastes very similar to this. Just as Chen Yang was savoring it carefully, the doorbell suddenly rang at the door. It's so late, who else will come? Lu Yan looked at the surveillance camera suspiciously, and saw a young woman standing outside the gate of the villa with a stunning face. Who? Chen Yang asked. It seems to be Miss Yingwan. Lu Yan has some impressions of Yingwan. After all, she is one of the 4 beauties in Yangcheng, and she is very famous in Yangcheng. And it also appeared in front of her last time, but that experience was not very good. Are you going to let her in? Lu Yan asked for opinions. Yingwan. Chen Yang was taken aback, he didn't expect that the other party would come to find him so late. Let her in. Chen Yang thought for a while, then said. The door opened, and the sound of rushing high-heeled shoes soon sounded outside the door. Miss Yang. Lu Yan looked at Yingwan and said hello politely. Seeing that it was Chen Yang's secretary who opened the door, she froze for a moment. Hello, is Chen Yang in there? Yingwan asked. Yes, you can come in directly. Lu Yan brought Yingwan to the living room. Mr. Chen. Seeing Chen Yang eating noodles, Yingwan was a little moved. Miss Yang, I don't know what's going on here so late, isn't it because of Patriarch Yang? Chen Yang glanced at Yingwan, and saw that the other party's delicate face was full of exhaustion. Even if he didn't need to guess, he knew why Yingwan came here now. Yingwan originally wanted to ask tactfully, but when she saw Chen Yang open the topic directly, she sat down and nodded. If Miss Yang came to scold me, then I have nothing to say. Chen Yang ate the noodles and put them aside. That's not the case. Can you tell me, how did my father die? Yingwan's eyes were a little red, probably because she had cried before coming here. Chen Yang can understand the other party's current mood. Almost all the grandmasters who participated in the Battle of the Beast Tide in Yangchang survived, only her close relative died, and she didn't even see the body. It is reasonable for Yingwan to come here so anxiously. He was eaten by a very evil monster fish. Chen Yang explained. It's that simple. Yingwan was not satisfied with this answer. I heard that both you and my father were swallowed by the monster fish, but why didn't he come back alive? You doubt me? Chen Yang smiled. Yingwan didn't answer, but just stared into Chen Yang's eyes. I know you think there is a conflict between me and him, so you may have harmed him. But I can tell you that when you were swallowed by the extremely evil fish, your father was directly killed by the power of the extremely evil fish. As for the picture at that time, I won't describe it too much. You may not believe it, but this is my answer. Chen Yang lied. Impossible. Why is my father going to die? Yingwan lost control of her emotions after hearing Chen Yang's answer. Maybe you don't know, he was affected by the spiritual talent of the extremely evil fish, and even attacked us in reverse. This is why he failed to survive the mouth of the extremely evil fish. If you don't believe it, then I will. There was no way, but that was the experience at the time. Chen Yang couldn't bear it, but he still described it like this. He can't say that your father is crazy and wants to kill me, and then I make him stupid, right? Oh, no. It must be you. You must have killed him. Yingwan finally couldn't control her emotions. Tears could not help but fall down her cheeks. Even if I really killed your father, can you still take revenge on me? Is there any benefit for me to lie to you? Chen Yang said with a pretended relaxed expression. But Yingwan's emotions gradually collapsed, and she didn't know if this was the answer she wanted to hear. In a few days, Yangchang will hold a memorial service. At that time, the country will also award your father with a medal. Your father's death is not worthless. He guarded the entire Yangchang. He died for you and the people of Yangchang. Chen Yang said comfortingly. You really have nothing to do with his death? Yingwan asked in tears. I can assure you that this matter has nothing to do with me. Chen Yang said sincerely. At that time, he was indeed forced to do nothing. He definitely couldn't control the other party in his state at that time. If he didn't kill Yingning, he would be the one who was unlucky in the end. Therefore, Chen Yang didn't feel guilty in his heart, not to mention that he didn't deal with Yingning very much. But what Chen Yang said was correct. Yingning did sacrifice for the entire Yangchang. If it wasn't for protecting Yangchang, he didn't need to participate in this beast tide battle. Lu Yan. Chen Yang winked for Lu Yan to help comfort Yingwan. Seeing this, Lu Yan immediately sat beside Yingwan to comfort her. It was women who understood women better. After half an hour, Yingwan finally calmed down. If Chen Yang was comforted by this, he might be annoyed to death. Thank you, I'm much better now. Yingwan packed up her emotions and thanked Lu Yan. It's okay, I can understand your feeling, go back and rest early. Lu Yan handed Yingwan a tissue and said, Chen Yang, I'm sorry, I let you watch a joke. Yingwan got up and planned to leave. Forget the 1,000 billion that your Yang family owes me, go back and rest. Chen Yang didn't know what to say. Thanks. Yingwan took a deep look at Chen Yang. Looking at the back of Yingwan leaving, Chen Yang sighed. Why, boss, are you reluctant? Lu Yan joked. What are you thinking about? Chen Yang glanced at her angrily. I'm going to bed, please clean up the living room. Chen Yang disappeared on the first floor without waiting for Lu Yan to complain. I'm not a nanny. Seeing Chen Yang leaving directly, Lu Yan puffed out his cheeks and shouted. The next day, Yangchang once again returned to the bustle of the past, and everyone discussed the beast tide that happened yesterday. Thanks to the efforts of the joint team and the major families, not many people died in Yangchang. This result is undoubtedly very good news for Yangchang. Chen Yang had a lot of credit for this. If he hadn't collapsed the passage of the Worm Lord and killed the beasts that sneaked into Yangchang, the number of casualties in Yangchang would have skyrocketed. Just as everyone started a new day, Yangchang ushered in a big news. A technology company called Future released a new product, Super Gene Potion. The man behind his company is none other than Smith. In the Future company, Yang Wenshan sits in the chairman's office. Mr. Yang, what do you think? Now that Yingning has sacrificed and Yang Minjiao has become a different species again, the Yang family can't be left alone for a day. I think it's perfect for you to sit in this position. Smith looked at Yang Wenshan with a smile and persuaded him. But then, Yang Wenshan still hesitated in his heart. This time is indeed a very good opportunity for him. Patriarch Yang, there is nothing to hesitate about. In the future, when the two of us join forces, I can even provide you with our company's latest super genetic potion. I have shown you the battle data of the beast tide yesterday, and I can guarantee that it will definitely be the best-selling genetic medicine in Yangcheng. Smith said it himself. And our two goals are the same. I believe you must also hate Chen Yang very much. After all, he made you embarrassing in public. Could you just let that matter go? After listening to Smith's persuasion, Yang Wenchen gradually agreed with the other party's point of view. Then what about Yang Wan? Although my eldest brother is dead, according to the law, Yang Wan is the current first heir. Yang Wenchen hesitated. It's just a woman, do you really intend to let a woman take charge of the entire Yang family? Smith said. What can you do? Yang Wenchen asked. Just ask her to hand over the inheritance rights of the Yang family. If she doesn't want to, then she will have to suffer. Smith didn't care to say. Okay, I promise to cooperate with you. Yang Wenchen nodded vigorously. Thank you Patriarch Yang for your choice. Next, let's wait for the good news. Chen Yang won't be jumping for long. Smith smiled meaningfully. Does Mr. Smith have any plans? Yang Wenchen asked curiously. You know the Zhao family in the Devil's capital, right? Smith said. Of course I know. We had contacts with the Zhao family in the magical capital before, but what does this have to do with Chen Yang? Yang Wenchen was a little puzzled. There is one thing that Patriarch Yang definitely doesn't know. The eldest lady of Zhao's family in Shanghai had a conflict with Chen Yang, and it was not a small one. Before that, Zhao's family in Shanghai had some contact with me. After learning that Chen Yang was in Yangcheng, it's over now. Smith explained a few words casually. It's useless, you don't know, Chen Yang's strength is no less than that of a high-ranking grandmaster. I heard that the most powerful member of the Zhao family is also a high-ranking grandmaster. He is probably not Chen Yang's opponent. Yang Wenchen shook his head and said. Don't worry, that old man from the Zhao family has already broken through to the martial saint. Smith said. Wu Sheng? Really, why are you so sure that the Zhao family will take action against Chen Yang? Yang Wenchen said in surprise. Because Chen Yang killed the patriarch of the Zhao family in the Demon City. Smith dropped an explosive message. Is this thing reliable? Yang Wenchen asked excitedly. Of course, Smith, do everything with confidence. Smith lit a cigarette and exhaled smoke rings. That's great. If the martial saint really makes a move, I will have Chen Yang kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Yang Wenchen said excitedly. Then about Yang Wan. I'll ask her now. I'm her second uncle. Now that my eldest brother is gone, it's not too much for me to take charge of the Yang family. Yang Wenchen exuded the aura of a master, and he believed in himself. Then I'll wait for good news from Patriarch Yang. Smith nodded. Watching Yang Wenchen leave, Smith showed a sneer. With the backing of Yang Wenchen, a master, he will have more status in Yangcheng in the future. However, it is not that simple to control Yang Wenchen. The most important thing for him is the newly researched super genetic potion. The power of the magic liquid is combined in it, but it will not completely become a different species. This kind of potion will definitely sell better than Chen Yang's spiritual liquid. After all, spiritual liquid still needs the effort of the cultivator himself, but this super genetic potion can directly change the physique of the cultivator. For things that can directly improve their strength, it must be easier for practitioners to like them. What Yang Ning drank before was an incomplete super gene potion, but now the researched one is even more perfect. In order to suppress Chen Yang, Smith spent a huge sum of money to sell it at the same price of 200 million. I believe that the entire Yangcheng will be boiling because of the appearance of the super gene potion. Chen Yang, you didn't expect that I would bring you such a big surprise. I'll see how your spirit liquid fights with me. At that time, the Song family will definitely beg to cooperate with me, and Song Qing will definitely be mine. Inside the Coke company, Chen Yang frowned and looked at the super gene potion in his hand. Is this the potion that future company sells today? Chen Yang asked. That's right, this thing works faster than the psychic liquid, and the price is the same as the psychic liquid. I suspect that this is because the future company deliberately suppressed us. Now many practitioners are more inclined to the super genetic potion, because it can change immediately as soon as you drink it. Physique. I really don't know how this genetic potion was developed, it's incredible. Zhang Jing sighed. You didn't drink, did you? Chen Yang asked. Of course not. I'm not a cultivator, so I can't afford it. Zhang Jing shook his head. After the notice, none of our company's internal personnel are allowed to buy super genetic potions. Once found out, they will be fired immediately. Chen Yang said. Isn't this bad? It will make people feel rebellious. Zhang Jing didn't understand Chen Yang's behavior. There is a problem with this super genetic potion. Once a practitioner drinks it, he will no longer be a human being. Chen Yang said solemnly. It's not that exaggerated, is it? Zhang Jing was taken aback by Chen Yang's words. Believe me, I am very familiar with this thing. This is not a power that humans can control. If it's really what you said, Mr. Chen, how dare they sell it like this? Don't worry about it so much, just do it. Chen Yang got up and put away the super gene potion. This super genetic potion is actually an improved magic liquid. As for its function, Chen Yang is very familiar with it. Although I don't know why this kind of thing appeared in Yangcheng, but this matter must have something to do with the family. I'm going to the joint team. By the way, who will be the boss of the future company? Chen Yang suddenly remembered to ask. It's a foreigner named Smith. Zhang Jing thought for a while and said. Smith, it turned out to be him. Chen Yang hee-heed, and then disappeared into the company. Not long after, Chen Yang appeared at the base of the joint team. Chen Yang, you scared me. When Suning Xiang saw a person suddenly appearing in front of her eyes, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. After discovering that it was Chen Yang, she realized it. Is City Lord Tan here? Chen Yang asked. Yes, you just go straight there. Suning Xiang showed Chen Yang the way. Thanks. Chen Yang followed Suning Xiang's guidance to find Tanjing. You came. Tanjing was a little surprised to see Chen Yang open the door. Chen Yang looked inside the room, and the civil and military army happened to be inside. City Lord Tan. Chen Yang sat directly on the sofa. Come over here for a quick chat, is there anything I can help you with? Tanjing said with a smile. City Lord Tan, Captain Wen, you should know about the super gene released by the Future Technology Company. Chen Yang said. Of course I know, the whole city of Yangzhou is full of noise. Wen Ryujun spoke. Could it be that you think there is something wrong with this super genetic potion? Tanjing could see the purpose of Chen Yang's visit at a glance. That's right, this super genetic potion must never be sold, it will ruin the practitioners in Yangchang. Chen Yang said with a solemn expression. Is there any evidence? Seeing that Chen Yang was so serious, Wen Ryujun hurriedly asked. Do you still remember how Yang Ning went crazy? Chen Yang asked. Yang Ning? Didn't he go crazy because of mental pollution? Wen Ryujun looked at Chen Yang and then at Tanjing, realizing that things were not that simple. Think about it, Yang Ning, as a cultivator with spiritual talent, no matter how bad he is, it is impossible for him to be controlled by spiritual pollution for so long, right? Chen Yang reminded. It's true that you said that, I was very surprised at the time. Wen Ryujun nodded. His state at that time was very strange. If I guessed correctly, mental pollution was not the main cause of his madness. The real reason should have something to do with this super genetic potion, because I am very familiar with his state. Chen Yang recalled. Is this true? Seeing that Chen Yang didn't seem to be joking, Tanjing also realized the seriousness of the problem. This super genetic potion has actually been researched in Yancheng long ago, but the United Team has been prohibiting everyone from using it, let alone selling it. Because its core formula is something we are all familiar with, the magic liquid in the magic crystal. Chen Yang took out the super gene potion and said, that's it. Wen Ryujun looked in surprise at the medicine bottle Chen Yang took out, which contained red medicine. He shouldn't do this, right? If something goes wrong, his company will have a big problem. Civil and military soldiers couldn't see anything wrong with the potion in the bottle. We have also studied magic liquid and thought about using it to improve the physique of practitioners, but it has never been successful. Smith should be very familiar with this aspect, maybe he succeeded. Tanjing said. It's useless, the magic liquid is not something we humans can crack. I can tell you very seriously that no matter what method is used, as long as the magic liquid is added to the potion, it will definitely cause the creature to mutate. However, some mutations can be immediately, you can see that some of them take time. Chen Yang explained to the two the possible consequences of improving the magic liquid. Although the magic liquid in this super genetic potion has been diluted, its essence is still magic liquid. As long as you swallow it, your body will undergo an irreversible mutation. I call this mutated form a semi-alien. Half-alien. Wen Ryujun and Tanjing felt bad when they heard the name. That's right, this semi-alien species can maintain human brains and thinking just like humans. But the body will still undergo changes. Isn't there Suning Xiang who is talented in perspective in your team? She can see and swallow this genetic potion's subsequent changes. Chen Yang thought of Suning Xiang's talent and said. He can directly know who is a semi-heteromorph because of systematic reasons, but the people in the joint team don't know. Even Tanjing needs careful perception to know. If what Chen Yang said is true, then we must quickly ban the sale of super genetic potions, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Tanjing couldn't help but feel chills down his back when he thought of the problems that might arise from the super genetic potion. If drinking this potion really turns into an inhuman and ghost-like appearance, it will really harm the practitioners in the entire Yangchang. It's not too late, let's go now. Chen Yang turned on the teleportation and took the two of them directly downstairs to the future company. The appearance of the two surprised the surrounding people for a while, but they were soon attracted by the sales point at the gate of the future company. It turns out that the super genetic potion is sold here, so it will be much easier to handle. Chen Yang motioned for the civil and military army to take action. The civil and military army directly took out the badge of the joint team and walked forward. I am Wen Ryujun, the captain of the joint team, and now I am announcing the ban on the sale of super genetic potions until we are sure there is no harm. Many cultivators who wanted to rush to buy the super gene potions saw that the civil and military army directly sealed up the sales point, and immediately regretted that they hadn't come one step earlier. Captain Wen, why are you doing this? The sales manager knew Wen Ryujun, and when he saw that the other party directly sealed up the store without saying a word, he hurriedly asked. If there is any problem, your boss will explain it later. Now quickly take back the super genetic potion that was sold before. Wen Ryujun spoke. Captain Wen, you can't just seal up our sales outlets for no reason like this, at least you have to show evidence. The manager was dissatisfied. If you want to do it, do it. The civil and military army exuded the aura of a master and pressed on the manager. The manager trembled all over and knelt on the ground in fright. Because I often cooperated with the joint team before, I lost my fear of the joint team after a long time. It was only then that he realized that he was a clown, and the opposite was a real Grand Master. I'll do it right now, the manager said tremblingly. Humph. The civil and military army withdrew his breath, and the manager stood up tremblingly at this moment. The surrounding cultivators who had just purchased the super gene potion wanted to escape, but when they saw that the civil and military army locked their breath on them, they did not dare to breathe out. City Master Tan, why did you come here when you have time, and even blocked my shop? Hearing the report from his subordinates, Smith also rushed down immediately. Smith, we now ask you to stop selling super genetic potions. Tan Jing glanced at Chen Yang, and then said trustingly. He felt that Chen Yang should not be negligent on such an important matter. City Master Tan, it's fine to ask me to ban the sale of super genetic potions, but there must be a reason, right? Could it be that he called you to trouble me because he threatened Chen Yang's company? Smith said coldly. Although the person standing in front of him is the city lord of Yangchang, he must be reasonable in everything. If there is no reason to seize his company's super gene potion, he will definitely not agree. Does Mr. Smith think that I am such a disregard for the overall situation? Chen Yang smiled and said indifferently. Then why do you want to ban the sale of my company's super genetic potion? Don't tell me that there is something wrong with the super genetic potion. Smith also appeared very confident. The reason why they dare to sell it is that they must go through layers of tests before they dare to go public, otherwise something really goes wrong and it will be harmful to the company. That's right, there is indeed something wrong with the super genetic potion you're selling. Chen Yang nodded lightly. Where's the evidence? Smith still thinks that Chen Yang is here to find fault. Are you sure you want to say it here? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Why, you don't have evidence, right? City Lord Tan, Captain Wen, if you seal up my company's store without evidence, can I think you are intentionally bullying? A look of anger crept up on Smith's face. Wen Ryujun and Tan Jing looked at Chen Yang at the same time. Of course they had no evidence, because all this was dictated by Chen Yang. City Master Tan, check Smith's body directly. If I'm not mistaken, Smith is not a purebred human anymore. Chen Yang said neither in a hurry nor in a hurry. What did you say? When Smith heard Chen Yang slandering him, he couldn't help but want to scold him. After hearing this, Tan Jing directly opened his mental power to check Smith's body. Smith wanted to resist, but he was no match for Wu Sheng. After struggling for a second, he was trapped by Tan Jing's vitality. Mental force pierced Smith's body, and after a careful inspection, Tan Jing found that the other person's body was a little strange. Now Smith has a lot of black energy in his blood, and his body structure is also different from that of ordinary people. Is this the half-species you said? Tan Jing frowned and asked. That's right, the city lord should have noticed it, right? Chen Yang nodded. Except for the black energy and body structure being changed, there is no difference in other places. Tan Jing doubted Chen Yang's judgment. City Master, take a closer look, this thing is very good at hiding. Seeing that Tan Jing didn't notice the difference, Chen Yang asked Tan Jing to observe again. Seeing this, Tan Jing's mental power and Yuan power poured into Smith's body together. As soon as Smith's body ached, he screamed in pain. This time, under the investigation of Tan Jing Yuan Li, the abnormality in Smith's body finally appeared. All the organs of his body were covered with strange pores. When probing with mental power, these black pores were all hidden, and with the stimulation of vitality, they appeared in front of Tan Jing again. As if feeling that the owner of his body was being threatened, the black energy in Smith's body also began to attack Tan Jing's vitality as if he had come alive. However, Tan Jing's vitality is too strong, and the black energy has no good solution for a while. Tan Jing then withdrew all his mental strength and vitality, and the brows on his face were already wrinkled. How about it, did City Lord Tan find out? Seeing that Tan Jing's face became ugly, Chen Yang asked. Tan Jing responded in a low voice. With Tan Jing's vitality withdrawn, Smith finally regained control of his body. Seeing Tan Jing's dignified expression, his heart skipped a beat. Your super genetic potion contains magic liquid ingredients, right? Chen Yang said lightly. So what? This magic liquid has been thoroughly researched by us, and it will not affect the human body at all. Smith didn't know that he, too, had become a half-xenomorph. It's normal that you can't find it, because the weirdness of the magic liquid is beyond the ability of human beings to study. Chen Yang dismissed it. Take him away, let's go to his office and talk. Tan Jing said. With a wave of Chen Yang's hand, the four of them immediately appeared upstairs in the company. Smith's office. Smith, I now order you as the city lord to ban the sale of super genetic potions. If you refuse, I may take necessary measures. Tan Jing didn't allow Smith to ask questions, and ordered directly. You can't do this. This is the result of our company's research, why are you targeting me like this? Smith's face was very ugly. It seems that since he met Chen Yang, his recent life has been miserable. City Lord Tan, you have to give me a reason. Smith suppressed the anger in his heart and said. Is it enough that your super genetic potion will harm all practitioners? Chen Yang said. How could it hurt them? Chen Yang, you are not jealous that my company has developed a better potion than spiritual liquid. Smith dismissively said. Poor man, you are still immersed in your sweet dreams. Yanchinch has researched this genetic potion a long time ago, but if you drink this potion, your body will undergo a huge change. Although your potion dilutes the magic liquid, it will still turn people into half-different species. In other words, you are no longer human. Chen Yang looked at Smith's talent panel and said coldly, "Impossible, I am very good now, how could I not be human? You are slandering." Smith didn't believe what Chen Yang said. "Even I was almost deceived, let alone other people. It's normal that you don't know. Although I don't know what will happen when you become a half-different species, it is definitely not a good thing to lose the essence of human beings. Smith, you can choose for yourself, whether you seal up these super genetic potions or I send people from the team to take over here," Tan Jing said without doubt. Smith's face flushed. "If I can prove that there is nothing wrong with my super genetic potion, let's wait until you prove it." Tan Jing did not deny it. In fact, this super genetic potion has no other disadvantages other than turning people into half-different species. If other people are really easily seduced by the effects and illusions of the super gene potion, only Chen Yang knows that they have lost their human essence. Maybe after taking the super gene potion continuously in the future, it might become a real alien. Seeing Smith compromise, Chen Yang also expressed his conjecture. "Then don't we have to recall those who bought the super gene potion now?" Wen Wujian frowned and said, "That's right, I just don't know how many practitioners drank the super genetic potion. Fortunately, we found out on the first day, otherwise the whole Yangcheng would be over after the base number expanded." Chen Yang said happily, "I'll call the team over now, this matter is too important, we will never allow the magic liquid to leak outside." The civil and military army immediately notified the joint team. But now there is a problem. Ordinary people can't see this change at all, and the equipment can't detect it. How can we distinguish those practitioners who have taken the super genetic potion? Let me and Sun Yingxiang work together. I can directly distinguish the practitioners who have been changed by the super gene potion. Sun Yingxiang also has the talent of clairvoyance, so she can see it too. Chen Yang revealed his plan. "The most important thing for us now is to take back all the super genetic potions sold by the future company. I believe that every bottle of potion sold by the future company should have a record. We can follow this record to find it. The second is to let the potion all the cultivators have registered and refused them to touch this kind of thing again, otherwise they will be completely polluted one day." Tan Jing agreed with Chen Yang's opinion. "Smith, please cooperate and give us the information on the super gene potion you have purchased. My secretary will give it to you." Seeing that Tan Jing was determined not to let him sell the super gene potion, Smith felt a chill in his heart. He left the office angrily, and a young and gentle beauty came in a moment later, who should be Smith's secretary. Walking to the balcony, Smith couldn't help but let out a yell to vent his emotions. "What is half-alien and what will be polluted are all excuses? You are just jealous that I can research super genetic potions. When the Zhao family comes over, I will make you regret it." Smith counted the time, and the Zhao family, the magical capital, was almost here. The joint team moved very quickly. Sun Yingxiang didn't know what happened at first. When she activated her talent to check the practitioners who drank the super gene potion, her heart trembled and she felt a little fear. "Ningxiang, what's wrong?" Seeing something wrong with Sun Yingxiang's eyes, Lu Tianrui asked quickly. "It's so similar, the state in their bodies is simply the alien species in their childhood," Sun Yingxiang said in fear. "Really? Why can't I see any change?" Lu Tianrui carefully observed the half-species identified by Chen Yang, but found nothing in the end. This kind of magic liquid is very powerful. When they are not completely transformed into alien species, they will choose to hide. Unless the host who is parasitized actively uses the power of the magic liquid, it is usually impossible to see it. Chen Yang explained. "No wonder you need Ningxiang to go out, it seems that you have to work hard today." Lu Tianrui looked at Sun Ningxiang and said, "Let's act quickly, every step of the night, one more person will drink the potion." Sun Ningxiang said anxiously. "Okay, let's split up." Chen Yang also knew that the situation was urgent. Tan Jing has issued a full announcement prohibiting practitioners from taking the super genetic potion, but there are still many people who have taken the potion and gained strength, including Yang Wenchen. Yang family. In the villa, Yang Wenchen was immersed in the power brought by the super genetic potion. It hasn't been long since Yang Wenchen stepped into the realm of a master. Apart from his extraordinary talent, most of his cultivation bases are accumulated by spiritual objects. Since stepping into the Grand Master, Yang Wenchen's strength has grown extremely slowly. He has tried many methods, but they all failed in the end. Until an American named Smith appeared in Yangcheng a few years ago, that is when the Yang family had a close cooperation with Smith. Smith brought several very powerful researchers from his family, and their main project was genetics. In cooperation with Smith, they discovered that the magic liquid in the enchanted crystal can actually mutate creatures and rapidly increase their strength. Because of this discovery, the company founded by Smith began to focus on the research of magic liquid until the second-generation potion was developed a year ago. The second-generation potion had some strange reactions during the test, so Yang Ning just kept a bottle with him for emergencies. During this period of time, Smith also had contact with the Zhao family in Shanghai, and the two even often discussed the new discovery of gene potions together. But what Smith didn't know was that the Zhao family in Shanghai had already noticed Yanqing's research results. This is also the reason why the Zhao family in the magical city appeared in Yanqing. Smith thought he was the first to develop a super genetic potion, but he didn't know that Yanqing had already developed it. High-ranking Master Realm, the super genetic potion specially made for me is really powerful. Next, it's my turn to take charge of the Yang family. Yang Wenchen calmed down the vitality in his body, got up and walked towards the Yang group. In the conference room, Yang Wan looked at the large amount of documents in her hand with a haggard look. Although with the help of Secretary Yang Ning and his mother, it is not easy to take over the company quickly. Knowing the news of Yang Ning's sacrifice, everyone in the group has their own thoughts. They all want to take this opportunity to win over various forces to gain the right to speak in the group. Many high-level executives ignore Yang Wan. After all, Yang Wan is just a girl. At such a young age, she wants to take charge of the entire company. Naturally, there are many people dissatisfied. When Yang Wenchen came to the group, many employees gave Yang Wenchen flattering smiles. President Yang, you are finally here. Yang Ning's personal secretary came forward. Yang Wenchen nodded towards Wu Meng. Mr. Yang, you don't know how chaotic the company is now. After all, Yang Wan is too young. Although the wife of Patriarch Yang wants to support her, Ms. Yang is still too young. Now the whole group is not focused on work. If it is too late without a person in power, I am afraid it will not be good for the future development of the group. Wu Meng complained. Oh, can't Yang Wan be the person in power? Yang Wenchen asked tentatively. She doesn't have much experience, and she needs at least a few years of experience to control the entire company. If Yang Wan is really in charge of the entire group, many people may not be convinced. Wu Meng's tone was somewhat complaining. Then who do you think is better to be the person in power? Yang Wenchen asked. If you want me to tell you, of course you have to come forward in person, Mr. Yang. In terms of qualifications, Mr. Yang, you are the second head of the Yang family and the younger brother of the head of the Yang family. In terms of strength, you are a master, and you are one of the best in the entire Yangchang. Of course, you are the most suitable person to be the person in power, Wu Meng coquettishly said. Haha, is that right? But Yang Wan is my elder brother's daughter after all. If I take the position directly, there might be people in the group gossiping, right? Yang Wenchen seemed to be refusing, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Wu Meng also noticed that Yang Wenchen was interested in the power holder of the group, so she quickly put her arms around Yang Wenchen's arm. How could it be? Many veterans in the group now feel that Mr. Yang is the most suitable for you to manage. Moreover, the entire Yang family can't be without a master for a day, and a girl can't be the head of the family. In my opinion, Mr. Yang should come. Being the head of the Yang family is the most suitable. Once you become the head of the Yang family, no one in the group will dare to say anything about you. Hearing Wu Meng's flattery, Yang Wenchen was very happy. I'm a practitioner, so I don't usually have that much time to manage the company. Oh, Mr. Yang, isn't there me here? I will definitely help you handle the small matters of the group, Wu Meng said delicately. Hearing Wu Meng's alluring voice, Yang Wenchen felt a sense of pleasure in his heart. Looking at Wu Meng's curvy figure, Yang Wenchen couldn't help swallowing. If everyone thinks so, I can try. Yang Wenchen originally wanted to get the position of Patriarch this time, and what Wu Meng said was exactly what he wanted. From now on, Patriarch Yang will have to take care of you. Wu Meng winked at Yang Wenchen. Haha, no problem. As long as everyone really wants me to be the person in power, your benefits will definitely be indispensable in the future. Yang Wenchen put his arms around Wu Meng's waist and laughed. Then I would like to thank Mr. Yang first. Wu dreamed that his goal was achieved, and the expression on his face became more charming. After a while, Wu Meng brought Yang Wenchen to the meeting room. Opening the door, Yang Wenchen saw all the senior executives of the group sitting inside. Yang Wan turned around and found that it was Yang Wenchen who came in. She was a little surprised, but still greeted him with a smile. Second uncle, why are you here? Hehe, I'm afraid you're too tired, so I'm here to support you, Yang Wenchen said meaningfully. Yang Wan didn't understand Yang Wenchen's intentions, but Yang Ning's wife Shen Na looked at Yang Wenchen in surprise. Yang Wenchen usually doesn't worry much about the internal affairs of the group, so he won't be notified under normal circumstances. Seeing him appearing here suddenly, and Wu Meng who was following behind still had a shy expression on her face, she immediately saw something strange in her seasoned experience. Mr. Yang, it seems that there is no place left. Wu Meng looked at the meeting room, and found that the meeting room was full of people, and there was only one vacant seat in the distance. But if you let him sit there, wouldn't you lose your identity? Move that position over here. Shen Na pointed to the last empty seat to direct Wu Mendeo. Wu Meng responded in a low voice, and moved the empty seat next to Shen Na. Everyone knows that my eldest brother died on the battlefield because of the beast tide. Because of this incident, I was sad for the whole night. His departure threw the whole group into chaos. No matter how sad I am, I can't just watch as the Yang family's group is in decline, which is why I came here today. I know there are many voices in the group, and I want to hear from you. Yang Wenchen spoke after sitting down. Everyone didn't know what Yang Wenchen's attitude was at first, but when they saw Wu Meng standing next to Yang Wenchen, some old foxes immediately understood Yang Wenchen's true intentions. Since Mr. Yang has spoken, I'll be blunt. I think Yang Wan is still too young to make certain decisions. A board member spoke up. Yes, I think so too. Seeing someone taking the lead, another member immediately joined in. Soon, as the two spoke, the conference room became lively. Many members have begun to express their dissatisfaction, which is also reasonable. They have joined the Yang group for at least 20 years, and most of them are over 40 years old now, so how could they be willing to let a girl command them? Yang Wenchen looked at Wu Meng, and saw that the other party's face was calm. It seemed that all this had been arranged long ago. Seeing this, Yang Wenchen became more confident. Originally, he was still hesitating whether it would arouse resentment within the company if he forcibly seized Yang Wan's position, but when someone raised his opinion, Yang Wenchen felt much relieved. Then how do you think it's better to deal with it? Yang Wenchen asked. I suggest re-election of a chairman. The member who spoke first suggested. After hearing this member's words, Yang Wan's face turned dark. She never thought that a member of the board of directors of her own group would say such a thing. I also suggest reselecting a chairman. Ms. Yang still needs to practice for a while, and take over this position when she has experience. That's right. Soon, the conference room began to discuss a lot, and some people took the lead, and they also began to fish in troubled waters to express their ideas. Seeing this, Chen Yang frowned. Quiet? It's so noisy. Do you think the company is a vegetable market? Following Chen Yang's speech, the discussions in the conference room gradually became quieter. Although Yang Wan is inexperienced, she is also a legitimate heir after all. In addition, she also has my assistant. Is this how you are grateful to Patriarch Yang? The meeting room was suddenly silent, and it seemed that no one wanted to be the one in the front seat. Who else disapproves of Yang Wan becoming the chairman? Seeing that she was overwhelmed by everyone, Chen Yang quickly cut through the mess and asked directly and forcefully. I think Yang Wan's strength is not enough. If she wants to become the leader of the group, she must cultivate her strength. Otherwise, she will not have the confidence to contact other families in the future, and it will become a joke instead. A member suddenly said. That's right, I think the patriarch of the Yang family should be the person in power. Madam Shen, you don't think Yang Wan is qualified to be the patriarch, do you? The previous board member spoke again. Why not? Yang Wan's cultivation talent is extremely high, and it won't take many years for her to break through to the realm of a great martial artist. Shen Na retorted. But I think the head of the Yang family must be a strong master. Wu Meng spoke suddenly. The reason why the Yang family can become one of the 5 masters of Yang Cheng is inseparable from the strength of the previous master Yang. If Yang Wan becomes the master of the Yang family now, I am afraid that outsiders will look down on us. This will not only be detrimental to the development of the group, the other board members probably wouldn't agree either. What did you say? Seeing Wu Meng say such words, Yang Wan turned pale. She thought Wu Meng was on her side, but she didn't expect that the other party also had objections to her becoming the person in power. Miss Yang, I think it's not too late for you to practice for 2 years. As for now, I think Yang Wenchen, Master Yang, is more suitable to be the head of the Yang family. Wu Meng said lightly. Hey, I can't help it. Yang Wenchen pretended to evade. I also think that Master Yang should take over as the patriarch temporarily. It won't be too late to wait until Miss Yang reaches the level of a master. The others agreed. That's right, Mr. Yang has the strength of a master, only he can lead our Yang group to go further. Wu Meng looked at Yang Wenchen with a smile and said. Hey, since you all think so, it seems that I have no choice but to carry the banner of patriarch. Don't worry, I will definitely make the Yang family more brilliant. Yang Wenchen saw that it was almost the same, the fox's tail didn't hide anymore. He got up and said. Second uncle. Yang Wan never imagined that Yang Wenchen would become her biggest opponent. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Wan, you are still young, let me take on the responsibility of the Yang family for you for the time being. When you grow up, I will definitely support you. Yang Wenchen said lightly. Yang Wenchen, don't go too far. How can you take the position of your niece? Shen Na stood up and scolded. What do you women know? Now I have the final say on the entire Yang family. Yang Wenchen stopped showing embarrassment, and directly and forcefully took over the important tasks of the group. Seeing that everyone was standing by Yang Wenchen's side, Shen Na realized that she was helpless. The future technology company is downstairs. A group of black luxury cars stopped. Smith walked out of the company door. Patriarch Zhao. The back door of a luxury car opened and an old man about 60 years old wearing a black robe came down, and Smith hurried up to greet him. Master Smith, long time no see. Zhao Suolin nodded and said in a low voice. Master Zhao, Miss Zhao, you are here too. Smith stretched out his hand to hold each other with a smile on his face. It's not convenient to talk here, please come upstairs with me. Smith received several people up. Smith, is it true that Chen Yang is here? Zhao Kej followed Smith and asked quickly. That's right, not only is he here, but he's started a company. Smith told some recent information about Chen Yang in detail. You said he killed a 7th order beast. Hearing Smith recount the battle of the beast tide, Zhao Suolin asked with a fierce look in his eyes. It may be unbelievable to say it, but I was there at the time. At that time, he and Yang Cheng martial saint fought against the 7th level beast. However, he is still a master, but he can only make 2 moves against the 7th level beast. Smith described Chen Yang's fighting power in detail. It's only a short period of 1 month to have the strength of a master. If this child does not die, he will definitely have a bright future in the future. Zhao Suolin said lightly. Grandpa, what should we do? Zhao Lu asked anxiously. Don't worry, no matter how strong he is, he will still be a top-level grandmaster. Grandpa is now in the realm of a martial saint. Although he has only stepped into it not long ago, he is not a top-level grandmaster who can compete. I will definitely catch him and help you find out. Zhao Suolin said calmly. While a few people were chatting, the elevator arrived at the floor arranged by Smith. Patriarch Zhao, please. Smith held out his hand to invite. Several people soon came to a luxurious European-style living room. You guys must not have a place to live after coming so far. This is the room I specially prepared for you. The other floor is available for living, and you can choose any room at will. Smith introduced to the crowd. Well, you have a heart. Zhao Suolin was very satisfied with Smith's arrangement. Let's talk about the ectoplasm. Zhao Suolin straight to the point. No problem, this is the spiritual liquid sold by Chen Yang Company. Master Zhao, please take a look. Smith took out an exquisite ceramic bottle. Zhao Suolin took it, opened it, and smelled it, and spiritual energy rushed into his nostrils instantly. What a rich spiritual energy. Zhao Suolin was shocked. He hadn't felt such a miraculous liquid for a long time. This thing only sells for 200 million. Zhao Suolin asked in doubt. That's right, although I don't know how Chen Yang developed this spiritual liquid, judging from the current situation, he should still have a lot of stock in his hands. So I guess, although the effect of this spiritual liquid is good, it is not good for him. It shouldn't be too precious. Otherwise, it wouldn't be sold, and the price is so cheap. Smith speculated. Then how do you think the super genetic potion we developed compares with this spiritual liquid? I remember that today is the day when the super genetic potion is on sale in Yangchang. Why haven't I seen an advertisement yet? Zhao Suolin said strangely. This. Smith looked a little embarrassed. Just tell me if you have any difficulties. After all, we have cooperated for so long. If there is a problem, maybe I can help you solve it. Seeing Smith hesitating, Zhao Suolin signaled him to speak boldly. Of course, the effect of our super genetic potion is much better than this spiritual liquid. After all, the super genetic potion can directly improve the realm of a cultivator, especially for low-level cultivators. The day of the sale, but there were some accidents in the middle. Smith told the other party about the banning of the super gene potion. What? You mean that the Lord of Yangchang is actually on Chen Yang's side? Zhao Suolin asked. I suspect that Chen Yang came up with this method deliberately to make our company's reputation bad. If you really compare it, the spiritual liquid in his hand is no match for our super genetic potion. Smith said angrily. In this case, it will be a bit troublesome to catch Chen Yang. Zhao Suolin was very surprised to learn that Chen Yang was backed by Wu Sheng. If he attacked Chen Yang directly, the martial saint of Yangchang would definitely not sit idly by, and the idea of revenge on the other party would naturally come to naught. Besides, Chen Yang has actually obtained the rank of Major General. He is also a member of the joint team. If we want to move him, I'm afraid we have to plan carefully. Smith suggested. Isn't he just a Major General? Grandpa can take Chen Yang down at will. Zhao Lu said with disdain. The big reason for coming to Yangchang this time is because of Zhao Lu. She felt that it was Bai Fengxi and Chen Yang who harmed her father, because at that time only Chen Yang had conflicts with her father, let alone what happened between Chen Yang and the Zhao family in Yanqing. That's right. Since we want to get the truth out of him, we can't let Yangchang Wushan disturb him. So we must find a reason to trick him out of the city, otherwise it will easily attract the attention of the city lord of Yangchang. Zhao Suolin thought about it. Lead him out. Smith thought for a while, and his eyes lit up. I have a good idea. Smith spoke suddenly. Any solution? Zhao Suolin asked. Chen Yang stole my favorite person. We just need to kidnap his girlfriend and threaten him by the way. He will definitely come out of the city alone to meet us. Smith spoke out about the plan. Scum, I never thought he would do such a thing. Zhao Lu looked disgusted. You mean kidnapping the woman you like directly? Aren't you afraid that she will hold a grudge against you after she finds out? Zhao Suolin asked with a smile. He not only ruined my cooperation with the joint team, but also ruined our business. I just want to make Chen Yang's life worse than death. As for the woman I like, I will ask Patriarch Zhao to be merciful and save her life. Smith said bitterly. Haha, no problem. The hero is sad for the beauty pass. If you just ask her for it, Chen Yang will be furious. Zhao Suolin said haha. Smith hadn't thought about this at first, but after hearing what Zhao Suolin said, he was also a little moved by this plan. Since this is the case, we should not delay. After the matter here is resolved, I have to go to Yanqing. Zhao Suolin said. Okay, I'm going to investigate the whereabouts of his girlfriend. Smith nodded excitedly. Then let's arrange the plan for tonight. Zhao Suolin looked at the time and said. Everything is subject to Patriarch Zhao's arrangement. Smith nodded. Grandpa, when we catch Chen Yang, we must get him the formula for making spiritual liquid. Zhao Kej spoke. Of course. Zhao Suolin responded. In this way, the two arranged the plan to ambush Chen Yang. After feeling that there was nothing missing, Smith went straight to prepare. Evening. Inside the Yang family villa, Yang Wan sat in front of the balcony and stared blankly at the sunset in the sky. Wanner, come and eat. Shen Na hugged her daughter distressfully and said softly. Mom, eat first, I'm not hungry. Yang Wan said in a melancholy low voice. You haven't eaten all day. Hey, I didn't expect Yang Wenshan to be such a person. I don't blame you for this matter. It's because my mother didn't think carefully. Shen Na comforted her distressfully. Mom, I'm so tired. How can I face my dead father? I lost the company just after he left. Yang Wan moistened her eyes. There must be a way. When you reach the strength of a master, I believe you can take back the Yang group. Shen Na wiped away Yang Wan's tears and said softly. But can I really become a master? Now the entire Yang family is in charge of the second uncle. What if he stops me from practicing? What if my talent is not enough? What if? Okay, don't think about it. If you really feel too tired, let's give up. With our assets, it is enough to live a high-class life in Yangchang. Shen Na buried her daughter's head in her arms and comforted her. No, I can't give up. Yang Wan shook her head vigorously. Is there anything else you can do? Shen Na wanted to persuade her daughter to give up. Although she failed to control the Yang group, she only wanted her daughter to live happily. Although Yang Wenchen has occupied the position of the head of the Yang family, he is also a member of the Yang family. If he can really lead the Yang family group to glory, it will not be considered as disappointing Yang Ning's expectations. Maybe he can help me. A figure suddenly appeared in Yang Wan's mind. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing Yang Wan get up and walk out the door, Shen Na hurriedly asked. I'm going to see someone, only he can help me. Yang Wan made up her mind that no matter what price she paid, she would take the Yang group over. Who are you going to see? Before Shen Na's words fell, Yang Wan had already hurriedly left the villa. Seeing that her daughter was still persistent, Shen Na sighed helplessly. In the restaurant, Chen Yang was tasting the delicacies of Yangchang. Just as he was about to move his chopsticks, his mobile phone rang suddenly. Seeing the incoming call displayed above, Chen Yang frowned. Hey, Miss Yang, what's the matter? Chen Yang, can I talk to you face to face? Yang Wan's voice was a little hurried. Okay, I'm at Hualin restaurant. Although he didn't know why Yang Wan was looking for him, Chen Yang still agreed. I'm coming over now. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang shook his head and stuffed a piece of fish into his mouth. Not long after, a pure beauty broke into the door of Hualin restaurant. Chen Yang looked up, and it was Yang Wan who called him not long ago. At this time, Yang Wan's expression was very haggard. Although she tried her best to conceal it, her ruddy eyes told Chen Yang that the other party must have cried not long ago. Chen Yang felt a little guilty for this. He thought that Yang Wan had been immersed in sorrow because of his father's affairs. Miss Yang, here. Chen Yang said hello. Yang Wan's eyes lit up when she heard the voice, and she immediately walked towards where Chen Yang was. Has Miss Yang eaten? Chen Yang saw that Yang Wan's mental state was not very good, so he asked. Yang Wan shook her head. She didn't have any appetite. Miss Yang came to see me so late. What's the matter? Chen Yang asked while holding the meat. Will you do me a favor? Yang Wan looked at Chen Yang expectantly and asked. What are you busy with? Chen Yang asked. Yang Wan didn't know how to speak for a while. Seeing Yang Wan's inner conflict, Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. Why don't you eat something first? Let's chat while eating. Chen Yang called the waiter to bring a pair of bowls and chopsticks. I'm not hungry. Yang Wan refused. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Wan's stomach made a gurgling sound. Then I won't help you. Chen Yang heard Yang Wan's stomach voice without raising his head. Seeing this, Yang Wan was a little embarrassed for a moment. Seeing the waiter bring up the bowls and chopsticks, she pursed her lips, and finally picked up the chopsticks. For some reason, seeing Chen Yang eating so plainly, Yang Wan's heart actually calmed down a little. After a few mouthfuls of food, she felt better. Seeing this, Chen Yang finally spoke. I haven't eaten all day, aren't you afraid of starving yourself to death? Yang Wan paused, and just looked at Chen Yang silently. Come on, come here in such a hurry, there should be something important. Chen Yang asked. It's about my family. Although Yang Wan decided to ask Chen Yang for help, she didn't know how to ask Chen Yang to help her after they actually met. After all, his father had framed Chen Yang back then. What if Chen Yang held a grudge against her because of that incident? A matter at home. Chen Yang was taken aback, wondering what kind of help Yang Wan wanted from him. After my father died, I was supposed to be in charge of the Yang family. But my second uncle forcibly took the position of the head of the Yang family and occupied the Yang family group. I really don't know who to turn to. I can only think that you might be able to help me. Yang Wan's voice became smaller and smaller, until finally it was like a mosquito buzzing. You want me to intervene? Chen Yang was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect the other party to come to him because of this matter. Logically speaking, he is not very familiar with Yang Wan. Except for crying for a long time in his living room yesterday, he has hardly spoken to Yang Wan. Therefore, he felt inconceivable that Yang Wan came to find him. Excuse me, I'm willing to pay any price. Yang Wan raised her head and looked at Chen Yang with hopeful eyes. Miss Yang may have found the wrong person. I am not related to the Yang family, so why should I help you? Chen Yang did not agree. Yang Wan was speechless for a while. Seeing that Yang Wan was silent, Chen Yang sighed in his heart. As the young lady of a big family, Yang Wan is really easy to get confused when encountering such a thing, otherwise she would not think of looking for herself. Thinking that everything started because of him, Chen Yang hesitated again. Logically speaking, there was some conflict between him and the Yang family, but thinking that Yang Ning died because of the beast tide, he couldn't bear it. Actually, it's not impossible. Seeing that Yang Wan had been silent all this time, Chen Yang finally couldn't help breaking the silence. What? It took Yang Wan a long time to react. Let's finish the meal first. Chen Yang pointed to the dishes on the table and said softly, it is good. Seeing that Chen Yang seemed to have loosened up a bit, Yang Wan finally looked a little better. Yang Wan ate this meal very seriously. After she was full, there was finally a tinge of blood on her face. Seeing Yang Wan put down the bowl and chopsticks, Chen Yang got up to pay the bill. Go and talk in my car, it's not convenient here. Chen Yang pointed to the diners around and suggested. Yang Wan nodded, and obediently followed behind Chen Yang. After getting in the car, Yang Wan finally couldn't help asking. How can you help me? Chen Yang chuckled. If it helps you, aren't you afraid that people in your group will have opinions on you? As long as I can take control of the group, I don't have to care what they think. I am not inferior to my father's hard work, and I was taken away by others, Yang said firmly. But have you ever thought about one thing? Even if you really take the group back, what will you use to protect it? If everyone refuses to accept you, can you really protect the Yang family with your strength? Chen Yang asked. Yang bit her lip after hearing this. She is only a great martial artist now, and she is far from the so-called great martial artist. If someone really wanted to harm the Yang family, she would definitely be unable to do so by herself. I think you have the answer in your heart. Do you still want to take the group back now? Chen Yang continued to ask. I don't know. Yang began to doubt whether her idea was right or wrong. Maybe handing over the group to Yang Wenshan was the right choice? Are you starting to doubt yourself? Chen Yang looked at Yang hesitant eyes, and vaguely guessed what the other party was thinking. If a family wants to be strong, it must have someone who can support the entire sky. If you can't do it, how can you lead the Yang family to develop? But it was my father's painstaking effort. Even if it really wants to be destroyed, I will destroy it in my hands, Yang said suddenly. Oh. Chen Yang glanced at Yang in surprise. He didn't expect the other party to have such an idea. Chen Yang, I ask you to help me, even if I want to give you half of your property, I am willing. Yang raised her head, looked at Chen Yang firmly and said, Haha, it seems that you are not overwhelmed by these difficulties. Chen Yang smiled. Your father was sacrificed in the beast tide. If you end up like this after his death, it is indeed a kind of sadness for the martyrs. I can promise to help you, but I have one condition, Chen Yang said. What conditions? After Yang heard this, a gleam of brilliance appeared in her eyes. Just as you said, I want half of the assets of the Yang family, Chen Yang said directly. Yang hesitated for a while, then nodded in agreement. Of course, don't be sad. I won't take half of your assets for nothing. After I help you take back the Yang family, I will help organize a group of loyal bodyguards. In addition, if the Yang family encounters any difficulties, I will also take action. Help. I believe that after everyone knows that I am your backer, they will not dare to do anything to you. Yes, I am willing to accept. Yang nodded in agreement. Although Chen Yang's request was a bit excessive, Yang heart was warmed by what she said later. If it is really according to what Chen Yang said, then for a period of time in the future, the Yang family will be able to sit back and relax. Okay, then exchange half of the assets of the Yang family for my 10-year promise. I hope that you can support the whole family by then. Chen Yang still wanted to say something, but a ringtone interrupted his words. Who else is looking for me so late? Chen Yang muttered. The above caller turned out to be an unfamiliar number. Hey, whoa. A woman's whining sound came from the other end of the phone, and Chen Yang's face turned cold. He was very familiar with this voice, and it belonged to Song Qing. Who are you? Chen Yang asked lightly. Don't care who I am, I don't want your girlfriend to have an accident. Come outside Yangcheng now. I will send you the address, remember, only you are allowed. A dull voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Yang listened carefully. Although the voice had been processed, he still felt a little familiar. If you dare to attack her, I will kill you. Chen Yang didn't know what the other party's purpose was, but threatening him with his friends, this behavior had already touched his back. Hehe, I'll give you 10 minutes. If it's less than 10 minutes, you come to collect the corpse. The phone hangs up instantly. Chen Yang put away his phone gloomily. What happened? Seeing that Chen Yang's expression was not right, Yang hurriedly asked. It's okay. I won't take you home. I still have something to do. I'll talk to you in detail tomorrow. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he disappeared in the car in an instant. Yang was slightly taken aback, seeing that Chen Yang had already left. She had no choice but to get out of the car alone. When she got out of the car, her mood was completely different from when she got in the car. After receiving Chen Yang's promise, Yang finally showed a long-lost smile on her face. A certain wilderness outside Yangcheng. After hanging up the phone, Smith looked at Song Qing's struggling expression and smiled. Miss Song, don't worry, I just need you to lure Chen Yang out, I won't hurt you. Song Qing shook her head in fear after hearing this. She wanted to warn Chen Yang, but her mouth was sealed by vitality, and only her nose could make a sound. Smith, your vision is really good. Zhao Kej swallowed while watching Song Qing's beautiful face. Haha, it's a pity that Song Qing doesn't like me, it's all due to that Chen Yang. A trace of resentment flashed in Smith's eyes. If it were me, I would just cook raw rice and cook it. Zhao Kej said with a little interest. Let's forget it. When Chen Yang dies, I will let you know who really likes you. Smith looked at Song Qingdao affectionately. Get ready, once you find Chen Yang, strangle him immediately. Zhao Suolin's voice came from the dark. I know Grandpa. Zhao Lu winked at the people around her, and everyone immediately hid their aura. After a while, Chen Yang slowly walked towards the agreed place. With the perspective talent turned on, he immediately saw through the surrounding terrain. Smith, Zhao Kej. Seeing three familiar figures, Chen Yang couldn't help but snort coldly. Before he guessed that Smith might have manipulated the kidnapping, and now it seems that his guess was right. However, these few people did not arouse Chen Yang's interest. What he cared most about was an old man in his 60s and a strange masked man. The old man's aura was very powerful. Chen Yang realized through his perspective talent that the other party was actually a half-different species and possessed a 7th-level strength. As for the aura of the other masked man, it was even more strange. He looked like a genetic warrior, and his strength was actually at the level of a master. It turned out to be well prepared. Chen Yang found out that this old man had only broken through to the martial saint not long ago, so he must be Zhao Lu's grandfather. "I'm here, let her go," Chen Yang shouted towards the open space. There was no response. After a few seconds, a gust of wind blew up the leaves on the ground, and with a flash of cold light, a sharp blade cut towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang dodged sideways, and then punched the blade away. He had already discovered the opponent's lurking, so it was not surprising to face this sudden blow. Clap clap clap. There was a burst of clapping in the wilderness. Chen Yang looked towards the figure, and it was Smith coming out from behind. "As expected of a man who can compete with 7th-order beasts, your strength really makes me admire." Smith came out and couldn't help but praise. Originally, he wanted to ambush Chen Yang, but the other party was very vigilant, and he found the movement of the genetic soldier just after he made a move. "Smith, is that what you called me here to say?" Chen Yang looked at Smith and said indifferently. "Of course not." Seeing that the ambush was seen through by Chen Yang, Zhao Kej did not intend to continue hiding. With Zhao Suolin around, it doesn't matter if they ambush or not. If Smith didn't want to test the strength of the genetic warrior, they wouldn't bother to go to such trouble. "Chen Yang, you didn't expect to meet me here." Zhao Kej had an excited expression on his face. "Every time before, I suffered from Chen Yang's hands. This time, it's finally the turn of the character exchange. I thought who it was, it turned out to be your dog barking. Zhao Lu is here too, let's come out together." Chen Yang didn't care. Seeing Chen Yanjian's calm expression, Zhao Kej was a little angry. "Don't think that you can sit back and relax with the strength of a master. Today I will make you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy." Zhao Kej said harsh words. "Is it just you? It shouldn't be enough. I'm curious, is there such a big conflict between us, and you are actually asked to do such a disgraceful thing to deal with me?" Chen Yang laughed. "Contradictions? You asked me to kneel on the ground. That's not a contradiction. Do you know who I am? I am from the Zhao family in the Devil City. No one has ever dared to treat me like this, not even my family." Zhao Kej was touched to a pain point in his heart, and immediately yelled at Chen Yang. "Oh, your Zhao family is so barbaric. You are only allowed to bully others, but you are not allowed to resist." Chen Yang couldn't help but want to laugh. "Anyway, damn you." Thinking of how he was being insulted, Zhao Kej wished he could tear Chen Yang to pieces immediately. "That's right, Chen Yang, did you kill my father?" Zhao Lu appeared together with the old man. "What does your father's death have to do with me?" Chen Yang frowned. "You are lying? Why is it that my father is the only one who has had an accident? You must have killed him." Zhao Lu looked at Chen Yang with terrifying eyes. "Chen Yang, if you kneel down and lick my shoes now, maybe I'll let you go. Otherwise, if Grandpa makes a move, you may have no chance to ask for mercy." Zhao Kej stared at Chen Yang and said boldly. "That's right, I want to see if your grandfather is worthy of the title of martial saint." Chen Yang sneered. "Grandpa, this kid is so arrogant that he doesn't even pay attention to you." Zhao Kej turned his head to feel Zhao Suolin. "Since you look down on martial saints, I'll let you see them, so that you can know that martial saints are not comparable to masters." Zhao Suolin is ready to make a move. "Patriarch Zhao, please wait a moment, let my genetic warrior warm up first." Smith chimed in. Seeing Smith's eager expression, Zhao Suolin agreed. "All right, since you want to test the strength of the genetic warrior, I'll let you play first." "Thank you Patriarch Zhao. Ares, Chen Yang will leave it to you." Smith glanced at the burly man and ordered. After the genetic warrior heard Smith's words, a light flashed in his eyes. Chen Yang looked at the genetic warrior in front of him with some curiosity. As far as the current genetic warriors are concerned, it is very remarkable to be able to reach the level of a great martial artist, let alone a genetic warrior at the level of a master. Although Smith is a good person, the genetic warrior he researched is unique. Chen Yang turned on his talent of perspective to observe the internal structure of this genetic warrior without any haste. The biggest difference between a genetic warrior and an ordinary practitioner is that there are many deadly weapons in his body. Each genetic warrior is equivalent to a big killer, and it is very flexible. Chen Yang discovered that the genetic soldier under Smith actually contained several terrifying weapons, one of which Chen Yang quickly recognized was the shrunken version of the high-energy particle beam. The high-energy particle beam is used as a defense weapon, and its existence can even directly threaten the existence of the 7th-order fierce beast. Although it is difficult for it to hit the target, in terms of pure power, its full blow is definitely no less than that of a martial saint-level powerhouse. Every time a high-energy particle beam is launched, more than 2,000 high-level primordial stones are consumed. The power contained in these 2,000+ primeval stones alone far exceeds the power of a junior warrior, let alone absorbing the power of light particles. Being able to research the weapon of high-energy particle beam also shows the strength of Smith's company, and the ultimate weapon of Yang Cheng has the scientific research team under Smith's participation. Chen Yang didn't feel very much that he was able to put high-energy particle beam on the body of the genetic warrior. Accident. Of course, the high-energy particle beam hidden in this genetic soldier's body is not a real defense weapon, what he carries is just a counterfeit. Judging from this scaled-down version of the high-energy particle beam, Smith put a lot of thought into his genetic warrior. Moreover, Chen Yang could tell that Smith had placed a strange energy aggregate in this genetic warrior. It is precisely because of this energy aggregate that the genetic warrior can inject energy to launch high-energy particle beams. Of course, this high-energy particle beam is an imitation product after all, and its power is estimated to be the appearance of a full-strength blow from the master's realm. This level of energy attack, even if Chen Yang took it hard, there might not be any problem. Smith didn't think so much. He was originally trying to test the strength of the genetic warrior. Of course, an opponent with the strength of a top-level master like Chen Yang couldn't be more suitable. Chen Yang, if you want to save Songqing, just play with my genetic warrior. Smith signaled his men to bring Songqing out. I saw that Songqing's mouth was sealed by vitality, unable to speak. She looked at Chen Yang excitedly and kept shaking her head, as if hoping that Chen Yang would leave and leave him alone. What Chen Yang has to face is a strong man in the realm of martial arts. If Chen Yang falls here because of himself, Songqing will definitely blame himself for the rest of his life. Chen Yang glanced at Songqing and gave her a reassuring look. Wait for me for a while, and I'll come to save you when this guy is solved. Chen Yang's tone was cold, and those who were familiar with him knew that Chen Yang was really angry now. Roar. The super genetic warrior let out a roar, and the energy aggregates in his body instantly became active. A violent energy filled the arm of the genetic warrior, a sharp cold blade popped out, his feet exerted strength, and his body became blurred. Chong. The cold blade full of energy slashed at Chen Yang. Chen Yang remained unmoved, and directly confronted the cold blade with a lightsaber in his hand. At the first collision, the two weapons intertwined a string of sparks. What? Chen Yang was slightly surprised by the genetic warrior's weapon. The lightsaber in his hand is a weapon condensed with Yuan Li, and its sharpness can cut through almost any metal, but the cold blade in front of him actually resisted his own lightsaber, which made Chen Yang feel a little unbelievable. Haha, are you curious why the weapons in my genetic warrior's hands are so strong? Seeing Chen Yang's surprise, Smith couldn't help explaining to himself. This weapon is made by combining the hardest metals on the blue star. After 8 years of research, we found the most perfect fusion potion. It can be said that the weapon in his hand can't be cut even by a grandmaster. Break? Even our company only has 2 such weapons, one of which I equipped on Ares, and he who owns this weapon can cut off any object in this world. Smith is very proud of the achievements of his company. Chen Yang just smiled coldly when he heard about it. The toughness of this weapon is indeed beyond his knowledge, but to say that even the grandmaster can't damage it would be too high of himself. Seeing that Chen Yang blocked his attack, Ares withdrew his body slightly, and then the cold blade slashed towards Chen Yang like a storm. Let me see how strong your so-called hardest metal on blue star is. The lightsaber in Chen Yang's hand was even more radiant, and his arm also turned into an afterimage and collided with Ares' cold blade. Countless sparks jumped between the two of them. After dozens of seconds, the two were evenly divided. It's kind of interesting, but it's not enough. The lightsaber in Chen Yang's hand was suddenly covered with a layer of strange green light, which was exactly Chen Yang's talent for decomposition. Crack. Ares didn't notice Chen Yang's small movements. He still waved the cold blade at Chen Yang mercilessly, but this time, the cold blade in his hand broke suddenly. Seeing that the weapon in his hand was cut off by Chen Yang, Ares' eyes froze, as if a turbulent wave was set off in his heart. In just this split second, Chen Yang sent Ares flying hundreds of meters with one punch. Smith's face became very ugly. He had just boasted that his weapon was the hardest metal in the world, but he was slapped in the face by Chen Yang in an instant. It's impossible, how did you cut it off? Smith yelled. Chen Yang withdrew his lightsaber and looked at him coldly. Your weapon is indeed very strong. Even I have to sigh for the wisdom of the R&D personnel in your company. It's a pity you forgot one thing, I am not an ordinary master. Okay, that's interesting, let's show you Ares' ultimate move. Smith yelled at Ares, an afterimage flashed, and Ares appeared in front of Chen Yang again. Chen Yang looked at the part he attacked just now, and saw that there was obviously a casserole-sized fist mark on it, but Ares didn't seem to be affected much. Self-healing factor. Chen Yang discovered that there was silver energy boiling in Ares' body. With the help of this energy, the damage that Ares suffered before is recovering rapidly. Interesting. Finally, Chen Yang couldn't help but look at this genetic warrior with admiration. Under Smith's order, Ares no longer hides his ultimate move. There are several terrifying weapons on his body, but the most powerful attack is the reduced version of the energy particle beam. Whoosh! Ares' body suddenly flooded with explosive energy. Under Chen Yang's gaze, the energy aggregate in the opponent's body quickly started to absorb all the surrounding particles. Chen Yang didn't choose to interrupt it. He wanted to see how powerful the humanoid's energy particle beam was. With the absorption of the particles, the energy in Ares' body quickly reached saturation. Soon, all the energy gathered in the energy aggregate, and then transmitted along the gene soldiers back to his eyes. Chen Yang was slightly taken aback. The Cyclops version of the energy particle beam? Before Chen Yang could think about it, Ares raised his hand and took off his blindfold, and a terrifying red destructive energy instantly swept towards the place where Chen Yang was. Feeling the power of the red energy particle beam, Chen Yang no longer hesitated. The supernatural speed force unfolded, and everything around it slowed down instantly. The red destructive energy seemed to have encountered a great obstacle. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the lightsaber in Chen Yang's hand burst into light, and an afterimage flickered. Chen Yang had already appeared behind Ares. Boom! Ares' red destructive energy bombarded and exploded on the distant mountain. The strange thing was that even though Chen Yang had left his attack range, the red destructive energy was still spraying out. Ares, he's behind you. Smith didn't know why Ares fell into a sluggish state. He remained motionless for the moment when he took off his glasses. Ares. As soon as Smith finished speaking, Ares' upper body suddenly moved, and under his astonished gaze, Ares' body broke in two. No. Seeing that his company's proud work was actually destroyed by Chen Yang, Smith's eyes were tearing apart, and he looked at Chen Yang like killing his father and enemy. Smith, let me just say this thing is unreliable. Seeing that Ares was completely defeated, Zhao Kej couldn't help laughing. No, Ares has a self-healing factor in his body, and he can still be saved. Smith rushed forward to rescue Ares but was stopped by Zhao Suolin. Okay, let's end this farce. Zhao Suolin glanced at Ares. The self-healing factors in his body had been swallowed up by Chen Yang long ago, so there was no chance of him surviving. Although Smith's super genetic warrior is eye-catching, it is still much worse than Chen Yang. This also made Zhao Suolin look at Chen Yang differently, and even had the idea of trying to win him over. Chen Yang, I will give you a chance to surrender. If you are willing to surrender to me and can prove that the cause of my son's death has nothing to do with you, I can't let you go, Zhao Suolin said. You old man thinks beautifully. You don't think you are going to eat me, do you? Seeing Zhao Suolin's superior expression, Chen Yang said indifferently. Hehe, you are still young, and I can understand that you are a little young and energetic. In my impression, you are the only one who can achieve such strength at your age, but this is not the reason why you can despise me, because the master and the martial sage between them, it's like the stars and the moon competing for glory. Zhao Suolin was not angry either, and the martial sage aura burst out from his body and pressed towards Chen Yang. He wanted Chen Yang to experience for himself how big the gap between them was. Wu Sheng's coercion came towards Chen Yang. He snorted coldly, and the coercion talent in his body also activated hiddenly. Okay. Zhao Suolin's martial saint pressure has covered every inch of Chen Yang's body. The strange thing is that Chen Yang doesn't seem to feel it. It's still the same as before. Why are you not afraid of my coercion? Zhao Suolin couldn't help asking. He even wondered if there was something wrong with his operation. You said this. Chen Yang's coercive talent broke through Zhao Suolin's blockade, and the clouds in the sky dispersed under his coercion. How is this possible? Zhao Suolin's pupils widened slightly, and the opponent's aura actually climbed to the same level as his own, but the opponent was clearly only a great martial artist. The two forces of coercion collided with each other and went straight to the sky, but Zhao Lu and others beside him were pitiful. They suffered the aftermath in the coercive confrontation between Chen Yang and Zhao Suolin. Although Chen Yang didn't target them, the aftermath of the coercion of the martial saint level still made them breathless. Smith looked at Chen Yang with a painful face. The killing intent in his heart had skyrocketed to the extreme. Not only him, Zhao Lu and Zhao Kej also had a little fear of Chen Yang. Who would have imagined that a cultivator at the realm of a great martial artist would be able to fight against a strong man at the realm of a martial sage without being inferior in terms of momentum? Okay, it seems that I still underestimate you. Zhao Suolin no longer considered letting Chen Yang submit to him. With such a terrifying cultivation talent, he was afraid that he would not be able to control him in the future. In order to prevent future troubles forever, Chen Yang must be left behind today. Your talent for cultivation is indeed monstrous. Normally, I might still win you over, but since you have conflicts with the Zhao family, I can't let you go. If you want to blame, you can only blame you for being too young and aggressive. Wait a few years, maybe even I will have to think about how many times I will take action against you. Stop talking nonsense, let's do it. Chen Yang couldn't help stabbing out the lightsaber in his hand. Hehe, you think that you can have the capital to fight against me if you are on the same level of momentum, right? Since you want to know so much, then I will let you see how terrifying the strength of Wu Sheng is. Zhao Suolin held a fist in his hand, and with his movements, all the vitality of the world around him rushed towards his palm. Chen Yang's expression was solemn. This was his first time fighting against a human in the realm of martial saints. Although he had the experience of killing 7th Order beasts before, it didn't mean that he could look down on practitioners in the realm of martial saints. After all, the strength of the Grandmaster is far from that of the martial saint. Even if Chen Yang hits with all his strength, he can only reach the level of a martial saint, but Zhao Suolin's power in every blow will far exceed Chen Yang. Elementary martial saint. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth twitched, his heart sank, he ignored everything around him, only Zhao Suolin was in his eyes. Whoa! Seeing that Chen Yang was really planning to fight Zhao Suolin, Song Qing couldn't help shaking his head and shouting, but in the end he could only make a vague sound. Zhao Kej looked at Zhao Suolin excitedly. He had long wanted to see Chen Yang being beaten to the ground. He didn't know how long he had waited for this day. The biggest difference between a martial sage and a grandmaster is that the martial sage realm can comprehend the power of an intermediate domain. Feel the irresistible fear. Zhao Suolin's domain expanded, and the intermediate strength domain enveloped Chen Yang's body. Do you think you are the only one who has the intermediate domain? The power domain, the speed force. Chen Yang also directly launched his dual intermediate domains, and the two intermediate domains collided with each other, and there was no distinction for a while. Zhao Suolin was shocked by Chen Yang's actions again. In the intermediate field, this is generally only understood by practitioners in the realm of martial saints. But Chen Yang in front of him not only comprehended the intermediate field, but also two at once. You can't leave it. Zhao Suolin suddenly felt a little panic in his heart. If he gave the opponent some more time, he might not even be a match for the martial saint. Zhao Suolin has just stepped into the realm of martial saints. So far he has only realized a mid-level power domain, and the speed force domain is still in a low-level state. Seeing that Chen Yang possessed two intermediate domains, he even felt a little envious. 8 punches. The vitality of heaven and earth gathered in the palm of his hand, and Zhao Suolin directly launched his combat skills and swung towards Chen Yang. Well done, Huang Fist. Chen Yang raised his own strength to the extreme, and his talents were integrated into his combat skills one after another. A phantom of a white tiger accompanied Chen Yang's arm and slammed into the opponent fiercely. Boom. There was a loud noise like a landslide, and the aftermath of the battle between the two sides violently lifted the bodies of Zhao Kej and others, and the center of the collision between the two turned into a vacuum. Zhao Suolin looked at Chen Yang's unscathed body in astonishment. Under his power domain, the other party actually drew with him. How is this possible? Zhao Suolin was shocked by Chen Yang's power for a moment. No wonder he was able to kill the 7th order beast. It turned out that he was not lucky, but really possessed the strength to fight the 7th order beast. Chen Yang's arm was slightly paralyzed by this blow. Although he looked very relaxed on the surface, the energy in his body was rapidly depleting. Copy talent. When Chen Yang came into contact with Zhao Suolin, he habitually copied the talent of the other party. To his surprise, the voice of fusion sounded in his mind. Detected the middle-level power field, copied it successfully. Whether it is fused, the fusion is successful. Advanced strength field? Chen Yang couldn't believe it. As the domain is getting stronger and stronger, the possibility of successful replication and fusion is getting lower and lower. I didn't expect that this time, Zhao Suolin would be able to replicate to the middle-level power domain and successfully integrate it. This is a surprise for him. A wicked smile appeared on Chen Yang's face. Advanced strength field, Huang Fist. What? Zhao Suolin was still immersed in the shock that Chen Yang and himself were evenly divided. As a result, Chen Yang's domain suddenly changed and turned into a high-level power domain. Thanks to you, I will be lighter next time. Long Huang Quan burst out a dragon chant and threw it towards Zhao Suolin's body. Feeling threatened, Zhao Suolin quickly deployed his super speed force. He mobilized all his strength to meet Chen Yang's punch, and with an explosion, Zhao Suolin's body was blasted into the ground by Chen Yang. Zhao Kej was still imagining how to humiliate Chen Yang later. Seeing Zhao Suolin being punched into the ground by Chen Yang, his legs softened, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Puff. Zhao Suolin was smashed into the soil dozens of meters deep. All the robes on his body were torn, and the blood in his body gushed out uncontrollably. You, how on earth did you do it? Zhao Suolin was out of breath by Chen Yang's punch. In the field of high-level strength, Chen Yang's Long Huang Fist has long surpassed the power of elementary martial saints, and even approached the strength of high-level martial saints. Zhao Suolin is just a cultivator who has just stepped into the realm of a martial sage. He hasn't even fully consolidated the strength in his body, let alone catch a punch from a high-ranking martial sage. Chen Yang made a lot of preparations at the beginning, such as the Black Emperor Sword. Looking at it now, he didn't even need the Black Emperor Sword to tyrannize Zhao Suolin. Of course, the high-level field cannot be maintained forever, and the energy required by the high-level power field is also very terrifying. The vitality in Chen Yang's body is already more than that of the master, but in just a few seconds of using the high-level power field, the energy in his body was emptied by 1/3 in an instant. If he maintains the state of dual domains, Chen Yang can hold on for 10 seconds at most. Although 10 seconds is not much time, it is completely enough for Chen Yang. In battles at the level of the martial saint realm, once the power is crushed, let alone 10 seconds, sometimes it only takes 1 second to decide the outcome of a battle. Chen Yang was not careless. Even though he knew that he had won the battle, he still drank a bottle of psychic liquid to restore his vitality. It won't be long before he's back to his prime. Cough cough. Zhao Suolin adjusted his state and flew out of the pit. He looked up at Chen Yang with flickering eyes. Chen Yang, the old man took the liberty this time, or should we just call it a day? Zhao Suolin was terrified by Chen Yang's advanced power domain, and couldn't help but beg for peace as soon as he got back to the ground. That's the end? You kidnapped Songqing, and even kept saying that you wanted to torture me, but now you tell me to forget it. Do you think there is such a good thing in this world? Chen Yang's voice was flat, no one knew what he was thinking. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Zhao Suolin's face darkened. You are only in the realm of a great martial artist. Even if your physical body reaches the realm of a master, the vitality in your body will not be too much. If you want to maintain the state just now, you may not be able to last long, right? I am giving you a step to save face. If you really don't die, go on and on, you really don't have the confidence to keep me. Zhao Suolin observed Chen Yang's face while talking, and he was a little angry when he saw that the other party didn't express anything. He asked for peace like this, why did Chen Yang not appreciate it? Could it be that the two sides really want to fight to the death? What my granddaughter did before may be wrong. I would like to bring her to the door to make amends. What do you think? Zhao Suolin continued. Smith listened to Zhao Suolin's words and was extremely anxious. If Chen Yang really chose to reconcile with Zhao Suolin, wouldn't he be pushed into the pit of fire? Don't agree. Smith prayed silently in his heart, otherwise he would definitely not have a better life in the future. Chen Yang snorted coldly. Are you worthy of negotiating conditions with me? As a strong man in the realm of martial arts, he would actually threaten me with a woman. You should never touch Song Qing's thoughts, even if it's not for yourself. For her, I will not compromise in this battle. Zhao Kej, don't you want your grandpa to kill me? Come on and keep your eyes wide open, because your grandpa is about to die. Chen Yang's high-level power field instantly blessed him, and his divine talent was also activated to the extreme. The Phoenix Yin fist turned into a flame phoenix and slammed towards Zhao Suolin fiercely. A phoenix chant resounded through the sky, and Zhao Suolin groaned secretly in his heart when he saw Chen Yang making a move without saying a word. Feeling the terrifying energy contained in Fenjian fist, Zhao Suolin thought of running away. The double domain unfolded, and the special talent instantly met the flame phoenix. With the blessing of the dual domains, the special talent barely blocked the flame phoenix for a split second. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Suolin immediately ran away. As long as the vitality in Chen Yang's body is exhausted, and he comes back to kill at that time, wouldn't Chen Yang let him kill him? Grandfather. Seeing that Zhao Suolin left without looking back, Zhao Lu was dumbfounded. I thought it would be a one-sided situation, but it turned out that they were the ones who escaped in the end. This is how to do. Seeing this, Zhao Kej felt a chill in his heart. You want to run away after bullying Song Qing. With the blessing of supernatural speed, Chen Yang's speed was already several times the speed of sound. Seeing Zhao Suolin leaving without turning his head, he ignored Zhao Kej and the others. Without their knowledge, a clone was left to guard Song Qing's side, and he chased after him with a teleport. Zhao Suolin kept looking back to see if Chen Yang was chasing him. Once the other party caught up, his plan would be mostly realized. Although he doesn't have many ways to save his life, killing Wu Sheng is not something that can be done just by talking. As long as the vitality in Chen Yang's body is exhausted, it's time for him to fight back. Sensing the terrifying aura behind him, Zhao Suolin smiled coldly in his heart. It's still too young to see such a simple trap. Zhao Suolin's speed increased sharply, and soon, a red light and a blue light chased after him in the sky. With the blessing of various talents, Chen Yang's explosive speed was extremely terrifying. In just a few seconds, he had already seen Zhao Suolin's figure. Why so fast? Seeing that the distance between himself and Chen Yang was getting shorter and shorter, Zhao Suolin felt a little anxious. He thought that with Wu Sheng's physique, he was faster than Chen Yang in terms of speed, but in the end he was beaten by Chen Yang again in the aspect that he thought he was sure of. Zhao Suolin had already exerted his super speed to the extreme, and after a few minutes, he was still stopped by Chen Yang. Are you really going to fight me to the death? Zhao Suolin paused, staring at Chen Yang and asking, if I kidnap your family, will you compromise? Chen Yang looked at Zhao Suolin with cold eyes, as if looking at a corpse. So we have no room for reconciliation. Zhao Suolin calmed down the vitality in his body and was ready to strike at any time. Your granddaughter said before that she would kill me. Do you think I will just let it go? I am a very simple person. If people don't offend me, I won't offend others, but you have been entangled. In order to make my life closer in the future, I will do it today. Finish it. Before Chen Yang could finish speaking, the lightsaber in his hand instantly slashed towards the opponent. Finding that Chen Yang didn't use the power domain, Zhao Suolin felt that the time was almost up. Haha, you don't think I'm really afraid of you, do you? You have been chasing me for so long, and you have used the high-level power domain twice before, so you must not have much vitality in your body now. Zhao Suolin swung his palm confidently to block the blow of the lightsaber. Sure enough, Chen Yang's strength was not as good as before. Oh, so that's what you planned. Chen Yang almost laughed out loud. If it is an ordinary grandmaster, after using high-level power fields one after another, it will indeed cause the vitality in the body to dry up, but he is different from other grandmasters. Not to mention that one's own meridians are improved by spiritual fluids and super spiritual fluids. Even if one reaches the level of a master in physical training, the energy in his body is far thicker than that of an ordinary master. Coupled with the Dragon Emperor Ju he cultivated and the control of Yuan Li, the Yuan Li in Chen Yang's body has already surpassed that of ordinary grandmasters by several times. Otherwise, even if he has a high-level power domain, he would not be able to last for a few seconds, let alone use dual domains at the same time. Zhao Suolin had already overestimated the vitality in Chen Yang's body, but he didn't expect that Chen Yang's various adventures would cause the other party's vitality to already exceed the reserve of the top-level master. It was precisely because of this wrong judgment that Zhao Suolin lost the chance to escape. Originally, as long as he escaped to Yangchang, no matter how brutal Chen Yang was, it would be difficult for him to kill Zhao Suolin in front of the city lord. After all, Zhao Suolin is the martial saint of Demon City, and every martial saint is a very rare resource for Huguo. Of course, it is impossible for Chen Yang to kill him at will. At that time, the Zhao family can at most compensate some assets and let it go. Even if Chen Yang wants to continue to cause trouble, there is probably no reason. It's a pity that Zhao Suolin was too old. He was only thinking about how to kill Chen Yang, so he didn't even think about running away in the direction of Yangchang. Just like this, Zhao Suolin snuffed out his last hope of survival with his own hands. I'm going to disappoint you. What? Zhao Suolin was still immersed in the surprise of the success of the plan, and when he heard Chen Yang's faint smile, he felt a sudden crisis in his heart. Advanced strength field, die to me. Chen Yang stopped talking, put away the lightsaber in his hand, and directly used the high-level power field to cover the opponent. The Black Emperor sword appeared in the right hand, and with the infusion of dragon power, the vitality in the entire power field began to tremble. How can you still have vitality? Zhao Suolin was shocked. The opponent's current state was obviously better than before, and even he found it difficult to resist the strange dragon power. Die. Chen Yang swung his sword. It was Yangcheng Martial Saint, Tan Jing's unique skill, Promise. A sword chi divided the sky into two. Zhao Suolin tried his best to resist, but his body seemed to be fixed by the sword chi, and even the thought of resistance was hard to arouse. Sword chi passed through Zhao Suolin's body, and a few seconds later, a drop of blood fell, and Zhao Suolin died in the air. As Zhao Suolin's body fell, Chen Yang snapped his fingers, and a hot flame burned Zhao Suolin's body clean. After getting rid of Zhao Suolin, Chen Yang's face was also a little pale. Continuously using cross-level power, although Chen Yang has a physique beyond the master level, he can't bear to use it like this all the time. Not to mention that he also used Tan Jing's Wuji swordsmanship, which put a greater burden on his body. If it had been replaced by another person, it might have collapsed long ago. At this time, Chen Yang's body was also faintly showing signs of collapse, so he quickly sat down and adjusted his breath. Originally, if he only used the high-level strength field and the intermediate speed force, even if he used other special talents at the same time, he would not be so embarrassed. But with Zhao Suolin as a suitable match, he couldn't help but want to try the sword talent copied from Tan Jing. It was this thought that instantly squandered the energy in his body. After resting for 10 minutes, Chen Yang felt better. It seems that it is better not to use these whole cards at the same time before being promoted to Grandmaster. Chen Yang muttered to himself. After this battle, Chen Yang had a clearer understanding of his own limits. When encountering a beast horde before, Chen Yang could barely repel the extremely evil monster fish, and even killed the opponent with the help of Tan Jing and the high-energy particle beam. If you let him face it alone, although self-protection is not a problem, it is unrealistic to want to kill him. But now he has a high-level power domain, and has copied Tan Jing's swordsmanship. Even if it is a 7th-order beast, he can now kill it with one sword. After a while, Chen Yang returned to the original place. Zhao Kaj and others were controlled by Chen Yang's clone. After he landed, they looked at Chen Yang with fear. What did you do to my grandfather? Seeing that Chen Yang came back safe and sound, Zhao Lu felt a little bad feeling in her heart. Of course I killed him. Chen Yang looked at her contemptuously, and said lightly, Impossible? My grandfather is a strong martial artist, how could you kill him? Zhao Lu couldn't believe it. Her grandfather had just stepped into the realm of martial arts. How could he die at the hands of a young man? He must be lying to us. We know the strength of Grandpa best. Chen Yang must have used some means we don't know to plot against Grandpa. With Grandpa's cultivation level, as long as he runs away, Chen Yang will definitely not catch up with him. Zhao Kaj spoke. You have so much confidence in him. Chen Yang looked at the two and sneered. Chen Yang, I advise you to let us go quickly, otherwise you won't even be able to keep the whole body when Grandpa comes back. Zhao Kaj felt that his deduction was correct, and he gradually gained confidence in his heart. After all, how could a cultivator with the strength of a master kill Wu Sheng? No one would believe this. Puff. A cold light flashed, and Zhao Kaj fell to the ground. He didn't know why Chen Yang dared to kill him until he died. Wasn't he afraid that Zhao Suolin would come back for revenge? Cousin. Zhao Lu's pupils dilated, and the blood splashed on her face looked terrible. Cousin, wake up, cousin. Zhao Lu wanted to help Zhao Kaj up, but Zhao Kaj lost his breath a long time ago, and his body gradually became cold. Why did you kill him? Why did you? At this moment, Zhao Lu yelled at Chen Yang like a crazy woman. If he wants to kill me, he will be killed by me. He doesn't even understand this, and he doesn't know how your Zhao family became a big family in the devil. I think even if I don't take action, your Zhao family can't jump around. How many years? Chen Yang ignored Zhao Lu, but hurried to Song Qing. Qing'er, are you okay? Song Qing looked at Chen Yang with tears in his eyes. He wanted to say a lot but didn't know how to say it. When she was caught, and when she heard that these people wanted to lure Chen Yang over, she was extremely conflicted. She hoped that Chen Yang would come over, but she also didn't want him to fall into the trap. She has been thinking about her position in Chen Yang's mind. Seeing that Chen Yang really went to the appointment, she felt a little happy in her heart. No matter whether Chen Yang felt about her or not, at least Chen Yang still cared about her very much. But thinking of Patriarch Zhao's strength as a martial saint, she wished that Chen Yang would disappear as soon as possible. Even if she really died, she would have no regrets. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang not only came to the appointment, but also directly beat the opponent Wu Sheng away. Things were so ups and downs that even she knew for a while whether this was reality or a dream. Qing'er. Seeing that Song Qing kept silent, Chen Yang thought that something was wrong with Song Qing's health. Just when he was about to check Song Qing with Yuanli, a delicate body suddenly threw himself into his arms. The emotions that had been suppressed for a long time finally broke out at this moment, and tears wet Chen Yang's chest. Chen Yang's hands were suspended in the air for a moment. He didn't know what to do, whether to hug the sweet person in his arms to comfort him or push him away. When his mind was in a mess of thinking, his hand still fell on Song Qing's back involuntarily. I'm sorry, I'm wronged. Chen Yang felt very guilty. If it wasn't for him, Song Qing would not have been kidnapped by the other party, nor would he have suffered such grievances. It was all because of him implicating the other party. I'm fine. Song Qing hid in Chen Yang's arms and shook her head slightly. She didn't want to think about anything now, she just wanted to stay in this warm embrace for a while longer. Seeing Song Qing nestled in Chen Yang's arms, Smith felt as if a knife was piercing his heart. As the heir of a big family in the United States, he has had countless beauties around him since he was a child, and many women even sacrificed their appearance in order to get close to him. For those who only valued their own family power, Smith never looked them in the eye. Until a chance came to Huiguo to develop, he finally met a girl he liked. Song Qing brought him a completely different feeling from other women, which is why Smith was so obsessed with Song Qing. But usually other women are available, but Song Qing is the only one who ignores him. If it wasn't for the business cooperation with the Song family, it would be very difficult to even contact each other. Smith kept telling himself that as long as he was sincere enough, Song Qing would be moved by him one day. But in the end, the person he liked threw himself into the arms of another man. How could he bear it? Smith's eyes gradually dimmed, feeling that he had failed. Feeling that Song Qing's mood in his arms was very unstable, Chen Yang didn't know how to comfort him for a while. Okay, don't cry anymore. You've turned into a disfigured face. You're so ugly. Chen Yang comforted him softly. You're the one with a disfigured face. Song Qing buried his head firmly in Chen Yang's arms, smelling the fragrance of Song Qing's body. Chen Yang also enjoyed this moment of peace. You bitch, it's all because of you. Seeing Song Qing hiding in Chen Yang's arms, Zhao Lu's anger welled up in her brain. Her words broke the peace between the two, and Chen Yang used this to let go of Song Qing. Snapped. Chen Yang slapped Zhao Lu on the face, and soon her cheeks swelled up. I generally don't hit women, but you are an exception. Seeing Zhao Lu staring at him unconvinced, Chen Yang sneered. What, do you hate me? As long as I have the chance, I will definitely kill everyone around you. Zhao Lu was dazzled by hatred at this time, and cursed without looking at her current situation. Don't you think about it? Whose fault is it all? I didn't have any contact with you at the beginning, but you insulted me from above. Do you think I was wrong? Chen Yang asked lightly. Zhao Lu recalled everything back then, and thought that it would not be a problem for them to bully Chen Yang with their strength, but she never expected such a result in the end. Shouldn't you hate your cousin the most? He was the one who deliberately made trouble for me, and he was the one who pulled me to the opposite of you. Without him, your current family must still be complete, and I won't be sorry you are so hostile. Chen Yang continued to preach. No, it's because of you? If you died then there would be so many things. When Zhao Lu heard Chen Yang say that Zhao Kej was wrong, she immediately refuted. You want to occupy my company, and you talk to me in such a domineering manner. Let me tell you, not everyone in this world will be used to you. It's a pity that you grow up but don't understand this truth. Chen Yang shook his head, and even had a little pitiful thought for this kind of person. They have been living in the flattery of others, even after living for so many years, they have never seen the real society. Kill me if you have the ability. Pooh. Zhao Lu knew she couldn't escape, so she smashed the cannon spit at Chen Yang. Yuan Li stopped Zhao Lu from spitting, and Chen Yang chuckled. At first I did have the idea of killing you, but I changed my mind now, and I want to keep you. Chen Yang. Seeing that Chen Yang planned to let Zhao Lu go, Song Qing couldn't help worrying about him. Although she didn't have any contact with the Zhao family in the Devil's capital, the name of the Zhao family is not uncommon. If she puts the other party back, the Zhao family will definitely not let it go. What do you want? Zhao Lu was stunned when she heard that Chen Yang didn't intend to kill herself. You don't need to know, because this is something more painful than death. Chen Yang's pupil suddenly sucked Zhao Lu's eyes in like a vortex. Zhao Lu's eyes went dark, and when she recovered, she found that she was actually in the sea of consciousness. What did you do to me? Zhao Lu panicked. She found that she had lost control of her body. Chen Yang didn't reply, but directly used his mind control talent. That's right, Chen Yang planned to turn Zhao Lu into his own puppet to control the Zhao family. According to his understanding, the Zhao family has a total of 4 practitioners in the realm of masters. Zhao Kai had already died in the glorious base. His father, Zhao Suolin, broke through to the martial saint and was beheaded by himself. Now there are only 2 grand masters left in the Zhao family. According to the usual practice, after Zhao Suolin's death, Zhao Lu should take over as the head of the family, but as the Zhao family is such a large family, there must be many people who would oppose Zhao Lu's becoming the head of the family. After all, Zhao Lu is only at the level of a great martial artist now, and it must be very difficult to keep her position as patriarch. With Chen Yang's help, it will be different. Chen Yang intends to use Zhao Lu's hand to control the Zhao family in the demon capital. As for the remaining 2 masters, he can simply kill them at that time. As for why Zhao Lu was chosen, one is because Zhao Lu's cultivation level is not high, and she can still control it, and the other is that she is justified, and if someone provokes her, she can give herself a reason to take action. Mind control carved a mental imprint in Zhao Lu's sea of consciousness. 10 minutes later, Zhao Lu opened her eyes again. At this time, she could no longer see the hatred for Chen Yang in her eyes. What did you do to her? Seeing that Zhao Lu seemed to be a different person, Song Qing asked curiously. A small trick. I turned her into a puppet, and I can use it if needed. Chen Yang explained what he did just now. Now it's you who has to deal with it. Chen Yang turned to look at Smith, hesitating for a while. If he is killed directly, the following things may be a little troublesome. The best way is to control Smith's mind and let the other party become his own puppet. Seeing Chen Yang looking at him, Smith's heart skipped a beat. Don't try to control me. Smith bit down on the necklace on his chest, and black liquid flowed out of it along his tongue and into his body. Chen Yang was taken aback. Of course, he was very familiar with this black liquid. He didn't expect Smith to carry this thing with him, but he was careless. After the magic liquid entered Smith's body, it quickly began to change his physique. Chen Yang's hand flashed a cold light, and a bloodstain appeared on Smith's neck. Chen Yang. Seeing that Chen Yang did not hesitate to act, Song Qing couldn't help shouting. He drank the magic liquid and is no longer human. Now I am helping him out, Chen Yang explained. Song Qing nodded silently. Seeing that Smith was out of breath, she couldn't bear to lower her head and walked to Chen Yang to hold his arm. Chen Yang's body froze, and his brain began to be filled with various pictures. He finally got rid of Song Qing just now, but now he posted it again, which made him not know what to do for a while. The lights swayed in the wind, and the shadows of the two were entangled with each other. The wilderness fell silent as Smith fell to the ground. Chen Yang didn't know what to do now. It was impossible for Song Qing to say that he didn't have a little heartbeat when he was hugged by Song Qing. As one of the four beauties in Yangcheng, Song Qing was one of the best in terms of face and figure. Song Qing's personality is very gentle, he must be tempted by any man, but Chen Yang can't. If he really had an affair with Song Qing, wouldn't he be a scumbag? Chen Yang remembered that he had told Song Qing that he had a girlfriend. Maybe she was just stimulated and wanted to find some comfort? His brain began to think wildly, and his mind couldn't help drifting into the distance. Song Qing held Chen Yang's arm, feeling the smell of the other person's body, and his cheeks became slightly hot. He shouldn't mind, I just want a sense of security. The two stood in the wind for a long time, silently. Shall we go back? Chen Yang coughed twice and said, okay. Song Qing nodded, but the arms around Chen Yang became tighter. Chen Yang didn't know what Song Qing was thinking at this time. It was already late at night, and strange insects could even be heard around. A flame rose in his hand, and except for Ares's body, which he collected, all the surrounding traces were burned. Zhaolu, follow me back first, and I'll make arrangements for you later. Seeing that everything was similar, Chen Yang asked. Everything follows your arrangement, Zhaolu said lightly. Okay, let's go then. Chen Yang waved a portal, and then the few people disappeared in place, and the whole wilderness returned to calm again. Come out of the teleportation array and go directly to the gate of Song Qing's villa. I'm home. You were frightened today, so go back and rest first. Chen Yang's ears felt a little hot and said to Song Qing. You should also rest earlier. Song Qing finally let go of Chen Yang's arm. Chen Yang. Okay, thank you. Song Qing finally plucked up the courage, kissed Chen Yang's cheek with his lips, and then ran into the villa without looking back. Chen Yang touched his slightly hot cheeks, feeling unable to calm down for a long time. Hey, this is troublesome. Chen Yang finally understood how Song Qing felt about him, and he felt dizzy at the thought of seeing each other often in the future. Let's go back to. Chen Yang put his hand on Zhaolu, and the two returned to their villa. Boss, you are back. As soon as he arrived at the villa, Lu Yan noticed the movement in the living room. She opened the door and took a look outside, only to find that Chen Yang was with a woman she didn't know. Boss, I'm sorry to bother you. Seeing this, Lu Yan quickly closed the door. Hey, it's not what you think, as for me to attack a 30-year-old woman. Just as Chen Yang wanted to explain, seeing that the door was closed, he shook his head helplessly. Zhaolu, you can choose a room to sleep in. After finishing speaking, Chen Yang let out a haha and walked upstairs. Zhaolu looked around, but didn't know what she was thinking. It was almost noon when I woke up. When Chen Yang went downstairs, he found Zhaolu sitting on the sofa watching TV. If you want to eat, just order takeaway. I still have some things to do today. I will go to Shanghai with you sometime after I finish. It is good. Zhaolu's eyes returned to the previous look, and she nodded. Seeing that mind control is very effective, Chen Yang is very satisfied. Originally, he should go directly to the Demon City to control all the assets of the Zhao family, but yesterday he agreed to Yingwan, so Chen Yang had no choice but to postpone his plan. As for Smith's disappearance, this is not what Chen Yang wants to care about. It won't be long before Smith's whereabouts will be investigated by the joint forces, but let others worry about these matters. He just needs to pretend not to know, and I believe no one will find him. As for Song Qing, it is even more impossible to say. After finding a restaurant, Chen Yang invited Yingwan out. Not long after, Yingwan hurried over. Miss Yang, please sit down. If you want to eat something, you can order it. Chen Yang handed the menu to the other party. Yingwan was not in the mood to order food at this time. After randomly choosing a few dishes, she looked at Chen Yang expectantly, as if waiting for him to speak. Miss Yang, if you stare at me like this, I will feel shy. Chen Yang joked. Yingwan blushed, feeling a little embarrassed. I understand your feelings. Since I promised to help you, I will definitely do it. I don't know what you plan to do, Mr. Chen. Yingwan asked quickly. It's very simple. Although Yang Wenshan has the strength of the Master Realm, his realm is all accumulated by elixir, and the foundation itself is not solid. It is good luck to be able to perceive the power of the domain. Remember the time when you and Yang Wenchen came to find me some time ago? He was directly controlled by me with my spiritual talent. If not for your father, he might still be my puppet now. Chen Yang said slowly. You mean to use spiritual talent to control my second uncle? Yang Wan was taken aback for a moment. Unexpectedly Chen Yang would use such a method. That's right, this is the easiest way. I am still very confident in my spiritual talent. When I break through to the realm of a master, it will be even more impossible for him to escape my mind control. Chen Yang replied. Yang Wan's face turned pale, and after hearing Chen Yang's method, a trace of fear suddenly rose in her heart. What if the other party controls her own consciousness? Even a cultivator in the realm of a master will be controlled, but isn't she in the realm of a great warrior at the mercy of others? Don't worry, I won't use my spiritual talent on you. Chen Yang saw through Yang Wan's thoughts and said. Can you overhear what's on my mind? Yang Wan said vigilantly. At this time she regretted why she cooperated with Chen Yang. If Chen Yang directly used his spiritual talent to control the Yang family, wouldn't all the property of the Yang family be his? Although I have this talent, I usually don't use it. Don't look at me like this. I don't have a habit of eavesdropping on other people's thoughts, so your choice is to continue to ask me to help or give up. Chen Yang asked directly without explaining. Yang Wan struggled for a while, and finally nodded. If Chen Yang wanted to occupy the property of the Yang family, why bother talking nonsense with him, and just use his spiritual talent to control himself? She wouldn't notice it anyway. Thinking of this, Yang Wan's heart lightened. I believe in Mr. Chen's character, otherwise you wouldn't need to talk so much nonsense with me. Bold, you look a bit like a female president now, Chen Yang joked. Yang Wan blushed, not knowing how to respond. In the past few days, her mentality has changed a lot. Although her mind was not very pure before, she was considered carefree. But the successive changes in the family forced her to pretend to be deep, which made her feel extremely tired. She didn't want to be the female president. If it wasn't for her father and younger brother, she might still be that happy girl. Mr. Chen, stop teasing me. I really envy you. Not only are you powerful at such a young age, but your assets are also unmatched. Yang Wan sighed. I believe that one day you will reach such heights. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he picked up his chopsticks and ate silently. If it weren't for his talent for copying, he might already be in some coffin now. Thinking of his time in the past 6 months, Chen Yang felt a little emotional. Half a year ago, he never thought that he would reach this point. Although this experience seems short, it is like a legend to others. 20 minutes later, Chen Yang put down his chopsticks. Let's go, where is your second uncle? Let's go find him now. Seeing that Yang Wan had also finished eating, Chen Yang wiped his mouth and said. He should be in the group by now. Yang Wan thought for a while and said. Yang's group, okay. Chen Yang settled the bill, put his hand on Yang Wan's shoulder and started teleporting, and the two of them appeared at the door of Yang's group immediately. Shall we just walk in like this? Yang Wan asked worriedly. What are you afraid of in your own company? Just find Yang Wenchen directly, and leave the rest to me. Chen Yang said easily. He had fought Yang Wenchen once before, so he knew his strength very well. Not to mention that he now possesses a high-level power field, and he might not even need a single punch against Yang Wenchen. Yang Wan was moved by Chen Yang's self-confidence. She puffed up her chest, and instantly regained the temperament of a female president. Following Yang Wan to the door of the company, the security guards at the door actually stopped her. Stop, no entry here. What did you say? Seeing that the security guard stopped her, Yang Wan thought she had heard wrong. Although she seldom came to the group before, almost everyone in the whole group knew her. You can see who I am. Yang Wan said coldly. Miss Yang, Mr. Yang said, please take a good rest these few days, please don't embarrass us. A middle-aged security guard came forward and said, you know I'm Yang Wan and dare to stop me. Yang Wan realized that things were not simple. Miss Yang, I know that you are the eldest lady of the Yang family, but the person in charge of the Yang group is Mr. Yang Wenchen, and now the entire group can only listen to him. Mr. Yang said that you should stay at home during this time. Have a good rest. The middle-aged security guard replied. Second uncle. Yang Wan immediately understood that this was the second uncle's attempt to empty herself. She never thought that the second uncle would do such a thing. After all, she is the eldest lady of the Yang family, and she also has shares in the group. How dare he treat herself like this? The people around also noticed the movement at the door, and after realizing that it was Yang Wan who was turned away, many people cast sympathetic glances. You tell my second uncle now, I'll wait for him here. Yang Wan said with a pale face. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang said, I won't see anyone today. The middle-aged security guard refused. You. Yang Wan was very angry. She had never been treated like this before. Isn't Yang Wenchen afraid of being gossiped? Chen Yang looked at the middle-aged security guard and couldn't help laughing. Miss Yang, it seems that your current situation is very embarrassing. Chen Yang, what should we do? Yang Wan looked at Chen Yang for help. Simple, we just walk in. Chen Yang snapped his fingers, and the eyes of the middle-aged security guard immediately became dull. Let's go, let's see who dares to stop us. Chen Yang stretched out his hand and made a gesture of please. Yang Wan glanced at Chen Yang gratefully, and then her eyes became very cold. Sure enough, the security at the door didn't stop her, and Yang Wan finally entered the Yang group smoothly. She had never thought that one day she would be turned away by her own staff, but she also knew that it was not the fault of the security guards, they were just following the orders from above, and the culprit was her second uncle. In a luxurious office, Wu Meng gently fed fruit to Yang Wenchun's mouth. Honey, I want you to mouth feed. Yang Wenchun squinted at Wu Mendeo. President Yang, you hate. Wu Meng pretended to be shy, and then slowly approached Yang Wenchun's lips with a fruit in his mouth. Yang Wenchun took the opportunity to kiss Wu Meng's lips. Wu Meng pretended to avoid it, but he succeeded in the end. Mr. Yang, you are good or bad? Wu Meng looked at Yang Wenchun with seductive eyes. It's not that you, little fairy, are too attractive. Yang Wenchun put his arms around Wu Meng, and his hands began to be dishonest. Mr. Yang, when do you want to promote me? Wu Meng spewed a breath of hot air and asked in Yang Wenchun's ear. It's not easy. I'll give the order later. From now on, the whole group, except me, will be the most effective if you speak. Are you satisfied with this, my little baby? Yang Wenchun said with a smile. What if Miss Yang is not happy? Wu Meng asked. Yang Wan? She has been suspended by me, and now it may be a problem if she wants to join the group. Yang Wenchun said indifferently. Isn't that a little too much? Wu Meng said tentatively. What's so unreasonable about this? What can she do? She grew up under the protection of my brother since she was a child, and she has never been in contact with company affairs. If she is really allowed to manage, several people will be convinced, and the entire group will. Wouldn't it be a mess? Hearing what Yang Wenchun said, Wu Meng's worries were also let go. I thought that Yang Wenchun might be embarrassed to attack Yang Wan because of family affection, but he didn't expect to drive Yang Wan out so quickly. Unless a miracle happens, Yang Wan may not be able to join the group in her life. Boom boom boom. Just when Wu Meng was excited, there was a knock on the door. Who? Yang Wenchun was disturbed, and his face was a little uncomfortable. Mr. Yang, Miss Yang is here. A woman's voice came from outside the door. Didn't you say that you are not allowed to enter the group? Do you want me to say more? Yang Wenchun said impatiently. Oh. The door was pushed open, and there was the thud of high heels on the floor. Yang Wenchun was about to get angry when he heard someone broke into his office, but when he found out it was Yang Wan, the muscles on his face trembled a few times. Niece, why are you here? Yang Wenchun looked at Yang Wan with a smile on his face instantly, but when he found that Chen Yang was following behind him, his expression became a little unnatural. This is Yang's group. As my father's company, am I not qualified to come in? Yang Wan had the aura of a queen, and even Chen Yang couldn't help applauding her performance. How could you say such a thing? The Yang group belongs to all of us, of course you can come in. Yang Wenchun said hypocritically. In that case, why did the security guard downstairs dare to stop me? Yang Wan said coldly. It's just a group of guys who have done more than fail. If my niece doesn't like it, how about I help you expel them? Yang Wenchun looked at Yang Wandeo with a strange smile. Seeing Yang Wenchun hugging Wu Meng, Yang Wan turned pale. Second uncle, this is how you manage the group. Hehe. Niece, you should take care of the adults' affairs. I am also doing it for your own good. My niece must be very sad because of the death of the elder brother. I am giving you time to rest. You don't know how good the second uncle is to you. Bar. Yang Wenchun didn't reveal his intentions, but what he said was very obvious. Second uncle, you are my family, how could you treat me like this? Yang Wan finally couldn't suppress the emotions in her heart, and her voice became louder. Niece, I let you take a good rest to save face. You don't really think that someone in this group will listen to you, a great warrior. When Yang Wenchun saw that Yang Wan was telling the truth, he also tore his face. But this group belongs to my father? Are you doing him right? Yang Wan shouted. It's not your turn to teach me what I do. I'm doing this for the good of the entire Yang family. Without me, you think the Yang group can continue to be as strong as before? Yang Wenchun's expression turned cold in an instant. Seeing that Yang Wenchun insisted on driving Yang Wan out of the group, Chen Yang finally spoke up. Mr. Yang, you're going too far. This is our family business, and it's not your turn to talk to outsiders. Seeing Chen Yang speak, Yang Wenchun was a little upset. He remembered that Smith told him yesterday that he would find a way to deal with Chen Yang. Why is he still standing here today? Has he not moved yet? Yang Wenchun was a little puzzled. I am indeed an outsider, but now I am called by Ms. Yang. Since Ms. Yang asked me for help, I have to intervene in this matter. Chen Yang looked at Yang Wenchun meaningfully. He wanted to see how Yang Wenchun was going to treat him. Yang Wan, how can you call outsiders for help? Yang Wenchun's face darkened, and he scolded. Even you can do such shameless things, why can't I ask Chen Yang to help? Yang Wan said lightly. Don't forget, he is your father-killing enemy. Mr. Yang, your hat is too big. Chen Yang interrupted. Why, how dare you say that you are okay? Yang Wenchun questioned. I really don't have much to do with Miss Yang's father's death, and even I feel very sorry for it. Patriarch Yang is a hero. Although he did some unpleasant things to me before, when he stood up for the Beast City, I still feel sorry for him. Thank you very much. Of course, Chen Yang would not really be grateful to Yang Ning in his heart. You must know that at that time, he had suffered a full blow from the self-destruction of a sixth-order fierce beast. If he hadn't possessed the talent for self-healing and a strong body, he might have died in that blew up. There is no evidence to say it. I heard that only you and my elder brother were swallowed by that strange fish. How do we know what happened inside? You can say whatever you want. Otherwise, why only you can come out, and my elder brother but something happened. Yang Wenchen seized Chen Yang's loophole and wanted to drive a wedge between Yingwan and Chen Yang. You can say whatever you want, as long as Miss Yang believes in me. Chen Yang looked at Yingwan and said, I believe in Chen Yang. Yingwan hesitated for a few seconds, then spoke forcefully. Haha, do you want to rely on an outsider to drive me down? Yang Wenchen's eyes showed a fierce light. Will you give up the position yourself, or will I help you? Seeing that the two sides talked about this, Chen Yang spoke directly. What are you talking about? Mr. Yang is the master. Miss Yang, this helper you brought is not very good. Wu Meng laughed. She didn't know Chen Yang's strength, but seeing that the other party was so young, his cultivation level must not be much higher. Wu Meng, I really misjudged you. I never thought you were this kind of person. Seeing Wu Meng nestled in Yang Wenchen's arms, Yingwan felt a little sick. Wu Meng just smiled contemptuously after hearing Yingwan's words. Everyone has his own ambition, I just choose the right person at the right time. Mr. Yang is so good, you don't think any woman would reject him, do you? After Wu Meng finished speaking, she provocatively kissed Yang Wenchen on the face. You. Yingwan was too angry to speak. It's just a clown. After you take control of the group, you can just fire her. Chen Yang comforted Yingwan. Hearing what Chen Yang said, Yingwan felt much better in her heart, and her expression gradually calmed down. She still wants to control the group? Ha ha ha, Yingwan, are you out of your mind and found such an idiot? Do you think you can help you regain the position of chairman of the group? Wu Meng couldn't help laughing. Then you have to ask Yang Wenchen, what do you think of my previous proposal? Chen Yang looked at Yang Wenchen and smiled faintly. Yang Wenchen snorted coldly. He has now broken through to the realm of high-ranking master. Just because he couldn't beat Chen Yang before doesn't mean he's still not Chen Yang's opponent now. Therefore, he ignored Chen Yang's ridicule. I'll give you 3 minutes, or you won't be able to get out of here today. Of course, Yang Wenchen didn't want to lose face in front of his subordinates. No matter how powerful Chen Yang was, he still had the strength of a grandmaster. He was already in the realm of a high-ranking grandmaster. If Chen Yang continued to provoke, he could try his breakthrough strength. Mr. Yang seems to be very confident. There are so many people here, and the group will be destroyed by accident. Why don't we chat in another place? Seeing Yang Wenchen's attitude, Chen Yang suggested. Little Huangmao, I was negligent before. You don't really think you can beat me now, do you? I didn't want to make a move at first, but since you want to die, then I will help you. Yang Wenchen pushed Wu Meng away, and his whole body was suspended. I want to see where your confidence comes from. Chen Yang opened the portal with a wave of his hand, and the other side of the portal was a certain field outside Yangchang. Please. Chen Yang stretched out his hand and said, Humph. Yang Wenchen didn't talk nonsense, and stepped in directly. Seeing Yang Wenchen's self-confidence, Chen Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. Check talent. Half-alien, Yang Wenchen. Realm of cultivation. It's actually a half-species. Chen Yang was a little surprised. Yang Wenchen's cultivation realm at this time has actually reached a high-level master. It seems that he is another person who has taken the super gene potion. However, the super gene potions sold on the market before did not have such a strong effect. If he guessed correctly, Smith and the Ying family had cooperated in this area before, which would also explain why Yingning had incomplete medicines. The magic liquid potion. And the reason why Yang Wenchen broke through so quickly must be that he took the super genetic potion with stronger effect. No wonder the other party's temperament has changed drastically now, and it must have a lot to do with the influence of the magic liquid. It's a little troublesome now. Chen Yang originally wanted to control Yang Wenchen's consciousness through his spiritual talent, but that was based on Yang Wenchen's previous strength. Now that Yang Wenchen has not only broken through to the realm of a high-ranking master, but has also become a semi-different species, it seems that it is impossible to control the opponent through spiritual talent. Forget it, let's teach him a lesson first. Chen Yang stepped into the portal, and with a whoosh, the portal closed. Chen Yang, I admit that your strength is indeed beyond my expectation. Even my elder brother can suppress you, but your strongest strength is a high-ranking grandmaster. You can't imagine that I am also a high-ranking grandmaster now. Yang Wenchen couldn't wait to release his aura, but unfortunately he was injured in the beast horde at the beginning, and his arm was torn apart, so he didn't know much about what happened afterwards. If he had seen Chen Yang repel the 7th level beast with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't have said that. As a cultivator, if you blindly pursue foreign objects to improve your strength, you will become a master at the highest level in your life. Chen Yang said disdainfully. Haha, so what? How many cultivators can reach the level of martial saints? My strength is now at the top in the entire Yangchang. If you didn't insist on helping Yingwan, I wouldn't want to attack you. Yang Wenchen felt that his combat experience was richer than Chen Yang's, and he was more inclined to himself for the outcome of this battle. Chen Yang, why don't you think about it? I can give you what Yingwan gave you. You are a genius. As long as we work together, no one else in Yangchang can match us except the Tan family. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't speak, Yang Wenchen thought that the other party was concerned about his own strength, so he suggested. I don't like to go back on my word, so your suggestion is to take back your stomach. As for your last sentence, I can only answer you with 3 words, you don't deserve it. The Yuan Li on Chen Yang's body rolled, and before Yang Wenchen could react, he punched it. Feeling the bone-piercing fist wind, Yang Wenchen quickly blocked it, and a strong force was transmitted from Chen Yang's fist to him. Yang Wenchen immediately staggered back a few steps, and several large pits appeared under his feet. What a powerful force! Yang Wenchen's pupils shrank slightly. He thought that after breaking through to a high-ranking master, his own strength should be equal to that of Chen Yang, but the Yuan Li that came from Chen Yang's fist just now surprised him. Of course, it is impossible for Yang Wenchen to surrender to the opponent because of this. Although the opponent may be stronger than himself, he also has advantages that Chen Yang does not have. As one of the largest families in Yangchang, its strongest background is not money, but its own cultivation reserves and strong strength. The Yang family has existed in Yangchang for more than 30 years. During these 30 years, they have continuously collected various cultivation methods such as spiritual objects and combat skills, so he has learned more combat skills than others. Let me see how strong you are. A strange phantom appeared on Yang Wenchen's body, which was the effect of using his combat skills. One punch. Chen Yang said lightly. What? Yang Wenchen was taken aback, not knowing what Chen Yang meant. You do whatever you want, I can beat you with just one punch. Chen Yang let Yang Wenchen play. Don't be ashamed. Yang Wenchen was furious at Chen Yang's attitude. This was the first time someone told him that he could be solved with just one punch. Even Tanjing would not say such a thing here. He regarded himself as a 7th rank martial saint? Yang Wenchen activated the dual domains, and with the blessing of the power domain, his strength has once again increased a lot. Feeling the increase brought by the dual domains, Yang Wenchen was full of confidence. Although my cultivation base is accumulated by the accumulation of spiritual objects, I don't have a certain understanding, and I will not come to where I am today. Do you really think that I, the master, was picked up? Today, I will let you open your eyes and let you learn what fusion combat skills are. Two different kinds of power emerged from Yang Wenchen's body. Chen Yang was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the opponent combined the two combat skills together. This is not something ordinary people can do. At first, Chen Yang wondered if the opponent would fail. When Yang Wenchen really combined the two combat skills, even he was a little amazed at Yang Wenchen's cultivation talent. It's a pity. If you don't go astray and practice seriously, even if it takes a little longer, you will definitely be able to reach a higher level. But now, you have lost this opportunity. Feeling the destructive power gathering in Yang Wenchen's arm, Chen Yang smiled slightly, and the advanced power field also unfolded. Chen Yang, let you experience my unique move, the fusion of dual combat skills, Xianfeng Fist. Yang Wenchen's body trembled slightly under the effect of the two combat skills. Fortunately, his cultivation realm has been improved, otherwise he might not be able to perfectly integrate the two combat skills. As he roared, the dual combat skills seemed to find an outlet and slammed towards Chen Yang. Long Huang Fist. Chen Yang didn't use the Speed Force domain. He was afraid that the superimposed power of the two domains would be too powerful to blow the opponent into scum, so he only used the advanced strength domain. It is not what the master can follow. Boom. The two fists slammed into each other violently, causing a huge wind and sandstorm, and a black shadow flew upside down, and was thrown hundreds of meters away. Puff. The black shadow finally fell to the ground, his blood surged, and he finally couldn't help but spit it out. How, so? I am, a high-ranking Grandmaster. Yang Wenchen leaned on a boulder and looked at Chen Yang in the distance with incredible eyes. Now we can have a good talk. Chen Yang teleported to Yang Wenchen, looking at him indifferently. With the blessing of the advanced strength domain, Chen Yang's punch has already reached the 7th level. Even Zhao Suolin suffered a big loss in the advanced strength domain, let alone Yang Wenchen. Yang Wenchen was very frightened at this moment. He couldn't help but think, could it be that the position of patriarch he had just obtained would be taken away so soon? What do you want? Yang Wenchen said unwillingly. You should be very clear about my spiritual talent. Originally, I wanted to control your consciousness and give up the position to Yang Wan. Now, are you going to withdraw by yourself or should I help you? Chen Yang looked down at Yang Wenchen and asked. If you want me to give up the position of the patriarch of the Yang family, don't even think about it. Even if you kill me, I can't let you contaminate the assets of the Yang family. Yang Wan is such an idiot, she doesn't even understand the principle of luring wolves into the house, cough cough. Yang Wenchen was very emotional. Since it doesn't make sense, then there's no other way. Chen Yang saw that Yang Wenchen was probably unable to communicate, so he punched him on the temple and knocked him unconscious. It's a bit troublesome now, I can only try it. Chen Yang said to himself. His current realm is only a top-ranking martial artist, and it is still no problem to control a junior grandmaster, but it is very difficult to control a high-ranking grandmaster. Chen Yang has never tried whether he can control the high-level grandmaster, but what he worries most is that he can only control it for a while, and the other party will automatically wake up after a while. At this time, Yang Wenchen was already in a coma, and his consciousness was at its weakest. Chen Yang thought about it and decided to try another method. It must be very difficult to completely control Yang Wenchen's consciousness, but he suddenly thought of the memory fragments in Tan Rose and Yang Minjaya's mind. If he took Yang Wenchen's consciousness and memory and left only the instructions he buried in the end, he might be able to succeed. Do as soon as he thinks, Chen Yang closed his eyes, and his mental power quickly invaded the opponent's sea of consciousness. Due to his transformation into a semi-different species, Yang Wenchun's sea of consciousness was also somewhat chaotic, but it hadn't reached the point where it completely affected his thinking. Chen Yang found Yang Wenchun's memory, and then used his mind control talent to delete most of Yang Wenchun's memory. When the mind control talent deleted Yang Wenchun's memory, his consciousness screamed in pain and continued to resist. Unfortunately, he is now in a coma, and his consciousness is extremely weak. Under the influence of Chen Yang's various spiritual talents, Yang Wenchun's consciousness finally became dull. After deleting most of his memories, Chen Yang began to gradually rewrite them. In the end, Yang Wenchun's memories had completely changed. The only thing he knew was to obey Chen Yang unconditionally. An hour later, Chen Yang's mental power finally withdrew from Yang Wenchun's brain. Even he can't bear to use his spiritual talent continuously for such a long time. When the mental power returned to himself, Chen Yang found that his forehead and back were soaked with sweat, and the fire element was activated, and the sweat disappeared instantly. Phew, hope it works. Chen Yang looked at the unconscious Yang Wenchun, and heaved a long sigh. After all, Yang Wenchun has become a high-level master. His consciousness is much stronger than before, so Chen Yang is not very sure about his operation. Maybe there was a small mistake when modifying and deleting the other party's memory. Maybe Yang Wenchun became an idiot directly. Chen Yang regained his spirit, and then manipulated Yuan Li to inject Yang Wenchun into Yang Wenchun's body. Under the stimulation of Chen Yang's Yuan Li, Yang Wenchun gradually woke up. Lord, Master. Yang Wenchun fell into confusion at first, but after seeing Chen Yang, he seemed to wake up a bit. Who are you? Chen Yang saw that Yang Wenchun hadn't become an idiot, and the stone in his heart dropped. If you have worked so hard to turn the other party into an idiot, this operation will be in vain. I am. Yang Wenchun hesitated for a while, frowning and thinking. I am. Yang Wenchun. That's right, don't call me master in the future, just call me Chen Yang, you know. Chen Yang stared at Yang Wenchun's eyes and said. Understood. Yang Wenchun nodded. He had become natural from being confused at the beginning. It seems to be a success. Chen Yang smiled with satisfaction. Let's go back. Chen Yang waved a portal, signaling Yang Wenchun to follow him. Yang Wenchun obediently followed Chen Yang into the portal. In the office, Yang Wan anxiously waited for Chen Yang's return. It has been more than an hour, and she hasn't come back for so long. She is worried that something will happen to the other party. She remembered that it didn't take too long for Chen Yang to control Yang Wenchun's consciousness last time, but this time she went so long and didn't come back. She was afraid that something would happen to Chen Yang. Miss Yang, don't wait any longer. You don't really think that kid can defeat Mr. Yang, do you? Seeing Yang Wan frowning tightly, Wu Meng sneered. In the past, she would never have dared to talk to Yang Wan like this. Now, relying on Yang Wenchun's love for her, she is not polite to Yang Wan. She wasn't worried that Yang Wan would retaliate against her. After all, Yang Wenchun didn't want to see her, and no one in the company could do her any favors. It was too late for others to flatter her. It was impossible to offend Yang Wenchun for Yang Wan. You are a villain. I really don't know what father saw in you before. If I knew that you have such virtues, I would have fired you a long time ago. Yang Wan glanced at Yang Wan in disgust. Hehe, Miss Yang, you don't have to be so angry. How do you know that your father doesn't like me? Wu Meng said angrily. You. How could Yang Wan fail to understand the meaning in Wu Meng's words? Thinking that her father was also seduced by Wu Meng, she felt angry immediately. Do you know what the fate of provoking a practitioner is? There are only two of us here. If I beat you here, do you think someone will come to save you? Yang Wan's expression suddenly became indifferent. Wu Meng froze when she heard Yang Wan's words. She looked around and suddenly panicked. You, don't mess around. When Mr. Yang comes back, if he sees me being bullied by you, he will definitely not let you go. I want to see if he dares to attack his niece. Yang Wan approached Wu Meng slowly, as if she was about to strike in the next second. Wu Meng suddenly regretted. Why did she provoke Yang Wan now? Yang Wenchun is not here, and he is an ordinary person with no power to restrain himself. If Yang Wan really does something, it will be called every day should not be done, and the earth will not work. And even if Yang Wenchun comes back by then, it is really possible that Yang Wan will not punish her as Yang Wan said. After all, Yang Wan is still a member of the Yang family, and she is Yang Wenchun's niece. At most, she will be kicked out. It is still impossible for Yang Wenchun to beat his niece. Mr. Yang, come back quickly, your niece is crazy. Seeing that Yang Wan was only 1 meter away from him, Wu Meng cried out anxiously in his heart. She kept backing away, and was quickly cornered. Just when she was desperate, the portal opened, and the figures of Chen Yang and Yang Wenchun walked out from it. Boss Yang, you're back. Wu Meng was overjoyed when she saw Yang Wenchun. She quickly avoided Yang Wan and ran towards Yang Wenchun. Yang Wan paused, and originally wanted to teach Wu Meng a lesson, but now that Yang Wenchun came back, she temporarily held back the thought of wanting to teach him a lesson. Mr. Yang, Yang Wan wants to bully me. She said that she will definitely take over the position of patriarch of the Yang family, and she will also kick you out of the group. Mr. Yang, you have to be the master for me. Wu Meng held Yang Wenchun's arm with both hands, and twisted her body tightly against his body. If Yang Wenchun hadn't come back in time, she might have been taught a lesson by Yang Wan. Yang Wan turned her head to look at the two of them, and saw that Chen Yang looked tired, but Yang Wenchun looked indifferent as if he had nothing to do, but his clothes were a little tattered. Chen Yang. Yang Wan looked at Chen Yang eagerly, wanting to know the result. Nailed it. Chen Yang gave Yingwan a reassuring look. Yingwan's face was filled with joy. Although she had confidence in Chen Yang, she opened her mouth involuntarily after hearing the good news. Wu Meng's face changed slightly when she heard Chen Yang's words, and she clinged closer to Ying Wenchen, hoping that the other party was joking. After all, Chen Yang didn't seem like someone who could defeat Ying Wenchen, unless there was a very powerful force behind him that caused Ying Wenchen to succumb. Mr. Yang, you should say something. You don't know that during the time you left, I was worried about you to death. Wu Meng's voice was very contrived and looked very slutty. Ying Wenchen frowned and pushed Wu Meng away. Roll. Wu Meng thought that he heard it wrong. Why did Ying Wenchen, who was still obsessed with him an hour ago, suddenly seem like a different person? Seeing Ying Wenchen's indifferent expression, Wu Meng's heart sank. Could it be that there is really some powerful force behind Chen Yang that made Ying Wenchen succumb? Otherwise, how could he have such an expression? Wu Meng felt bad. If Yingwan really took the position, based on what she did just now, she would definitely lose the job. Mr. Yang, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Wu Meng looked at Ying Wenchen pretending to be pitiful, but the other party was unmoved, as if Wu Meng was a stranger in his eyes at this time. Chen Yang, what happened to my second uncle? Seeing that Ying Wenchen looked very strange, Yingwan seemed to have his consciousness controlled, but it was a little different, so she couldn't help asking. As planned, he was taken care of by me. Now, you are the new head of the Yang family, and the entire group will be under your management. Let me see who has the courage to stand up against you. Chen Yang smiled lightly. Impossible. How could Mr. Ying lose to you? You must be lying to me. Seeing that Ying Wenchen did not refute, Wu Mengro was struck by lightning. She finally got the position of the second in command of the group, and it was about to end before her butt was hot. How reconciled she was to this. I said before, you're just a clown, Mr. Yang, this Wu Meng should be kicked out by you. Seeing that Wu Meng was still lucky, Chen Yang didn't bother to explain, and directly ordered Ying Wenchen to say. Under the incredible eyes of Wu Meng and Yingwan, Ying Wenchen actually threw Wu Meng out directly. The employees outside heard the movement and quickly hid in the distance to wait and see. Seeing Wu Meng being thrown outside the door and sitting on the ground, everyone showed a shocked expression. From their point of view, Wu Meng is almost Ying Wenchen's endorsement. The whole group knows that Ying Wenchen likes Wu Meng's beauty very much, and many people even spend a lot of money to build a good relationship with Wu Meng, hoping that the other party can help him. Bundle. Who would have thought that in just one day, Wu Meng would be discarded by Ying Wenchen like garbage? This change came too fast. Seeing people talking in the distance, Wu Meng was ashamed like a cat. Look at what? Wu Meng yelled at the employees who were watching, and then she quickly got up and lay down on the door and kept beating. Mr. Yang, you can't do this, Mr. Yang, Mr. Yang. Ying Wenchen listened indifferently to the voice outside the door. He would only follow Chen Yang's instructions now. As to why he did this was not in his scope of thinking yet. Seeing that her second uncle was subdued by Chen Yang, Yingwan felt mixed emotions in her heart. For a while, I didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Don't worry, your second uncle still has his own consciousness, but I changed his memory. In his current memory, he must obey my orders. Chen Yang's voice appeared in Yingwan's mind. Yingwan was startled by the sudden voice, and it took a while to react. Ying Wenchen, from now on, you will obey Yingwan's orders. What she says is equivalent to what I say, do you understand? Chen Yang gave an order to Ying Wenchen. Understood, Chen Yang. Ying Wenchen nodded obediently. Well, Ms. Yang, I've already done what you asked me to do for you, and it's time for you to recover the entire group, but I have a small suggestion that I don't know if you'd like to listen to. Chen Yang said. What advice? Yingwan asked quickly. I don't know how you planned in the first place. If you want to directly declare yourself as the head of the Ying family and the leader of the Ying group, I don't think it is necessary. My suggestion is to continue to let Ying Wenchen sit in this position, so that there will be several advantages. First, he can be a bait. You can know who has dislikes for you through Ying Wenchen. Second, when contacting other companies, they will not despise the Ying group. It is also a better choice for the development. As for the final plan, it depends on yourself. Chen Yang spoke out his thoughts. Yingwan was silent for a while after hearing this. After learning that the second uncle was indeed controlled by Chen Yang, her first reaction was indeed to take the position of the Ying group directly, and she didn't think as much as Chen Yang did. But after listening to Chen Yang's suggestion, Yingwan suddenly felt that she was still too eager, and she didn't even notice such a simple thing. Although she could directly sit on the position of the Ying group's leader, those who disagreed with her would certainly not accept it, but because of Ying Wenchen's support, they dared not say anything. If Ying Wenchen is allowed to continue to be the person in power, and then he manages the group indirectly, people who have opinions about him will definitely speak ill of him in front of Ying Wenchen, and he can eliminate dissidents without any effort, which is like killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Yingwan felt a little ashamed. She didn't think well about such a simple matter, and she still needed Chen Yang to raise it. In terms of power and people's hearts, she was still a little too immature. She can become the person in charge of the group in both ways, but the effects produced by different approaches are completely different. Chen Yang, thank you, I understand now. Yingwan glanced at Chen Yang gratefully. Haha, you don't need to thank me. You are just dazzled by these things, and you would definitely make such a choice in normal times. Chen Yang didn't care. No, my experience is still too little. If I want to become a female president, I really don't have to be strong. I decided to control the entire group secretly, and on the surface it will still be managed by my second uncle. Yang Wan said. This is the best. Chen Yang agreed with Yang Wan's approach. I have a question. How long can second uncle be in this state? If there are no accidents, it should be able to last forever. I will often observe the consciousness in his mind in the future, but it should not be a problem. Chen Yang thought for a while and said. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what to do. Chen Yang, thank you very much. Yang Wan looked at Chen Yang seriously, with various complex emotions in her eyes. It's all just a transaction. After Ms. Yang finishes handling all the matters of the group, I'll come over and talk to you about the things we negotiated. Chen Yang showed a slight smile. It is good. Yang Wan didn't feel reluctant because of Chen Yang's previous request. She exchanged half of the current assets of the Yang family for Chen Yang's 10-year sideline. She felt that the deal was not a loss. What's more, to solve such a big trouble for her, it would be nice to find someone else, and it would be nice not to gnaw the Yang family to the bone. Then Miss Yang, I'm leaving. If you have any questions, you can call me directly. Chen Yang saw that the matter was handled almost, so he said. I'll take it to you. Yang Wan quickly proposed. Haha, I'll trouble you then. Chen Yang thought for a while without refusing, opened the door, and Wu Meng had already left. Seeing Chen Yang and Yang Wan come out of the office, they realized that the group's world was about to change again. Sitting in Yang Wan's car, Chen Yang leaned against the co-pilot and looked out the window. What are you thinking about? Seeing that Chen Yang didn't speak, Yang Wan asked curiously. It's nothing, I just want to see the scenery outside while sitting in the car. Chen Yang laughed. Speaking of which, I really haven't visited Yangcheng well, and I haven't been to many places. Then do you want me to walk with you? Just take it easy. Yang Wan laughed. Forget it, I still have a lot of things to deal with. Chen Yang thought of Zhao Lu in his own family, and decided to deal with this matter first. Today's bold attempt made Chen Yang change his mind. Originally, he wanted to directly slaughter the two remaining masters of the Zhao family in the magical capital, but since he could achieve the effect of control by modifying and deleting memories, Chen Yang decided to use this method. Just as Chen Yang was thinking, the phone rang. Chen Yang opened it and saw that it was Song Qing's call. Who? Yang Wan turned her head curiously, seeing that it was Song Qing. Her curiosity disappeared without a trace. So it's your girlfriend. Yang Wan's words were a little sour. Hey. Chen Yang slid over the answer button. Chen Yang, are you free? Song Qing's voice was a little strange. What's the matter? Chen Yang asked. It's nothing, it's like asking if you have time to go shopping. Song Qing said intermittently. Yo, so I was waiting for someone else. Yang Wan said unnaturally. Who's next to you? Hearing Yang Wan's voice, Song Qing hurriedly asked. Oh, it's Yang Wan. She has something to do with me today. Chen Yang replied truthfully. You are not afraid that she will be jealous? Yang Wan said in a low voice. That's it. Well, let's meet again next time we have a chance. Song Qing hung up the phone with a tone of reluctance and loss. How on earth did you catch up with Song Qing? You are a straight man. Yang Wan showed an incredulous expression. Would you believe me if I said that she and I were just friends? Chen Yang said seriously. Bah, scumbag. Yang Wan showed an angry expression. Haha, no one believes the truth. Chen Yang joked helplessly. Your affairs made a lot of noise that day, and you still want to quibble. You won't be fancying another beautiful woman, right? You just want to get rid of Song Qing. Yang Wan felt sorry for Song Qing. Yes, this beauty is sitting next to me. Chen Yang joked. Bad man. Yang Wan didn't say anything but blushed. Actually, Song Qing and I were acting. She said she wanted to get rid of her suitor. That's why there was a farce at the birthday party. Chen Yang explained. Really? Yang Wan's eyes lit up, and she looked at Chen Yang in disbelief. The love affair that is full of turmoil is just a show? But Song Qing seems to really like you. I can tell just now that she is very disappointed. Yang Wan turned her head and said. I know, so I'm afraid that something will really happen between us. Chen Yang said truthfully. Why, you don't want such a beautiful woman, do you have a crush on someone else? Yang Wan asked curiously. Yeah, I have a girlfriend. Chen Yang nodded. Yang Wan slammed on the brakes and almost hit Chen Yang. Hey, drive slowly, people will die. Chen Yang was speechless. No, is your girlfriend prettier than Song Qing? She is the most gentle beauty in Yangcheng, and you actually want to reject her. Yang Wan seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world. Aren't you also one of the 4 beauties in Yangcheng? Why do you praise Song Qing so much? Chen Yang was puzzled. Originally, everyone knows that Song Qing is the girl with the best personality in Yangcheng. Even I feel that she is a little worse than her. The 4 beauties in Yangcheng are all nonsense, but if you say that everyone in Yangcheng loves the most beauties, who is it? The answer must be Song Qing. You have such a good opportunity, but you don't know how to cherish it. Yang Wan explained. Of course I know that Song Qing is a very good girl. It is precisely because of this that I don't want to hurt her. Thinking of Song Qing's actions yesterday, Chen Yang is still at a loss. I'm quite curious about what kind of a beautiful character your girlfriend is. Yang Wan showed a curious expression. Although she may be worse than Song Qing, she is the most beautiful one in my heart. Thinking of the sweetness and shyness in high school, a faint smile appeared on Chen Yang's face. When he was the most depraved, he thought that Lu Xian had given up on himself, but when he learned the truth, Chen Yang's eyes were moist. Really? Then she must be very happy. Yang Wan looked forward to it. Most definitely, Chen Yang answered seriously. By the way, where are you going now? Only then did Yang Wan realize that Chen Yang hadn't mentioned the destination yet. Go home. I may not be in Yangcheng these few days, but if you have something to do, I will come over immediately, Chen Yang said. Then send me your location. After a while, Yang Wan looked at the location on the phone, turned around and drove forward. After arriving at the villa, Chen Yang and Yang Wan separated. After thinking for a while, Chen Yang turned on his mobile phone and called Zhang Jing. Hello, Mr. Chen. Zhang Jing's voice came from the other end of the phone. How is the company doing these days? It's not bad. With the help of the Song family, we have hardly encountered any trouble. Zhang Jing quickly replied. That's good. I'm going to go to the magic capital in a few days, and I will leave the matter of Yangcheng to you, Chen Yang said. Do you want Lu Yan to accompany you? Forget it, it's not a big deal, I'll be back in a few days. Chen Yang refused. Okay, then let me talk to Lu Yan. Zhang Jing nodded over there. Well, there's nothing else, just to let you know. If you encounter any problems, remember to tell me in time, I'll be back soon. Okay, don't worry, boss. Chen Yang hung up the phone, and was about to enter the door and take Zhao Lu to Shanghai together, when another call came. Chen Yang took out the mobile phone he had just taken back and saw that it was actually Tan Jing calling. City Lord Tan. Chen Yang, you have helped us a lot this time. The joint team found that the super genetic potion sold by the Future Technology Company is really a big problem. This kind of thing is not something we can control now. If it weren't for you, Yangcheng probably would. They all went crazy. Chen Yang smiled after hearing this. It's nothing, it's just that I have been in contact with it before, and I am more familiar with this thing. But now there is a problem. Although the Future Technology Company was closed down by us after only selling it for a whole morning, there are still many practitioners who have taken the super gene potion. We are very troubled by this matter. Suning Xiang and I have carefully checked these medicines. As a future cultivator, although I don't see any negative effects for the time being, I always feel something is wrong. That's why I called you to see what you think about this. After listening to Tanjing's words, Chen Yang was silent for a while. This potion appeared a long time ago. When I was in Yancheng, I found that some people took it, but even now there are no special negative effects. However, there are 2 points that need to be paid attention to. One is that they must never come into contact with this potion again. Because the thing they took before was a diluted magic liquid. If they continue to take it, when the magic liquid accumulates to a certain extent, they will become different species. The second point may be a little far away from us, so we don't have to worry about it for the time being. What's the second point? Tanjing asked. The city lord knows the Demon King. This magic liquid is a means for the Demon King of the Demon Star to control creatures. As long as the creature has taken the magic liquid, it will become the puppet of the Demon King. What I am worried about is that if one day the Demon Star finds the blue star, these people who have taken the potion are likely to become a hidden danger to the country. Hearing what Chen Yang said, Tanjing couldn't help feeling tense. You mean, the devil can control people who drink these potions? This is just my guess. I don't know exactly what will happen. After all, even researchers can't study this stuff, let alone me. Chen Yang shook his head and said, is there a way to develop an antidote? Tanjing asked expectantly. Not for the time being. Although the magic liquid in the potion is scarce, they are integrated with the person after taking it like a virus, and they cannot be separated from each other. If the virus is forcibly removed, the host will die as a result. I can only think of a way to ask the one in Yancheng. If even she can't do anything about it, then it's definitely not going to work. Unless we can find the natural enemy of this kind of thing and use it to develop an antidote. Chen Yang thought of Guoyu, who has a talent for deep learning and is a scientific researcher in this field. Although she looks younger, with the help of deep learning talent, she has more knowledge reserves in her mind than those 7 or 80-year-old professors. If anyone could develop the antidote, Chen Yang immediately thought of her. If there is no way to even her, then it is estimated that it will be difficult to find her in the whole country of Hua. Then please, if there is any good news, please remember to tell me. Don't worry, City Lord Tan. This matter has a lot to do with me, and I will definitely supervise it myself. Chen Yang replied. Okay, I'll let you know that because of your previous achievements, the higher UPS have decided to promote your military rank to Lieutenant General, and your authority has also been raised to level 6. Remember to come to the meritorious meeting tomorrow. Tanjing reminded. Tomorrow? Well, I will definitely come over. Chen Yang hung up the phone. It seems that the matter of going to the magic capital can only be delayed, and it will not be too late to go after the meritorious service is over. The sudden phone call disrupted Chen Yang's plan. He checked the time and there was nothing to do, so he simply went back to the villa to prepare for training. Walking into the villa, Chen Yang saw a few takeaway packages on the table. Zhao Lu was still watching the TV intently, and only when she heard Chen Yang's voice did she slowly come back to her senses. Mr. Chen. Zhao Lu said hello. At this time, Zhao Lu's situation was very similar to Yang Wenshen's, but Chen Yang's conscious manipulation of Zhao Lu's mind was not as fine as Yang Wenshen's. Thinking of this, Chen Yang decided to modify Zhao Lu's memory again according to the control Yang Wenshen. Under his order, Zhao Lu mechanically closed her eyes and remained still. Chen Yang's mental power entered Zhao Lu's sea of consciousness again, and within half an hour, Zhao Lu's memory was completely rewritten. After finishing all this, Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. In this way, Zhao Lu's behavior will be more natural, and even if he faces the master of the Zhao family, he will not show his flaws. Owner. Zhao Lu opened her eyes again, her expression more humane. Call me Chen Yang from now on. Okay, Chen Yang. Well, tell me about your family situation. Chen Yang sat on the sofa and asked. Zhao Lu also sat down, and disclosed all kinds of information about the Zhao family in the magical city to Chen Yang. Chen Yang's eyes lit up when he heard that the Zhao family in Shanghai had its own weapon production factory. Really, your family can produce weapons by themselves? Yes, Grandpa was a member of the joint team before. He was expelled because something violated the military regulations. However, because of Grandpa's strength and familiarity with the joint team, the two sides have always cooperated. Therefore, the team will often give us some new weapons for mass production. As a price, we need to provide some equipment for the joint team for free. In addition, we also have our own research base, but there are also many researchers from the joint team. A research base for joint team cooperation. Zhao Lu explained the information one by one. Chen Yang was overjoyed. He had wanted to arm Yanqing a long time ago. As a relatively small city, Yanqing has a relatively small population base, so it is relatively weak in terms of cultivators. With Yanqing's own weapon reserves, it would be difficult to resist a large-scale beast horde. That's why Chen Yang needed to buy military equipment and weapons from Xiajun, with the purpose of turning Yanqing into a war castle. Hearing that the Zhao family had a weapons factory and a research base, he immediately wished he could take the Zhao family into his own hands. Once the control of the Zhao family is really obtained, many new weapons can be equipped on Yanqing at that time. Even if encountering a large-scale animal horde, Yanqing has no need to worry. I really can't wait. Chen Yang said excitedly in his heart. By the way, your grandfather has been missing since last night. Won't your family suspect it? I can delay their questions for a while, but this time can't be too long. We must return to Shanghai for a week at most, or we may reveal our secrets by then. Zhao Lu said after a pause. It's okay, I just need you to lure out the two masters of the Zhao family, and leave the rest to me. With Chen Yang in the field of advanced strength, he has become stronger than ever before. Even if all the Zhao family join forces, they will not be his opponent. After controlling the two masters of the Zhao family, Chen Yang will brainwash some core figures of the Zhao family, and then the entire Zhao family will be firmly in his hands. After confirming that there were no omissions, Chen Yang came to the rooftop and began to practice. The next day, the whole Yangcheng fell into a desolate atmosphere. Today is the meritorious service, and it is also a memorial service for the soldiers who died in the beast tide. The entire venue was broadcast live online throughout the city, and everyone in Yangcheng could see it on their mobile devices. The meritorious service will start at 9 o'clock in the morning, and Chen Yang put on his military uniform early and came to the base of the joint team. Many people who didn't know Chen Yang saw the Major General rank on his chest and couldn't help talking about who this young man was. Being able to obtain the rank of Major General at this age is something that has never happened in the entire Yangcheng, so everyone is extremely curious about Chen Yang's identity. You don't even know this. I met him before. He is Song Qing's boyfriend, the boss of Coke Company, Chen Yang, the master behind the spirit liquid. A man who likes to gossip introduced Chen Yang eloquently, and everyone suddenly realized after hearing his introduction. During this period of time, ectoplasmic liquid was very popular in Yangcheng. Although many people had heard of Chen Yang's name, he rarely showed up, so it was normal not to know him. After learning that this young man was Chen Yang, they all looked surprised. Chen Yang was really too young. No one would have imagined that the most recent figure in Yangcheng was such a young boy, and he wore a Major General badge on his chest, which made them all respectful. Not everyone can get the Major General badge. Only those who have made great contributions to the country or the people can get the Major General badge. Otherwise, they can only rely on long-term accumulation to get promoted. Chen Yang's youth is definitely not due to the Major General badge he has accumulated over a long period of time, so there is only one possibility to get this badge, that is, he has made great contributions to the country or the people. Thinking of this, everyone speculated why Chen Yang got this badge. I heard that the glorious base was destroyed by a 7th order beast before. At that time, a cultivator led the beast away to buy a long time for the glorious base to evacuate. I remember that the country seemed to issue a Major General badge to that cultivator. If I remember correctly, that practitioner seems to be also called Chen Yang. A middle-aged man thought about it. I seem to have an impression of what you said. It seemed to be reported on TV at the time, but that cultivator is a person who can survive the hands of a 7th level beast. He shouldn't be so young, right? Said a woman in a black dress. Anyway, the name is the same, it should be a coincidence. Such a young man is at the level of a martial artist at most. It is a bit exaggerated to want to lure away the 7th level beast and survive. The middle-aged man also felt that it might not be the same person. Hearing everyone discussing him, Chen Yang smiled. If they knew that the cultivator was really him, their jaws would drop in shock. City Lord Tan. Walking to the front of the venue, Chen Yang greeted Tan Jing. Captain Wen, Captain Lu. Seeing Wen Wujun and others approaching, Chen Yang smiled at them. Chen Yang, you are here, and I just need to ask you for something. Wen Wujun took out a page, which was full of the process of today's meeting. Why give me this? Chen Yang asked. Today you will be awarded the Lieutenant General badge. This is the awarding process. City Lord Tan, and I hope that you can give a speech then. Wen Wujun handed the process paper to Chen Yang. Chen Yang took it over and glanced at it, then wrote it all down. No problem, as long as you don't think I'm bad. Then let's get ready, it will start in half an hour. Wen Wujun and others then proceeded to the matters of the venue, while Chen Yang found a seat and sat down. Half an hour later, the meritorious service will officially begin. The soldiers of the Joint Force stood straight in the open space, and the open space in front of the entire base was full of black heads. Tan Jing walked to the stage and looked at the densely packed figures below, and nodded in satisfaction. Hello, comrades. Hello, City Lord. All the soldiers shouted in unison, the sound was deafening. Decades ago, fierce beasts invaded our blue star. At that time, all human nuclear bombs were ineffective. Facing the raging beasts, it was the army that stood up to protect the people. Without their heroic sacrifices, we would not be able to have a happy life now. Therefore, I want to respect this military salute to those brave ancestors. Tan Jing raised his right hand and saluted vigorously. Chen Yang and others followed Tan Jing and raised their right hands neatly. The second military salute, I want to pay tribute to you who are desperate in the beast tide. It is your courage and belief that have guarded our city. After speaking, Tan Jing once again saluted the audience. Let me announce that the meritorious commendation ceremony begins now. Soon, under the auspices of Tan Jing, the meritorious commendation conference proceeded in an orderly manner. Not long after, it was Chen Yang's turn to play. This time, besides our comrades, there are many cultivators and the masters of the masters who participated in the army guarding Yangchang. But our biggest hero this time is the members of the joint team from another city. If it weren't for him, the 7th level ferocious beast calamity would break through Yangchang, and the entire city would be devastated. If it wasn't for him, I alone would not be able to kill calamity. If it wasn't for him, maybe I would die on the battlefield on. It is because of his existence that we guard this bustling city. After discussions in Baikan, they decided to award this Lieutenant General medal to the greatest contributor to this beast horde. Next, let us use the most enthusiastic please welcome Chen Yang to the stage with applause. The applause sounded, and Chen Yang walked up with his chest straight. It's really him. Everyone in the audience was skeptical at first, but when Chen Yang really stepped onto the stage, their eyes were full of surprise that couldn't be concealed. He is the cultivator who lured away the 7th Order fierce beast in the glorious base last time. How could he be so young? When many reporters saw Chen Yang walking up, they were also horrified. Chen Yang, thank you. Wen Wujun looked at the young man in front of him, and he remembered the first time he met him. At that time, he didn't expect that this young man could reach the level of his shoulders, let alone that the other party would play such a big role in the subsequent beast tide. Captain Wen, you are welcome, you are the patron saints of this city. Chen Yang also admired it. Congratulations, starting today, you are a lieutenant general. The civil and military army handed over the badge of the lieutenant general to Chen Yang. Chen Yang took the lieutenant general's badge cautiously. The golden badge shone dazzlingly in the sun. Remove the major general badge and wear the golden lieutenant general badge immediately. Chen Yang, let's say a few words. Tan Jing handed the microphone to Chen Yang. Chen Yang took the microphone and looked at the audience, feeling a little complicated. At the beginning, I prepared a lot of words to motivate you. I think this is what Tan Shinzu and Captain Wen wanted me to say, but when I really stood here, my mood was completely different from before. You must be very curious, I am so young, why can you have a strength comparable to the 7th level? Then I will talk to you about my past. Chen Yang's memory returned to the beast tide in Yanchinj. He told in detail the process of how he was infected with the virus. I sweated a little. Since I was infected with the death disease, I was forced to drop out of school, and people around me respected me. At that moment, I seemed to be a plague god. My body was getting worse day by day, and the organs in my body continued to fail. In the end, I could only lie in bed. Only in this way can I ease my pain. I thought my life was over like this, but I am not reconciled. My family is looking forward to getting better, and they can smile when they are in front of me. How can I be like this? Give up on yourself. I want to break through and become a cultivator. I don't want myself to be a burden. It is this simple belief that I have successfully broken through. Maybe it's God's favor. My cultivation talent is higher than many people. With my hard work, the disease of aging and death finally disappeared in my body. At that moment, I swore that if I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely kill the disaster. Oh, now, I have done it. Of course, the credit of City Lord Tan is indispensable here. Without him, I would not be able to accomplish such a feat. What I want to tell everyone is that the me who you see the scenery now was also a bedridden student. I believe that everyone's birth must be better than mine. As long as everyone has faith in their hearts, we will definitely become stronger. With the end of Chen Yang's speech, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. Many people resonated with Chen Yang's experience. They thought that Chen Yang was the son of a big family, but they didn't expect that the other party was actually a child from a slum. Next, other people came to the stage to receive their medals one after another. Soon, the commendation of meritorious service ended. When the meritorious service commendation meeting ended, a sad war song sounded in the venue. Everyone woke up from the previous joy. This song pulled everyone's emotions to the bottom. Here we come. Chen Yang listened to the battle song, and his emotions were touched. In every battle, some are honored and some are returned to the ground. But every late night, how many people are missing the dead heroes? Without the joint team, there would be no Yang Cheng today. As soldiers of the people, we should desperately guard the city behind, because even if you fall, it is a heroic sacrifice. We will not forget your names, and each of you will be honored. Following Tan Jing's words, the whole venue fell into a sad atmosphere. This third military salute is to those brothers who sacrificed their lives. It is their bravery and fearlessness that will keep the country prosperous and prosperous. No matter when, your names will be engraved on the monument of glory. Tan Jing once again paid a heavy military salute. Chen Yang also raised his hand silently. Although he may face the risk of sacrifice at any time in the army, no one regrets it, because they are fighting for their relatives, they are fighting for honor, they are fighting for the country. The musketeers stood in 2 rows and raised their guns to see each hero off. Whenever Tan Jing read a name, the musketeers raised their guns and fired in unison, and the sound of musketeers could be heard throughout Yangcheng. People in front of the mobile devices looked at the scene in front of them with tears in their eyes, especially when the family members of the soldiers heard the names of their relatives. Their faces were not only sad but also relieved. They believed that their relatives were members of the joint forces. Proud soldier? Yang Wan was also staring blankly at the screen in the office at this time. When she heard her father's name, she finally couldn't help but burst into tears, and the whole office echoed with heart-piercing crying. Chen Yang felt a little depressed when he heard the name echoing in his ears. Blue Star's beasts can never be killed, and every time a beast's lair is cleared, another lair will emerge. As time goes by, the strength of the beasts will become stronger and stronger, so the soldiers of the joint force need to clean up the surrounding beasts every day, otherwise the surrounding cities will easily cause the attacks of the beasts. In order to protect the safety of the city, soldiers died every day, and their names were engraved on the honor monument. The joint forces are the last line of defense for mankind, and they will also use their lives to protect the last dignity of mankind. Thinking of the countless soldiers who died at the hands of fierce beasts, Chen Yang's mood became more and more heavy. Life is already so difficult now. If Blue Star is really discovered by an alien race one day, how many people will die by then? Who remembers their names? Half an hour later, Tan Jing finally finished reading all the names of the sacrificed soldiers, and with a farewell sound, a raging fire ignited in the distance. The joy of everyone's previous meritorious deeds has disappeared, and the people of the whole Yangcheng silently mourned for 3 minutes at this moment. When the fire gradually extinguished, the memorial service will end. Chen Yang looked at the lieutenant general badge on his chest, and he realized how heavy the burden was on his shoulders. Although no one requested it, as a member of the joint team, Chen Yang would do his best to protect his city every time. Maybe he can protect Yancheng and Yangcheng in the future, but what about the many small cities? Other small cities do not have such powerful cultivators as Chen Yang. Even if there is a 6th-order beast, it may be a huge power for a small city. Thinking of this, Chen Yang understood the importance of the god-making plan. The entire country of Hua is vast and abundant, but there are less than one person who can cultivate. If more talents are not cultivated quickly, those small cities may fall into the footsteps of the glorious base one day in the future. There is still a long way to go. After Chen Yang sighed, he bid farewell to Tanjing and the others. The god-making project will start after a while. Are you ready, Chen Yang? I am very optimistic about you. Tanjing patted Chen Yang's shoulder and said in relief. Tanjing felt very honored to see the birth of such a genius. He believed that after Chen Yang went to Baikan, he would be a blockbuster. I will not live up to everyone's expectations of me. Chen Yang nodded vigorously. If he can break through to the 8th level of strength in the god-making plan, there may not be any creatures in the entire Blue Star that can threaten him. Thinking of this, Chen Yang also had a glimmer of expectation in his heart. Even though he already possessed super psychic liquid, a perverted thing that can quickly improve his cultivation, if he could gain something in Baikan, I believe his cultivation path would be smoother. For Huguo, I must become a godlike existence. Chen Yang's eyes ignited raging fire. Although the pressure of the Demon King was pressing on him like a mountain, he believed that he would be able to smash this mountain one day. He who almost succumbed to the coercion of the devil before now has a strong fighting spirit. In order to make fewer people sacrifice, for his family and friends, he will go forward alone. Okay, I won't say much else. You should prepare well during this time. Tanjing nodded and watched Chen Yang leave. If there were more people like Chen Yang and Huguo, we wouldn't have to be afraid of fierce beasts. Looking at the back of Chen Yang leaving, Wen Wujun sighed. This opportunity to create gods may bring us surprises or surprises. Tanjing seems to have got some inside information about the god-making plan, and he is full of confidence in this nationwide training plan. Because the god-making project was approaching, Chen Yang rushed home non-stop. He was supposed to arrive in Shanghai yesterday because of Tanjing's temporary notice, so Chen Yang planned to go directly to Shanghai today. As for how to control the Zhao family in the Demon City, Chen Yang already had an incomplete plan in his mind. One of the remaining masters of the Zhao family in Shanghai is Zhao Kej's father, Zhao Huaqiang, and the other is the servant of the Zhao family, Zhu Qing. Chen Yang already knew Zhu Qing's strength and special talent, and the only troublesome one was Zhao Huaqiang. Through Zhao Lu's introduction, Chen Yang learned that Zhao Huaqiang has 2 special talents of voice and spiritual pollution. The special talent of voice is nothing to Chen Yang. What is more troublesome is that Zhao Huaqiang has the talent of spiritual pollution, which also means that the other party's mental power and consciousness are much stronger than other masters. He even tried his best to control Yang Wenchen and Chen Yang. For a Zhao Huaqiang who possessed spiritual talent, Chen Yang did not dare to guarantee that he would succeed. Let's take a step and see. If it doesn't work, we can only kill him. After thinking about it, Chen Yang decided to break down one by one. Back at the villa, Zhao Lu immediately got up from the sofa when she saw Chen Yang coming back. Are we leaving? Seeing the expression on Chen Yang's face, Zhao Lu asked. Facing Zhao Lu's speculation, Chen Yang was a little surprised. It seems that this method of controlling consciousness can greatly leave the opponent's IQ, at least Zhao Lu seems to be like this. That's right, the god-making plan is about to start, and I don't have much time to waste. We'd better let you take the position of patriarch of the Zhao family within 2 or 3 days, otherwise I may not have enough time later. Chen Yang also plans to open a portal from the demon city to Yanqing, but he has not tried it yet, and he doesn't know how long it will take. The fixed-space teleportation device was obtained when the Beast Star robbed Lake and others before. Chen Yang took a rough look at the teleportation device. It's not too difficult to build at his level. The main reason is that the materials for building the teleportation device in the space bracelet are very complete, and he only needs to follow the instructions to assemble the things. The more troublesome thing is that he needs to return to Yanqing to assemble another teleportation point after installing the teleportation point in Shanghai. With Chen Yang's current teleportation distance, he needs to use the teleportation talent twice to return from Yangcheng to Yanqing. It takes at least 5 transmissions to go back to Yanqing from Shanghai. If others heard Chen Yang's thoughts, they might want to yell at them. 5 teleportation is called trouble. What do those practitioners who need to run at both ends think? It's not too late, let's go directly. Chen Yang waved a portal casually, and the other side was the direction leading to the magic capital. Sure enough, after 5 teleportation sessions, Chen Yang and Zhao Lu discovered the location of the demon city. The magic capital is located in the easternmost part of Huiguo, so it is also called Dongchang. The area of Modu is very large, but because it is close to the sea, they encounter many dangers. The fierce beasts in the sea often attack land creatures for no reason. Fortunately, there is a joint team guarding them, otherwise the people around them will suffer. For this reason, Modu can be regarded as a very special city. Of course, this is not without benefits. At least in Shanghai, there are many delicacies that cannot be tasted in other cities. In addition, the types of equipment for cultivators in the demon city are also very rich. All this has to be attributed to the many types of fierce beasts in the sea, which leads to the unusually large amount of equipment for the cultivators in the demon city. Can you contact your uncle directly to come out? Chen Yang didn't go directly into the city, but chose to stay outside on the hill. Let me try. Zhao Lu thought for a while and called Zhao Huaqiang. After Zhao Huaqiang answered the phone, he was a little puzzled. What's going on? Why hasn't Grandpa answered the phone? We met our enemies in the wild. Grandpa was lured away and never came back. I finally had time to make a phone call. Zhao Huaqiang frowned when he heard it over there. After hanging up the phone, he couldn't help thinking. For some reason, he always felt that Zhao Lu was a little strange. Could it be that Zhao Lu was captured? Zhao Huaqiang immediately thought about this possibility, because Zhao Lu said on the phone that his grandfather had been lured away. Logically speaking, no one could be his opponent unless a martial sage with 7th level strength took action. It's impossible not to come back until now, and Zhao Lu's tone is a bit strange, which made Zhao Huaqiang suspicious. If you were really kidnapped, what is the meaning of this call? Zhao Huaqiang was a little confused for a while. Zhao Lu didn't say anything about needing help on the phone, and she didn't mention anything else. No, I have to go and see. Zhao Huaqiang always felt that Zhao Lu was sending something to him, otherwise he wouldn't have said such things. Zhu Qing, I'm going out for a while. If there is anything in the Zhao family, I might leave it to you. No problem, go at ease. Zhu Qing nodded on the other end of the phone. Soon, Zhao Huaqiang took a few great martial artists and rushed towards Yangcheng. According to the information on Zhao Lu's phone, he learned that Zhao Lu and others should have arrived in the original Yangcheng. Who dares to attack Grandpa? Zhao Huaqiang couldn't figure it out. He couldn't be the martial saint of Yangcheng, could he? Outside Shanghai, Chen Yang and Zhao Lu kept watching the movement of the city. Uncle Zhao is very suspicious. Although I didn't ask for his support, he must have felt uneasy after hearing my words. In addition, Zhao Kej is not around, and he will be even more flustered. Zhao Lu said calmly from the side. I can't see that you are quite smart in cheating your own people. Chen Yang couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, as Zhao Lu said, not long after, a group of practitioners came out from the demon city, and their direction was Yangcheng. Well done. Seeing that the other party came out so quickly, Chen Yang was very satisfied with Zhao Lu's actions. As Zhao Lu said, Zhu Qing did not follow. Most of the people who left the city this time were great martial artists. This should be the reason why Zhao Huaqiang wanted to speed up the march. You wait here, I will come as I go. Chen Yang disappeared on the top of the mountain, and when he reappeared, he was blocked in front of Zhao Huaqiang. Who? Zhao Huaqiang was a little puzzled when he saw a strange young man standing in front of him. He didn't realize how this young man appeared. Could it be that he is the same space power owner as Zhu Qing? Hello, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked at Zhao Huaqiang in front of him and said slowly, Chen Yang, Chen Yang. Zhao Huaqiang's heart skipped a beat. At first, he just thought the name was familiar. After recalling it for a few seconds, he immediately remembered where he had heard it before. You are Chen Yang. Zhao Huaqiang immediately realized that something was wrong. Why did he run into Chen Yang just after he left the city? The other party was obviously waiting for him here. It seemed that this was a trap. You know me? Chen Yang asked curiously. After Zhao Lu came back, she talked about you at home every day, so the enemy Zhao Lu mentioned was you? How did you lure Zhao Suolin away? Zhao Huaqiang wanted to inform Zhu Qing secretly, so he pretended to chat with Chen Yang. However, Chen Yang would not give Zhao Huaqiang a chance. The dragon barrier was opened, and the surrounding area was covered by Chen Yang's dragon power. At this time, no electronic signal could be transmitted. The Zhao Suolin you mentioned is dead. After opening Longli, Chen Yang was not in a hurry. Impossible, my father is a strong martial artist, how could you kill him? Zhao Huaqiang didn't believe what Chen Yang said, and only thought that he was scaring himself. What did you do to Zhao Lu and the others? Hurry up and call them out, or I will definitely make you look good. Zhao Huaqiang's vitality gushed out from his body, and his aura quickly reached its peak. The other Zhao family members also followed suit, with a little contempt in their eyes, because they didn't think Chen Yang deserved so much attention from so many people. Chen Yang looked only 20 years old. No matter how exaggerated his cultivation talent was, it was impossible for him to reach the realm of a master. Mr. Zhao, let me figure out what to talk to him about. He's just one person. No matter how powerful he is, how strong can he be? Why don't I try his strength? A great martial artist said. Zhao Huaqiang shook his head. Since the other party dared to appear here, it means that he must be prepared. How can someone who can deal with Zhao Suolin be so simple? It seems that my niece is right. What do you want? Where is my son? Zhao Huaqiang asked. You are too cautious, so many of you are still afraid of me. Seeing that Zhao Huaqiang did not choose to attack immediately, Chen Yang admired it. Since you don't say it, then I want to see what your confidence is. Zhao Huaqiang finally lost his patience. Without strength, all strategies would be useless. As long as Chen Yang is caught directly, the whereabouts of his niece and son will be known. The sound talent made the surrounding space vibrate. With Zhao Huaqiang's attack, his fists were covered with a layer of ultrasonic power. Seeing this, Chen Yang threw out a straightforward punch. Zhao Huaqiang was only in the realm of a low-level master. Although this punch was blessed with a talent for voice, it was still vulnerable to Chen Yang. Boom! The huge force knocked Zhao Huaqiang's body into the air, and his back hit the dragon force barrier and slipped down, looking very embarrassed. How is it possible? You are actually a grandmaster. Zhao Huaqiang looked at Chen Yang, who was calm and breezy, and the blood in his body surged. Seeing this, several great martial artists next to him froze, thinking that the other party was here to die, but they didn't expect to be slapped in the face so soon. Get down on my knees. Chen Yang's mind power and gravity were released at the same time, and several great martial artists were instantly crushed by their natural power without even a chance to defend themselves. After taking care of these practitioners easily, Chen Yang strolled up to Zhao Huaqiang. What do you want to do? Zhao Huaqiang didn't expect that he was not Chen Yang's opponent. Seeing Chen Yang approaching, he asked unwillingly. It's nothing, I just want to see your memory. Chen Yang directly knocked Zhao Huaqiang unconscious, and his mental power soon entered Zhao Huaqiang's mind. Zhao Huaqiang's consciousness is indeed very strong, and his mental power is also much stronger than others. Even Ying Wenchen, who is a high-level master, is not as good as Zhao Huaqiang. Looking at this huge consciousness, Chen Yang's scalp tingled. It is not that simple to delete and modify them all. The reason why it was successful before is because Chen Yang's mental power is stronger than Ying Wenchen's, but Zhao Huaqiang is not Ying Wenchen. His consciousness will strongly resist, and it is not that simple to change. Try it first. Chen Yang used his spiritual talent to start modifying Zhao Huaqiang's memory. As he expected, Zhao Huaqiang's consciousness sensed the threat and quickly began to violently resist. Even if Chen Yang tried his best, he could only invade the opponent's memory a little at a time. It's still because my level is too low. If I'm also a master, it's not easy to modify his memory. After Chen Yang found that Zhao Huaqiang could not be controlled within a short period of time, he immediately gave up this method. Although he can forcibly invade the opponent's consciousness, doing so is very tiring, and Chen Yang plans to change it. Since your consciousness is too strong, then I will wipe out your spiritual power directly, and then I will see how you resist. Thinking of this, Chen Yang directly used his mental talent to attack the opponent's brain. Mind control is a very gentle way of controlling. It is very difficult for this kind of gentle way to break through the opponent's consciousness. Chen Yang is going to use the simplest and most brutal method directly. His spiritual talent and mental power directly turned into a long sword and attacked the opponent's consciousness. Although Zhao Huaqiang was unconscious, his brain still had an instinctive reaction. When he sensed Chen Yang's spiritual talent was attacking, his consciousness quickly fought back. It's a pity that Zhao Huaqiang was Chen Yang's opponent. Several spiritual talents attacked at the same time, and the long sword transformed from spiritual power mercilessly slashed at Zhao Huaqiang's consciousness. This sword directly cut Zhao Huaqiang's consciousness in half. Zhao Huaqiang's consciousness was greatly traumatized. He wailed miserably, and the mental power in his mind was already in chaos. Seeing that his method had an effect, Chen Yang wiped out the opponent's mental power again. Consumed mental power can be recovered over time, but this recovery speed is very slow. Chen Yang intends to consume Zhao Huaqiang's mental power first, and then try to control the other party when he has no power to resist. When Chen Yang's mental power collided with Zhao Huaqiang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Zhao Huaqiang sinking into a state of depression, he felt that he was almost done. Mind Control tried to control Zhao Huaqiang's memory again, but Chen Yang was worried that Zhao Huaqiang, who had lost normal consciousness, would definitely be different from normal people, and he might become a fool later. But after doing this, it is impossible for Chen Yang to regret it. It became very easy to delete and modify Zhao Huaqiang's memory this time. After an hour, all of Zhao Huaqiang's memories were completely modified by Chen Yang. This hour made Chen Yang very tired. Besides Zhao Huaqiang, there were 3 other great martial artists in the Dragon Power Barrier. It is almost impossible to modify the memories of all the great martial artists within an hour or 2, but in order not to leave hidden dangers, Chen Yang still decided to spend more time paving the way for Zhao Lu. The Dragon Force barrier was put away, and Chen Yang moved the crowd to the top of the mountain. Seeing Chen Yang coming back, Zhao Lu immediately surrounded him. How is it? Did it work? Chen Yang didn't answer immediately after hearing this, but looked at the unconscious Zhao Huaqiang thinking, I don't know if it was successful or not. Your uncle hasn't woken up yet. I'll rest for a while. If your uncle wakes up, remember to pay attention. Chen Yang wasn't sure if Zhao Huaqiang was okay. After all, the other party's consciousness had been cut in half by him. It would be ridiculous if he became an idiot. Okay, I'll watch him. Zhao Lu nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chen Yang immediately sat cross-legged and began to rest his mental strength. After working hard for 3 full hours, Chen Yang finally finished everything. Zhao Huaqiang also woke up. His eyes lost the light they should have had. If no one cared about him, he would think he was a log and remained motionless. This is how to do. Seeing Zhao Huaqiang like this, Chen Yang felt a little overwhelmed. Mental power and consciousness are inherently very rigorous things, and wanting to change consciousness and memory is not something that can be done at will with spiritual talent. Even if Chen Yang had experience in this area before, he didn't succeed every time. Just like Zhao Huaqiang, the other party obviously became an idiot who couldn't speak. Chen Yang tried to use mind control to control Zhao Huaqiang, but he didn't feel any hindrance, and Zhao Huaqiang was quickly controlled by Chen Yang. Now Zhao Huaqiang is like a puppet. He only knows some simple movements. As for IQ, Chen Yang doesn't know how to describe it. As for the other 3 great martial artists, the brainwashing was very successful, so Zhu Qing was the only one left. Zhu Qing is also an elementary master. Apart from possessing the power of space, there is nothing else that needs attention. Zhao Lu told all of Zhu Qing's information. Chen Yang thought for a while. He has a dragon power barrier. As long as Zhu Qing is trapped, he can't escape. Then lure Zhu Qing out. I will control Zhao Huaqiang to attack Zhu Qing later. Let's pretend to meet first. Chen Yang told several people about his plan. One of the great martial artists told Zhu Qing about Zhao Huaqiang's ambush and told him to come over quickly, while Chen Yang and others pretended to fight with Zhao Huaqiang. Zhu Qing from Magic City frowned after receiving the news. It had been several hours before he sent him a message, and he instinctively felt something was wrong. Anyway, I have the talent of space power. Even if there is any accident, I can run away. Thinking this way in Zhu Qing's mind, he looked at the location marked by the great martial artist, and he kept teleporting towards the place where Chen Yang was. In order to make the plot more realistic, Chen Yang not only moved the battlefield to Yangcheng by more than 300 kilometers, but finally turned into several clones to make Chen Yang look more powerful. Sensing the fluctuation of the power of the surrounding space, Chen Yang knew that Zhu Qing was coming. Zhao Huaqiang, don't even try to pass here today. Chen Yang yelled and pretended to fight with Zhao Huaqiang. Zhu Qing saw that Chen Yang's realm was not very high, so he finally teleported out from the dark. Old Zhu, quickly take us away. Seeing Zhu Qing appear, Zhao Huaqiang hurriedly called Zhu Qing to come over and take them away. Zhu Qing felt a little strange, but didn't think much about it. Seeing that Zhao Huaqiang was planning to retreat, he quickly came behind Zhao Huaqiang and planned to take him away. Just as he teleported in front of Zhao Huaqiang, a red energy gushed out from Zhao Huaqiang and enveloped all the surrounding places. What are you doing? Zhu Qing felt that Zhao Huaqiang was a bit strange. He never knew that Zhao Huaqiang had such power. Seeing that Zhu Qing was trapped by his own dragon power, Zhao Huaqiang finally tore off the mask of disguise. He was the real body of Chen Yang after the transformation. Seeing that Zhao Huaqiang next to him was actually a fake, Zhu Qing was startled and quickly teleported away. What surprised him was that although the power of space could be used, he couldn't teleport out of the red energy barrier, and now he was actually trapped here. Who are you? Seeing that he couldn't leave, Zhu Qing had no choice but to question Chen Yang. I'm an old friend of the Zhao family. Chen Yang joked to himself. Since I don't say anything, then I have no choice but to do it. I think as long as I kill you, this enchantment will break by itself. After Zhu Qing finished speaking, his figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, Zhu Qing was already behind Chen Yang. Chen Yang turned around and attacked, but he missed it unexpectedly. Interesting, spiritual talent. Chen Yang's own talent for space power is only at the top level, and this Zhu Qing's talent is obviously much stronger than his space power, which is why Chen Yang can't afford it. You also have the power of space. Zhu Qing glanced at Chen Yang in surprise, but the opponent's space power was not as strong as his own, so he was very confident about it. The power of space is a very unique and powerful talent among many special talents. Although Zhu Qing didn't know Chen Yang's real realm, seeing that Chen Yang's power of space was not as good as his own, he felt relieved. If he wanted to control Zhu Qing, he had to catch him first. Chen Yang couldn't help but sneered when he saw that Zhu Qing thought he had the chance to win. The barrier of dragon power shrinks, and Chen Yang wants to force Zhu Qing to face him directly. Seeing the rapid shrinking of the dragon force barrier, Zhu Qing panicked. The only thing he could rely on was the power of space. If the barrier restricted his actions, what would he have to fight against Chen Yang? Seeing this, Zhu Qing directly used the strongest ultimate move, and his body disappeared again. Hehe, you don't really think I can't do anything about you, do you? Super sensory, predictive. Chen Yang activated these two special talents at the same time, and Zhu Qing's next actions were clearly seen by him. Poor Zhu Qing didn't know that Chen Yang possessed so many talents. He thought he had the chance to win, but he didn't know that he was caught in the urn. Tiger Brilliant Fist. The high-level power field unfolded, and Chen Yang swung his fist towards the space above his head. As the phantom of the white tiger roared out, Zhu Qing's body instantly appeared at Chen Yang's target. How come? Zhu Qing was hit by the phantom of the white tiger, and his body flew out suddenly, smashing the entire dragon power barrier. A punch in the high-level power field caused Zhu Qing to lose his combat power in an instant. Even if he still had the energy to escape, Chen Yang could easily catch up. Seeing that Zhu Qing's 5 abdomen and 6 internal organs were ruptured by his punch, Chen Yang adjusted his breath for a few seconds, and his mental power immediately invaded the opponent's sea of consciousness. Zhu Qing's consciousness was far inferior to that of Zhao Huaqiang, so it took only an hour for Chen Yang to completely brainwash him. Chen Yang. An hour later, Zhu Qing opened his eyes, looked at Chen Yang and said hello. Chen Yang smiled in satisfaction, and then copied Zhu Qing's special talent. At this time, Chen Yang's power of space has also reached the spirit level, and with the power of space at the spirit level, his strength has improved a little again. It's done, the next thing is to take over the Zhao family group. Chen Yang muttered to himself, seeing that it was getting late, it was time for him to have a meal. Chen Yang, why don't you go to Zhao's house for dinner? Zhao Lu invited to say. Chen Yang thought about it and felt that this proposal was good. Okay, I just happened to be curious about your Zhao family's cooking skills. Chen Yang felt a little excited when he thought that the city was close to the sea. There are much more delicacies here than in other cities. Under Zhao Lu's leadership, Chen Yang finally came to Zhao's residence. In the Zhao family's residence, there was no one else except the servants. The originally lively Zhao family mansion became a little deserted because of Chen Yang. Chen Yang would not feel guilty about it. The other party came to the door by himself, and it was reasonable to end up like this. Too much. Anyway, he left some blood for the Zhao family, although he did so to better control the Zhao family. The next day, Chen Yang controls Zhao Huaqiang to announce the death of Zhao Suolin and others, and he will be the master of the Zhao family in the future. Due to the need for closed-door training recently, all subsequent matters will be temporarily handed over to Zhao Lu. The people of the Zhao group felt that the sky was about to fall when they heard the news. If it weren't for Chen Yang's manipulation of Zhao Huaqiang to control the entire Zhao family, the Zhao family might be torn apart. In the chairman's office, Chen Yang sat on a chair and enjoyed it quietly. Chen Yang, after the news of my grandfather's death spread, the joint team kept asking me what was going on. I told them as you said that they encountered an unrivaled 7th-order beast, and I didn't say anything else. At that time, they didn't seem to believe it, and they said that they would investigate for the Zhao family. What should I do in the next few days? If the martial saint of the joint team finds out that Zhao Huaqiang has become like this, they will definitely become suspicious. Zhao Lu frowned and asked Chen Yang. The joint team said that they would investigate the cause of Zhao Suolin's death, which he did not expect. Once it is found that Zhao Suolin has arrived in Yangcheng, the next thing is likely to be exposed. And if it really develops like this, he can't keep Zhao Huaqiang in the Zhao family no matter what. Hey, it's really troublesome. Because of the magical effect of mind control, Chen Yang has gradually relied on using this talent to control everything. Now he will face the team members of Wushan level. If something is really found out, the idea of controlling the Zhao family may be shattered. Announce to the outside world that Zhao Huaqiang has started to retreat and practice, and will not show up in a short time. If there is anything, let Zhu Qing handle it. After all, he is one of the people under my perfect control. With him supporting you, it should be fine. Chen Yang thought for a while and said, okay, but I'm afraid this is not a perfect solution. Once the time is too long, it is easy to reveal the truth. And what I am most afraid of is that other patriarchs will have bad thoughts about the Zhao family because of Grandpa's death. After all, the reason why the Zhao family was able to the main reason for becoming one of the largest families in Moto is because our family has 4 grandmasters, but now there are only 2 grandmasters. Zhao Lu didn't say what she said later, but the meaning was clearly told to Chen Yang. I see, it seems that you should also step into the realm of the master sooner. Chen Yang thought for a while, and a small transparent bottle appeared in his hand. This small bottle contained a drop of liquid full of spiritual energy, which was the super spiritual liquid. Zhao Lu has been in the realm of a great martial artist for a long time, and with the help of super psychic liquid, it should not be particularly difficult to break through to the Grand Master. I just don't know if Chen Yang's mind control will affect her breakthrough, because if she wants to break through, she must understand the power of the domain, which is a power that can be obtained casually. How can I make her realize the power of the domain? Chen Yang thought with a sad face. If only the talent I possess could be copied to others. Thinking of this, Chen Yang's heart suddenly trembled. If he controlled Zhao Lu's body to perceive the power of the domain, would he directly break through the realm of the master? Thinking of this, Chen Yang couldn't wait to try it. If it succeeds, wouldn't the future Chen Yang be able to produce a large number of master-level powerhouses? Come on, Zhao Lu, let's go outside the city. Chen Yang grabbed Zhao Lu's arm and teleported to a distant place outside the city. In order to prevent being noticed by the martial saint of the demon city, he deliberately chose a farther location. Next, I'm going to manipulate my mental power and consciousness into your mind. You have to let go of your consciousness and don't resist. Do you understand? Chen Yang said to Zhao Lu solemnly. In Zhao Lu's memory, she always regarded Chen Yang as her master, so she took Chen Yang's request for granted, and naturally it was impossible to refuse. Chen Yang sat cross-legged and signaled Zhao Lu to enter the cultivation state. Soon, the body tempering technique in Zhao Lu's body began to work quickly. Seeing this, Chen Yang manipulated his consciousness into Zhao Lu's mind. With the help of several spiritual talents, he quickly took control of Zhao Lu's body with ease. When he opened his eyes again, Chen Yang fell into a strange state. He could feel his real body, but now it was in Zhao Lu's mind, as if his consciousness had been split into two. After experiencing this feeling for a while, Chen Yang manipulated Zhao Lu to open the delicate vial and drink a drop of the super spiritual liquid inside. Because Chen Yang occupied Zhao Lu's brain at this time, Chen Yang could also feel the reaction of Zhao Lu's body now. A huge amount of energy erupted in the Danshan, and Chen Yang quickly used Zhao Lu's cultivation method to digest the energy brought by the super spiritual liquid. Soon, the vitality in her Danshan became more and more, and even the meridians seemed to explode generally. Congeal. Chen Yang manipulated the vitality in the meridians to gather in the Danshan, and now the most important thing is to perceive the power in the domain. In order for Zhao Lu to have a more perfect understanding of the field, Chen Yang directly opened his own high-level power field. With the power of this field, his consciousness in Zhao Lu's mind quickly found the key to the field of perception. The high-level power field cannot be maintained for a long time. In order to let Zhao Lu realize the power of the field in a short time, Chen Yang also practiced desperately. Finally, when Chen Yang's body energy was about to dry up, he finally grabbed a trace of domain energy from the sky into his body. Great! Chen Yang's consciousness was a little tired, but it was all worth it. Now Zhao Lu already has the qualifications to become a grandmaster. Although she doesn't have a deep understanding of the domain, with the help of Chen Yang, even if she doesn't know anything about the power of the domain, as long as she reaches the realm of the grandmaster, she can quickly become a master. Learn to use this power quickly. There is still a lot of spiritual energy left in the super spiritual liquid. Chen Yang manipulated Zhao Lu's body to absorb it quickly. Soon, the vitality in Zhao Lu's body reached a saturated state. It's time to start. Chen Yang took a deep breath. As a master who would break through at any time, he was very familiar with this feeling. Feeling the energy in Zhao Lu's body, he gradually compressed these energies. As time passed, soon, the vitality lake in Zhao Lu's body turned into a moment of golden core that bloomed and quietly suspended in the Danshan. Break. At this point, there are almost no obstacles to the path of the master. Chen Yang's consciousness yelled in Zhao Lu's mind. The meridians in his body seemed to expand several times in an instant, and the vitality between heaven and earth also continued to gather and be absorbed by Zhao Lu. After a while, Zhao Lu's momentum finally felt like a sharp thorn rush to the sky. Call. Chen Yang experienced the feeling of breaking through, and couldn't help being excited along with it. If it wasn't for him, he still planned to continue tempering his body, and now he is also in the realm of a master. After a long time, the aura between heaven and earth calmed down. Chen Yang handed over the control of his body to Zhao Lu, and his consciousness withdrew. Returning to his body again, Chen Yang felt that his spiritual power seemed to be more solidified, which was a pleasant surprise for him. Zhao Lu, who took over her body again, slowly opened her eyes, and her pupils dilated immediately, as if she couldn't believe that she had just broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Me, how did I become a master so quickly? Zhao Lu asked in surprise. Haha, I have a deep understanding of the power of the domain. Because of your automatic withdrawal of consciousness, I can easily control your body. With me, who is very familiar with the power of the domain, helping you understand the power of the domain, this is not easy. Chen Yang couldn't help but praise himself. It's not that Chen Yang is bragging, this is the realm of a master. He actually helped others to break through to the realm of a master. If others know about it, his family's threshold will probably be stepped down. Of course, Chen Yang knew that there were many reasons for this. Because Zhao Lu was controlled by herself, her body would not have any resistance to Chen Yang, which allowed Chen Yang's consciousness to enter Zhao Lu's body so easily, otherwise he would not be able to do it if someone else came over. In this way, even if people from the joint team come to trouble you, they will treat you much better. In addition, when the news of your breakthrough to the master is spread, it will be too late for other families to pay attention to the Zhao family. Chen Yang thought for a while and thought. Fortunately, Zhao Lu really broke through to the Grand Master realm, otherwise he really didn't know what to do for a while. Helping Zhao Lu break through to the Grand Master realm this time really solved a big trouble for himself. You have reached the realm of a master now, but this is not enough. I will leave some spiritual liquid for you to help you cultivate. Next, we will consider the matter of the weapon factory. How should I do this? Zhao Lu asked. I need the Zhao family to produce a large number of missiles with relatively strong lethality. As for the purpose of these missiles, I will send them all to Yancheng. Chen Yang said. Yancheng? How do we deliver it so far away? There is a distance of nearly kilometers between Shanghai and Yancheng. Zhao Lu was puzzled. You'll know right away. Chen Yang turned on the teleportation and took Zhao Lu back to Zhao's house in the magical capital. He chose a safer place and took out all the materials for building the teleportation device. This teleportation device is the most common teleportation device on the Magic Star, and its longest distance can even teleport hundreds of thousands of kilometers. In Blue Star Mountain, such a teleportation device must be enough for them. Chen Yang had written down the assembly diagram of the transmission device long ago, and the materials in front of him slowly floated into the air under the force of his thoughts and were sorted by Chen Yang. This kind of teleportation device was already a finished product, and it was very simple to assemble it. In just a few minutes, with a high-level primordial stone poured into it, a teleportation device was built by him. The object that this teleportation device can transmit is about cubic meters, which is definitely enough for Chen Yang. In the future, this teleportation device will be placed here. After we get familiar with it, I will announce this device to the public. Chen Yang didn't intend to take such a good thing for himself. If every city could be connected, it would be a great thing for Huiguo. It's a pity that there are only 5 teleportation devices in the space bracelet, which is why Chen Yang hasn't used them all the time, because he needs to think carefully about where to put each device. Is this thing ready to use now? Zhao Lu looked curiously at the blue teleportation device in front of her and asked. Not yet, I will have to wait until I set up a teleportation device in Yancheng before they can use each other. If there is only one, it will not be possible to teleport accurately, Chen Yang explained. Now that the transportation problem is solved, let's go to the weapons factory to see what good things are available. Chen Yang turned around and said to Zhao Lu. Of course, Zhao Lu would not have any objections, and soon, the two went to the weapon processing factory. After visiting Zhao's weapon processing factory, Chen Yang couldn't help being excited. Most of the weapons of the joint team can be produced here. As long as he has money, Chen Yang will be able to obtain a large number of military equipment and weapons in a short time. Seeing this, Chen Yang had more thoughts in his mind. Now the Zhao family is almost his own, and of course he has the weapon construction technology he wants. Apart from transporting the Zhao family's weapons to Yancheng for arming, Chen Yang can also build a weapon production factory in Yancheng himself. Suffering from the lack of talents in this field before, Chen Yang has been suppressing this kind of thinking all the time, but now that he has such an opportunity, his thinking has also become active. Let's think about this matter after a while. Now that there is a Zhao family, there is no need to be so anxious. Chen Yang thought for a while and didn't start preparations right away. After all, this kind of thing still needs to be discussed with City Master Zhang and the others. By the way, will Zhao Suolin's death affect the operation of the laboratory? What Chen Yang paid the most attention to this time was the laboratory, which was filled with the smartest scientific researchers in Shanghai. It was because of them that the joint team had so many weapons to use. Therefore, what Chen Yang values most is these scientific researchers. As long as he has them, no matter where he goes, he can build a large number of powerful and terrifying weapons. Grandpa's death will definitely have an impact on the laboratory, but once they know that I have broken through to the Grandmaster, they should not take any action. Zhao Lu thought for a while and said, in this case, I don't have any worries. The Zhao family must maintain the status of the joint team's weapon supplier. Only in this way can we get more and more advanced equipment. Chen Yang looked very far. Without this laboratory, no matter how powerful the Zhao family was before, the entire group would definitely go downhill after losing the laboratory. So no matter what price he paid, Chen Yang asked Zhao Lu to be able to retain the scientific researchers inside. It took exactly 3 days to deal with all of this. Knowing that Zhao Lu broke through the Grand Master, many small thoughts of the outside world were also suppressed. Before learning that the Zhao family lost 2 Grand Masters at once, they thought that the opportunity to rise had come. Unexpectedly, in just 1 day, Zhao Lu became the news of the master came out. Of course, it is impossible to say that it has no impact on the Zhao family. Zhao Suolin was at least a high-ranking master when he was there, and it was precisely because of the title of this high-ranking master that many people were in awe, because he was one of the practitioners most likely to break through to the Martial Saint. It's a pity that Zhao Suolin was wiped out by Chen Yang after breaking through to Martial Saint. It can only be said that he was unlucky. If he didn't provoke Chen Yang, he would be considered the 3rd most influential figure in Shanghai now. I don't care about other things. The Zhao family operates as it used to operate now. If you encounter discordant voices, you should be more courageous and kill the signs directly. Chen Yang asked Zhao Lu to say, okay, I'll pay attention. Zhao Lu nodded. Okay, then you send people to guard the outside, don't allow anyone to come near here. I won't stay here at night, I'll go first. Chen Yang did the math. There are still a few days before the god-making plan. He has to hurry to Yanqing to fix the teleportation device. It's been a long time since I saw Lu Xian. Tomorrow is her special day. She should really want to see me now, right? A happy smile appeared on the corner of Chen Yang's mouth. The portal opened, and he couldn't wait to step in. Outside Yanqing Warrior University, Lu Xian and her best friend are preparing to go home together. Because of Friday, school dismissed very early today. Lu Xian, why have I never seen your boyfriend? Is he too busy to meet you? The girlfriend held Lu Xian's arm and asked in confusion. He must be very busy. Lu Xian smiled when he recalled the reports on the news a few days ago. Look at you, you go crazy when you mention your boyfriend, and you don't even have a chance to meet him. The best friend joked. Hey, he is in Yanqing now, and he has no time to come back. Lu Xian said helplessly. But tomorrow is your birthday, won't he come? It's not like you don't know, he just joined the beast tide, so he should be resting now. There seemed to be a trace of disappointment in Lu Xian's eyes. Well, men are like this, maybe he is playing happily with other young ladies now. The girlfriend sighed jokingly. Who's talking bad about me? No wonder I keep sneezing. A figure appeared in front of Lu Xian. Lu Xian couldn't dodge in time, and his body slammed into the black shadow. He Ying opened his arms and laughed loudly, hugging Lu Xian in his arms. Lu Xian, who wanted to avoid it, was stunned when she heard Chen Yang's voice, and her body was involuntarily hugged by Chen Yang. Seeing Chen Yang appearing suddenly and directly hugging Lu Xian into his arms, my girlfriend's eyes widened and she felt that the scene in front of her was a bit unbelievable. Did Zener miss me? Feeling Lu Xian's soft body, Chen Yang asked. Well, I miss you every day. Lu Xian nodded, and hugged Chen Yang forcefully. Hey, there are still people here. My best friend Ai Chu looked at the two of them, feeling a little uncomfortable. Haha, I'm sorry, so your classmate is here too. Chen Yang touched the tip of his nose and laughed. Chen Yang. In the distance, an excited voice came. Chen Yang turned around and saw that it was Yeziang and Maji. It's really you, I thought I was wrong. Yeziang rushed over and said excitedly. I said that Chen Yang will definitely come back. After all, tomorrow is Lu Xian's birthday, and Chen Yang will definitely not miss it. Maji said. At the school gate, Shizayaro also saw Chen Yang. Seeing him talking and laughing with Lu Xian, Maji, and others in his arms, she stopped in her tracks as she wanted to say hello. Chen Yang, aren't you in Yanqing? We've all heard about your achievements. At the beginning, everyone didn't believe it. Unexpectedly, you can kill a 7th order beast now. Yeziang looked at Chen Yang enviously. Killing the 7th order beast this time was not as simple as the fire dragon in the glorious base. The fire dragon that invaded the glorious base was seriously injured. It was for this reason that Chen Yang was able to kill it by chance. The animal hordes in Yanqing are solid frontal hard steel, and those who have no strength may have died on the battlefield long ago. It's just good luck. It's mainly due to the martial saint of Yanqing. I just helped a little. Chen Yang didn't take all the credit for himself. Anyway, it's also a 7th level beast. To survive in the hands of a 7th level beast, we don't even dare to think about this kind of thing. Yeziang sighed. Haha, why compare with this pervert like Chen Yang? Since the spirit liquid came out, hasn't our cultivation speed increased a lot? Maji patted Yeziang on the shoulder and said. Knowing that Maji and Yeziang had also taken the spiritual liquid, Chen Yang checked their realm curiously, and found that both of them had reached the realm of middle-level great warriors, and they would hit the realm of martial masters in a short time. That's right. I'll be a martial artist soon. With you in Yanqing, I have a little more security. Chen Yang praised. Don't make fun of us, our cultivation speed is not half as fast as yours. Yeziang pretended to cry. Haha, we finally met today, let's go, I'll treat you to a meal. Chen Yang spoke. Should I call Shizayawai? She seems to be right behind. Maji looked at the school gate, but did not find Shizayawai. Huh? It shouldn't be. If Shizayawai sees us, she will definitely come over. Maji looked around but didn't see Shizayawai. Maybe let's go. There were so many people just now, they might not know that Chen Yang is here. Yeziang guessed. Since this is the case, then let's be together, and we will be happy if there are few people. Maji thought for a while. By the way, Chen Yang, have you prepared any gifts? This gift can't be too casual. Ai Chu on the side suddenly said. Haha, I must be prepared, how could I make Lu Xian feel wronged? Chen Yang said without hesitation. No, it's just a birthday, as long as you care about it, it's a waste of money to buy anything else. Lu Xian didn't care. How about that, I have already prepared this birthday present. Chen Yang thought of the necklace that Songqing had prepared for him in the space pocket at the beginning. That necklace was chosen by her personally, and it was very suitable for Lu Xian both in terms of style and price. What is it? Show us quickly. Ai Chu said excitedly. What's the rush? I'll show you at 12 o'clock. Chen Yang smiled and didn't take it out. Yezhi, Yang Meiji, and the two were also very curious about what gift Chen Yang had prepared for Lu Xian, but since Chen Yang said so, they stopped asking. Let me call Fatty, I haven't notified him yet when I came back. Chen Yang took out his mobile phone and called Gao Xiong. After Gao Xiong learned that Chen Yang came back, he shouted happily and immediately came over. This time, Chen Yang stayed in Yangchang for almost a month. He was suffocated to death in the company by himself. Just ran away. I heard that Fatty has found a girlfriend now, is it true or not? Ma Ji asked curiously. Of course it's true, you should be able to see it later. Chen Yang said. Yeah, I'm really envious. When will I have a girlfriend? Ye Ziang said with a sad face. There will always be. There is no rush for this thing, and it has to be compatible with each other. Chen Yang acted very experienced. Okay, I'm starving to death, let's go quickly. Aichu couldn't wait to touch her stomach. Soon, several people found a high-end restaurant. After Gao Xiong arrived, Chen Yang was surprised to find that Gao Xiong had changed a lot. Although he is still 20 years old, his cheeks look a bit grown up, and even his eyes are not as childish as before. The influence of the company on him is still very large. Brother Yang. After Gao Xiong saw Chen Yang, he hurriedly greeted him loudly. Xieburuo, who followed behind him, pulled Gao Xiong's clothes and signaled him to keep his voice down so as not to disturb others. Wow, this is Cao Sheng's girlfriend, so beautiful. Ye Ziang and Ma Ji's eyes straightened when they saw Xieburuo. Fatty, long time no see. Ye Ziang stepped forward to say hello. Ye Ziang, Ma Ji, you are here too. Gao Xiong was very happy to see his high school classmates gathered together. Fatty, where did you cheat your girlfriend from? Marger joked. That's not because of Brother Tuoyang. If Brother Yang didn't open the company, where would I have found such an excellent secretary? But there are many beauties in the company. If you want, I can introduce you. Gao Xiong had a smile on his face. Wow, Chen Yang didn't tell us. Fatty, we really need introductions. We must do more good things like this. Hearing Gao Xiong say that there are so many beauties in the company, they immediately became interested. Gao Xiong, where do you think there are so many beauties? Do you keep your eyes on the colleagues in the company every day? Xieburuo grabbed Gao Xiong's ear and said. Hey, it hurts. Gao Xiong talked about pain, but his face was full of happiness. Don't be shy, sit down quickly. Chen Yang reminded. Is this the quality of people in Yancheng, boss? Get rid of this group of people, they are disturbing my elder brother's dinner. A man in the seat next to him suddenly spoke. Gao Xiong glanced at the other party, because he was indeed the cause of the noise, so he didn't care too much about it. This guest is sorry, I asked them to keep their voices down. The boss came over and apologized. Let's go. The person whom the man called Big Brother got up and said calmly. Chen Yang took a glance at the two of them. They looked about 25 or dash, but their strength had already reached the elementary martial arts level. When did such a genius come to Yancheng? Chen Yang was a little puzzled. As for why he knew they were not from Yancheng, it was very simple. The man who looked like a younger brother said that he was Yancheng, and it must be the first time he came here. Handsome, please place an order, thank you, the boss said with a smile. Pay the bill? Didn't you see that my boss is unhappy? These people are so noisy, it affects my boss's meal, and you still ask us to pay the bill. The man looked dissatisfied. The boss was a little embarrassed. Seeing the other party's attitude, he didn't know what to say for a while. I'm really sorry, how about I give you a discount? The boss wanted to try not to offend the guests, but the man didn't seem to buy it. Do you know who my boss is? Other restaurants require us to eat, but your service here is not good enough, and you dare to ask us to pay for it. The man's words became more and more excessive, which made Gao Xiong a little bit unbearable. What do you mean? If you don't have money, don't come here to eat. If you can't poop, it's because the planet has no gravity. Gao Xiong said directly. Boy, what did you say? Seeing that Gao Xiong dared to disrespect him, the man was already angry. Why, want to fight? Gao Xiong also lost his temper. In the company, who is not respectful to him, did not expect to encounter such a thing when going out for a meal. Aining, forget it, just buy the bill. The man surnamed Fang finally spoke, but his tone was very indifferent. You're lucky, if you're in Baikan, you'll have to walk around without food. After hearing what the man surnamed Fang said, Lu Ning took out his mobile phone unwillingly. What a shame. Seeing the other party's attitude, Gao Xiong couldn't help but want to curse the other party. Why, not convinced. Seeing Gao Xiong's appearance, Lu Ning immediately exuded the aura of cultivation from his body. Gao Xiong frowned. The opponent was actually a martial artist. Seeing that Gao Xiong didn't speak, he thought that the other party was frightened by his aura, so he provocatively with his eyes. Brother Yang, this guy is too much. It's only natural to pay for food. It makes the boss feel like he owes him. Gao Xiong said resentfully. Forget it, fatty, there's no need to argue with such an unqualified guy. Chen Yang also spoke at this time. When the man surnamed Fang heard Chen Yang's words, his indifferent eyes finally showed some emotion. A small place is a small place after all, and I don't even know the rules of eating. After the man surnamed Fang finished speaking, he walked out without looking back. Who do you say doesn't know the rules? Chen Yang said lightly. Brother is talking about you, what's wrong? Seeing that Chen Yang was not convinced, Lu Ning pressed his breath towards Chen Yang, wanting to teach him a lesson. Humph. Chen Yang snorted coldly, and the aura on Lu Ning's body disappeared immediately. There was a hint of shock in Lu Ning's eyes. He is a cultivator in the realm of a martial artist. Although in Baikan, he was at best considered to have a high talent for cultivation, but in this small Yancheng, young people can ignore his martial artist aura, which makes him a little bit accident. No wonder you are a bit confident, so you are also a cultivator. Lu Ning became interested and wanted to compete with Chen Yang. Annoying, forget it. The man surnamed Fang also had some surprises in his eyes, and he could feel that Chen Yang was a little extraordinary. But he didn't care too much, because he could also ignore Xiao Ning's coercive aura. After all, it was just that his realm was higher than Xiao Ning's. You are lucky. After Ning paid the bill, he stared at Chen Yang viciously, and then left with the man surnamed Fang. Too deceiving. Gao Xiong said unwillingly. It's just a wolf-jumping clown, there's no need to argue with them. Chen Yang comforted Gao Xiong with a few words, and soon, the little episode just now was completely forgotten, and the few people began to chat about the interesting things that happened recently. Outside the restaurant, Lu Ning was also a little unwilling. He followed the man surnamed Fang and cursed. If you continue to make trouble, you must be the one who suffers. The man surnamed Fang said. Brother Fang, how can you raise the prestige of others? No matter how weak I am, I won't be able to beat even a few brats. Lu Ning said unhappy. The others are fine, that boy is not simple. The man surnamed Fang refers to Chen Yang. That guy is indeed a bit weird. I didn't see any aura released by him, so he resolved my coercion. I don't know how he did it until now. Lu Ning felt a little strange in retrospect. This shows that the opponent's strength is much higher than yours, and maybe he has reached the level of a great martial artist. The man surnamed Fang said lightly. The realm of a great martial artist? How is this possible? Yanqing is a small place, and there are not many spirits from heaven and earth. No matter how evil the talent is, it is impossible to have the strength of a great martial artist at such a young age, right? Lu Ning didn't believe it. This is just my guess. If he is really a great martial artist, we will definitely have a chance to meet in Baikan. The man surnamed Fang didn't care. Hey, no matter how powerful you are, you will definitely not be your opponent, brother Fang, but having said that, the spiritual liquid sold in Yanqing is quite special. I don't know who Chen Yang is, but the price of the spiritual liquid is so high. It's cheap. If it's not out of stock, I'll definitely buy thousands of bottles to go back. Lu Ning recalled the shock when he saw the ectoplasmic liquid, and smiled. Although this city of Yan is small, we can't underestimate it. It is not as simple as we thought to be able to deal with 7th level beasts without a martial saint, and it also has spirit liquid for sale. The man surnamed Fang said. Brother Fang, you are right, where are we going now? We have already looked at the Guanghui base, and collected all the information for the report. The god-making plan is about to start. I'm afraid it's okay for us to stay here. Harvest it. Lu Ning asked. Then let's go back. When the time comes, the god-making plan will almost start. The man surnamed Fang thought about it and agreed with Lu Ning. Okay, I've wanted to leave a long time ago. Those chicks in Baikan must miss me to death. Lu Ning couldn't help getting excited when he thought of Baikan's concubine. In the restaurant, Chen Yang and others decided to go to KTV to relax after eating. After opening the box, Chen Yang sneaked out to order a birthday cake. After thinking about it, he finally walked into a flower shop. Hello handsome guy, what kind of flowers do you want to buy? The person who received Chen Yang was a girl who looked only 20 years old. Any roses? Chen Yang glanced at it and then asked. Yes, handsome, how many do you need? The girl asked softly. Do you have 99 roses? Chen Yang thought for a while and said. The girl's eyes lit up and she nodded quickly. It's too late now, the flowers placed here are not very fresh, just wait for me a while, and I'll help you get the most colorful ones. Okay. Seeing the girl running to the back of the shop, Chen Yang was bored for a while and sat down in the flower shop. After a long time, the girl was holding a large bouquet of roses, which had already been wrapped in exquisite paper and wrapped with a circle of bright lights. It's beautiful. Chen Yang took the roses and couldn't help sighing. This was the first time he bought so many roses, and it really took a little more to look good together. Holding the flowers in his hand, he remembered that when he first dated Lu Xian, he only bought one rose on the first Valentine's Day because he didn't have enough funds. Looking at the bouquet in other people's hands, he was very embarrassed, but instead of laughing at him, Lu Xian said to him with a happy face, as long as it's what he wants. Today is Lu Xian's birthday, so let yourself make up for this lovely girl. Chen Yang smelled the fragrance of roses, and his heart became excited. Putting the bouquet of roses into the space pocket, Chen Yang pretended nothing happened and went back to the private room. Why did you go? Seeing Chen Yang coming back, Lu Xian ran over and asked, arm in arm. I just answered a call, and I was delayed for a while. Let's go, order a song. Chen Yang dragged Lu Xian to the screen. I don't think I've ever seen you sing before. Lu Xian looked at Chen Yang curiously, wanting to see what kind of song he would choose. Chen Yang didn't answer in embarrassment. He couldn't say that he was too embarrassed to go to KTV because he was poor. In Yanqing, Chen Yang really didn't do this kind of entertainment, and he wasn't very familiar with Blue Star's songs. However, relying on his in-depth learning talent and his extraordinary ability to respond, Chen Yang can sing any song perfectly. Soon, Chen Yang chose a piece of music that he was familiar with. This song was often heard in high school. At that time, he specially practiced for a few days to learn this song. As soon as Chen Yang opened his voice, the whole box fell silent instantly. The crisp voice has a hint of magnetism. If it is said that this is a certain star, others will definitely believe it. I'm so envious. Brother Yang is not only handsome, but also has such a nice voice. Hey, I wish I could be as good as Brother Yang sometime. Gao Xiong lay on the sofa and couldn't help sighing. It's impossible to become as good as Chen Yang, you just have to be yourself. Xiaoburuo picked a piece of fruit and fed it to Gao Xiong and said, haha, Ruo understands me. Gao Xiong opened his mouth happily. Aichu looked at Chen Yang and Lu Xian chirping at me, with some resentment on her face. I hate it, you don't want friends when you have a man, a woman who values sex and despises friends. Oh, why do you have such an expression, let's come together. Seeing that Aichu felt resentful, Lu Xian quickly took Aichu's little hand and walked to the screen for ordering songs. Maji, you see, they all have a partner, but we are single, it's too bitter. Yaziang looked at Chen Yang and Gao Xiong, and couldn't help sighing. Don't you like Aichu? How about I create a little chance for you too? Seeing Yaziang's appearance, Maji joked. Who said, when did I say that I like her? I don't want that man. Yaziang quickly stopped. Really, if you dare to say that she is a man, then I have to tell her. Maji ran to Aichu with a bared face, not knowing what bad things he said. After hearing this, Aichu's face darkened, and he walked up to Yaziang and looked at him with his hands on his hips. Yaziang, what did you say to me just now? I didn't say anything, don't listen to Maji. Yaziang quickly explained. Nonsense, I clearly saw you guys discussing. Did you speak ill of me? Aichu puffed her cheeks, as if she was about to make a move. Yaziang glanced at Maji sadly, as if asking him why he betrayed himself. Maji raised his eyebrows, and didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. In his opinion, this was creating a topic for the two of them to chat. I really didn't say anything to you, how about I apologize? Yaziang said with some guilt. Go and order a song until I am satisfied, and I will let you go. Aichu threw the microphone to Yaziang. Yaziang took the microphone, in order not to be retaliated by Aichu. He had no choice but to click a song. Amidst the noise of several people, the time quickly came to 12 o'clock. The light suddenly went out, the door of the box opened, and a cake about 30 inches was slowly brought up. Wow, this cake is so pretty. The light from the screen reflected the outline of the cake, and Lu Xian saw a teddy doll on the cake with a sweet smile on his face. She remembered that the first gift Chen Yang gave was a grey and white teddy doll, but she didn't expect it to be good again on this cake. It's 12 o'clock, light the candles and make a wish. Gao Xiong said excitedly from the side. Chen Yang nodded, and as he snapped his fingers, the candles on the cake were lit at the same time. Hey, Chen Yang, where's your gift? Seeing that Chen Yang's hands were empty, Aichu said strangely. Here it is. Chen Yang stretched out his hand and scratched his back, and suddenly a large bunch of roses appeared in his hand. Lu Xian, happy birthday. The lights on the rose flickered, and in the middle of the rose, there was an exquisite black gift box. Wow, where did you make the rose? So beautiful. Aichu looked at Lu Xian enviously. Waste. Lu Xian covered her mouth with both hands, and couldn't help but recall the first Valentine's Day in her mind. I said, one day I will make you the happiest woman, Lu Xian, I love you, happy birthday. Chen Yang handed over the rose in his hand, Lu Xian took the rose, his eyes were a little red. Thank you, Chen Yang. Lu Xian's voice was so low that she could hardly hear it. Look at what Chen Yang sent. Aichu stared at the gift box on the rose and couldn't help but said. Chen Yang opened the gift box, and an exquisite necklace appeared in front of everyone. The design of the necklace is very elegant and low-key, but the flickering crystal light shows a touch of luxury. In addition, there is a crystal clear black crystal hanging on it. No matter from which angle you look at it, this necklace is beautiful. Wow, so beautiful. Xiaoburuo couldn't help but praise. This necklace should be very expensive. The gemstones on it probably cost a lot of money. Yaziang looked at the necklace and couldn't help but said, why buy such an expensive thing? Lu Xian said words of reproach, but couldn't hide her love in her eyes. Don't say I have money now, even if I don't have money, as long as you like it, I will try my best to buy it. Chen Yang gently picked up the necklace and helped Lu Xian put it on. The moment the necklace was attached to Lu Xian's neck, everyone was amazed by Lu Xian's temperament. So lovely. Wearing this necklace, Lu Xian looks like a pure and a little shy angel, which makes people love her. So envious. Aichu was moved to tears by this scene. Hurry up and make a wish. Maji urged from the side. Yes, the candles are almost burned out. Gao Xiong also said hastily. Under the urging of everyone, Lu Xian closed her eyes. Within 1 minute, Lu Xian opened his eyes, and seeing Chen Yang looking at him infatuatedly, his face blushed involuntarily. What wish did you make? Aichu asked curiously. You are stupid, it won't work if you say it. Yaziang said unhappily. Are you looking for a fight? Aichu saw Yaziang disrupt the atmosphere, and shook his fist in front of his eyes. Blow out the candles. Seeing that Lu Xian had fulfilled his wish, Chen Yang said softly. Lu Xian took Chen Yang's big warm hand, looked at each other with a smile, followed 3, 2, 1, and the two blew out the candle at the same time. Happy birthday. Several people's applause sounded, and seeing Lu Xian and Chen Yang holding each other together, everyone couldn't help but start booing. Kiss one, kiss one. Lu Xian closed her eyes shyly. Chen Yang looked at Lu Xian's delicate lips, hugged his beloved girl in his arms, and kissed her hard. Amidst the noise of the crowd, the two embraced tightly. Chen Yang. Okay, I like you. Fool, me too. Feeling the fragrance from the delicate body, Chen Yang secretly said in his heart that he must always guard Lu Xian's side. The happy time is always very short. After the party, Chen Yang took Lu Xian's little hand and walked along the river. Lu Xian. Huh? What's the matter? Lu Xian looked into Chen Yang's eyes and asked. I'm going to visit Baikan in a few days. I don't know how long I won't see you. You must miss me. Hearing that Chen Yang was leaving again, Lu Xian's eyes flickered with disappointment. Soon, a smile appeared on Lu Xian's face. I'm waiting for you. Okay, when I come back, I will accompany you well. Chen Yang held Lu Xian's little hand tightly, and said seriously. The shadows of the two were stretched very long under the light, and after an unknown amount of time, the two shadows finally disappeared into the darkness. The day of the god-making project is getting closer and closer. In addition to accompanying Lu Xian these days, Chen Yang also installed another teleportation device in the joint team base. Seeing such a high-tech product, Guo Yu was particularly excited. Chen Yang, where did you get this thing? Guo Yu stared at Chen Yang with fanaticism in her eyes. This is the technology of the magic star. At present, there should be no technology in this blue star that can reach this level. Professor Guo, if it were you, can you research it according to this thing? Chen Yang looked at Guo Yu expectantly and asked. If Guo Yu can decipher the mystery, there will be no distance restrictions in the entire Hua Kingdom. This is a great invention for human beings. I want to try. The technology of magic star is many years ahead of us. There is no certain time. It is too difficult to crack the technology inside. Guo Yu didn't have much confidence in herself. By the way, I have a lot of beast corpses here, which can help you study the super beast armor. Chen Yang thought of it suddenly, and said, that's great. I've almost done the research on the super beast armor, and the rest is to keep testing. If there are more other materials, the super beast armor made by then will definitely be better. Guo Yu said excitedly, as if she wished to take away all the beasts in Chen Yang's hands now. The principle of super beast armor Guo Yu has almost studied the last time, and this is also thanks to the inspiration from the missionaries of the Eagle Kingdom. The question now is how to maximize the performance of the super beast armor. With Chen Yang's help, Guo Yu will have more beast materials as experimental subjects, and the developed super beast armor will be stronger by then. How does this thing work? Is it reliable? Han Chen looked at the blue teleportation device and asked curiously. I haven't tried it. Why don't I experiment with you first? Chen Yang patted Han Chen on the back and joked. I'll just forget it. Life is more important. Han Chen shook his head. Zhou Yuan and the others rushed over immediately when they heard that Chen Yang had brought back a teleportation device. Seeing the 5 or 6 meter high teleportation device in the base, Zhou Yuan looked surprised. Is this the teleportation device? It's so special. Zhou Yuan observed back and forth. Bai Fengxi and Zhang Beicheng were also attracted. For a while, the joint team base was overcrowded, and everyone was curiously looking at the teleportation device in front of them. Is this thing working now? Bai Fengxi asked. It should be fine, just adjust the receiving frequency. Chen Yang stepped forward to manipulate the buttons on it. Not long after, the blue light on the entire teleportation device flickered, and it seemed that it was ready. Hurry up and try. Zhang Beicheng said impatiently. If this thing could really be teleported, it would be like an earthquake to the entire Hua Kingdom. Because of the ferocious beasts, communication and exchange between cities has become very difficult. If you want to conduct a transaction, you must have mercenaries or joint forces to escort, which not only takes a long time and consumes a lot of cost, but also needs to deal with possible risks at any time. If this teleportation device can be used at will, the barrier between the two cities will no longer exist in the future. No problem, let me try. Chen Yang injected Yuan Li, and soon, the blue light of the transmission device vibrated, and a meter-wide gate appeared in the base. Where is the opposite side? Looking at the empty portal, Zhang Beicheng wondered. The opposite is the magic city. If you want to use the destination of the teleportation device, you must also have one. I went to the magic city a few days ago. For convenience, I put the first teleportation point here. On the other side of the portal, Zhao Lu hurried over to check after learning that the teleportation device had been activated. Seeing that Chen Yang was on the other side, she had a shocked expression on her face. Using this device for the first time made everyone feel extremely novel. Zhang Beicheng couldn't help being a little surprised when he saw that Zhao Lu was on the opposite side. He knew that Chen Yang had some conflicts with the Zhao family, but he never thought that the other end would have contact with the Zhao family. Some things have happened in the last few days and we have reconciled. Chen Yang explained. Brother Chen, do you want to try? Seeing that the teleportation device was activated, Sun Jian asked. Try it and try it. I, Han Chen, are not frightened. Han Chen pretended to be fearless and walked in front of the teleportation device. Just when everyone thought he was about to step in, an extra stone appeared in his hand and was thrown over. Crack. Shi passed through the portal unharmed. Seeing that there was no serious problem, Han Chen looked back at everyone. I'm leaving first. Han Chen's body passed through the transmission device, and finally landed firmly on the other side. Really? When Han Chen saw himself coming to the other side of the portal, he couldn't help but get excited. Is this the magic capital? He looked around and found that he was in a relatively closed environment. It seems that there is no problem, but it is tiring to maintain it for a long time. I calculated that it was turned on for a total of 10 minutes just now. According to the vitality consumption in my body, at least a martial artist level practitioner can turn on this teleportation device. Chen Yang calculated. It really succeeded. Doesn't that mean that we will be directly connected with the devil in the future? Zhang Beicheng also said excitedly. That's right, when I get to Baikan, Yanqing will be directly connected to Baikan. Chen Yang nodded. Everyone was very excited when they heard the news. Connecting to Baikan means that even if Yanqing is attacked by a 7th order beast in the future, they can quickly get support. To put it simply, Yanqing no longer has to be afraid of the beast tide. I have reached a cooperation with the Zhao family in Shanghai. Next, they will provide us with military weapons and equipment one after another. At that time, I have to trouble Captain Zhou to sign for it. Chen Yang briefly explained the cooperation he had reached with the Zhao family. After everyone in the joint team learned that the Zhao family was willing to provide various weapons, they also showed grateful expressions on their faces. Although Yanqing is larger than Guanghui base, the resources of the joint team are not so rich. With the support of the Zhao family's weapons, they would be able to clean up the surrounding beasts more quickly, and Yanqing would become safer. Chen Yang, you have done so much for Yanqing, I don't even know how to thank you, Zhang Beicheng said with emotion. Yanqing is my home. I do things for my own home. Why do I need to be thankful? Chen Yang shook his head and said indifferently. After teaching everyone how to use the teleportation device, Chen Yang also planned to leave. Chen Yang, it's hard to see you, come to my laboratory. Seeing that Chen Yang was about to leave, Guoyu hurriedly shouted. Seeing Guoyu impatiently wanting to drag him to the laboratory, Chen Yang thought of the scene when he saw Guoyu for the first time. You won't draw my blood again, will you? Chen Yang frowned. Don't worry, it won't be much, just make a contribution to research. Guoyu dragged Chen Yang to the laboratory. Seeing that he was doomed, Chen Yang also let Guoyu take him to the laboratory. By the way, Professor Guo, there is one thing I almost forgot. Chen Yang suddenly remembered what Tanjing had told him. What's up? Seeing that Chen Yang wanted something from her, Guoyu's eyes lit up, which meant that she could get more things from Chen Yang. It's about magic liquid. Professor Guo should have participated in the research of magic liquid before. Are you familiar with the improved magic liquid potion? Chen Yang asked. I know that thing can change the structure of the human body, just like a virus. What I want to ask is, can an antidote be researched? Chen Yang asked expectantly. The antidote? If I could research the antidote, everyone would have already started using the improved magic liquid potion. Guo Yuebai glanced at Chen Yang and said, I know it is very difficult to crack the magic liquid. I don't mean to rely on the magic liquid to become stronger, but is there a way to eliminate the changes in the magic liquid, such as restoring the mutated creatures? Chen Yang explained. It's very difficult, at least so far, we haven't succeeded. After the magic liquid enters the body of a creature, it will quickly combine with the host like a virus, and they are inseparable. To completely eliminate the magic liquid is to eliminate this virus. But this kind of virus and living things are almost coexisting. Once the magic liquid is lost, the parasitic creatures will die soon. So we dare not take risks. In addition to some previous things, the magic liquid research project has been stopped gone. Guoyu told Chen Yang Dao. Is that so? Chen Yang lowered his head and thought, if once the magic liquid in the living body is eliminated, the host will die, so the idea of destroying the magic liquid may not be realized. I can only say try it. As for whether it will succeed or not, it's really too difficult. Guoyu said without confidence. Then please trouble Professor Guo. If you need anything, you can tell me directly. If I can help, I will do my best. Chen Yang nodded. If nothing else, let me check your body first. Guoyu looked at Chen Yang with the eyes of a big bad wolf. Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, it felt creepy to be looked at by Guoyu like this. An hour later, Chen Yang cooperated with Guoyu to complete all the examinations. Finally, at her insistence, Chen Yang contributed 2,000 milliliters of blood. After finally coming out of the laboratory, Chen Yang was a little dizzy. You can't come here again next time, this woman is too barbaric. When Chen Yang thought of Guoyu's certain things he had done, he felt shadowed in his heart. Back home, Chen's mother, who hadn't seen her son for a long time, quickly cooked a big dish, and Chen's father also took out a bottle of good liquor. Since entering the inner city, their life is getting better and better. After learning that Chen Yang is now the senior official of the joint team, they all burst into laughter from ear to ear. Little Silver also hadn't seen Chen Yang for a long time. It lay in Chen Yang's arms and kept rubbing its body, seeming to enjoy this feeling very much. Chen Yang thought for a while that he didn't bring anything to Xiaoan, so he had to give the extremely evil monster fish and inner alchemy as gifts to Xiaoan to devour later. After dinner, Chen Yang hugged his sister and lay on the sofa watching TV. This long-lost piece made Chen Yang somewhat nostalgic. After not seeing him for a while, Chen Yuling's realm has also improved a lot. With Zhou Chu's teaching and the help of the spirit liquid, Chen Yuling made progress every day. Yuling, I have something I want to give you. Chen Yang thought of something and said suddenly. What? Chen Yuling glanced at her brother suspiciously. I'm going to plant a tree at home, how about you take care of it for me? Chen Yang asked. The giant spirit tree stayed in his space pocket for a long time, and never took it out after returning from the beast star. I don't know how long it will take to go to Baikan this time, so Chen Yang plans to plant the giant spirit tree first. But it is not that simple to plant a giant spirit tree. Blue Star's heaven and earth vitality is no better than that of Beast Star, and it is far from the environment in the 9th level Beast Secret Realm. If you want the giant spirit tree to survive on Blue Star, it takes a lot of thought. Blue Star's vitality was not strong enough, so he used spiritual liquid to irrigate it. He believed that under the nourishment of spiritual liquid, the giant spirit tree would definitely grow healthily. Okay, brother, what kind of tree do you want to plant? Chen Yuling blinked her big watery eyes and said curiously. Follow me. Chen Yang jumped up and led Chen Yuling to the yard behind the villa. Seeing this, Little Silver hurriedly followed. The yard behind the villa is huge, but it may be difficult to plant a giant spirit tree. Chen Yang thought for a while, then called Han Chen. Hey, what are you doing? Han Chen seemed to be having dinner on the other end of the phone. I want to expand my villa, do you think the houses around me can be bought directly? Chen Yang asked. No problem, let me talk to the management of the community. There are not many people living in the place next to yours. What are you going to do? Han Chen was puzzled. I'm going to plant a tree. This tree may be a bit big, so it needs to take up space. Plant a tree? How big can it be? Han Chen became interested, so he hurriedly took a few bites, and then rushed over to the villa where Chen Yang was. All the family members of the joint team live in the villa area, so there are not too many people. When Han Chen arrived at Chen Yang's villa, Chen Yang told him his needs. You want such a big place just to plant a tree? Seeing that Chen Yang planned to buy all the villas behind the yard, he was even more curious about the trees Chen Yang wanted to plant. What exactly are you going to plant? Can you show me? Han Chen said quickly. Brother Chen, don't worry, I'll let you see later. Just ask me if you can give me the land here. Chen Yang asked. You are a lieutenant general now, you just need to make a phone call for this kind of thing. Han Chen rolled his eyes at Chen Yang and said. Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment, he almost forgot that he was a lieutenant general. With this official position, Chen Yang can control almost all the resources of the joint team. Then I'll make a call and ask Yuan Zhou. Chen Yang quickly dialed Zhou Yuan's phone number, and soon, Zhou Yuan agreed to Chen Yang's request, and directly gave Chen Yang the land behind the villa. After learning that the area behind the villa belonged to him, Chen Yang directly manipulated the earth elements to dig a big hole in the middle of the road. The power of space was activated, and the giant spirit tree suddenly appeared in front of Han Chen. Looking at the tens of meters high sky tree that suddenly appeared, Han Chen's jaw almost dropped in shock. This is the tree you said. The giant spirit tree, which is tens of meters high, covers the whole area of -meters. Under Chen Yang's control, the giant spirit tree firmly took root on the ground. Han Chen and Chen Yuling were taken aback by Chen Yang's handwriting. With the appearance of the giant spirit tree, the entire villa area was shrouded in a strong aura. The other residents in the villa area were awakened by the huge movement. When they came out and saw the big tree suddenly appearing, their eyes were staring straight. What is this? I feel that the vitality in my body is starting to move involuntarily. Many team members felt the vitality emanating from the giant spirit tree and couldn't help but exclaim. Soon Zhou Yuan also rushed over, seeing Chen Yang's handwriting. He was also severely shocked once. Chen Yang, what kind of tree is this? I feel that the aura of the whole area has improved a lot. Han Chen greedily absorbed the spiritual energy around him, and the speed of cultivation in his body increased significantly. Shouldn't this be a product of Blue Star? Zhou Yuan said. That's right, this tree is called the giant spirit tree, and I found it elsewhere. Every once in a while, the giant spirit tree will bear a giant spirit fruit. This giant spirit fruit can not only help practitioners to exercise their bodies, but also it can help to break through the realm. Its biggest function is that it can allow practitioners to quickly understand the realm of power. As long as they are in the realm of a great martial artist and eat the giant spirit fruit, they will definitely be able to step into the realm of a grandmaster in the future. Chen Yang introduced the effect of the giant spirit tree in detail. It's so against the sky. Listening to Chen Yang's introduction, Zhou Yuan trembled violently in his heart. Rain Spirit, I will trouble you to water the giant spirit tree with psychic liquid every day while I'm away. I believe it won't take long for this giant spirit tree to bear fruit. Chen Yang said with full expectation. Once the giant spirit tree bears fruit, it means that there will be a master-level figure in Yanshinj in the future, and its effect can even be compared with the super spiritual liquid. The difference is that the super psychic liquid does not allow people to quickly perceive the field of power, but the giant spirit fruit can, which is why those guys from the Lei family wanted to get the giant spirit fruit. I still have more than a dozen giant spirit fruits here. If someone from the joint team is about to break through to the Grandmaster, I am willing to share some for them to swallow. With a wave of Chen Yang's hand, more than a dozen giant spirit fruits floated in the air. Feeling a trace of the power of rules in the giant spirit fruit, Zhou Yuan looked at Chen Yang with extremely complicated eyes. Chen Yang took out such an important thing without reservation, which is enough to show Chen Yang's trust in them. It's a pity that the team has nothing to give you. The team was supposed to be a way to help you grow, but now it has taken a lot of benefits from you. We can't take this giant spirit fruit. Zhou Yuan refused to say. Captain Zhou, I took these things out to help the entire Yanshinj. Every time the team has a master, the strength of Yanshinj will be stronger. This is also the way we will deal with the magic star in the future, so you still accept it, Captain. Bar. Chen Yang directly divided 5 giant spirit fruits and sent them to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan was touched in his heart. After thinking for a while, he clasped his hands together and saluted Chen Yang. Thank you, as long as you need it, the entire Yanqin's joint team will be your back. Haha, then I would like to thank Brother Zhou first. After finishing speaking, Chen Yang handed another giant spirit fruit to Han Chen. This thing is too expensive, I can't have it. Seeing this, Han Chen quickly shook his head. They're all brothers, what are you talking about? Chen Yang insisted on giving a giant spirit fruit to Han Chen, but Han Chen couldn't resist, so he finally had to accept it. There were still 10 giant spirit fruits left, so Chen Yang divided 2 of them and handed them to Chen Yuling. Chen Yuling's cultivation talent was already high, and when she reached the realm of a martial artist and swallowed this giant spirit fruit, her cultivation talent would increase a lot again. Chen Yang planned to give the remaining giant spirit fruit to Shiziawai, Lu Xin, Gao Xiong, Han Mensi, and Song Qing respectively. He believed that with such heaven and earth spirits, their future cultivation would be unimpeded. After this matter was dealt with, Chen Yang handed over the corpse of the 7th level fierce beast and the inner alchemy to Xiaoan. Seeing this, Little Silver happily jumped up and down, and very soon, it showed its true body and swallowed all the power of the 7th level into its body. Under the talent of devouring, the power of the extremely evil monster fish quickly integrated with Xiaoan. With the help of the 7th level inner alchemy, Xiaoan's cultivation realm also improved. After about half a day, Xiaoan stepped into the realm of the 6th order ferocious beast. Since Xiaoan followed Chen Yang, his cultivation realm has improved rapidly. If he devotes himself to cultivation, he doesn't know how long it will take to step into the 6th order realm. How can he become an incomparably powerful existence in the 6th order realm like he is now? Little Yin, who devoured the giant spirit fruit and the super spiritual liquid, not only soared the vitality in his body, but also got a huge increase in his physical strength. If Chen Yang didn't use the advanced power domain, he wouldn't be Little Silver's opponent even if he didn't. Who would have imagined that such a cute little furball would be the almost strongest existence in Yanqinj? Xiaoan, I'm going to Baikan in 2 days, and I have to take care of my family. Chen Yang touched the transformed Little Silver and said in a low voice. Whoa. Little Silver felt a little bit reluctant, nestled in Chen Yang's arms and groaned continuously. Chen Yang smiled slightly, and brought Xiaoan back to the villa. After spending a few days in Yanqinj and Lu Xin, Chen Yang bid farewell to everyone. He gave all the elixir in his hand to his younger sister, and believed that when he came back, his younger sister would definitely give him a big surprise. Chen Yang came to Yangcheng and planned to go to Baikan with the trainers of Yangcheng. At this time, he had a black card in his hand, with 3 large characters of invitation card written on it, and a line of golden address underneath. This is the invitation letter of the God-making project. After you arrive in Baikan, you can hand this invitation letter directly to the joint team in Baikan. Tanjing told Chen Yang and others. In Yanqinj, only Chen Yang and Han Mensi were selected for the God-making project, while in Yangcheng it was Tan Yu and Xiaoling. Tan Yu's participation in the God-making project was expected, but what Chen Yang didn't expect was that Xiaoling was also selected. Why, didn't you expect that I would also participate in the God-making project? Seeing Chen Yang's surprised eyes, Xiaoling couldn't help laughing. Indeed, you are the only heir of the Xia family, your father is willing to let you go out. Chen Yang said strangely. It is precisely because I am the only heir that I need to be more harsh on myself. Even if I lose the election in the end, as long as I participate in the God-making project, I can get the most abundant cultivation resources in the country. In order to become stronger, I must participate. Xiaoling said with complicated eyes. Chen Yang could understand Xiaoling's pressure. As the only heir of the Xia family, the burden on her is very heavy. If she doesn't grow up quickly, once Xia Jun encounters an accident one day, the Xia family will immediately fall into trouble. Xia Jun very much hoped to find a suitable husband for Xiaoling, but unfortunately Xiaoling was not interested in these things. Besides Tan Yu, Chen Yang was the only one she liked the most. You have all received the invitation letter. Let's go directly tomorrow morning. I won't say anything else. I wish you all the pride of Yangcheng. Tan Jing's words were obviously addressed to Tan Yu and Xiaoling. Tan Yu and Xiaoling nodded heavily. Although they didn't fully know the inside story of the God-building project, the relevant information is still clearer. We will definitely not let Yangcheng down. Tan Yu said seriously. Okay, then let's gather tomorrow. Tan Jing looked at them with satisfaction and said. In the evening, Song Qing learned that Chen Yang was going to Baikan, and that he might not be able to see each other for a long time in the future, so he hurried over. Outside the villa, Chen Yang sat at the door and waited for the other party. When he saw a delicate figure trotting over, a faint smile appeared on his face. Chen Yang. When Song Qing saw Chen Yang, he was overjoyed and waved hello. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't left yet. Seeing a few drops of sweat on Song Qing's forehead, Chen Yang said with concern. I just want to see you soon. Song Qing panted. Seeing Song Qing's face, Chen Yang couldn't resist thinking about what happened that night. He coughed twice unnaturally, and didn't know what to say for a while. Are you leaving tomorrow? Song Qing's eyes were a little complicated. Yes, the training camp will start the day after tomorrow, so we have to start early tomorrow. Chen Yang explained. How long are you going? Song Qing asked reluctantly. I don't know, it depends on the arrangement over there. But since it's a god-making plan, I definitely won't be able to come back in a short time. Chen Yang thought about it. The god-making plan is to select the most potential cultivator in the country, and use the power of the whole country to help him become a god. If you want to become a god, you must at least break through to the realm of martial saints. Participating in the god-making project this time is divided into 2 groups, most of which are young and potential practitioners, and the oldest of them is no more than 30 years old. The other group was composed of martial saints and grand masters, but this group of practitioners did not carry out the god-making plan with Chen Yang and the others. Of course, Chen Yang didn't know the details of the god-making plan, and he didn't know all this until he got Baiken. What if I want to see you? Song Qing said in a low voice. Chen Yang's throat seemed to be stuck. He had clearly told Song Qing that he had a girlfriend, so that they would not be embarrassed when they met in the future. But Song Qing seemed to have deeper and deeper feelings for him, so Chen Yang really didn't know how to deal with it. Do you refuse directly? Would that make her sad? After hesitating for a while, he finally didn't speak. There will always be a chance to meet in the future. Chen Yang pretended to be relaxed. Then can you go shopping with me tonight? Song Qing looked at Chen Yang expectantly, and originally wanted to refuse directly, but seeing the expectant expression on the other side, Chen Yang's heart softened. Okay, where do you want to go? Chen Yang asked. I'll take you. Song Qing did not tell Chen Yang the specific place, but directly asked the other party to hand over the key. Chen Yang smiled helplessly, handed over the car keys to Song Qing and got into the co-pilot. Chen Yang, where are you going? At some point, Han Mensi appeared next to the car. Who is this beauty? Seeing Song Qing sitting in the car, Han Mensi asked curiously. Song Qing also suddenly found Han Mensi's figure. She turned her head and saw Han Mensi. Her eyes showed a trace of vigilance. Is this your girlfriend? Song Qing couldn't help asking. No, she is my teammate, a member of the Yanshan's United team. Chen Yang introduced. Oh, hello, my name is Song Qing. Knowing that this girl was not Chen Yang's girlfriend, she relaxed a lot. My name is Han Mensi. Where are you going? Chen Yang, you didn't take me around when I came to Yangcheng for the first time. We will leave tomorrow, and you are too much. Han Mensi pretended to be coquettish and said. Song Qing looked at Chen Yang suspiciously, as if asking what kind of relationship you two have. That, I forgot just now, I apologize. Chen Yang felt dizzy for a while. If Han Mensi was left at home, maybe she would do something. You will forget such an important thing. Han Mensi's voice suddenly increased. However, since you apologized, then I will reluctantly accept it. Where shall we play? As Han Mensi said, he was already sitting in the back of the car. I don't know, I'm not very familiar with Yangcheng. Chen Yang said with a helpless expression. Song Qing wanted to say something at first, but when she saw Han Mensi sitting directly in the car, she was embarrassed to drive her out of the car. Miss Song Qing, right? Where are we going? Seeing Chen Yang depressed, Han Mensi looked at Song Qing with a smile and asked. Let's go to the Red House, it's pretty nice there. Song Qing originally wanted to be alone with Chen Yang, but unexpectedly ran into Han Mensi, so he had no choice but to take her and leave together. Sitting behind the car, Han Mensi pouted and looked at Chen Yang's back. I told you to go out with beautiful women alone. I can't let you mess around outside. This Song Qing looks like a little fairy. I'm doing it for your own good. Han Mensi muttered in her heart to find a reason for herself. Because of Han Mensi's joining, the atmosphere in the car was a little weird for a while. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Chen Yang coughed lightly twice. In order to break the awkward atmosphere, he turned on the music on the car. Amidst the soothing music, the car drove toward a mountainside, and half an hour later, several people came to a unique restaurant. The name of the restaurant is Red House, and its appearance is an ancient architectural style decades ago, all made of red bricks. After getting off the car, Chen Yang waited and watched quietly, and found that this is indeed a very unique restaurant. The red house on the mountainside is like a farmhouse hidden in the field. Chen Yang, let me tell you, the dishes here are delicious. There are not too many seasonings, and they are basically the original flavor of the farm. Song Qing couldn't wait to introduce it to Chen Yang as soon as he got off the car. Really, then I want to try them all. Han Mensi said excitedly. Seeing that her introduction was interrupted by Han Mensi, Song Qing twitched her mouth slightly. Today was the best chance for her to have dinner alone with Chen Yang, but she was interrupted by the woman in front of her. She doesn't like Chen Yang too, does she? Song Qing suddenly realized that she thought of Han Mensi's various behaviors since the meeting, and couldn't help guessing that this was really possible. Don't stand still outside, let's go in. Chen Yang didn't know what the two of them were thinking, so he could only speak by himself. His voice brought Song Qing back from thinking to reality, and she had a little more vigilance in her eyes, who had no good feelings for Han Mensi. A woman's sixth sense is already very sensitive, and Han Mensi's various behaviors made her feel that her guess was right. The three of them walked into the restaurant. Because of Song Qing's identity and the reservation in advance, the boss arranged a wide balcony for them. On this balcony, there are all kinds of starlights. After the sky gradually dimmed, all the lights were turned on, which looked very stylish. Because the red house is halfway up the mountain, standing on the balcony, you can just see all the scenery down the mountain through the railing. Chen Yang stood in front of the fence and breathed the surrounding air. From here, he could see most of the buildings in Yangcheng. At this time, the Yangchang was emitting faint lights and looked like it was shrouded in a piece of golden plain clothes. Would you like some wine? Song Qing asked while holding the menu. I can do it, Chen Yang said casually. What about Sister Han? Song Qing asked Han Mensi with a smile on his face. When Han Mensi heard Song Qing calling her sister Han, she paused. In terms of age, Han Mensi is now 26. It is not too much to call her sister, but it sounds very awkward to her. This little girl is not telling me that I am too old, so don't pester Chen Yang. Of course, Han Mensi could see Song Qing's feelings for Chen Yang, and her sixth sense also sensed the subtleties between them, but now, after all, in front of Chen Yang, Song Qing also entertained her kindly, so she naturally couldn't mind anything. Hehe, sister, you can decide. I can drink whatever I want, Han Mensi said with a sweet smile. Chen Yang looked at the two suspiciously. They had only known each other for less than an hour, so there was no need to be so affectionate. Is it true that girls are born like this? He shook his head feeling a little strange, but he couldn't say it for a while. Song Qing ordered 2 bottles of expensive red wine and signaled the waiter to open the sober wine directly, and then handed a wine glass to Chen Yang. Chen Yang, you are leaving tomorrow, I have nothing to give you, so I will offer you a toast. There was a strange light flickering in Song Qing's eyes. Chen Yang looked into her eyes and was moved for a moment. Thank you sister, come on, cheers. Han Mensi also came over, and under Song Qing's slightly annoyed expression, the three of them raised their glasses and clinked together at the same time. Song Qing drank most of it in one breath, and he didn't know what stimulated him. As a cultivator, ordinary alcohol has little anesthesia effect on the body, but Song Qing didn't seem to use her vitality to clear the alcohol from her body, and soon her cheeks became rosy. Sister, that's not how you drink red wine. We have to taste it slowly. Han Mensi took a sip gracefully and said. Chen Yang glanced at Han Mensi in surprise. He never thought that this violent woman could taste red wine gracefully. This was the first time he knew about it. Actually, you look pretty good like this. You often look so violent. I thought you didn't know these things. Chen Yang expressed his feelings. Really, then shall I change it? Han Mensi pretended to be shy when she saw Chen Yang praised herself. Just don't act too exaggerated. Chen Yang was speechless. Seeing Han Mensi testing Chen Yang step by step, Song Qing's expression at this time was like that of a jealous little bitch. What's wrong with you? Eat vegetables. Seeing Song Qing puffing his cheeks, Chen Yang asked in doubt. They didn't seem to do anything. How could they suddenly become like this? Chen Yang was puzzled. Seeing that Song Qing didn't speak, he took a piece of pork belly and put it in Song Qing's bowl. Han Mensi knew that Song Qing was angry with her, but she didn't show it on her face, but savored the special dishes of this restaurant as if nothing had happened. Several people started to eat in this weird atmosphere. Chen Yang saw that everyone was silent, and he didn't know how to enliven the atmosphere. Sister Han, how did you know Chen Yang? After a long time, Song Qing suddenly spoke. What? Han Mensi was taken aback, remembering the first time she met Chen Yang. Her cheeks turned red instantly. She gave Chen Yang a white look, and stepped on his shoe. Hiss. Chen Yang was in pain, and looked at Han Mensi inexplicably. It's okay. At that time, I thought he had a good cultivation talent, so I went to recruit him. I didn't know that this guy was a hooligan, and he actually ate my tofu, Han Mensi said carelessly. Eat tofu. Song Qing looked at Chen Yang in surprise. Don't listen to her nonsense, how could I do such a thing? Chen Yang quickly denied it. Aren't you clear about my character? Seeing that Song Qing didn't believe it, Chen Yang smiled wryly. Song Qing thought that he hadn't moved in throwing himself into his arms and hugging the other party, so he immediately believed it. Indeed, you don't have the guts. Song Qing sneered. Don't underestimate him. He is very serious on the surface, but he has a lot of bad thoughts in his heart. Han Mensi said angrily, recalling how she felt back then. Did he do something bad to Sister Han? Song Qing asked curiously. No, it's just. Han Mensi didn't know how to say the following words. Sister Song Qing, how about you? How did you meet Chen Yang? Han Mensi changed the subject. Song Qing's throat also seemed to be stuck. You won't be eaten tofu by him too? Seeing Song Qing hesitating, Han Mensi asked. No, fortunately, I met him at that time. Song Qing looked shy. Tisk tisk tisk, I can see that you haven't done anything good. Han Mensi seemed to have caught Song Qing's weakness, but it also made her more curious about what Chen Yang did at that time. Don't talk nonsense, there is nothing between us. Chen Yang saw that the topic became more and more outrageous, so he interrupted quickly. I can't see it. Sister Song Qing seems to have feelings for you. Han Mensi whispered close to Chen Yang's ear. Feeling Han Mensi's scorching breath, Chen Yang's ears felt hot. Eat and eat, the food will be cold. Chen Yang coughed twice, breaking the embarrassment. Soon, several people fell silent again. The food taste of the Red House is really good. This kind of original food is unique in the whole Yangchang. Coupled with such a wonderful night view, it is a very wonderful enjoyment for those who come here to eat. It is rare for those who often live in the city to feel the atmosphere of the countryside. Under the embellishment of the starry sky, the whole balcony is also particularly emotional. For some reason, Han Mensi's cheeks were also flushed. After drinking 2 bottles of red wine, she didn't control her vitality to clear the alcohol from her body, but let them run wild in her brain. Another bottle of red wine. Song Qing was also drinking happily, and soon, the waiter brought another bottle of red wine to fill up for several people. Drink less. Seeing that Song Qing was a little drunk, Chen Yang persuaded him. No, you're leaving tomorrow. The next time I see you, I don't even know when it will be. Today, we won't go home until we're drunk. Song Qing raised the goblet and drank the red wine inside in one gulp. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. Seeing Song Qing's appearance, he felt a little cute. I'm going to the toilet. Han Mensi got up and said. Seeing Han Mensi leave, Song Qing stared at Chen Yang drunkenly. Why, do I have flowers on my face? Chen Yang said strangely. Let's come here. Song Qing got up suddenly and pulled Chen Yang to the fence. The breeze blowing across his cheeks made Chen Yang wake up a little bit, but Song Qing seemed a little chilly. Are you okay? Do you want me to take you back? Seeing that Song Qing's state was a bit wrong, Chen Yang asked. No, I want to stay with you a little longer. Song Qing took Chen Yang's hand and put it on the fence. You see, only here can we see the whole picture of Yang Cheng while eating. Song Qing pointed to a villa in the distance. That's your home, that one is my home. Song Qing was indeed a little drunk, and Chen Yang didn't know what she wanted to say. Chen Yang, is she going to Baikan with you? Song Qing asked suddenly. That's right, she is the best cultivator of the Yanshan's United team, and she is now a great martial artist. I believe that after participating in this plan, she will soon be able to break through to a Grand Master. Chen Yang nodded. Compared to her, am I really bad? Song Qing said to himself. How could it be? Your cultivation talent is not bad. It's just because of your family relationship that you didn't practice hard. Otherwise, I believe that with your talent, you will become a master sooner or later. Chen Yang's words are not consolation. He has checked Song Qing's cultivation talent, and now she has advanced talent at the level of a great martial artist. When she breaks through to a great martial artist, she may reach the top talent. I regret it so much. If I could be stronger, I could go to Baikan with you. Song Qing's mood suddenly became a little depressed. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if you don't go to Baikan, you can do well. There will definitely be other god-making plans in the future. I believe you will be eligible to participate. Chen Yang touched the top of Song Qing's head and said. But I like you. I want to keep looking at you. With the help of alcohol, Song Qing finally shouted out the thoughts in his heart. Chen Yang's hands froze, and he didn't know what to do for a while. Chen Yang, I really like you. You are the only boy I like in my life. I don't know who is so lucky to be favored by you. Song Qing's eyes were a little wet. In the days when she didn't see Chen Yang, she missed him very much. Maybe this is love. But at that time, she had already expressed her heart, but Chen Yang kept pretending not to know, which also made Song Qing understand that there was almost no future between her and Chen Yang. As one of the 4 beauties in Yangcheng, she has countless suitors. Who would have thought that the boy she likes doesn't care about her? Song Qing, Chen Yang was at a loss for words for a while. He thought that Song Qing's good feelings for him all came from his previous dependence on him. As long as he reduces his contact with Song Qing in the future, the other party will naturally forget about him. But when Song Qing expressed all the thoughts in his heart, Chen Yang's opinion changed. Chen Yang, I know, I'm just a third party. I'm not qualified to be with you. But I really miss you. I don't want to be with you. As long as I can see you every day, I'm satisfied. Song Qing hugged Chen Yang. Tears finally fell down uncontrollably. Maybe it's because you haven't opened your heart to communicate with other people. Once you are willing to contact those who treat you well, you will find that I am nothing. Chen Yang said comfortingly. I just want you. Can you hug me? After today, I won't disturb your life anymore. Song Qing choked up. Seeing Song Qing being so affectionate, Chen Yang finally hugged her tightly. Regardless of whether Song Qing will have feelings for her in the future, at least at this moment, Chen Yang doesn't want to make her sad. Han Mensi hid behind the door and looked at the two quietly. She sighed a long time, not knowing what was going on in her mind. Han Mensi will be back soon, don't let her read the joke. Sensing that Han Mensi was behind, Chen Yang couldn't hold back. Don't want. Song Qing hugged Chen Yang even tighter. Seeing this, Han Mensi left the restaurant without looking back. Chen Yang wanted to say hello to her, but he was hugged by Song Qing, unable to move. He wondered if he should push Song Qing away. Song Qing is indeed a very perfect girl. If Chen Yang met her earlier, maybe he would really fall in love with her. But there are so many what-ifs in life. He has a very thorough view of life after living a new life, just like love, but he meets the right person at the right place at the right time, and he and Song Qing can only have no relationship. Thinking that the meeting time between Song Qing and Song Qing would be shortened when he went to Baikan in the future, Chen Yang still did not let go of each other in the end. Maybe as time goes by, she will gradually forget herself? Chen Yang smiled wryly, looking at the flickering city. After a long time, Song Qing finally sent Chen Yang away. I'm sorry. I made you laugh. Song Qing wiped the tears from his face. Give. Chen Yang handed over the lunch paper that came from somewhere to Song Qing. It's cold. You drank so much. Shall I take you back? Chen Yang asked in a low voice. Can you walk with me again? Song Qing looked at him expectantly and asked. Chen Yang was silent for a moment, then nodded. Then let's go for a walk by the river. Song Qing seemed very happy, and I don't know if it was the effect of alcohol. Even though she knew that Chen Yang had a girlfriend, she still boldly expressed her love. Tell me, what would have happened if I hadn't met you? By the river, Songqing murmured softly. Fool, why do you think about those things? I can't bear you to be defiled by that disgusting person. If you let me know, I will regret it to death. Chen Yang interrupted her thoughts. But if it happens, maybe I won't pester you, don't you think I'm annoying? Songqing raised his head, stared into Chen Yang's eyes and asked. If I met you earlier, maybe I would like you, Chen Yang said seriously. So, can we still be good friends in the future? Of course, I also hope that you can find your own home, Chen Yang said with heartfelt blessings. Songqing's voice was very low, just to deal with Chen Yang's words. In her heart, unless someone better than Chen Yang occupies her heart, she may not be able to forget him in this life. The cool breeze by the river cleared Songqing's consciousness, and the effects of the alcohol gradually evaporated. She felt a little guilty when she thought of what she had done before. What happened? Seeing Songqing's depressed mood, Chen Yang couldn't help asking. It's okay, let's go back, I'm really happy to be with you today, Songqing said bluntly. Okay, I'll take it to you. Chen Yang took the key to disperse all the alcohol on his body. After getting in the car, he turned on the radio, and the song Like a Fish was playing. I want to forget what you look like. A soft female voice echoed in the car, and the black car drifted away towards Songqing's villa. Sending Songqing home, he also handed the giant spirit fruit he had prepared to the other party. This is. Songqing looked at the giant spirit fruit in his hand with a surprised expression. She had never seen this kind of fruit before, but the aura exuding from the surface and the faint power of the domain let her know that it was something extraordinary. This is a giant spirit fruit, specially reserved for you, Chen Yang said softly. This thing is too expensive, I can't accept it. Songqing shook his head and returned the giant spirit fruit. Chen Yang didn't take it back, but looked at Songqing seriously. This thing may be rare to you, but to me, it is just a spiritual object. The reason I gave it to you is to hope that you can quickly improve your strength. Your Song family did not participate in this god-making plan. In the future, the gap between you and other families will definitely become bigger and bigger. I don't want you to be the young lady at the bottom of all the families in Yangcheng. Accept it, and you must cultivate hard. Chen Yang held Songqing's hands and pushed the giant spirit fruit back. Songqing looked at Chen Yang without saying a word, and his eyes became moist again. Bastard. Hearing Songqing's coquettish scolding, Chen Yang rubbed the tip of his nose in embarrassment. Then I'm going back. Songqing gave Chen Yang a reluctant look. Do you want me to see you off tomorrow? Forget it, we will gather directly at Tan's house when the time comes, so I won't bother you. Chen Yang refused. He was afraid that Songqing would be reluctant to part with him. There was always some inexplicable emotion between the two of them. Since there is no relationship, it would be better to cut it off directly. There was a trace of loneliness on Songqing's face. She seemed to have made up her mind. She suddenly hugged Chen Yang, and pressed her wet lips between Chen Yang's lips. Chen Yang's mind was blank for a moment, and he was at a loss by Songqing's sudden kiss. Just when he was panicked, Songqing turned around and ran into Song's residence. Feeling the scent remaining on his lips, Chen Yang smiled wryly. Back home, Han Mensi had already arrived. Why did you leave first? Chen Yang touched the tip of his nose and asked. Do you want me to be there to watch you flirt? Han Mensi said angrily. Don't talk nonsense, she just drank too much, there is nothing between us. Chen Yang coughed twice. It's not that much, they're all hugged together. Don't you have a girlfriend, and you still miss others? Do you want to have two boats with one foot? You men will not have a good thing. Han Mensi's tone was a little rushed. Don't be angry, if I really have something to do with her, will I come back now? Besides, why do you care so much about the matter between me and her? Chen Yang felt a little strange seeing Han Mensi angry. Bah, I won't be angry with you. Han Mensi's expression changed, and he left Chen Yang. Chen Yang touched the back of his head inexplicably. Is she sick? I didn't do anything. She left first. Can't blame me. After thinking about it, Chen Yang shook his head and went to take a shower and sleep. Lying on the bed, the cicadas outside the window creaked, but for some reason, Chen Yang couldn't fall asleep. After tossing and turning for a long time, my mind was full of Songqing's confession. Hey, when she gets to Baikan, she will forget me, right? Chen Yang covered his eyes with his hands, and the night today seemed extraordinarily long. I don't know when I finally fell asleep, and when I opened my eyes, the sun had already shone in from the window and sprinkled on Chen Yang's face. Chen Yang rubbed his eyes and looked out the window tiredly. Today is going to Baikan. It should be a joyous day, but for some reason, Chen Yang feels a little disappointed. Get up. The door was kicked open, and he turned his head to see that it was Han Mensi, a violent woman. Sister Meng, if you keep like this, you won't be able to find a boyfriend in the future. Chen Yang laughed. I want you to take care of it. When Han Mensi heard Chen Yang's words, his expression turned ugly. I'm doing it for your own good. You look so beautiful. If you were a little gentler, there might be many men chasing you. Chen Yang persuaded. Am I really pretty? When Han Mensi heard about it, she sat at the foot of Chen Yang's bed and asked. Of course, among other things, you are the #1 beauty in the Yanchin's United team. Chen Yang nodded and said. Then if I become gentle, will you like me? Han Mensi stared at Chen Yang's eyes and asked. This question, I think all men should have the same answer. Chen Yang hesitated. Okay, then I'll give it a try. Han Mensi didn't know what she was thinking, and turned into a glamorous beauty in an instant. That's not what I mean by gentleness. Is there something wrong with your understanding? Seeing Han Menzi's appearance, Chen Yang couldn't help but say, Brother Yang, get up quickly, do you still want your sister to help you? Han Menzi's voice changed from the rough voice before, and it turned out to be a bit like a royal sister. Don't, or you go out first, I'll be there soon. Seeing Han Menzi's expression of pretending to make a move, Chen Yang backed away instantly. It's just to scare you, but it's true. Chen Yang was not very used to Han Menzi's huge voice. Seeing her leaving gracefully, Chen Yang made a helpless expression. It's the wrong medicine, but it's much better than before. After washing up, Lu Yan had already prepared breakfast for the two of them. Didn't you hire a nanny? Seeing Lu Yan cooking breakfast alone, Chen Yang asked in doubt. Not yet, it always feels weird to invite an aunt. Lu Yan said with chopsticks in hand. Then find someone around 30 years old and see if anyone is willing to come over. The price is easy to talk about. The villa is too big, and it will be tiring if you clean it alone. Chen Yang thought about it. I can't tell, you are quite considerate. Han Menzi said while eating the noodles made by Lu Yan. Wow, Lu Yan, your craftsmanship is amazing. Han Menzi couldn't help but praise the smooth noodles. I used to cook by myself a lot, so I know how to cook a little bit. Sister Meng, as long as you like it, I'm afraid you won't be used to it. Lu Yan said shyly. Chen Yang was able to find a secretary like you, it was a blessing in his previous life. Han Menzi glanced at Chen Yang and said. Chen Yang silently ate the noodles in the bowl. Unexpectedly, he could lie down with a gun. Around 10 o'clock, Chen Yang received a call from Tan Yu. They should have set off earlier. After all, Yangcheng is very far away from Baikan. Fortunately, there is a humanoid teleporter like Chen Yang, so they chose to set off the day before. Are you all ready? Chen Yang asked into the microphone. It's all good, if you need anything, just wait until Baikan to buy it. Tan Yu said casually. Okay, I'll come here. With a wave of Chen Yang's hand, a portal appeared in front of everyone. Opposite was the Tan family's villa. Tan Yu waved his hand immediately when he saw Chen Yang on the other side. Let's go. Chen Yang stepped into the portal first, and soon Han Menzi followed. Xiaoling came to Tan Yu's house a long time ago. It seems that the agreement was made yesterday. Now that you're all here, let's go quickly. Tan Jing looked at the four of them and nodded in satisfaction. The city lord, let's go first. The Coke company is asking you to help with the snacks then. Chen Yang said with a smile. Don't worry kid, with me here, who dares to touch your company? Tan Jing also laughed. Then City Lord Tan, goodbye. Seeing that everything had been arranged in place, Chen Yang directly opened the portal without ink stains. I wish you all a good time in Baikan. I believe that seeing you again will definitely impress me. Tan Jing instructed behind him. Must, City Lord. Chen Yang waved his hand, and the four of them stepped into the portal. You said how much stronger they will be when we meet next time. Tan Jing asked Tan Yi beside him. I can't guarantee anything else, but next time I meet Chen Yang, I'm afraid that even you may not be his opponent. Tan Yi said helplessly. That's right, if there are more geniuses like Chen Yang and Huguo, why should we be afraid of fierce beasts? Tan Jing sighed, turned, and walked towards the villa. The portal closed, and the four came to a wilderness. In order to reach Baikan as quickly as possible, Chen Yang directly maximized his teleportation talent. This time, they covered more than 300 kilometers. Yangcheng is less than kilometers away from Baikan. According to this speed, it can reach Baikan in half an hour at most. Of course, this is the reason why Chen Yang manipulated teleportation. If it were another master, he might not be able to reach Chen Yang's level. After all, the Yuan Li in Chen Yang's body is much stronger than other cultivators. Although he is only in the realm of a great martial artist, his special talent is already stronger than many masters. As soon as they landed, their bodies attracted a large group of low-level ferocious beasts. Chen Yang snapped his fingers, and a circle of fire spread around the four of them, and the low-level beasts touched by the circle of fire immediately turned into ashes. The nearby vicious beasts were easily dealt with by Chen Yang. Tan Yu and Xiaoling watched his operations, and were speechless for a while. It's true that people are more popular than people. We are all in our 20s, and we are so far behind you, Brother Yang. Tan Yu sighed. He knew that with Chen Yang around, he was just going through the motions of this god-making plan. In terms of talent, he is definitely not as good as Chen Yang, and in terms of strength, he is even worse than Chen Yang. He is not sure who will pass the test in the end. Don't be discouraged, I'm different from you. In the eyes of others, you are considered geniuses. Chen Yang said comfortingly, but his words sounded like a blow to the ears of the two. I don't care whether I will be selected or not. As long as I can become a great martial artist through the previous training, participating in this plan will not be in vain. On the surface, Xiaoling is very open-minded, only she knows in her heart that she came to participate in the god-making project this time to quickly improve her strength, and she wants to become the second Grand Master of the Xia family before she turns 30. Although he had such an idea in his heart, the master did not mean that he would be successful. Tan Yu also had this idea. He believed that in a big city like Baikan, his cultivation speed would definitely be faster than in Yangcheng. Are we stabbing the beast's lair? As long as the few people were chatting, a large number of beasts appeared around again. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth rose slightly, and the flames ignited the entire wilderness. Longly protected the three of Xiaoling, and as the flames burned more and more intensely, the whole wilderness turned into a barren under Chen Yang's actions. Let's go, they're just some little monsters. Chen Yang opened the door again, and several people walked in immediately. After the last teleportation, the four came to the side of a big river. According to the memories of Chen Yang's previous life, this is the Yangtze River that everyone is familiar with. The people on Blue Star actually called this river very unanimously. Seeing that the journey was almost halfway through, the four of them decided to take a break. Although the three long-distance teleportation did not consume too much Yuan Li, but because the location of each teleportation was not fixed, for the sake of safety, they decided to keep the full state and move forward. In case he encountered a few sixth-order beasts along the way, Chen Yang would have no problem running by himself, but he still had to worry about the other three. Is this the Yangtze River? This is my first time here. Xiaoling looked at the rolling river and felt a little excited. What's the saying? The Yangtze River is coming, and it's true. Tan Yu was also shocked by the Yangtze River. This season is when the Yangtze River floods, so the entire Yangtze River is particularly choppy. Han Mensi is also very interested in the Yangtze River. She walked slowly to the river and put her beautiful hands into the water to feel it quietly. Careful. Chen Yang's eyes were fixed, and he quickly picked up Han Mensi. What are you doing? Before Han Mensi finished speaking, Mr. Zhang suddenly showed a big mouth, which was somewhat similar in appearance to the extremely evil monster fish. Tier 6 ferocious beast. Tan Yu's expression changed, and he pulled Xiaoling back quickly. Han Mensi didn't know what Chen Yang was doing at first, but when she saw this big mouth biting towards her, she felt a little scared. It's the Hongsun period now, and the entire Yangtze River is particularly turbid. I don't know how many beasts are guarding you down here. Why are you so careless? Chen Yang let go of his hand and complained. Sorry, I didn't pay attention. Han Mensi lowered his head with a rare look of aggrieved expression. Forget it, pay attention next time. Chen Yang glanced back at the sixth-order strange fish. The strange fish was a little annoyed that the duck that had arrived flew away. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't intend to run away, the strange fish let out an ear-piercing scream. Hihi, you scare my friend and don't run away. A long spear appeared in Chen Yang's hand. The energy in his body was concentrated at the head of the spear, and various special talents gathered. As the dragon force restricted the body of the strange fish, he directly pierced the strange fish with a single shot. Hiss. Seeing that Chen Yang killed the sixth-order beast with one blow, the three fell into a daze. Chen Yang, you are so perverted. Tan Yu opened his mouth slightly and said. Only now did Xiaoling know why his father asked him to have a good relationship with Chen Yang before he left. Even the sixth-order beast was instantly killed by him, and now Chen Yang said that he was the second in Yangchang, and no one would refute it. Han Mensi also knew that Chen Yang was very powerful before, but seeing him kill a sixth-level beast with one move still had a huge impact on her heart. Is the gap between us already that big? Han Mensi thought silently, her eyes were a little lonely. She thought that she could catch up with Chen Yang one day by practicing hard, but with the passage of time, Chen Yang has now reached a height that she cannot reach. Taking out the inner alchemy of the sixth-order strange fish and putting the corpse into the space pocket, Chen Yang turned around and looked at the stunned people. Brother Yang, at Songqing's birthday party earlier, I thought you might have given such an expensive necklace to win her favor. Thinking about it now, a sixth-order beast pill is nothing to you. Tan Yu smiled wryly. Don't envy brother, brother is just a legend. Chen Yang suddenly thought of a line that was very popular before and said, wait until Baikan, you will also become stronger, let's continue to set off. The appearance of the sixth-order beast was just a small episode for him. The reason why he killed it with one move was because the sixth-order beast had only broken through not long ago, and Chen Yang's dragon power directly restricted him. Only then did the strange fish get shot dead without even using the domain. A few people thought that the majestic Yangtze River was pretty good, but they were frightened by the sixth-order strange fish, and the excitement in their hearts disappeared without a trace. The portal opened again, and several people stepped in without hesitation. There were not too many accidents in the following journey. Except for encountering many low-level beasts and being killed by Chen Yang with one move, the journey along the way can be said to be uneventful. If the other practitioners who were selected by the selected plan knew that they ran from Yangchang to Baikan so easily, they would be amazed. Although there are practitioners with special talents in teleportation or space power in other cities, they cannot reach Baikan as easily as Chen Yang. Half an hour later, the last portal opened, and the few people finally arrived outside Baikan. As the capital of China, Baikan can be regarded as the city with the strongest comprehensive strength. There are a total of 11 martial saints in Huiguo. Of course, this does not include Zhao Suolin, who has just broken through the realm of martial saints. There are only 5 martial saints in Guangbei City, and even the Demon City has only 2 martial saints. From this, it can be imagined that almost all the ultimate power of Huiguo is gathered here. This is only the cultivator of the martial saint realm, and there are more than 20 grand masters, and the number of great martial masters directly exceeds dash. This power is regarded as the highest price in the world. The entire North City is surrounded by a steel Great Wall, which is filled with cement and steel bars and covered with a layer of molten iron outside, so the entire North City can be said to be safe and secure. Seeing the Great Wall of Steel outside Baikan for the first time, several people couldn't help sighing. This level of defense is unique in the entire world, and practitioners from other countries can't help but sigh when they see it. Walking in front of the majestic city wall, the feelings of the few people were even more profound. Please be examined. Just about to go in, members of the joint force at the door stopped them. It's been so troublesome since entering the city. Tan Yu frowned, a little puzzled. Hi, I'm a member of the joint team. Chen Yang took out his ID and said. The soldier took the certificate and observed it carefully for a moment, then nodded. Excuse me, sir, I need to trouble you to test it. After finishing speaking, the soldier took out an instrument and scanned them, and after confirming that there was no problem, he saluted and let them go. Has something happened in Baikan recently? Why is the security so strict? Chen Yang withdrew his documents and asked. Reporting sir, a kind of parasitic beast has recently been infiltrated in Baikan. Everyone may be the host of the parasitic beast, that's why the inspection is so strict. Soldier explained. Parasitic beast. Chen Yang was slightly taken aback. Baikan is so big, and the strength of the cultivators is not bad, but it is so strict because of a parasitic beast. It seems that this is not an ordinary parasitic beast. Is there no master out to take care of it? Xiaoling didn't understand. We are not very clear about the specifics. If you are interested, you can go to the joint force and ask. The soldiers seemed a little overwhelmed. But it is true that they are only members of the joint force, and as ordinary soldiers, they can only know limited things, so it is probably good for them to know. Sorry, I'm bothering you? Chen Yang smiled at the soldiers, and then entered the city. How can there be parasitic beasts in Baikan? Han Mensi was also a little puzzled. Logically speaking, no matter how powerful the beast is, it should be impossible to avoid it under Wu Sheng's nose. If the parasitic beast is powerful, the members of the joint force should not be allowed to guard against it. Anyway, we have to report to the joint team, and we will know when we ask. Chen Yang turned on his talent of perspective and found that there was nothing unusual about the people around him, which made him even more curious about this so-called parasitic beast. If it could be detected by a simple instrument, how could it be such a big gesture? Following the map, Chen Yang teleported over with several people. Soon, the four arrived in front of the joint team's base. Stop, please show your pass. Facing the sudden appearance of several people, the soldiers outside the joint team base stopped them. I'm Chen Yang of Yanshin's United Team. Chen Yang took out his documents again, and the soldiers at the door confirmed that they were correct, and then let them go. Walking into the base, everyone looked inside with slightly surprised expressions. The joint team base in Baikan is very large. The first floor is like a football field, many soldiers and team members are walking back and forth. It looks very busy. Chen Yang found a receptionist and asked where the captain of the joint team was. What do you want the captain to do? When the reception staff saw that several people were very young, they couldn't help asking. We are here at the invitation of the North City United Team. If it is inconvenient, please let me know. Chen Yang did not mention such things as the god-making plan. The god-making plan should be a relatively secret matter. As a receptionist, you should not be aware of these things. Our captain is very busy today. If it's not something very important, please come back next time. The receptionist smiled. Is this how your Baikan United Team receives people? You must know that we were invited. Tan Yu was a little unhappy. Wait a minute, can I tell you your name? The girl at the reception was a little embarrassed. My name is Chen Yang. Chen Yang informed the other party of his identity. Chen Yang, don't you have the badge of the Lieutenant General? Take it out and go directly to the captain here. Seeing that the procedure was so troublesome, Tan Yu couldn't help but said. No need, just wait. Chen Yang shook his head. Hey, who said that he has the medal of Lieutenant General, bragging about coming to the base of the joint team? Behind him, a familiar voice rang in Chen Yang's ear. When he looked back, it was the Luning he had met in the Yanshin's restaurant before. When Luning saw that it was Chen Yang, a sneer appeared on his face. Isn't this the unqualified person Yanshin met in the restaurant last time? I didn't expect to come here to brag. What did you say? Seeing the other party's rude words, Tan Yu immediately widened his eyes. Who are you? You are also a poor man with no rules. Haha. Luning's tone was very arrogant, which made people angry. You are from Baikan. Chen Yang said lightly. That's right. Why, you know you messed with the wrong person last time. When Luning saw Chen Yang asking like this, he thought that the other party was afraid. After all, cultivators from such small cities have a little awe of Baikan, and Luning has seen a lot of such people. I just didn't expect that there would be such a cultivator in Baikan. It's a shame. Chen Yang shook his head and ignored it. What did you say? Luning's face changed. As the son of the Baikan family, ordinary people would dare to talk to him like this, let alone from a small place like Yanshin. I said, you take yourself too seriously. Chen Yang's aura suddenly changed, and the pressure of the great martial artist instantly crushed Luning. Great martial artist. Luning trembled all over, struggling to resist Chen Yang's coercion. Let him go. An icy voice came, and soon, Chen Yang's pressure was dispelled by a great martial master's coercion. Chen Yang turned his head and saw that it was the man surnamed Fang. I didn't expect you to be here. Chen Yang glanced at each other in surprise. It turned out that the two were from Baikan. Brother Fang, this guy is too deceitful. You must help me teach him a lesson. Freed from Chen Yang's coercion, Luning panted heavily, and when he saw Fang Zhou coming forward, he became more courageous. Isn't it you who speak rudely here? It's none of my business. Chen Yang made an innocent expression. I don't care whose fault it is, anyway, I saw you bullying my brother, confess to him, and I'll forgive you. Fang Zhou approached slowly and said forcefully, are you sure you have the strength to trouble me? Chen Yang gave him a meaningful look. Bah, do you know who he is? Mr. Fang of the Fang family of the three major families in the North City, and the future vice-captain of the joint team. You dare to yell at Mr. Fang. You really don't know what to do. Lu Ning scolded Chen Yang. Noisy. The aura on Chen Yang's body rose sharply, crushing Fang Zhou's aura in an instant. Fang Zhou's body remained motionless, but Lu Ning felt great pressure again, and even his breathing became very heavy. This is a joint team. No one dares to be presumptuous here, even if you are a great martial artist. Fang Zhou frowned, because Chen Yang's aura was stronger than his, vaguely reaching the peak of a great martial artist. If there is a real fight, he is not necessarily the opponent. But since he had already stepped forward, he definitely didn't want to step down like this. Even though he knew that his strength was not as good as the opponent's, he still said stubbornly, who are these young people? Why have I never heard of it? They have the realm of great martial arts at such a young age. Even Fang Zhou seems to be invincible. I don't know, it's probably a genius from other places, but this cultivation talent is too outrageous. Fang Zhou North City's title of #1 cultivation genius may be taken away by him. Not necessarily. Fang Zhou is the eldest son of the Fang family. If he dares to offend him here, it will definitely be uncomfortable in the future. The people next to him talked a lot, and they were very curious about Chen Yang's identity. It's a miracle that Yanchinj can produce a genius like you, but don't forget, if you cause trouble here, be careful of being disqualified. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't speak, Fang Zhou thought that the other party had guessed his identity and was afraid of him. Everything has to be reasonable. I'm fine here. You little brother suddenly came to disturb me. You don't know whose fault it is. A fierce light gradually appeared in Chen Yang's eyes. Seeing that Chen Yang was not afraid of him, Fang Zhou's expression turned ugly. What's the noise? Just when the two were at a stalemate, a man in his 30s came up the stairs. The deputy captain is here. Seeing the person who came, the people watching the theater around gave way one after another. What are you doing? Don't you know this is a joint team? The man exuded the guru's aura, and some weak practitioners stepped back immediately, and some couldn't bear the guru's coercion. Fang Zhou was not very happy. After all, he was only a beginner martial artist, and there was still a huge gap between him and the Grand Master. Ai Tao was very proud to see everyone's reaction, but when he turned his head, Chen Yang acted nonchalantly, with a slight surprise on his face. Who are you? Ai Tao asked. Vice Captain. He deliberately bullied Lu Ning by relying on his strength. Chen Yang was about to speak, but Fang Zhou had already spoken first. So it's young Master Fang. Seeing that it was Fang Zhou who had the conflict with Chen Yang, Ai Tao quickly withdrew his master's breath, and Fang Zhou felt much better immediately. Why do you bully Mr. Lu? Ai Tao looked cold and stared at Chen Yang Dao. Which eye of yours saw me bullying him? Chen Yang said unmoved. Hiss. Seeing Chen Yang talking to Ai Tao in such a tone, the people around couldn't help but sweat for him. As the youngest Grand Master in Baikan, Ai Tao became the captain of the joint team early on, and now he has the strength of a mid-level Grand Master. There are not many people in Baikan who dare to talk to him like this. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang is so bold. Dare to disrespect the vice-captain of the joint team. I think you are deliberately looking for trouble. Ai Tao looked at Chen Yang gradually with unkind eyes.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.